Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Chapter 1. MC's POV. As I finished reading the latest chapter of the manga, The Eminence in Shadow, all I could think about was how can a character be so weird, stupid, and likable at the same time. Don't get me wrong, I really like the character and think he's cool, but it's just frustrating watching him. As an assassin myself, a being who works in the dark, I really like the part of the whole secret second life thing he has going on. But not the whole mob thing. You can still live a really high-profile life and live a totally second life about being in the shadows without anyone finding out. Trust me, I would know, as apart from just being a famous assassin, I'm also a really high-profile movie star and no one knows of my assassination jobs. To everyone else, Ryan Martin and Azrael the Angel of Death incarnate are two whole different beings. When I was little, I was heavily neglected and would just spend my times in the streets just wandering around. Having nothing better to do, I just started to pick pockets and enjoyed the feeling of it until I was eventually caught. I was 14 years old when he got me, and during that time I had to mature early in order to take care of myself and not starve. I guess one thing I resent my parents for was not letting me enjoy what being a kid felt like. The being who caught me just so happened to be the most legendary assassin of his time, which by the way is a really big fucking coincidence. It was like 1 in a billion chance of that happening. When he saw me almost get away with his wallet, he just raised a brow and said that I had talent for being undetected. I just told him that when you're neglected you tend to blend into not cause trouble, cause just as you're quickly neglected it can quickly turn into abuse. The old man just looked at me longer than normal and said, "You know, I was just looking to retire and train my next successor, and look at what God put in my way." Even though I didn't know it at the time, he came to be a very important figure in my life. He was someone I respected from the bottom of my heart. Although I did always found it funny that a being that deals with death for a living would be so religious as to mention God when we first met. The old man asked me if I wanted to be his successor, and me, being the neglected kid that I was, fucking agreed like an idiot. I was pretty naive back then. Luckily he was genuine. Now that I think about it, I was fucking kidnapped, wasn't I? While thinking about the old man, all I remember was the lessons he taught me. Some of the lessons weren't even about being an assassin, they were just about life. Like the time I asked him why he was so religious. His answer was honestly quite shocking. He told me it was so he has something to believe in, that even if it was tiny he wanted to have faith in something and keep him grounded from losing himself in the art of killing and becoming a monster that only knows how to kill. I came to respect that, so I chose to believe in something too. Myself, I believed that I had the will to not go down such a road. And thanks to that I was trained into the perfect assassin until the old man unfortunately passed away. As a side effect, my acting became perfect thanks to his training. Although thanks to my neglectful self still wanting validation, I went into the movie industry and got the validation from the masses and fans. That wasn't the only thing that bastard of a old man taught me. I still remember when he threw me into a brothel when I just turned 18 to get immunity towards beauty and sex and not get distracted during missions. So as I was saying before, you don't need to be a background character to be the Eminence in the shadows, you just need power and a whole lot of skills. Now I know what you might be saying: what's a cool movie star assassin like you doing just reading manga, anime, and novels of the sorts? Isn't that only for people that want an escape from reality and have a miserable life? And to that I tell you to fuck off, anime is for everyone. I still remembered when I encountered anime, it was for an infiltration mission and seducing a target. The only way to get closer to the target was to get into the hobbies they enjoyed, which just so happened to be anime. I had to spend hour upon hours to get closer to this target, but along the way the more I watched the more I enjoyed it. Until I became hooked and onto the downward spiral I went. Now, as I was saying about Cid, it's fucking weird how everything just lines up for him. It's like Lady Luck gets on her knees just for him with how much things just works out for him with those $1 million coincidences. Now that I think about it, maybe Lady Luck is a whore. Cause I had my fair shares of lucky situations like meeting the old man, which I still find it seriously suspicious, and then him just retiring and looking for a disciple at the right time. Now the reason for why I'm monologuing and talking about the latest chapter of the manga and about Cid. While waiting on a rooftop with a sniper in front of me waiting for my target, I decided to spend most of my time reading mangas I saw just updated. The last one I finished reading was the current chapter of Eminence in Shadow, and as I finished reading I got a notification on my burner phone where I take assassination missions. And the notification just so happened to be an email. And the main title for it was Reincarnation Interview. Looking at the title, all I could do was snicker slightly. How did they even get a hold of my burner phone and really an interview about being Ice Guy to another world like those lame fanfics? How funny. I thought while reading it, seeing that it would be a while before my target arrives, I decided to entertain the idea, seeing this as just an obvious joke. As I clicked on the link it presented, it took me to a website with a question in the middle of it with a next button next to the answer section. The first question was the most stereotypical question: if you were given the chance to be reincarnated into another world, where would you want to be reincarnated at? Having just finished reading Eminence in Shadow, I obviously chose it. I mean come on, when you finish reading something the first thing that pops to mind is what would I do in this situation, so just having finished reading the latest chapter my most obvious choice would be it. The next question was, which character from Eminence in Shadow would you want to be reincarnated as and during what time period and condition? It wasn't that hard of a question, which caused me to monologue about the character and my life. Now back on the question, my choice would be obvious once again. It would be Cid Kagenou. I mean, I could hit the random button, but there's a chance I would get reincarnated as a girl instead, so no thank you. Now about the time period, I chose the time when he was Minoru, his previous incarnation, as it would let me hone all my skills to the utmost limit and learn new ones. As for the condition, it would be to be able to know exactly when I'm supposed to die and be able to reincarnate once again as Cid. The next question was, if you could have the full skill set of any character, who would it be? While looking at this question, the answer was obvious: Sung Jin Woo. Who wouldn't want to be the Shadow Monarch? While looking further down, I notice a add-on section and it says I could choose something the character has, but it has to be something from the same character. So while thinking about it, I decided on the shadows he had when he got killed. He had about 1,000 of them, which in my opinion is a perfect starter amount. Well, that was short. I mumble, seeing that I already answered everything, and with that I hit send and tossed my phone to the side as I went back into the scope of my sniper. And as my target arrives, I fire my shot, killing him, completing another successful mission. And as I stood up while putting my sniper onto my shoulders, I suddenly get dizzy. Wah dash, I muttered as I start to fall face first, and as my face touches the floor of the roof, to the side I see my phone with the screen on, and in the middle was a check mark with the letters spelling out "Approved" right under it. No way, were my last thoughts as I lost consciousness. Chapter 2. Omni POV. No way. Those were Ryan's last thoughts before he passed away, with his phone in his hands looking at the check mark in his phone spelling out "Approved." And as he passed away, his soul slowly drifted into space and into the light, where he woke up crying as a baby in the arms of a Japanese woman. And as Ryan struggled to control his new baby body, he hears somebody speak in Japanese. "Congratulations, madam, it's a healthy baby boy. Do you have a name ready for your new son?" the doctor asks Ryan's new mother. The mother, looking exhausted from the labor, just smiles while holding her baby and says, "Yes, me and my husband have decided to name him Minoru Kagenou," while looking at her husband with a loving gaze. Now hearing that name, Ryan, whose name is now Minoru, starts laughing like crazy inside his head, as thanks to his previous jobs understands perfect Japanese. He he gig he he 3 he her he 3 he 3 g g g 3 gej gejik 4 g 3 3 g 3 g 3 egwi her he. But what came out was cute little baby giggles. The Japanese couple, hearing their baby start giggling when his name was mentioned, just smile back at him, unaware of this little gremlin's thoughts. "Oh, you see that, honey, it seems he really liked the name," the husband says while looking at his baby boy. "Whoa, baby, that's what I'm talking about. Looks like Lady Luck is on her knees for me tonight." That survey was real. Phew, I just had to get that out of the way. No matter how mature someone is or how trained I was, there was no way I wasn't going to celebrate being reincarnated, especially as future Cid, and knowing my future, it's definitely worth the celebration. It's even harder to go back towards my training in this new body. It's hard to control my emotions properly. Oh well, I guess I'll use what I got, and that's this new life as Minoru. I'll use it to study things I wasn't able to in my past life and make myself even smarter and more knowledgeable before dying once more and reincarnating into Cid. And with these thoughts, he soon fell asleep in his mother's arms with a tiny smile on his face. MC POV. Before I knew it, 4 years has passed and I discovered some things about myself. My memories have become better. I somehow feel spiritually better. It's hard to explain it. My cognitive ability have all been upgraded, and it's either one of two things. 1. It's probably thanks to my age, since kids from an early age pick up things quicker and are able to grasp things better. I'm at the stage where things just seemed easy. Or 2. Since I reincarnated, my soul probably absorbed the soul of who would have been the original Minoru and strengthen itself, making it stronger. If it's the second one, I'm not going to be like those wimpy reincarnated guys from those novels that get depressed about taking the body of someone. First of all, I'm an assassin, and second of all, his soul at the moment of my reincarnation was just a blank slate. A good analogy for it would be like ripping a piece of paper. If the paper had content on it, I would feel bad since it was the hard work of a person, but since the paper was empty, nobody is gonna cry over it. If that makes sense. Since my cognitive are at the all-time high, I decided to take advantage of it in case it is indeed the former reason. Now about the skill sets of Sung Jin Woo, it would seem like I still don't have access to them, which means I would have to die one more time in order to activate them. Probably for saying I wanted to reincarnate it as Cid, not Minoru. Oh well, I guess in the meantime I will just have to use this time to develop other skills I didn't get to explore previously. I started to show my interest in music, which my parents were elated about. Since in the original, Minoru's parent made him learn about music, they probably wanted a musically inclined child, which worked in my favor. Thanks to that, they hired a tutor for me, and when I showed my talent and quick learning to him, he really wanted to teach me. So thanks to the tutor, I started learning many types of instruments. So thanks to that as well, I went towards many music competitions and won them all. My music was just as good as the original composer, if not better, when I was 10, which quickly brought me fame. Which I was already used to thanks to my previous life. Thanks to that fame, many rich businessmen that held great extravagant parties and dinners would send a formal invitation so I could play at their parties. Even though it was an invitation, I would still get paid millions of yens thanks to it. Seeing that I was already good with music, I decided to focus on other things since I had no need for it anymore. One of the main things I focus on was martial arts. But I also focus on other things that would make me richer in another world, like cooking and different types of culinary cuisines, which would be helpful if I wanted to open a big business empire in the future. The things I mostly focused on was about different types of alcohol, chocolate like how the original Cid did, sauces, spices, and the likes. I also dabble in fashion. As the leader of a future organization, I need to appear presentable after all. After all, the quote goes, the clothes makes the man. I know what you may be thinking, but Minoru, how are you able to learn so many things so fast in just that short amount of time? Surely there has to be a limit, right? It just seems illogical. The answer to that, my not-so-existing friends, is that 6 fucking years is a lot of time. Some of the things I talked about, all I had to do was read and remember them, which thanks to my spiritual awakening, was super easy, so no, it's not illogical. And so when I turned 10, I abandoned the music industry and focused mostly on martial arts for 5 more years. During those 5 years I studied many different types of martial arts: Muay Thai, Taekwondo, Tai Chi, kickboxing, karate, Kung Fu, Aikido, Judo, Kendo, Krav Maga, Wing Chun, Jeet Kune Do, Hapkido, Capoeira, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, and Ninjutsu, and many types of different weapons. And let me tell you, it hurts. I may be mentally strong, but I had to readjust my pain tolerance once again. Thinking about it, I'm going to have to redo this once again when I died. Fuck. Now then, thanks to reaching the age of 15, I realized that it was my soul that was strengthened. It wasn't thanks to my age that I was smart, which is a blessing in itself. Anyways, thanks to all the martial arts I learned, I started to create my own by taking the best part of each one of them and interconnecting them where they fit best at. Especially swordsmanship, which was one of the things I really focused on. Since I knew I was going to a world of sword and magic, I mostly practiced my swordsmanship, making it extremely deadly, elegant, and sharp. Can't forget about stylish as well, which would leave people in awe due to my swordsmanship. I guess being in the movie industry in my previous life has left me with the desire to show off and put on performances. And to learn all of these martial arts, I would travel the world with all the money I earned from the music competitions and party invites, and meet different practitioners. I would then later fight them. During these fights I would then start copying them, which would shock them and start to teach me willingly. When I turned 15, my parents had to move to America for a job relocation. I didn't care much as I wasn't really that close with them. It's especially hard to do that when you're an adult mentally when you started. And since I am going to die, I don't really see the point of getting along with them. It's a waste of time and would just make them grieve even harder when it happens, which would just seem cruel. I'm an assassin, not a monster. I then went to Japan to last the rest of my years there. I decided to go for the school the original Minoru went to, Sakurazaka Senior High. The reason is simple, it's for Akane Nishino, and no, it's not for lustful reasons. One of the many things the old man taught me was how to control my lust. One of the many reasons why so many assassins failed their mission or were killed during it was because they couldn't control themselves and gave in into lust. Though I wouldn't mind building a harem in a near future. This desire mostly comes from not really having any meaningful relationships except from the old men. So no, the reason wasn't lust, it's cause she can be of use, especially when this world goes to shit. And so if I went and enrolled in school where people started to recognize me but left me alone due to my presence, which I controlled to give out a don't want to be bothered kind of feeling, which people found weird. During my high school time I mostly kept to myself, once again not finding any reason to interact with anyone, and spent the rest of my time studying things about business and what could be of any help. And that went on until I finally turned 17 and my next seat neighbor then turned to be Akane Nishino. That was when I realized that I have just entered the final months of my life. Chapter 3. Omni POV. While Minoru was just looking down in his book at the moment, reading and studying about business, his classmate next to him, Akane Nishino, called out to him. "Hey Kagenou-kun, you dropped your printout," she said while handing him back the piece of paper he purposely dropped. "Hello, that I did, thanks Nishimura-san," Minoru said, getting her name wrong on purpose. At this point it was like he was reading a script by the way things were going. And good thing he was an actor in his past life, with his acting and the script already presented in his memories. It was go time. "And I Nishimura," Akane said with a smiling ticked-off expression. She then corrected him. "Kagenou-kun, my name is Nishino. We've been classmates for 3 months now, would you remember my name already?" Minoru in a monotone voice just says, "Of course I remember you. Not only are you a popular actress, you're also the daughter of a billionaire. I would never forget someone I played to before." Hearing this she got confused. "Huh, what do you mean?" "When I was little and still doing music, a lot of rich businessmen would pay a lot of money for me to play at their parties, especially birthday parties. Your father just so happens to be one of them. It was good money for your birthday party when you were little. I have a really good memory, but I just can't be bothered to remember everyone I come across. Anyways, sorry for getting your name wrong, Nishitani-san," Minoru said once again in a monotone voice. "It's Nishino." She expressed irritated. And how can I forget, it was one of the best birthday party I ever had and it was thanks to your music, she thought while sighing. Well still, thanks for picking up my printout, Nishimura-se. Minoru continued. Now it's back to the first one. She yelled. She then covered her mouth with her hands and with a nervous expression said, that was a mistake, forget about the outburst just now, Kagenou-kun. Thanks to her outburst she decided to stay quiet for the rest of the day. Due to being an actress she mostly tries to keep a good image of herself out to the public. And so the day passes and school is over for the day. Everyone is going home except Akane Nishino. She just keeps looking at her phone with a nervous expression. Just why won't he pick up the phone? It's getting dark, I'll have to leave by myself, which is something I would really like to avoid, Akane thought to herself while still trying to get in contact with her driver. Seeing the time, Akane knew that she had to walk alone in the dark by herself, something she really didn't want to do due to being kidnapped before and due to her previous controversy she had, which left her with a bit of a mental scar. Standing up from her desk she just sighed before getting her bag as well. She then started walking out of the school and into the direction of her house. And as she started going home she kept getting this feeling that someone was watching her, but she couldn't pinpoint it, and with that she kept walking home while looking over her shoulder every few minutes. Until she heard a footstep behind her, causing her to gasp in surprise. Before turning around seeing no one there she breathed a sigh of relief and turned around to continue on her route home, but unfortunately bumped into a tall man. She staggered back slightly and looks up at the man. The man in question was just gave off an intimidating presence before saying, Akane Nishino, I presume. Akane quickly just turned around and started running, but she didn't make it far as a white van soon appeared blocking her way. As the van opens, a blonde-haired guy comes out of it and started grabbing her. Stop, let me go please dash. She then started to beg but was cut short by the blonde-haired guy covering her mouth with a chloroformed rag. Come on, stop struggling, the blonde guy says while still covering her mouth, but Akane didn't listen and continues to struggle, and just when she was about to lose consciousness, out of the corner of her eyes she saw Minoru standing there with a nonchalant expression, and with that she finally lost consciousness. POV change, Minoru's POV. Seeing Akane being taken away on the van, I just disappeared from the streets and parkour my way into the top of the houses in the area. Watching the van from a distance I just start to follow it, jumping buildings to buildings until they stopped in front of a warehouse. Seeing that they arrived at their destination, I decided to change out of my uniform and into clothes I always carry in my bag. Image of his outfit. Once down I made my way to the top of the warehouse and watched what was happening below with a cold expression on my face, although one couldn't tell due to the mask I was wearing. The only thing that appeared were my eyes. As Akane woke up she started looking around and saw that she was tied up. She then started to try and wiggle herself out of her bindings. The blonde guy who was sitting down just started laughing while watching her. He, you know you shouldn't do that, he said before standing up and continue speaking, the daughter of the head of the Nishino Zaibatsu, wandering the streets at night. You might get caught by some unsavory characters. The other guy with him, which was a retired military soldier I believe, interrupted, just stay there, and don't try anything. We sent a ransom note. As soon as we get the money, you're free to go. The blonde guy then added, it looks like your father made a lot of enemies. The military soldier just told him to shut it and stop talking like a gangster. Which led to the two bickering for a while. They stop bickering and the blonde-haired guy turns to Akane and says, Amen, and today was supposed to be a good day for me and now it's ruined, why don't you make me feel better? He then slowly reaches over to Akane and says, why don't we start with a little bit of fan service? Let's start with that little mouth of yours, he finishes off by grabbing her face. Akane, feeling his hands on her face, squeals slightly in disgust and turns her head away, shaking his hand away. The blonde guy, slightly more angry, just says, don't you dare fight me, slaps as he slaps her. I'll wait just a little bit for him to get a little bit more handsy to make Akane fall just slightly into despair, so for when I save her, her gratitude would be even larger, I thought while watching the scene. And as I watched him reach his hands to grab her, I thought to myself, what the hell am I doing? If I want someone to be loyal to me, I don't need such a cheap tricks that may leave her with even greater mental scars in the future. And with that I kicked the window frame of the skylight, and as I do the whole thing shatters and starts to fall to the ground with me on top of it, and as it falls and lands, dust started flying everywhere. Everyone else in the warehouse stops what they're doing. The blonde guy that was about to touch Akane stops his hands halfway and sighs before standing up and turning around to face me, and when the dust settles down he says, who the hell are you, bastard? Can't you see I was just about to have some fun? TSK. Name's Azrael, that's all you need to know. And with that I bend down and pick up a shard of glass. While I was bending over, the blonde guy came running towards me while winding up his fist trying to punch me. I then threw the glass shard, hitting him on his knees, and as the shard goes inside his knees he falls to the ground screaming in pain in front of me. Argue, son of a bitch. I then hear rapid footsteps behind me. I tilt my head to the side while still looking at the guy in the ground screaming. An arm then holding a knife swings past me, missing me by an inch. When the arm with the knife was over my shoulder I grabbed it with both hands and threw the guy with an over-shoulder throw onto the guy on the ground. When they made contact, the blonde guy on the ground was knocked unconscious due to the impact, while the military guy was just grunting on top of him, while I still had a hold of his arm with the knife. I started to then twist his arm, making him drop the knife and scream out in even more pain. "Arghhhh, please stop, you're going to break my arm," the military guy pleaded. I just looked straight into his eyes. Crack. "Arrrhggggggghhhhhhhh," he let out a blood-curdling scream while still being on top of his partner. I let go of his arm, which was now in a weird shape, and sent a kick right to his chin, shutting him up and knocking him unconscious, which sent him flying off his partner and skidding along the floor. I then bent down to pick up the knife. While I was bending over, I reached over and grabbed the glass shard that was still lodged into the guy's knee and pulled it out without any mercy, which caused the blonde guy to wake up once again and start screaming. "Ard, please, I'm begging you, make it stop." Already used to the sound of people begging for mercy, I didn't even bat an eye as I stood up and threw the glass shard once again, but this time I threw it right in his pelvis and into his reproductive organ. The guy couldn't even scream as he passed out again due to the overbearing pain, while Akane, who was watching everything, flinches and closes her eyes, turning her head away to not look at such a gory scene. And as I start walking towards her, she probably heard my footsteps as she slowly turns her head to my direction once again and slowly opens her eyes. When she saw me walking toward her in a slowly manner with a knife in hand and blood flowing behind me, it most likely scared her as she shut her eyes once again and tried to shuffle backwards in a fast manner. When she opened her eyes again, she saw that I wasn't there. I made my presence known behind her, and as I'm untying her with the knife, I say, "You gotta stop getting kidnapped. This is like the second time I stopped it. I'm not always going to be there." Hearing me, she then goes wide-eyed and said, "You're the guy that helped me with the stalker." Omni POV. Akane, hearing Minoru, was shocked and said, "You're the guy that helped me with the stalker." He sounds the same as before, it's really him, but his voice sounds really familiar, and as Akane continues to look at Minoru more deeply, she can't make out any of his features except his eyes. They're really familiar, like I seen them recently, she thought while keeping her gaze on his eyes. Once he was done untying her, he threw the knife at the military guy's lower region, which caused him to scream out in pain and start losing blood rapidly. When Akane looked over to the screaming guy, Minoru slowly made his presence as little as possible and escapes from her view, leaving her alone in the warehouse, where she proceeded to call her father to help her pick her up. Chapter 4. Minoru's POV. The next day came, and thanks to the previous event, Akane started trying to speak to me more throughout the day. Once the day finished, I decided to check out the forest that was near the school at night, where there's barely anybody. I just got to find a boulder that's not far from the streets where cars pass around, and that should be the place the original Minoru was banging his head trying to see real magic, which would also be close to the place where he got ran over. I found the place after an hour of looking for it, and what I found was quite shocking. Thanks to my upgraded soul, my spatial awareness has been heightened, which means my ability to detect things has also increased. So when I arrived, it was quite the shock to feel something just floating around the area quite casually. And when I reached out my hands to touch what I was feeling, nothing impressive happened. Although I couldn't see nothing, I just know something was there, and I have a feeling it's magic. And so I sat down and got into a meditative position and tried to move the mana in the air around. They would shake for a little bit, but then they would continue to do what they were doing. Seeing them shaking, I knew that I was getting somewhere, so I kept trying and trying until morning came. When morning came, I was still sitting around trying to move the mana particles, but as time went on, I started getting much more successful. It would seem like my strengthened soul really was a blessing in disguise due to how many times it has helped me. Like right now, in order to move mana, intent is what it uses, which is hard to express outward. I have a theory based on what I know about how the magic in that world works. It's all about intent and how well you manipulate it. It's easier to control mana when it's inside of you or with something you're in contact with. That's why it would dissipate when it's outside or farther away from the user. Since you can't express your intent outward or when it's really far away, it's your intent that keeps it together. That's why I say that having a strengthened soul is a blessing. With a strong soul, I'm able to extend that intent outwards with a bit of ease, making it easy to manipulate mana. And the more you practice, the easier it is to express your intent, which is why Epsilon was such a master at mana control. Due to her constantly expressing her intent to mana, it became easier and easier until she could do it without much effort. Due to this revelation, I continued to practice every day for a week. And then it happened. I got a buzzing type of feeling going inside my head, indicating me that it's time and I should win. Words weren't even expressed, all of it was just a feeling. The mana around the area all started to flow to one specific direction in an extremely fast motion. Seeing this, I knew exactly what it meant. My time has come. So I started running after it, and once I made it to the street, a truck was just driving along. Seeing the truck, all I thought was about the memes in my previous life. Truck-kun, take me. A/N, that sounded so sexual, lol. Omni POV. As the truck was driving along the road, a boy soon appeared running in front of it. The driver, seeing the boy, then honked the horn to warn him. Honk honk. The truck driver then tried to avoid him, but it was too late, and the boy, who is clearly Minoru, got sent flying, which also caused the truck driver to crash, although he made it out okay with a few injuries. Unfortunately, the same couldn't be said about Minoru. Minoru was then pronounced dead on impact. But that wasn't the end of him. When he gained consciousness, all he saw was darkness and felt a wet sensation all around him. It seems my mental capabilities are strong enough to stay conscious when I'm inside my new mother's belly being. It was a weird feeling for Minoru being conscious during these particular moments. Apart from feeling bored, he felt himself growing stronger and stronger as the months passed by. It seems my body is being constructed to being able to hold the power of the Shadow Monarch. I could feel it near my chest, a bundle of energy being formed. I see, so my black heart is being formed. Nice, Minoru thought. And as time passed, all of Sung Jin Woo's skills were being implanted onto the very being of Minoru, fully becoming skills that truly belonged to him now. And with that, 9 months quickly passed. All the water that surrounded his baby body suddenly popped and flowed downwards, which was quickly followed by tight squeezing, signifying the start of his new birth. After a while, Minoru saw a white light and was pushed towards, which prompted him to close his eyes. When he then opened up his eyes, he was in the arms of a beautiful black-haired woman looking at him with a worry expression. To the side of the woman, what greeted him was a shiny bald head also looking at him with worry. The mother then turned to the maid that helped deliver the baby and expressed her worry. Aren't babies supposed to cry? Why isn't it crying? Is something wrong with him? Minoru, who is now named Cid, understood what was going on and started to fake crying to try and calm his new mother. Monotone baby crying. Hearing him cry, everyone present let out a sigh of relief. The woman who helped with the deliver then said, "It looks like there's nothing wrong with your baby, madam. Sometimes it takes a while for babies to let out any sound. It's not always immediate. Congratulations once again with your healthy baby boy." The door to the room slammed open as 2-year-old Claire came running with her little legs to her mother's side, trying to get a better look at her new baby brother. What everyone failed to notice, however, was the hundred upon hundreds of eyes just glowing in the shadows. And the shadows all just had one thought. Our Master and Majesty is born once again. Chapter 5. Cid's POV. Seeing everything was alright after I started fake crying, I decided to sleep to not have to deal with everyone fawning over me, which is super annoying when you're a baby. I then woke up the next day. The first thought that occurred to me was incomprehensible noise. Orafchksk, I'm the freaking Shadow Monarch, bitches. And once again the only sound that came out of me were happy baby giggles. For some reason I'm strangely energized, more than I would have been. Since I already experienced what it was like being a baby, I know that I'm not supposed to feel this much energy, and I can already guess what is the cause. Though I still wanted to get a good look inside myself to see what it's like. Then something weird happened. I was able to get a really good look at what my insides looks like. Before, when I would try this, I would just get a vague feeling of what it looks like. Now that I get a full picture, I can't help but wonder if it's because of all the magic power I currently possess that it was easier and I was able to get a clearer view. When I looked inside myself, I saw something that made me giddy all over again. I have a black heart, and I'm not talking about the "I'm evil" kind. My heart is quite literally black with a bit of purple light around it. It's one thing knowing you have something, and it's another thing seeing it with your actual eyes. Well, I didn't see it with my eyes, I saw it with my sense, but it still counts. And that's not the only thing I have. I can feel it, hundreds upon hundreds of beings connected to myself. Due to the excitement, my baby self just couldn't stop laughing, so much so that my baby face at this point is getting red. The door to the room then opens and my new mother comes over the crib I was staying at and picks me up, and as she's holding me she says with a smile, "Well, aren't you a happy little fella?" She then tickles my stomach slightly, which causes me to start giggling even more due to how sensitive I am at the moment. After that little moment, she sits down nearby and lowers her blouse and presents her chest to me. "Come to Papa," I thought to myself with both tiny arms stretched out. Suck, 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 suck. When I was sucking away, I started to feel multiple stares under me. Knowing what it was, I started to get embarrassed. They just saw their monarch doing something so embarrassing. Ugh, I'm gonna die from embarrassment. And I can't push it down cause I'm still not in full control of my body. I then just closed my eyes and pretended that those stares weren't there and continued sucking away. When I finished, my new mother just put me down on my crib and left the room. Seeing nothing better to do, I just start practicing my new moves, which I feel are a part of me now. When I try to use them, I mostly used instinct and it comes all natural to me. The first thing I did was try out ruler's authority with the toys in the crib, and when trying it out, the toys started to give out a purple outline and started floating slightly. It was unexpectedly easy due to my instincts guiding me on how to do it, and while letting it float about, I was perfecting my mana control, which will be quite useful. And so a week passes and I just keep trying to perfect my control over my magic power through my mana circuits, which I was able to locate. In order to enhance themselves, people would let their magic power flow from their circuits and into the specific body part they wanted to enhance. That was something I found out after rechecking my body over and over again. Seeing that a week has passed, I thought that it was finally time for me to meet the beings connected to me, and so I waited until everyone was asleep in the night, and through the connection I contacted my favorite shadow soldier Jinwoo had. "Come forth, Baro." And with that, the shadows near the crib started to extend slightly outward, and out from under it came a giant bipedal ant. And as the ant, who is named Baro, came out, he suddenly and unexpectedly dropped on all four and started to bawl his eyes out, crying. "Wawa, my liege, you called me first, you wanted to see me first, and for that I couldn't be more thankful, Wawa." I sighed through the connection. "Baro, you have to lower your voice or someone going to come and see you, and I'd have to return you from where you came from and call out someone quieter." Hearing this, Baro just got quieter and lowered his head but continued to cry tears of joy silently. And through the connection I said, "Pick me up." Surprisingly, he was very gentle while picking me up, which was weird. And as he picked me up, he was still crying. If he could cry any harder, I think he would. "Take me to the forest nearby," I said through while using the stealth skill I got from Jinwoo, which completely eliminated my physical and magical presence. While still holding me, Baru escapes from the mansion and takes me into the middle of the forest. Once there, I started to surround myself with ruler's authority and start hovering slightly, and while hovering I summoned all my shadow soldiers. My shadow underneath then extended, almost covering the whole forest. Thankfully it was night time and no one was around, or they would have been very frightened by such display of power. And once extended, beings started coming out of my shadow like beings from hell. They all then prostrated themselves to me while swearing their allegiance, and as they did they then spoke at the same time, saying, "We welcome back our liege and master back to the land of the living, may his reign hold strong." Seeing this just brought a smile on my tiny baby face, and through the link I replied, "Thank you for your encouragement." I then continued floating while looking at all of the soldiers kneeling down to me. Oh, this is so going to get in my head and make me become arrogant, and I'm all for it. These mongrels won't know what hit them, I thought while bringing my inner Gilgamesh out at the end. Chapter 6. Cid's POV. 3 years soon passed. Thanks to the black heart I currently possess, my body kept getting nourished by the mana of it, making my looks all the better. It was making my skin and hair glossier and smoother. Even though I was 3 years old, you can just tell I'm going to become better looking than Cid was originally going to be. For most of my time for the last 3 years, I just kept magically enhancing my body, making it permanently stronger and much more durable, which made me able to start exercising much earlier than any toddler ever should. I guess that's the beauty of magic, it makes the impossibility a reality. I've been thinking a lot about what to do next with magic, thinking a lot about different animes and mangas from my other past lives, and the more I thought about it, the more ideas kept coming to mind. For example, since this is technically an anime and manga world, who says specific types of techniques from different animes, manga, and novels won't work in this world? Right now in the middle of the night I'm in an open field about to test out if anime moves work in this world. For starters, the most simple ones to test out would be the 6 powers of the Marines, also known as the Rokushiki techniques from One Piece. The first move I tried was what I believe to be the easiest to execute, Soro, or also known as Shave. Since I'm in an open field I don't have to worry about running into a wall if I mess it up. The premise of Soro is to kick off the ground at least 10 times in the blink of an eye, which would allow the users to move at extremely high speeds in order to avoid attacks, as well as to attack at higher speeds and with greater power. Since I was just 3 years old, my speed wasn't up to standard when trying to perform such moves, so I had to magically enhance myself to actually be able to do it. Although it was difficult, I now knew that I could do it, which makes the possibility for more power endless, but I'm not going for a lot of different powers. Too many power at some point would just become redundant. After all, like Bruce Lee once said, I fear not the man who has practiced 10,000 kicks once, but I fear the man who has practiced one kick 10,000 times. And so that's what I'll do. Seeing that anime martial arts were possible, I decided to try on a technique from the magical side of entertainment. I sat down in the grass in the open field with my legs crossed and started to concentrate on the magic power around and inside of me. I then drew in all of the magic power towards the center of my abdomen and started to shape it into a sphere. Once the sphere was made, it felt like it still didn't belong to me just yet, like it's inside of me but I can't have access to it. By now it was just a pure clear sphere made out of magic. I then tried to recall the things I knew about the mana core from the novel, The Beginning After the End. Even though I stopped reading it around the 400th chapter due to the many annoying POV switches, it was still a good read. A mana core is classified into 6 colors: black, red, orange, yellow, silver, and white. One's mana color starts off as black, due to the body's blood and other impurities mixed with the mana particles as they form together into a mana core. Each stage of the mana core colors is split into 3 shades: dark, solid, and light. Except silver, which is split into initial, mid and high, and white core, which does not have stages. In general, the lighter the mana core color, the purer one's mana core was. Therefore, there was more power one could have access to. A/N, straight from the wiki page. So I was missing my blood to make it officially mine, I thought to myself. Sighing, I just put my hands inside my shadow and pull out a blob of slime, and as I was holding it in my hand I started to pour magic power into it and change the shape from a blob into a sword. With the sword now in my hand, I made it sharp and positioned it to my other hand and made a cut in the middle. Since I knew slime was going to be an important material, I had my shadow soldiers gather them up, but instead of killing them right away I put them in the sub-dimension of my shadow and turned a part of it into a breeding ground for slimes. Once the cut was made, I returned the slime sword back into my shadow. I then lifted my shirt and put the palm with my blood at the very center of my abdomen and used magic power to push the blood inside and into the crystal clear orb. Once my blood and the crystal orb made contact, a type of mana explosion happened, creating a crater with me in the center due to the formation of my mana core. When I checked the core again, I noticed that instead of it being clear, it was now a dark red color. Seeing this just put a smile on my face. It looks like it's going to be much easier to manipulate mana once it leaves my body and core. Wanting to test out my mana core, I then stood up from the crater and stretched my hands slightly. I then used the magic in my magic core and started using the red mana particles inside of it, and as I used it I started to shape it into a fireball. The fire being used then turned purple, which made the fireball purple as well, and once it was made I launched it into the sky. It flew for a few meters before dissipating into the air and turning back into magic power. I see, so once the magic power from the outside goes inside the core it turns into elemental mana particles, and once it's used it reverts back to magic power. Quite interesting. And since my magic power is a purple color, the elements turns into that specific color as well. I then tried to summon the other 3 elements to see if I would have some type of limitations, and upon calling the wind, ground, and water, I discovered that they were mostly the color black with a slight purple accent, but apart from that nothing seems to be amiss. I would have to continue to purify my core to see if I discover anything new. So for now the only thing I could do is practice the Rokushiki techniques and purify my mana core. Chapter 7. Cid's POV. And just like that 2 years passes and I'm now 5 years old. I'm back in the open field, and in front of me is Igris with a sword in his hand while I have my slime-made sword in mine. We just continued staring at each other as all the other shadows are out and encircling us. "Are you ready, Igris?" I asked, excited about finally able to face him. Igris just nods, even though he's still worried about hurting me. Ever since I could walk I would try and face Igris to test my swordsmanship against him, but Igris would decline, expressing his worry that I'm too small and could get hurt if I'm not careful. It wasn't until I finally turned 5 that Igris finally caved in, which is why I'm now in front of him with my sword ready. I take a deep breath and position my sword slightly and use Soro. I disappeared from where I was standing and reappeared in front of Igris with our swords clashing into each other, creating sparks, and as Igris pushed the sword I was sent skidding slightly. I got in position again and used Soro once again, but instead of a slash I sent thrusts multiple times, which he managed to block with the flat side of his lightning blade. While still thrusting my blade I started to use Jeppo, which allows users to push themselves off the air itself with superhumanly strong kicks, allowing them to travel through and remain in midair for an extended period of time. It was kinda like I was flying while kicking the air. And while kicking the air I turned my thrusts back into slashes, which Igris was still able to block. Wanting to at least get a hit in, I used a Soro in the air while also using Jeppo, so it was hard to detect me, but since I wasn't at my strongest, since I was still a child, Igris was still able to follow me with his eyes, even though his eyes were moving at a quick speed. While still trying to confuse him I decided to use a move I have been working on since I found out I could use other anime moves and started practicing the Rokushiki. My eyes suddenly gave off a red glint as I saw 1 second into the future, where I attacked Igris and how he managed to block it. Using that to my advantage I did as I did in the vision, but slightly altered the course near the end, and as I was about to hit Igris, he managed to grab my arm and flung me across the land, which I managed to land back on my feet. Seeing that the fight was over, Baru started clapping extremely fast. "Bravo my liege, bravo. You are just getting used to your new body and you almost managed to hit Igris, bravo." Igris just started nodding as he said, "Well done, sire, that was done splendidly." The rest of my shadows watching the fight just started nodding as agreeing that I'm getting better at fighting, which I am, obviously. Especially after finally getting hockey throughout the years of practice. Since I knew my spirituality is more advanced thanks to my reincarnation, I knew that getting hockey was just a matter of time, so during the night I would go into the forest and shut off most of my senses and just wear a blindfold. I would then get my shadow soldiers to spread around the forest and attack me at random intervals. Which was quick and painful since once again I had to readjust my pain tolerance. Both Conkers and armament hockey are a bit tougher to learn than observation. Especially since I'm still in a child's body. So that's what I mostly focus on for the last 2 years. Even after 2 years all I managed to get was 1 second into advanced observation hockey. That's what I mostly focus on, even though it was mostly during the night time that I would go practice. It would have been weird to explain to my sister what I was doing walking around like an idiot with a blindfold on. Should I do that? I thought to myself, I mean it would be cool and I would later be known as the blind swordsman who had one of his senses cut off just to enhance the other. As I thought more into this, the more crazy ideas I kept coming up with. I could do it like Gojo, from Jujutsu Kaisen, and just come up with something like my eyes have a special property, that they need to be sealed or else it would be catastrophic. I could go totally chunny with this and make someone accidentally take off my blindfold. And once it comes off I could just grab my eye and release a huge amount of magic power saying, "You, what have you done?" while still covering my eyes. Should I do it or not? Oh well, I still got 10 years to decide. When I finished with my contemplating, one of the shadows I left with, Claire, informed me that she was about to sneak into my room once again, and so with a quick thought I made all my shadow soldiers return and slowly sank into my own shadow. I then appeared right next to my bed, and as I appeared the door handles jiggle slightly, which made me go inside the covers quickly. And as I made it inside the covers the door slightly opens and 7-year-old Claire comes and sneaks in while closing the door softly to not notify anyone. And as she closed it she scurries along and climbed inside my bed and under my cover. She, without whispering, just said, "Open your eyes, I know you're not asleep." I sighed before opening my eyes. "You caught me sneaking out one time, can you just let it go already?" "I haven't done it since," I said, lying through my teeth. She came in the room when I was about to jump out the window to test out my flying skills. Which by this time I know it was a rookie mistake. I wasn't expecting someone to come in my room, so I wasn't actively searching for anyone. And it's annoying to have your detection skills on all the time, even in your own home. Which by now I learned to always have it on, even to my own discomfort, thanks to Claire. "You're my little brother, it's my job to take care of you whether you like it or not," she said, pouting. I just gave her a deadpan look. "You do know I'm stronger than you, right? You still haven't won any sparring sessions against me." She just continues to pout. "Doesn't matter, I'm still your older sister, so that means you are my responsibility." She then paused before tears started gathering in her eyes. "What if something happens to you when I'm not there? Yes, you are stronger, but you're too reckless for your own good." And with that she just comes closer and hugs me tighter. I can't say it doesn't make me feel fuzzy inside when she says things like this. I mean, come on, anyone would, I thought to myself while also sighing. As an only child in both past lives, I can't say I didn't always wonder what it's like to have a sibling. Can't say I hate it, I thought to myself, fully enjoying the hug and soon falling asleep as well. Chapter 8. Cid's POV. Waking up the next day, Claire was still hanging on to me while she slept, which prompted me to shake her awake. "Come on Claire, wake up, it's already morning." Seeing that she wasn't waking up, I just sighed before conjuring a small water ball using magic, which I then proceeded to throw at the sleeping Claire. Splash. "WHA, what the hell, Cid?" Claire said, waking up drenched. Seeing her woken up, I just got up from the bed and started running away from her. I quickly closed the door behind me to give me time to escape from her wrath. I only managed to get a few feet ahead before. Boom. I turn back and see the door flying and hitting the wall, and Claire with one foot up, and as she lowers it she starts walking out of the room slowly as her wet hair clings to her face. Seeing her, I started running even faster. I then felt Claire's magic power spike and then felt her presence running after me, which caused me to run even faster. As I ran away from her, I exited the house and went into the training yard, where I went and picked up a wooden sword and waited for her outside as well. As she came running outside, she saw me waiting for her with a wooden sword in hand, so she continued running to where the swords were displayed and picked one up in one quick motion without stopping, and now with a wooden sword in hand she came running straight at me. Seeing her coming towards me with an angered expression, I just gave her a teasing smirk as I got into a fighting position waiting for her to get closer. And as she got close enough, she swung her sword while coming towards, and as she got close I just stepped to the side and put out my foot, tripping her, causing her to face plant into the ground. And as she got up, you can see her face covered with dirt and her expression growing angrier as she tightened her grip on her sword. Seeing this, I just sigh and said, "Don't use anger when you're fighting, always maintain a calm mindset. Some opponents will try to taunt you and make you angrier, making you lose focus, like what happened just now. Since you were so angry you didn't notice my foot sticking out, which caused you to fall. In a real fight you could have lost your life in such a situation. Get up, let's continue." Ever since I was allowed to wield a sword in this life, all I mostly done is try and teach Claire, since I had nothing better to do in the mornings. Claire, hearing my instructions, just clicked her tongue in annoyance before replying, "TSK, stop trying to act like you know everything." She then got into a fighting position as her face grew serious and more determined. "I'll beat you. I'll show you why I'm the older sister," and with that she enhanced herself with magic and charged at me once again, but this time much more focused. I responded in kind and charged at her myself, where we met at the middle, and as we collided the sound of metal hitting each reverberated across the training field. We just kept pushing against each other, trying to overpower the other. I moved my sword slightly, redirecting her sword and thrusting forward, leaving a scratch on her cheek. We both then moved back slightly and started attacking each other again. Slash after slash, I just kept overpowering Claire until she started getting used to the force of my attacks, which caused her to improve just slightly. We continued this sparring sessions until the late afternoon, where we had to stop due to Claire having too many scratches on her body and face. Any more and it would have done more harm than good. Which was then followed by a bath, which was later followed by dinner, which was later followed going to bed, and followed by Claire coming into my room and falling asleep as soon as she got into my bed. Looks like my plan to exhaust her completely until she just falls asleep worked. Now I don't have to worry about her when sneaking out. And with that I snuck out again towards my destined spot in the forest. Once there I sat down cross-legged and looked at my mana core, which now was at the light red stage, about to break through any moment now. Ever since I formed the mana core, I started to learn the mana rotation technique with a bit of modifications to it. Basically, mana rotation is the ability to be able to continuously absorb mana from the atmosphere while moving or in combat. Now for the modification which I made was that instead of just absorbing magic from the atmosphere, I would also absorb it from my body and black heart. It took a while to find the right amount of mana I can absorb from my own body without causing me to almost faint due to magic exhaustion. When I mean body, I meant my mana circuits, which were constructs of which serves as a bridge between the physical world and the soul. It is usually present within everything which has a soul associated to it, and is half physical, half ethereal. It is also integral for any magic to occur. And so I spent the 2 years passively absorbing mana into my core, making it light red about to break into dark orange. To give myself a boost to make it to the dark orange stage, I took a massive amount of mana from my black heart and mana pathways, and I started to purify my mana in my core quicker. Crack. And with that I have officially broken through, though it did leave me a bit lightheaded though to the absence of mana from my circuits. One benefit I gained though through constant absorption from my mana circuits was a very quick recovery speed and faster magic power flow inside of them, making them activate quicker as well. Now thanks to the dark orange stage of my mana core, my mana control has gotten better, my mana pool is now larger, the casting speed of my spells has also improved, and the damage output of my spells have gotten bigger. Another benefit of being able to have a self-created mana core is the elements you can control having a higher version of itself. For example, the fire element's higher version of itself is lightning, the one for water is ice, earth's is gravity, and wind is sound. So due to being in a different world, the laws of this world works differently than the world of debate. Although the principle of the mana core is the same, the way it works and what elements you can manipulate is completely different. Instead of a specific species only able to have control of a few set elements, everyone has access to all the elements. It all just depends on control. If your control over mana is low, you won't ever get a chance to use a higher property of mana, just the basic elements or the ones you're more comfortable with. Another thing I discovered is that instead of it just being 4 elements, there is 2 other elements, light and shadow/darkness. The light element has a healing factor and the darkness element has a corrosive factor, which can both be turned off by the user's will. What I'm mostly trying to find out is if these 2 elements have a higher property like the others. After a while of testing different things, I found out they do have different elements. It's probably due to my Black Heart's influence, but the 2 advanced elements for light and darkness is life and death. Now that I have broken through, I stood up from my sitting position and summoned icicles behind my back with mana and shoot at the trees in front of me. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. All the icicles then get skewered inside the trees, and as they lodge inside, the trees start turning into ice as well, but only around the part where it was shot at. I see, so it can't freeze the whole tree just yet. Just from that, I then walk up to it, and as I'm in front of it, I sent out a straight jab right towards a frozen part of a tree. Shatter. Seeing this, I just shrugged before speaking out loud, I can work with this. As the tree I punched falls to the ground. Thud. Chapter 9. Omni POV. 1 whole year has passed since Cid has broken through the orange stage of his mana core. Now he's in the light orange stage and is facing against Tusk, who is holding the Orb of Avarice. The reason for this is since Tusk is the most magical-orientated shadow soldier in Cid's possession, he's the perfect opponent to test out his magic skills. And with that, Cid has gotten Tusk to agree to fight him, and now they both stand face to face. Cid then surrounded himself with lightning both inside and outside, further enhancing his speed and reaction time. A streak of lighting and the ground caving in was all that was left as soon as Cid rushed towards Tusk. Tusk, seeing his little master coming, just held the orb that further enhanced his magic and said, "Hymn of Protection." As soon as those words left his mouth, he was soon surrounded by a protective barrier. And as soon as the barrier was conjured, the sound of thunder was soon followed, which was produced by Cid's fist making contact with the barrier. And as they collided, a gust of wind soon spread due to the force of the collision. To some of Cid's weaker shadows, it just looked like Cid surrounded himself in electricity, which was quickly followed by thunder. Seeing their master being the main cause for such an event, they just cheered with their hands in the air. Tusk, seeing his master make contact with the barrier, said, "Hymn of Slumber," which then started draining Cid of his stamina. Cid, feeling his stamina draining, just backed away. He then stuck out his hand slightly and conjured 3 large drills from the ground and started to make them spin. Due to the speed of the spinning, the black drills started turning bright red, showing just how fast it was turning. He then launched them towards Tusk, and as they made contact with the barrier, it just shattered. Tink. Shatter. And as the drills made it through the barrier, 2 landed on the shoulders of Tusk, while the last one made its way through his stomach, leaving a hole which you can see through. Using mana from Black Heart, Tusk's body soon regenerated to peak condition like nothing ever happened. Tusk, using the Orb of Avarice, just started using his gravity magic, making it hard for his opponent to move. It was to the point where Cid was on his hands and knees. Cid then tried to use a bit of his own gravity, making it lighter for himself. Thanks to his own gravity magic, he was able to get back up, but just slightly, as Cid was still slouched over from the pressure of Tusk's gravity magic. Tusk, while still holding the orb, just said, "Hymn of the Blazing Fire," and as those words came out of his mouth, the space around him started to get surrounded by fireballs, which were quickly thrown towards Cid in a quick motion. Cid was just standing there while looking at the fireball approaching. Tusk, who saw his monarch just standing there, got a worry expression seeing him doing nothing. His worry soon increased as he saw the fireball making contact with Cid. Boom 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 boom. As the multiple fireballs made contact, a large amount of dust soon covered the area. And as the dust cleared, Cid's form can be seen flickering on and off until it disappeared completely. The original Cid soon appeared right in front of Tusk with a wind-made sword. And with a victorious expression, Cid swung his sword, cleaving Tusk's head off. Cid, seeing his victory, just turned to the other shadows and smiled with the index finger swiping his nose, and with a cheeky expression said, "Light projections for the win." Seeing their monarch come out victorious from the sparring sessions, the place was then filled with boisterous cheers from everyone, even from Tusk, who was back together once again. Woohoo, ×1,000+. Some were even shouting, "That's our liege." And just like that, the night soon passed and it was morning. The first thing Claire did as soon as she saw Cid was drag him outside. She then gave him a sword and started marching in front of him. As your older sister, it's my duty to teach some stuff as well, so today we're going bandit hunting in the forest, she said while holding her sword upward. She then continued, a swordsmanship is best learned through combat experience. The baldy was blabbering about it while indulging in dandyism. He was talking about the Scarface bandits that have been lurking in the forest recently. And we're going to defeat them, but worry not, little brother, big sis is here for you. She then soon started bragging as we got inside the forest. Everybody was talking about how easily I could beat your everyday bandit since I won the Young Knights competition. You only won cause I didn't want to participate, Cid said with a deadpan expression, which caused Claire to pout. While she was pouting towards Cid's direction, she did not noticing the bandit that snuck right behind her. And as the Scarface bandit was behind her, it spoke, huh? Why are there brats here? Cid and Claire were both surrounded the rest of the bandits that came out. What? Are they lost or something? Another bandit soon responded, and there's 2 of them, I bet we can make a killing with them. Hearing them, Claire gains a cold look on her face. Ever since she started sparring with Cid, she has learned to always keep a calm mindset in such situations. She didn't even let Scarface continue talking and attacked him right away, pushing him back slightly. Scarface, seeing this, just gained a slightly surprised expression. Well, aren't you well taught? Capturing you just might be a bit of fun. He then turned to the rest of the bandits. While I take care of this little brat, capture the other one. Claire, hearing this, just got angrier but with gritted teeth asked, can you handle yourself, Cid? Cid, while watching the entire interaction, just had a bored expression on his face and just nodded, but then he realized Claire couldn't see him as she was still watching her opponent, so he just said, although you couldn't see it, I nodded. Claire, hearing him, just nodded back and rushed towards Scarface and started to attack him, which caused Scarface to retaliate and attack Claire back with the same intensity. Slash after slash, both of them kept getting injured until Claire pushed Scarface's sword out of the way and sent a final slash right across his chest, causing him to fall face forward and into the ground. Seeing her opponent defeated, Claire gained a proud expression and turned back to help Cid out, but what she saw left her speechless. All the bandits were just in a pile on top of each other with their necks slit wide open, and Cid sitting in the middle of it with his hands on his knees and his head slightly down, waiting for Claire to finish. She then waved to Cid and with a face full of a large bright smile said, look Cid, I did it. I'm strong enough to actually take a bandit all on my own. She just continued waving and smiling, looking at her brother, hoping to see a proud expression on his face. But what she saw was just his face with a disappointed look while shaking his head and sighing. She then gained a confused expression, and as she was about to express her confusion, she felt a great pain shot through her from her back, causing her to scream in pain. Argah. And as the pain appeared, she soon started losing consciousness, and as she was falling, she managed to get a look at the figure who caused her such pain. It was Scarface. He faked his death to get Claire to lower her guard and attack at the right moment. Seeing her down and out, he slowly turned to Cid, who was looking at him with an emotionless expression while sitting on the piles of bodies. Scarface opened his mouth to speak but was quickly shut down as Cid slowly lifted his pointer finger at him. As the words were about to leave his mouth, Cid's finger turned into a light purple color and shot right through the middle of his head, killing him in one shot. Cid then slowly got up from his supposed throne of dead bodies and made his way to Claire, and as he arrived, he knelt down slightly and started to heal all of her wounds. He then got up slowly and looked around the place, which was quickly followed by him slowly lifting his palm up a little, and his eyes then glowed a deep purple color devoid of emotions, and with an emotionless voice he said, come forth and serve. And as those words left his mouth, the shadows of the dead bodies soon started to shake as beings made entirely out of shadows came forth and knelt down in one knee as soon as they saw their now monarch. Chapter 10. Omni POV. Cid, seeing them kneeling before him, gains a small smile on his face and recall his new shadow soldiers into his shadow. He then picks up Claire from the ground and puts her on his back as he gives her a piggyback ride, but instead of leaving the forest, the first thing Cid did was look around the camp of the bandits. He kept looking for any valuables until he came across a chest filled with zennies. 1 zenny in this world is the equivalent to 1 yen in Japan. So Cid was quite pleased to find 170 gold coins in the chest. 1 gold coin in this world is worth 100,000 zennies, so imagine a chest with 170 of those coins. The total would be 17 million zennies in total. Cid slowly pulled the chest into his shadow, keeping it safe there, and started walking out of the forest with Claire on his back. Claire then woke up with a bit of a daze and asked, what happened? While shaking her head slightly to get rid of it. You let your guard down, that's what happened. If I wasn't there with you, you could have gotten killed or worse, sold off as a slave. Claire, hearing her little brother reprimanding her, gained a downcast expression and put her forehead by his shoulder. Cid, feeling his sister's mood, just sighed before saying, sigh, if this was a duel between knights you would have won, I guess, so there's that. Claire just smiled at her little brother when he tried to cheer her up and wrapped her arms fully around his neck. She then moved her head, giving him a kiss on the cheek, and positioned her head on top of his, not even bothering to get off him. Cid, feeling the kiss on his cheek, just smiled slightly before going back to reprimanding her. I hope this taught you a lesson. Since this wasn't a night duel, it still meant you could have died due to your carelessness. You have to remember, bandits have no honor. They're extremely cunning because of it. The moment they became bandits was the moment they threw away that honor they once had, so they would use every trick in the book in order to win. Do I make myself clear, Missy? Claire, while still hugging her brother from behind, just hummed, saying she was listening. And while Claire was hugging her brother, she thought back to the scene of him sitting on the pile of bodies. Just how strong are you, Cid? I wasn't even fighting the scar-faced bandit for a long time and you already defeated all the other bandits. She then thought of the look her brother was giving her, the look of pure disappointment. While biting her lips, she thought to herself, never again, I won't let him look at me with such a look ever again. I'll be strong. I'll become strong enough that the next time he looks at me it would be with a proud look. He will be proud of the strength I gained and how far I come. Ever since the day Claire kept to her promise and started training harder than ever, it was to the point where Cid had to stop her from overtraining herself. And with that 2 whole years passed. Cid was seen flying in the night sky with his shadow outfit that was made out of slime. Pick. Apart from the outfit, Cid made 2 angel-like wings also made out of slime to maneuver in the air much better. He continued flying about until he ran across a bandit camp similar to the one his sister found when they were smaller, but this time it was in the middle of an abandoned town. And without much thinking, Cid tucked in his wings and dived straight into the ground. Boom. Dust soon flew everywhere. He then spread his wings, showing an imposing figure. As soon as he landed, all the bandits came out of their camp wondering who was causing such a commotion. It wasn't only the bandits who went to look at who made such a commotion. A little girl who had her mouth, legs, and arms tied soon crawled her way to take a peek of what was happening through the opening of the door where she was held. And what she saw left her in awe. Cid, using the wings, made all the dust fly away, leaving him in the middle of the crater he created. He then held out his palm as the wings on his back started to detach itself and fly into his hand, transforming into a long sword. Cid, without much thinking, just covered his sword with armament hockey and sent a flying sword slash towards the bandits that started to surround him. The slash wasn't even made out of magic, it was purely made out of his physical strength and expert swordsmanship. The slash just cut apart anything it made contact with. Every human was soon bisected in half. Seeing some manage to escape the slash, Cid took a step forward as he disappeared from everyone's view. He then appeared in front of a bandit and swiped his sword downward in a beautiful arc. He took another step and disappeared once again, appearing in front of another bandit, repeating the same movement with grace and beauty. And when he was finished, he just swiped his sword, clearing it of any blood left in the blade. And with that, all the leftover bandits soon gained a straight line from the top of their head to the bottom of their crotch, perfectly symmetrical. Which was quickly followed by them being spilt in half and blood flowing everywhere. Feeling the presence of a kid near a building, he made his way towards it. And as he made his way, his eyes gained a bright purple hue as he said, "Come forth and serve." Which caused all the shadows of the bandits to appear before him and go inside his shadow, increasing his ever-growing army. And when he opened the door to the building, all he saw a blonde little girl tied up looking at him with stars in her little eyes. Cid just smiled slightly as he bent down and untied the girl, setting her free. He then turned around to walk away but was stopped by the little girl, who grabbed his long coat and said, "Wait, mister, who are you?" Cid just smiled at her as he held his sword forward and made it jump on his back and turned back into black angel wings. He then spread his wings and said, "You can just call me Azrael." And with that, he flapped his wings and got out of there, since he already collected all the treasure the bandits collected while he was untying the girl, who was known as Rose. Chapter 11. Omni POV. Ever since Cid has gotten money from bandit hunting with Claire when he was 6 years old, he grew to enjoy it and would sometimes go and hunt them just to see his stacks of coins grow. And 3 years later, as it kept growing, Cid had accumulated 100,000 gold coins, which if you convert everything is 10 billion zennies. Just from hunting bandits alone and keeping all their gold coins and not wasting a single coin for 3 years. When Cid finished counting all the coins, he couldn't believe just how much money he had. He even had to question himself how the original Cid was so poor and desperate for money that he willingly turned himself into a princess's dog. It's been a year since Cid has saved Rose, and during the year Cid has been trying to master his usage of armament hockey. Cid can be seen standing in front of tree with his fist close to his chest and his eyes closed, concentrating on his hockey's flow. He guided the hockey to his fist and punched the tree, and as his fist made contact, the tree exploded outward instead of caving in and breaking. Seeing the trees in pieces, Cid just looked at his fist and thought, "So this is Ryu, awesome," and just as he finished his practice he noticed smoke in the distance. Seeing the smoke, Cid just put on his slime suit on and made his way towards it. Meanwhile, in the village, you can see a bunch of beastmen running around and killing all the dire wolves and spirit foxes. Fox and wolf, men and women, young or old, can be seen running around for their lives, but they didn't make it far as a beastman soldier from a neighboring clan soon appeared, killing everyone in their way. Getten and Yukaim can be seen crouching down all bloody and dirty. Getten was seen holding his bleeding arms with gritted teeth and cursed, "Damn it. Damn it all. If only I had been stronger, I would have been able to protect everyone, to protect our village." Getten lowered his head slightly, "I'm really sorry. All I could do was take you away and run away." Yukaim then tried to comfort Getten, "You don't need to apologize, Getten. The only one to blame are the army and soldiers who attacked us. We had no chance against these numbers." Which just made Getten snap, "Shut up. If I had more power, I wouldn't have lost anything. I would have been able to protect it all." Getten then stood up slowly as he had a hand over his eye. Yukime then softly asked, Getten. Which prompted Getten to say, sorry but please understand, Yukime. It's a fact that we lack strength. Getten then took a bottle of pills and held it in front of Yukime, and as he held it he started yelling once again, that's why I suggested that everyone take this medicine to gain immense power. If we gain the cult's protection we will be able to make it through any strife. Yukime, backing away in confusion, started asking, medicine? Cult? What are you even talking about? But Getten didn't even bother to answer and just continued shouting, it's all her fault. She rejected the medicine so everyone followed her. But don't worry, that won't happen again. Because I've already murdered her. I snuck in the chaos and sent her head flying. But you're a smart one. So I'm sure you'll understand, right? That was the only way to protect you. Seeing her backing away, Getten just grabbed her shoulder and tried to forcefully feed her the red pills, and with a crazed look he said, now, take it. Let's avenge our village together, we'll kill every single one of them. Yukime just pushed Getten off of her and shouted, no, enough. Stay away from me. Yukime then quickly turned around and started running as fast as she could out of there. Getten just crouched down and picked up his katana and said, so you're making the same mistake as your mother then, huh? So you're also rejecting this power. As Getten yelled he swung his sword towards Yukime's back, which caused blood to splash everywhere. And as he kept slashing at her back he kept saying, if you don't want anything robbed from you, you have to rob from others. Why can't you understand this? Yukime was then on the ground begging him to stop until she heard a voice from the sky. Well, what do we have here? This isn't a very gentleman thing to do, hurting a beautiful lady like this. And with that Yukime lost consciousness. The first thing Cid did was kick Getten off of Yukime. He then looked around and saw that everyone from the village was murdered, which prompted him to gain a cold expression. He then called out to his newly acquired shadow soldiers, you guys been training with Igris inside my shadow dimension for a while now, it's time to show me what you've learned. Shadows of all the bandits he killed over the year then spawned all over the battlefield and rushed to the army of beastmen and started attacking them, killing everyone their liege and monarch sees as an enemy. Getten, seeing this, just gained a scared look and went to grab the bottle he dropped when Cid kicked him, but was stopped by Cid's foot that came stomping into his hand. Arg. Cid didn't even pay any attention to his screaming and gathered hockey on his feet. He then used internal destruction when he proceeded to kick Getten on the stomach, destroying a chunk of it from inside. A/N. From now on, anytime Cid is dressed in a disguise, I'ma call him by the name of his disguise. Like right now he's dressed as Azrael, so I'ma name him Azrael. Azrael then made a sword out the slime and slashed it right across his eyes, blinding him, and he proceeded to turn the sword into gloves and grab onto the screaming Getten and ripped off his eyeballs, which caused him to scream even louder. Azrael then grabbed him by the collar of what he was wearing and threw him across the field far away, letting him escape, and as he threw him, Azrael said out loud, I would kill you, but that isn't my job and this isn't my revenge story, it's hers, and looked at Yukime's direction as he slowly made his way towards her. He lowered his hands onto her scarred back and started healing it, except the long scar across her entire back. He decided to leave that on as a memento for now and a reminder to get her revenge, to motivate her and become strong like she's supposed to become. He then shook her awake, oi, wake up. Which made her shot open her eyes in a quick manner, and as she did she jumped back in fright and looked around in a frantic manner looking for any danger. Until she laid her eyes on Azrael, which caused her instincts to go wild. I'm going to die, I'm going to die, these thoughts kept repeating over and over in her head as her instinct told her only one thing, death. However, before she could run away he called out to her, wait, I mean no harm, he said with his hands slightly raised. As you're the only survivor, I thought I should help you out. With a bit of apprehension she then responded, and why should I believe you? I was already betrayed. Who says you won't take advantage of me? The more she spoke the more teary-eyed she got. Azrael just sighed and nodded while saying, you shouldn't believe me, you're right, it's good to always be cautious about everything, especially when you're weak, but you really don't have a choice but to take my help. If I hadn't finished off all of the invading beastkins, I'm pretty sure you would have been caught as a war slave. Hearing that he finished off all the beastkins, she slowly looked around the area, and what she saw shocked her. All the buildings were mostly destroyed while beings made out of shadow impaled soldiers on the ground with their swords. And while looking around, her eyes narrowed in dread as she started running while sniffing the air. She then arrived near a destroyed building and started to push away all the debris, and as she pushed everything out of the way she dropped to her knees and hugged the body she found dead. It was the body of her mother. Wah. Mother, please wake up. She then hugged the body tighter and whispered, please. After a while she let out a bestial roar into the sky, which was accompanied by an outward explosion of magic due to her distress. While hugging her mother she roared, I'll never forgive you, Getten. Azrael then appeared behind her and put a hand on her shoulder to calm her down and somewhat comfort her. Which worked. Why don't we give her a proper resting place so we can talk, Azrael said while looking down at the body of Yukime's mother. Yukime then nodded sadly and picked her mother's body and took it to the top of a hill overlooking the destroyed town. Azrael then used his earth magic to make a proper coffin for her, and when he did, Yukaim just looked at him in disbelief, not expecting him to be able to possess such abilities and manipulate the earth like that. After getting over her initial shock, she laid her mother's body down in the casket. Manipulating the earth once again, Azrael closed it, and as it closed it, he sunk it into the ground and put up a tombstone that said, "Yukaim's mother, rest in peace." He then manipulated the elements of water, earth, and life to make beautiful flowers to show his respect for the dead and put it on top of the place she was resting. Yukaim, while looking at the tomb, just looked at him and with a bit of suspicion said, "How do you know my name? We never introduced ourselves." "Ah shit," Azrael thought, and with a bit of quick thinking he said, "When the dire wolf beastkin was about to finish you off, he said your name before I stopped him." Yukaim found the scenario of such a thing likely and nodded her head, accepting his story. "Since you're the only one left alive." He then looked around the entire village with cold eyes which started glowing a bright purple color and said, "Come forth and serve." And with that, every beastman and women shadow started to come to live and drop to one knee, showing their respect to their now monarch and liege. Cid just let the kids and old rest in peace, not even bothering to call them forth. Chapter 12. Omni POV. Since you're the only one left alive, it's going to be tough for you to even get started on finding a place to live. So how about I invest in you and we can plan out your future, Azrael said to Yukaim, who was sitting down near her mother's grave and looking over her burnt village. Yukaim just nodded, feeling lost on what to do next since she doesn't have any money or residence, since her whole village is destroyed. The shadow soldiers then came marching from the village with a bag over their shoulder, and as they marched they made their way towards Azrael, dropping the bag by his feet and kneeled down while looking up towards him for praises. Azrael, seeing them, just rolled his eyes at their exaggeration and said, "Good work," which caused the shadow soldier to beam in happiness. And with that they went inside his shadow, happy at being praised by their monarch. Yukaim, seeing all this happened, just stood there in shock. Just who is this being? And how strong is he truly to possess such unearthly abilities that are out of this world? While looking up at him she asked hesitantly, "Just who are you?" While still looking at the village he answered, "You can just call me Azrael, and that's all you need to know. The time is not right for you to know anything else." Azrael then looked at the bag in front of him and said, "This is for you, and there is all the zennies in the village. There should be more than 1,000,000 zennies in the bag. It should help you out when you need it." Yukaim then looked at him in surprise. "Are you seriously giving all of this to me?" "Why? Like I said, it's an investment. I might need your help in the future. As for what to do with all that money, you could go to the lawless city and buy a building and buy some girls, turn it into a brothel and make even more money. You don't even need to be a prostitute yourself, you could just get other girls to sell their bodies and you could be paid for it." Yukaim just continued looking at the money on the floor, and the more she thought about it the more she liked the idea and decided to agree. "And while the other girls make money for you, you could spend the rest of the time training yourself so you could get your revenge on the dire wolf beastkin," Azrael said, pointing Yukaim towards the profession she was going to have if Azrael didn't intervene. And as Azrael finished speaking to Yukaim she just looked at him wide-eyed. "He's still alive. I didn't kill him so you could get your revenge on him in the future, that's why I left that scar on your back as a reminder. I'll fully heal it when you accomplish your revenge." Yukaim, hearing him, then gained a determined expression and expressed her thanks. "Thank you for letting it be me that gets to kill him in the future." Azrael then said, "Come forth, Scarface." A being made out of shadows and a face with a large cross-shaped scar by its eyes then appeared from underneath Azrael in a kneeling position awaiting for his orders. Azrael then pointed towards Yukaim, "Protect her until she finds a place where she can safely store her money and a place to stay." Scarface nodded as he then stood up and grabbed the bags full of coins and sunk into her shadow. Yukaim then looked at her shadow in fascination while looking at the purple eyes looking at her from inside it. And as she stood up from her mother's grave she gave Azrael a deep bow expression her thanks. "Thank you for giving me such an opportunity. I'll do everything in my power to make it up to you." Azrael just nodded and sent her towards the direction of the lawless city. While looking at her disappear into the distance, Azrael then looked back towards the village and started walking towards it. And with cold eyes which started glowing a bright purple color he said, "Come forth and serve." And as he took a step forward as he uttered those words, beastkins made entirely out of shadows started to come to life. A three-tailed fox also appeared behind him and looked towards Yukaim's direction. The three-tailed fox beastkin then knelt down behind him expressing her thanks. While all the shadows in the village just expressed their servitude. Azrael didn't even bother to call forth the children and elderly into the mix of shadows in order to let them rest in peace as they had no use for him. He then called all the shadows into his own shadow except the three-tailed fox woman beastkin. He then turned towards her direction and saw her standing straight and said to her, "Since your daughter's name is Yukaim, I shall name you Yukiheim." As soon as Azrael named her Yukiheim, then grew another tail behind her back enhancing her strength, making her a four-tailed fox. Yukiheim then bowed down expressing her gratitude once again with a soft smile and got pulled into his shadow. Azrael then looked towards the lawless city's direction with a pondering expression before summoning Kaizel beneath himself. Kaizel whipped its long neck into the sky and let out a roar signifying that it's about to take off, and with a flap of his wings he took off into the sky, going into the direction his monarch directed. Chapter 13. Omni POV. Cid is now officially 10 years old, and right now he's standing in front of a boulder with his sister right next to him with a boulder of her own. Cid was just standing there while looking at his boulder, and after a while he just puts a hand on his sword that hangs to his hips. And as he put a hand on his sword he takes it off. Everyone from the staff of the manor who came to watch just looked at me in confusion until the builder was then split into pieces in perfectly shaped cubes. Everyone who watched it just looked at it in a way and started clapping. While when Claire got a hold of her sword she kept swinging it in a really fast motion that was impossible for any normal eyes to follow. All people saw her arms moving but not her sword, all they saw was blur. And as she finished she put the sword back in the scabbard, and as she did so the boulder just sliced into pieces. Seeing this the staff clapped again, even though it wasn't as cool as Cid's, it was still phenomenal to watch. Everyone just had one thought in mind, as expected of the Kagenou siblings. Due to how good both of Cid and Claire are with the sword, they were then dubbed the Kagenou siblings, which in Cid's opinion it's a bad moniker. As the staff went away from watching their little show, Cid and Claire just stay in the training field while looking at each other with their swords in their hands. Claire then uses sorrow and disappears and reappeared in front of Cid, but to Cid all he saw was Claire running at him in slow motion. He uses a sorrow of his own and reappears in front of Claire as their swords clash, which causes sparks to fly everywhere due to the collision. Their hands along with their swords can be seen moving at a speed at which normal eyes couldn't possibly follow. Although their hands and sword were moving, they just kept staring each other in the eyes, not looking anywhere else. Until Cid thrusted his swords to create a cut on her arm, but as it made contact the cut wasn't made, it was like slash at something made out of metal. Seeing this, instead of being surprised he just smiled at her for using Tekai. Tekai is one of the 6 techniques he taught Claire when asked him how he has gotten so strong. Tekai is the ability to harden the user's muscles to the level of iron, allowing them to withstand and effectively nullify any damage they might have taken from attacks. Tekai can also be used to enhance the user's attacks by the increased density one gets from using it. Cid just increases the speed of his attacks and its power, which eventually actually manages to cut Claire. Feeling herself being cut, the only thing she could do is click her tongue in annoyance and continue attacking while still looking deep into her brother's eyes, which were just displaying pure confidence in his skills, and he has every reason to be for the most part. Since Cid was born into this world, all he did was train and even more training. Even his mana core was at the high silver color stage. And that's how he spent most of the day today, just fighting Claire until she could barely move her arms. When Cid was done it was already nighttime, and he was quite excited since he heard a bunch of bandits have decided to take residence nearby. He would finally get a chance to have his first living subordinate in all 3 of his life. So with a plan in mind he decided to suit up and look his very best, already playing the scenario in his head and how it would go. All he could think about was on how to put on a good show and performance like he did in his past life. And with that he made his way into the forest where the bandits were staying and party. Lights. Cameras. And action. The first thing he did when he arrived was active his dragon fear and bloodlust towards all the bandits, making them go to the ground gasping for air while fearing for their lives. And as they were gasping for air they heard the sound of slow heavy footstep appearing from the distance. With one step at a time the Shadow Monarch appeared with his head held high and purple glowing eyes looking down on everything. He didn't even bother to look at the bandits on floor that were starting to get lightheaded from the wheezing for air they were making. With slow steady steps he made it to a giant box with a white sheet covering it. He didn't even bother to touch it and just used ruler's authority and moved the sheet out of the way. What appeared before him was a pile of flesh that was just overloading with magic. He just made a crushing motion with his hands as the door to the cage got crushed to the force of ruler's authority. After opening the cage the Shadow Monarch just aimed his hands forward as it gained a green hue and started to heal the pile of flesh. And with a flash of light what appeared was a naked beautiful elven girl with long golden hair just flowing by her back. The elven girl just started blinking in rapid motion to get used to the light, and when she opened them she saw a being looking down at her while lowering his hand that was glowing slightly green. She then looked around her body in amazement. She then softly stuttered in a cute voice, "BB, but how? My body was almost completely rotten and it turned back. I don't even know how I could express my gratitude. I'll devote my entire life repaying you." And as she finished speaking the Shadow Monarch turned his back towards her, and as he did he summoned a throne using his shadow magic and sat on it. He then positioned himself in a lazy manner with a leg over the armrest while leaning his head on his hand in the other side of the armrest. He then looked towards the elven girl and said, "Does that mean you would be this monarch's follower?" She then gained a confused expression, "Huh?" He just continued looking at her. He then says, "I have decided, from now on your name shall be Alpha and you'll be my follower and work for me. And our goal is to prevent the resurrection of the demon Diabolos." The elven girl whose name is now Alpha gains a nervous expression, "The demon Diabolos. The one from the fairy tales?" The monarch just slowly nodded as he then explains, "Yes, long ago the world was at risk of being destroyed by the demon Diabolos. However, 3 heroes representing human, elves, and beastkin defeated the demon, that's how the story goes. But what people don't know is that it really did happen, however that's not the end of it. With his dying breath, Diabolos unleashed a curse on the heroes. A curse that would be passed down to their descendants as well. The curse of Diabolos, or simply, possession, is the name of the illness that was gnawing away at your body. Which means possession is proof of being a hero's descendant. In those times, they would have been revered and held in high regard. Alpha, hearing this, just covered her mouth in shock. You must be kidding. Instead of being revered, we're suffering from prosecution. Cid, using his light-based projections to just conjured images of kids in his hands being respected, which later changed into a kids being thrown out and mistreated. He then continued his explanation. Someone rewrote history to make it so, they covered it up so they could erase anyone who carries the hero's blood. The Diabolos cult, the ones scheming to revive Diabolos, those are the enemies we face. The cult never makes a move in the open. They erase those who stand in their way from the shadows. He then stands up from his throne and says, but they aren't the only ones who can use just tactics. How can I call myself the Shadow Monarch and let such atrocities happen in the place that I rule? As the ruler of the shadows, it is my job to make sure such things are taken care of. He then takes off his hood and extends a hand towards Alpha. We are Shadow Garden, we lurk in the shadow and we hunt in the shadows. Preventing the resurrection of a demon is now easy task, but unless we succeed the world is fated to perish. Won't you help us? And as he says this, his shadow started to expand as multiple beings made purely out of shadow stand tall behind him with imposing figures. Alpha, seeing his power, just stared in awe and gains a fanatical light in her eyes. Alpha then gained a determined expression and drops on one knee and bows with a hand on her heart, and while lowering her head she says, the Diabolos cult. If their influence even allows them to falsify history, they must hold immense power. Like me, many others are forsaken to die because the truth is hidden. That can't be allowed to continue. I understand everything, I shall put my life in the line then. For Shadow Garden. And for the Shadow Monarch. She then slowly lifts her head and continues where she left off, and bring upon these sinners the death they deserve. The Shadow Monarch then just nods his head and lowers his arms, and as he did so he controls his shadow to envelope her figure, and as he controls his shadow to return, Alpha is now dressed in her signature slime suit. Alpha just looks over herself in a way, and when she finishes she saw her new master just walking away ahead, which prompted her to quickly follow close behind. And as she follows she notices the bandits on their knees just looking at them with great fear. She then asks, what are you going to do with these bandits, my lord? Cid then turns to Alpha and said with a smile, when I'm showing my face you can call me Cid, and as for the bandits they're nothing to worry about, and with that Cid's eyes glowed a bright purple and clenched his hands into a fist. Suddenly all the heads of the bandits just burst exploding everywhere. He then continues walking ahead, and as he walked her just said, come forth and serve, and the shadow of the dead then came back to life and knelt down with a hand on their supposed heart, which was quickly followed by them sinking into the shadows and moving into his. Alpha's eye seeing this just grows wide, as expected of the Lord I now serve. And with that they leave the forest with Alpha skipping along behind Cid. Chapter 14. Omni POV. It has been 2 weeks since the creation of Shadow Garden and Alpha joining. She can be seen in a field in the middle of the day wearing a slime suit, wielding a sword made out of slime, standing in front of Cid, who had a sword made out of slime as well. Cid didn't even use any technique, he just used his strength to propel himself towards Alpha. Alpha barely had any time to react as she gathered magic at the bottom of her feet, causing her to be blasted forwards towards Cid with her sword raised ready to strike him. Cid just lazily parried it, pushing her back, and swung his sword at her torso, slicing a bit of her suit, exposing her stomach. Alpha with a bit of magic manipulated the slime suit to fix it. She then gathered more magic at the bottom of her feet to give herself an even bigger boost and pushed herself towards Cid at a faster speed. Cid saw Alpha's sword coming towards him in a horizontal angle, and he just leaned backwards in order to dodge it. Once it was past his head he turned his sword into gauntlets and punched Alpha in the stomach, knocking the air out of her and sending her flying and skidding and rolling across the ground. Once Alpha managed to stop herself she just started coughing while holding her stomach on all fours with her sword on the floor. Cid just sighed while looking at her and said, I told you be more creative when using the slime sword, one of its main ability it literally to be able to change its shape. All you have used is a sword, I know that's what you are most comfortable with, but you sometimes gotta leave your comfort zone in order to grow stronger. Alpha just got up from the ground while holding her sword and put on a serious expression and ran towards Cid once again. And with that they spent the afternoon training until it was getting dark. Cid just put a hand over her head as he healed her, and while he was healing her Alpha said, Master, while I was out investigating in the morning I overheard a lot of people talking about a group of bandits trying to sell a demon-possessed slave, and they're leaving in the morning tomorrow after resting in the forest for the night. Cid then nodded as he took his hands off her head once he was finished healing her. He then covered himself with his shadow, and once he dispelled it he was seen wearing his slime suit with his hood up completely covering his face. He then turned towards Alpha and said, well, what are you waiting for? We have a few bandits to catch. Alpha just smiled as she morphed a ball of slime from gloves into a magician's mask that covered a bit of her eyes and said, I'm ready, Master. Cid then pulled Alpha closer into his chest, which caused her to blush slightly, and with that he summoned Kaisel from under him and flew into the sky. While in the air, Cid asked, "Do you know which direction they are at?" Alpha, while holding on onto him, then nodded, "Yes, master." She then pointed north and said, "They are in that direction. I spent the entire morning searching for them. It was a bit difficult, but I managed to do it." Alpha then looked in Cid's as if wanting to be praised for her hard work. Cid, seeing her, just scoffed slightly with a smile on his lips and patted her head. "Good work." And after flying around for a few minutes, Cid spots a campfire with bandits surrounding it and drinking away their worries. Cid didn't even hesitate as he pushed Alpha off Kaisel. Alpha, feeling being pushed, just turned towards Cid as she looked at him in shock as she fell off Kaisel. She then turned around while falling and started to flap her arms with a panic expression, trying to fly. "WWWAAAAHHHHHH, master, you're so cruel," Alpha shouted while she continued falling while flapping her arms. She then proceeded to close her eyes tightly and tried to morph the slime on her back. All she got was a mismatched pair of disfigured wings. The bandits who were just drinking away just heard a shout and looked upwards toward the sky. The main leader of the bandits then stood up in shock. "What the hell is that thing?" he said as he saw the thing falling down grow abnormal-looking wings. And when she got close to the floor, the wings made one big flap, killing off all the momentum it had while falling. Alpha, once killing off all of her momentum, returned her suit to how it once was and rolled on the ground due to landing weirdly and got herself adjusted. Without even thinking, Alpha used her burst step and appeared in front of the bandit leader, who was standing up. Due to his shock expression, he wasn't able to react fast enough as Alpha made a sword out of slime and decapitated him, causing blood to splash everywhere while his head flew off his neck. The other bandits then jumped in shock and took out their sword as they ran towards Alpha while screaming, "Boss!" Alpha, seeing that they were surrounding her, just closed her eyes and made spikes appeared all over her suit. She then spread her arms as she made the spikes fly off in every direction, causing some of the bandits close to her to die due to them being impaled in the head by the spikes. Seeing them stop advancing towards her, Alpha gathered more slime she has stored and made a sword as she blasted off into the other bandits. Some tried to take a swing at her, but she managed to parry most of them, and some did make contact with her, but it didn't make it far due to her increasing the durability of the area of the strike. After each swing of her sword, the bandits would either lose a limb or be killed. This kept going on until there were no more bandits left. When she was done, she was standing in the middle of limbs, bodies, and blood everywhere. She was with both her hands on her knees, panting with one eye closed due to the exhaustion. While letting her guard down, a bandit pushed a body off of him and stood behind Alpha and with a sinister smile swung his sword downward. And just as his sword was about to make contact, Iron, one of Cid's shadows, appeared from her shadow and blocked the sword with his shield. Roar! Iron then let out a battle cry as he swung his axe with his other hand, splitting the bandit in half. Alpha, who turned around, just looked at this in amazement. "So cool," she thought, totally in awe while looking at her master's summons. Cid then started walking towards her with Kaisel walking right behind him, and as he walked towards her he just shook his head and said, "Seriously, what is up with you girls and not always making sure your opponents stay dead?" Alpha then got embarrassed and bowed down towards him. "Sorry master, it won't happen again, and thank you for saving me." Cid once again just shook his head. "Don't thank me, thank Iron," he said while patting Iron's arm. Alpha then nodded and bowed towards Iron and said, "Thank you for saving my life." Iron then grew bashful as he rubbed the back of his head. Cid just smiled while looking at him. He then turned his head to the carriage that was off to the side, where he detected a sign of weak life and made his way towards it. Chapter 15. Omni POV. Cid then calmly walked towards the carriage and opened the flaps to get a look inside. With one look inside, he saw a body with black markings all over it, just a few days away from completely turning into a corpse. Cid just sighed before reaching out his hand to fix the magic overload the body was experiencing. However, before he could get started, Alpha appeared right behind him with Iron following closely behind. She pulled softly on the long coat of the suit to grab his attention. Shyly she asked, "Could you teach me how to do it? I want to be able to help them as well." Cid just smiled and said, "Sure," and so with the use of ruler's authority he pulled the body out of the cart and held it in front of him. He then grabbed Alpha's hand, which made her cheeks gain a red coloring, showing she was embarrassed. While holding her hand, he guided her magic to slowly fix the body that was suffering from the curse. Slowly but surely the blackened part of its skin started disappearing until what stood floating in the air was a beautiful white-haired elf. Cid then carefully put her on the ground, which caused her to wake up from her sleep, and as she woke up she didn't feel that agonizing pain she usually felt. The white-haired elf then started looking all over her body, and once she saw that it was all clear she looked up in surprise and with teary eyes asked, How is it possible? I was supposed to die, how am I still alive?" Alpha then decided to introduce herself. "I am Alpha, and I belong to an organization called Shadow Garden." Alpha then went on a long rant about everything she learned and about how her master was the one to cure her and heal her body. The white-haired girl then bowed down towards the floor and with teary eyes said, thank you," many more times, expressing her gratitude. Even though she was grateful, she was still shocked by all the information Alpha has provided her. It would almost seem unreal if it didn't sound logically and totally plausible. She then looked at Cid with wonder and gratitude in her eyes. Cid, while looking at her, just surrounded her in his shadow and got her dressed in the slime suit, making it a perfect fit for her, and once he dispelled the shadow he said, "From today forward you shall throw away the previous name you once held, and from now on shall be known as Beta. Welcome to Shadow Garden." And with that, Beta has officially joined Shadow Garden, becoming the second member to join. 2 weeks later. Beta's face can be seen to have a green coloring as she kept getting sick after cutting down a bandit after their annual bandit hunting to get more training in. Due to Beta not being a part of Shadow Garden for long, she is still indecisive about what to do with her life and how to go about it, which distracted her during battle. Which gave the bandit a perfect opportunity to deal a decisive blow on her, but before that could happen the head of the bandit just flew off his shoulders. Alpha was the one who saved her, as she has gotten much stronger after practicing her swordsmanship with Igris and all the other knights Cid has in his ever-growing army. After Alpha finishes off the last bandit, Beta can be seen still out of it and distracted, which causes Alpha to just shake her head and sigh and tried to comfort her. But no matter how hard she tried, she still couldn't get through Beta. Alpha's last choice was to ask help from her master, but before she could ask for help, Cid just grabbed onto her shoulder and said with a confident smirk, "Don't worry, I got this." Alpha just gave him a smirk back, having full confidence in her master's ability to be able to help Beta. And with that they all went to sleep. After a night out bandit hunting, Beta goes to bed in an abandoned house in the middle of a ghost town, which Cid remodeled with the help of his shadow soldiers, and just lays there staring at the ceiling, unable to fall asleep properly due to her frequent night terrors. And while still staring at the ceiling, she hears a chair next to her bed scoot closer, which causes her to jump slightly, and when she looked over she saw her master with a book on his hands. She then softly whispered, "Master Shadow." Due to Cid constantly calling himself the Shadow Monarch, both Alpha and Beta have started to call him Master Shadow, out of respect. Cid then looks at Beta with a soft smile and says, "So I heard you are having difficulty in deciding what to do next and what to do with your life, I hear." Beta, with a bit of hesitation, just slowly nods. Cid just nodded right back and says, "Very well then, I guess I'll just have to share a bit of my knowledge and wisdom with you." Beta then gets a bit excited about being able to learn new things about the one she now calls Master. Cid then proceeded to tap the side of his head as he said, "You see, in my head there is the knowledge and wisdom that spans across multiple worlds and universes, aka manga, novels, and anime." Cid thought the last part to himself. As expected of Master, no wonder he's so smart and strong, Beta thought as her worship towards her master increased. "Are you ready?" he asks her, which was followed by Beta rapidly nodding. Cid then brings his hand near his mouth and clears his throat. Ahem ahem ahem. And in a deep voice he starts off. Fame, wealth, power. He then proceeded to tell the best story that ever existed. Chapter 16. Omni POV. After seeing that Beta was peacefully asleep, Cid just put the book he was holding for decoration on the seat he was sitting on and with a smile sank onto his shadow. And as he was about to appear in his room, he noticed that his sister was inside waiting for him. Seeing this, he just sighed before appearing outside in the yard by his window. To make it look like he was sneaking in, he started to climb the side of the mansion and opened the window to his room, and as he stepped foot inside, Claire cleared her throat. Ahem. What could you have been doing in the middle of the night that made you think it was okay to be sneaking around and coming home late, mister? Cid sighed once again and said, Training. Claire just gave him an unimpressed look. She then stood up from sitting on his bed and walked towards Cid and grabbed him by his ear. She then started pulling his ear and started to reprimand him. "You're just 10 years old, you should know that it's dangerous to be staying out so late. Why do you always make me worry about you? You really shouldn't worry, you do know I'm way stronger than you." A tick mark appeared on her head, showing just how pissed off she got at that statement, and said, "I'll show you who's stronger." He went to throw a punch to his face, but Cid just casually caught it, making Claire even angrier. "Just let me hit you once so I could show you who's stronger." Cid didn't even bother replying to her and just moved behind her, wrapping his arms around her waist and picked her up. While being held up, Claire started kicking her legs, saying, "Let me go and fight me, I'll show you just how strong I am." "No," was all Cid said before he proceeded to turn around and suplex Claire into the bed, which caused her to let out a surprise yelp. Claire then repositioned herself on the bed and grabbed Cid, dragging him in as they started to wrestle and turn around on the bed. They continued twisting and turning and grabbing onto each other until Claire was on top of Cid, grabbing his hands and putting them above his head. Panting a bit, Claire, while looking into Cid's eyes, said, "Who's stronger now?" Cid, looking right back into her eyes, said, "You know I letting you in, right?" Claire just continued to look deep into his eyes while still breathing heavily. Claire then started to lower her head slightly while still looking into his eyes, and with one final look she closed her eyes and lowered her head right onto his lips, causing their lips to connect and kiss Cid. Her eyes then shot wide open upon realizing what she has done, and with a panicked expression she got off of him. She then started scrambling, getting off the bed and started sprinting towards the door with tears in her eyes while continuously muttering, "I'm sorry." Claire then left the room, closing the door behind her, and with her face between her hands started running down the corridor and into her room, where she proceeded to get under the covers and bury her face inside her pillow and let out a muffled scream. Aha! She then started to rapidly kick her feet and continue screaming into her pillow. I can't believe I kissed him. Meanwhile Cid is just laying in bed with his arms spread out while looking at the ceiling. Well, that was interesting. He just shook his head as he drifted off to sleep, not even bothering to question what just happened. The next day with Beta. Beta can be seen waking up and stretching from having the best sleep of her life. As expected of Master, thanks to him I was able to have a peaceful sleep, one I hadn't been able to have in a long time, Beta thought with watery eyes. I can't wait for Master to continue where he left off, Beta said out loud as she got out of bed and got ready for a day in training. As for Claire. Claire can be seen looking up towards the ceiling with dark circles under her eyes as she hadn't been able to fall asleep due to her previous actions. He's never going to forgive me, I took advantage of him. Claire at this point just found it difficult to get out of bed. After a while she then heard a knock on the door, which was followed by Cid saying, "I'm coming in." Before Claire had any chance to protest, Cid just barged right in and closed the door behind him, and as he did he walked towards Claire's bed and said, "What are you doing still laying in bed? You normally are the first one to wake up." Claire just grabbed her covers and covered her head to stop him from looking at her, afraid that he would hate her for what she did. Cid, seeing her, just sighed before grabbing the sheets and pulling them off of her. "Just get up already, and if you're worried about what happened last night, don't worry about it." Cid then gave her a playful smirk and rubbed his lower lip with his thumb as he said, "As a matter of fact, I enjoyed it." He then got closer to Claire and lowered his head, giving her a kiss on the lips. And as he backed away he just continued to give her a playful smirk as he said, "There, now we're even." Claire just continued to lay there on her bed with a shocked expression, not knowing what to do next. Cid then started walking towards the door and said, "If I don't see you in the training yard after breakfast, I'ma assume you just want another one, so hurry it up." And as soon as Cid left, Claire's entire face turned bright red as she grabbed a pillow to her side and hugged it tight as she started rolling around in bed. "He kissed me," she kept muttering. And that's how the morning started in the Kagenou household. Chapter 17. Omni POV. It has been 2 weeks since Cid's relationship with his sister has gotten so ambiguous. Apart from his ambiguous relationship with his sister, Cid also spent it training both Alpha and Beta. After Cid started sharing stories with Beta, she has gotten a bit more relaxed and is a bit more determined. She also gets less distracted while fighting bandits and doesn't get as disgusted as she used to. The three of them could be seen in an open field awaiting for Cid's order. Cid then proceeded to sit down on the floor with his legs crossed, and while sitting down he started to summon multiple shadow soldiers. And as the shadow soldiers started appearing he said to them, "I want you to fight them, while I do something. They should help you learn how to fight if you ever find yourself being surrounded. It should also help you be able to learn how to fight enemies that comes in waves and doesn't grow tired." After thinking about it for a while, Cid then summons Igris and said, "Help them out, you're the best swordsman I know, so they should be able to learn a lot from you." Igris just nodded and brought the girls with the rest of the shadow soldier a bit further away from Cid to let him concentrate on what he is doing. "I have been neglecting it since I haven't really used it, but my mana core has been in the beginning of the silver stage for a while. I think it's time for it to finally reach the white core stage." And with that, Cid closes his eyes and starts concentrating on the mana around him and started to pull it closer towards him. And while that was happening, both Alpha and Beta were surrounded on both sides. They stood back to back, covering each other's blind spot, and as they stood back to back they both shot off at the same time, going in opposite directions. With a sword in their hands, both Alpha and Beta kept attacking the soldiers and parrying their attacks. In some occasions Igris who joined the fray and sent sword slashes towards them and guide their sword in the right movement. Alpha, with her abundance of magic power, was moving at an incredible speed and weaving her sword masterfully. Although Beta didn't have nearly as much magic as Alpha, she made it up with her versatility and graceful movements. And while they continued sparring, Cid broke through each stage of his silver core and was about to make it into a white mana core. "Well, let's get this over with already. I really haven't had any uses for my mana core, so I have been neglecting it, so I better just upgrade it to the highest stage possible." After compressing mana and purifying it for 5 whole minutes, a crack appeared on the silver core. After a while, more cracks then began to appear until crack. BOOM. And as the silver core broke, a white shine took its place, which was followed by an explosion, causing the ground to cave in slightly due to the amount of mana it released and the pressure it exerted. And as the white core finally formed, Cid breathed out black smoke, expelling out all of the leftover impurities. While moving my mana along my body and examining my white core, I still felt that it wasn't enough. It feels like I could do one more thing with it. With these thoughts, Cid delved deeper into his mana core, and after fully examining it he thought, "I see, so the next step is the integration stage." After thinking about it for a while, an idea suddenly came to mind. What if I integrate it into my black heart? If I do this, I don't got to worry about it ever being destroyed. I get, theoretically, an infinite amount of never-ending mana, and if it does get destroyed it would just regenerate right back to how it was. Since it would then turn metaphysical, meaning that even if it exists in the real world, it also exists in my soul, or more likely spiritually. And so with that, Cid gently wrapped his mana core with ruler's authority and a bit of magic from his black heart and started to slowly and carefully move it towards his heart. He was being careful in order to not break it, cause if he broke it he would have to start over again, which would just be an obnoxious task. So with great care he slowly moved it, and as he kept moving it, his mana core and black heart made contact, and as they touch, a purple light soon spread across his chest, which lasted for a second. I can feel it. Such an abundance of mana. Luckily my mana control is impeccable. My very own heart has turned into a mana reactor. With this I don't ever have to worry about ever running out of magic, and the possibilities are endless. When Cid opened up his eyes, what he saw shocked him. Every single one of his shadow soldiers has started coming out of his shadow and started kneeling before him. Alpha and Beta at this point just looked around, not knowing what is going on, but quickly followed everyone else's example and knelt down as well. And when all the shadows came out, they spoke at the same time. Congratulations to our liege the Shadow Monarch for growing even stronger in power. Cid, listening to all this, just rubbed the back of his head in a shy manner and said, "Aw, thanks guys," while looking around his shadow soldiers. He then stopped when he spotted Yukiheim. After which he recalled back all of his shadow soldiers except for Yukiheim and the group that was sparring with Alpha and Beta. "Since when did you grow 9 tails, Yukiheim? Last time you only had 6. Yukiheim then bowed slightly and said, "It's thanks to you, your majesty. We don't know how, but whatever you just did has made our strength and power grow even stronger." Cid grew even more surprised. She could now even talk. Cid then gave her a nonchalant nod and recalled her back into his shadow. So they grew even more powerful. Cool. I'm really becoming closer and closer to an unimaginable existence. Seeing that it was getting late, he started stretching and said, "That's enough, girls, we have our daily hunt to commence." Hearing him, both Alpha and Beta stopped what they were doing and nodded and came closer to him. Once they were close enough, he called back all of his shadows that were training them and proceeded to summon Kaisel and fly into the distance. Chapter 18. Chapter 18. Omni POV. While flying with Kaisel, they soon flew across an abandoned town and saw it infested with bandits. Cid didn't even have to push Alpha or Beta this time, since both girls just jumped off on their own free will. And as soon as they landed, they started walking sensually towards the bandits that were looking at them with lust in their eyes. A bandit then licked his lips as he looked at them and said, "Although they're small, I bet I could still find good uses for them." Alpha and Beta just looked at them in disgust. Another bandit then called out to them, "Why don't you girls join us for some fun? I bet I can rock your worlds with a night with me." Another bandit then yelled, "Hey boss," some fresh meat appeared and they looked like they could sell very well. Soon a rugged-sounding man was then heard, "Ha ha ha ha, that's great, we couldn't do anything with the one we recently caught due to the rotting skin all around it." A buff-looking guy then came out from a building with a big sword in his hands. As soon as they heard there's someone with rotting skin being held captive, both Alpha and Beta just looked at each other and nodded. Alpha summoned a blade in her hands and sprinted towards the boss, while Beta just closed her eyes and held out her hand. Soon she started to gather slime in her hands. She then squished the slime in her hand, which caused it to take the form of a bow. She then started to gather mana in her eyes, making her vision better, and as she pulled the string of the bow, an arrow made out of slime soon formed. The bandits then started sneering at them both for their foolishness, as the boss then ran towards Alpha, and when their sword met, Alpha was sent flying due to their size difference, which caused her to click her tongue. Bandits then started running towards Beta with their swords in their hands. Beta, seeing them coming, shot her arrow towards the bandit closer to her. The bandit, seeing this, just sneered and swung his sword ready to knock it off its course. He didn't even add magic, thinking that it was useless, which was a mistake on his part. As soon as the arrow made contact with the sword was then destroyed, leaving the bandit in shock, as the arrow then went right through his head and into the head of the bandit right behind him, killing 2 people with 1 shot. And as soon as the arrow got lodged inside the head of the second bandit, it started to turn back into goo. Alpha, as she was thrown, just flipped herself in the air and landed safely and shot off towards the boss once again. The boss, seeing Alpha committing the same mistake again, just sneered at her and thought, "Foolish girl, it didn't work the first time, why would it work the second time?" He then swung his sword with a downward strike towards Alpha, but instead of confronting him head-on, Alpha simply sidestepped and turned her sword into a spear and thrusted it right into his chest and into his heart. And with a stunned expression, he just muttered, "Wah," as blood soon started to overflow from his mouth and he collapsed on the ground, still in shock. That was the price he paid for underestimating the girl due to her age. Alpha then turned her spear into a sword once again and sprinted towards the other members of the bandits' crew, amputating all of their limbs. She was then joined by Beta, who started doing the same, and by the end of it they both flicked their sword, clearing it from any blood on the blade. Cid then came walking with his hands in his pockets, and when he arrived in front of them he patted both of their head and said, "Good job," which caused them to smile slightly. Cid then went towards the building where the boss came out of, and inside he found a girl with blackened skin inside a cage, all chained up. Luckily there are bad premonitions towards the possessed, or who knew what kind of abuse other than physical abuse they would have gotten. Cid then knelt down towards the cage, and as he grabbed it he yanked it completely, destroying the front part of it. Cid then destroyed the chains holding her, which was followed by Cid putting a hand on the possessed body. His hand then turned slightly green as he started to cure the little girl little by little. Soon a cute girl with dark blue hair was seen sitting down on the floor naked while looking towards Cid with teary eyes. She then started to sob uncontrollably. "Thank you, I *hick don't know *hick how I could ever repay you for healing me *hick. Cid then gave her a reassuring smile and said while extending his hand, "You could do that by joining me," and as the girl took a hold of his hand he said, "From now on you shall be known as Gamma, welcome to Shadow Garden." Cid as soon as he named her wrapped her in her very own slime suit. And with that they exited the building, and as they walked out he said, "Alpha explained to Gamma about the detail of our organization." Alpha then nodded and said, "Of course master." "Well you see." With that Alpha started her usual lecture about the Diabolos cult and their evil doings. When she was finished Gamma just stood there in shock and said, "And to think our leader has been fighting such an organization all by himself." Gamma then started to create her own narrative in her head about Cid's entire existence. Alpha then leaned over and whispered to her ear, "We don't call him leader, we call him Master Shadow." Gamma then leaned towards Alpha and asked whispering why. It was Beta who answered whispering as well because he is known as the Shadow Monarch, the supreme ruler of the shadows. Where not even the dead are spared from his clutches. Gamma then gained stars in her eyes and in a hushed voice said, "I don't really get it, but that sounds so cool." Cid just smiled while listening to them with his heightened senses and wanting to show off a bit to their new member he said, "Come forth and serve." Which caused beings made out of shadows to come out of the bodies of the dead and kneel down expressing their loyalty. Cid then quickly called them to his shadow as he just smirked to himself. Meanwhile Beta walked behind Gamma and reiterated, "Not even the dead are spared from his clutches." Gamma then just had a look of disbelief on her face and turned to look at Beta and Alpha who were giving her a teasing smirk. She then whispered to herself, "Master Shadow is just too awesome." And with that they left the abandoned town with Gamma officially joining Shadow Garden. Chapter 19. Omni POV. It's been a month since Gamma has officially joined and she can be seen tumbling on the floor with a blindfold on her face. Cid looking at her just put a hand on his face and sighed in exasperation. While Alpha and Beta also had blindfold and were running around in an obstacle course Cid had created using a bit of earth magic. Normally Cid won't have such a reaction when someone failed at the obstacle course since it was normal since they couldn't really see but Gamma didn't even leave the starting line. Cid then tried to give Gamma a hint by shouting at them, "Remember, try to get a feeling to your surroundings using your magic. It will help heighten your senses and make them more sensitive." Sighing he then decided to single out Gamma. "Gamma, you don't have to rush, just one step at a time, there is no time limit. Alpha and Beta are just competitive so you shouldn't be dragged on by their flow." Gamma just nodded as she took one step at a time until she started to get confident which caused her to trip once again when she made it towards the first obstacle. Seeing Gamma look at the ground sadly Cid just had a soft expression on his face and shook his head with a small smile and to encourage her he started clapping and said, "You made it quite far this time. See, you keep getting better after each practice." Gamma then gained a happy expression and pumped both of her fists in excitement. And got right back up and started the course again but with more determination. And that's how they spent the rest of the day. Seeing that it was late in the afternoon he said to them, "Today you're going to be walking through the forest with the blindfold on. It could be a little trip and also some light training where you all could relax." And with that they started on their journey. Cid has made them carry a bag with some heavy weights that weigh 1 ton on each of their backs and made them start walking towards the west in a slow manner, and as they walked they started talking to each other and growing closer. While the walk Cid has to keep grabbing Gamma and moving her towards a specific direction, otherwise she would have been lost. But Gamma was slowly learning, although she sucked with things that had to do with anything physically, her magic senses were coming along just nice. Although it wasn't the best, she was getting somewhere. They continued walking until it was night out, which Cid then decided to give them a break. "You can take off the blindfolds and backpack, we're going camping today." And as they threw their bag on the ground slightly caved in due to the weights. They then let out a sigh of relief. "We got to find wood and go hunting for food, and you are forbidden to use any magic." And with a sigh they soon started searching the forest for anything that could be of use, fruits, berry mushrooms, anything that's edible. Alpha then soon found some footprints on the ground. She then called out to everyone, "I think I found something." And with that everyone soon started following right behind Alpha with slow careful steps. POV switch. The hunt. The hunt will keep me alive, the hunt will lead me to survival. I am the strongest, everyone else is the weak, they couldn't beat me. Sniff sniff. Prey. Growled. Food, food, food. Kept muttering following the smell. I don't need the pack. I'm super strong without it, all I need is food and I'll recover, the prey is the key to survival. Kept growling as she followed the smell. My mouth is already watering, I could already smell it. The prey, it will keep me alive and make me stronger to stop the black spots from spreading. It hurts, but the hunt mustn't stop. It hurts, but mustn't stop. Keep hunting. Don't stop hunting. Omni POV. Even with her body almost about to collapse due to demon possession, she kept moving on and didn't stop, as she believes that the hunt is the way to survive. As the daughter of a low-rank concubine and a chief who had over 100 wives, she wasn't giving proper meals, only low amount of portions which wasn't enough to sustain her. She decided that since she wasn't getting proper food she should just get it herself, and so she went hunting, and when she did, it was unexpectedly easy for her. She managed to kill a boar twice her size. And eat every part of it, greedily savoring every drop of blood. And that was only when she was 3 years old. Even her clansmen were surprised in such an unexpected thing. The more she grew and fought, the stronger she got, and that was all thanks to the hunt, which has solidified itself into something very important too. Since it's thanks to the hunt that has kept her alive since she was little. That was unfortunately until she had contracted demon possession. Due to the strict rules of her tribe, any being caught with such a disease would be immediately exiled and hunted down. Due to her experience she was able to hide and escape the pursuit, but by that point her body was already weakened. Which is why she believes the only way to survive is to hunt. At this point it's hard to just walk much alone hunt, so with her great willpower she started crawling on the floor searching for any prey to feast on. She then heard a voice. It was Alpha. "It looks like you could use some help," said Alpha as she reached out her hand to try and heal her like her master once showed her. And as she reached out her hand, tried to take a bite out of her hand for getting too close. "Pray, I can still hunt," thought, and tried moving once again. Alpha, seeing such determination on a being plagued by demon possession, even though it was close to dying, was quite a shock to Alpha. She then sighed and called out, "Master, I think I need your help with this one." As soon as Cid came into view, every fiber of being told her just one thing: submit or die. And as a wolf beastkin with a great pride, she did the only thing she knew: roll over and show her stomach in submission. As a wolf beastkin, it's in her instinct to submit to the strong, especially one far above you in terms of power. But Cid was just in a whole other level too. There was no other option but to submit to him and become a part of his pack. Cid, seeing her show her belly, just softly chuckled as he put a hand on her belly and started to heal her. Alpha was also to the side trying to help and started to treat her. Once Cid was done, he then said, "From now on you shall be known as Delta." The wolf girl then pointed to herself and said, "Delta." Cid just nodded, which made Delta nod as well and say with a big smile, "Since Bossman said Delta is now named Delta, then Delta shall be Delta." She then pointed towards Alpha. You're probably his second in command, but you're too weak, so I'll be his second in command from now on," she said with a satisfied expression. Alpha's eyes then grew cold as she raised her magic power and said in a cold voice, "Care to repeat that one more time?" Delta then started to release some pressure on her own and said, "I challenge you for the rights to be his second in command." Chapter 20. Omni POV. Alpha then turned towards Cid and said, "Master, can I have the permission to put her in her place?" Due to being the first member and the leader of all future members that join, Alpha has taken that role with great pride. It's one of things she's most proud of. So hearing someone who just joined saying that she was weak and was going to take something that she has great pride in, she took that as the highest degree of insult, and such a person should be put in her place. Cid, seeing that it need to happen, just nodded. "You don't have to worry about hurting her too badly. I could heal her up if anything happens." Delta then gave Cid a thumbs up and said, "Okay boss, see you here. Even Bossman doesn't have confidence in you to win." Everyone just looked at Delta in disbelief. Beta then turned her face and covered her mouth to stop herself from laughing. "PHTTT, hear that? Alpha Master doesn't have any confidence in you." Gamma covered her mouth with the back of her hand and started giggling as well. "Yeah, Alpha Master has no confidence in you to win this," which caused both Beta and Gamma to lean on each other and break down laughing. Ha 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 ha. Alpha's face then grew red from embarrassment and gritted her teeth. Cid just chuckled and shook his head at their banter, which caused Alpha to look at him in surprise, not expecting her master to laugh as well. Alpha then put her head down with her hair covering her eyes. Meanwhile, Delta got on all fours, and as she was about to leap towards Alpha, Alpha simply disappeared from her view completely. Alpha then appeared right in front of her face, winding up her fist, and as she did, she said in a distorted voice, "You made Master laugh at me, and for that I won't forgive you." She then smashed Delta's face onto the ground, completely caving it in, and without giving Delta any chance to retaliate, she started to punch Delta's face again and again. Blood was splattering around everywhere. Delta tried to counter Alpha's attacks, but Alpha would just redirect the force and continued pummeling Delta. To not kill her, Alpha turned her punches into slaps and started to slap Delta across the face back and forth until Cid had to step in and stop her. "Alpha, that's enough." She stopped trying to fight for a while now. Alpha stopped when she heard her master and got off of Delta, and once she got off of her, she started to stand up, but a bit shakily. Delta's face at this point was bruised and bloody without recognition. Large bumps were sticking out of her face. She tried to take a step forward but fell head first unconscious. Luckily, Cid appeared before her and caught her before she fell to the ground. With a hand on her head, Cid started to use healing magic, which made Delta look exactly how she did before the fight started. With a sigh, Cid picked her up and put her on his back, giving her a piggyback ride as she was still unconscious. Alpha then shook her hands to wipe off any blood on her hands, and as she did, she turned and looked at both Beta and Gamma. Seeing Alpha looking at them, they both ran and hid behind Cid, scared in case they were next. And with that, they went back hunting. It took a while, but Delta managed to wake up. She woke up with her head laying in Cid's lap and the smell of cooked meat right in front of the fire they managed to make. Cid, seeing that Delta was awake, took a big chunk of the meat, and as he was about to give it to Delta he asked, "Anything you gotta say to Alpha, Delta?" With her wolf ears slummed down she turned towards Alpha and said, "Sorry for calling you weak and trying to take your position." Cid then patted her head, which caused her tail to wag in happiness, and said, "Good girl, and feed her some meat." Which made her tail wag even faster. Alpha, who was sitting at the opposite side of the fire, just sighed, "Fine, I guess I forgive you too." And so a week passes with them staying in the forest. Luckily Cid had the foresight to lie to his parents and say he was staying with friends and they were going out camping and training to get stronger. Which they believed and allowed him to go since he has shown how strong he is. They have confidence in him to be able to take care of himself. Although it took Claire some convincing to do so. After a week Delta has managed to fit right in. Now they were in front of a mountain which was close to an elven city. I kinda forgot I had gravity magic. I could use it to make it harder for them to move and make them stronger. For today's training, you guys are going mountain climbing, but that isn't all. Cid's eyes then glowed a bit before saying, "You're going to have to do it with enhanced gravity," and with that Cid started to increase the amount of gravity they were experiencing. Which caused the legs of Alpha, Beta, and Gamma to almost give out. The only one that was fine was Delta due to her beast heritage. Cid just increased the gravity towards just Delta, which caused her eyes to grow wide due to the force and was having difficulty standing straight. He then pointed to the top of the mountain and said, "Well, what are you waiting for?" And with that they started climbing the mountain, although they had to stop on a few occasions due to Gamma tripping on the pebbles on the ground. It got to a point where Gamma tripped on a rock and had rolled all the way down the mountain while screaming for someone to help her. And with a sigh they had to wait for Gamma to catch up again. And as they continued on their hike Delta then started smelling the air. Sniff sniff. Which she then grabbed her nose with both her hands. "Yuck, it smells like how I used to smell before Bossman found me." Alpha's expression then grew serious and asked, "Where is it coming from, Delta?" Delta, while still holding her nose, pointed forwards a bit more upwards into the mountains with shaky fingers due to the gravity. Everyone then quickened their pace. If it wasn't for the gravity they would have sprinted. After a few minutes they found a blackened body in the middle of the mountain slowly blinking at them. Cid then just sighed and knelt down and with a reassuring smile just extended his hands and started to heal the body. What appeared was a cute little girl with light blue hair showing her gratitude. Cid then got her dressed in the customary slime suit. And as he helped her up Cid then said with a smile, "I don't care where you came from. I don't care what you used to be named, and I don't care what you used to do previously. From now on you shall throw everything away from your past except your pride and dignity. From now on you shall be called Epsilon and you shall become an honorary member of Shadow Garden. Alpha, you know what to do next." Alpha just nodded with a serious expression. Alpha then started her usual routine, "We follow our master, the Shadow Monarch, as we fight against." Epsilon, when she heard everything, gained stars in her eyes and said, "Whoa." The other four just nodded and said, "Whoa indeed," at the same time. Cid then turned towards Epsilon and said, "Since this is your first day with us, I won't start your training today, you can start it tomorrow." Epsilon then nodded with a determined expression and looked towards the other four members who were still having difficulty standing. She then asked, "What kind of training are you guys doing?" Cid then slowly introduced the pressure of gravity onto her, and as she kept getting heavier and heavier her expression grew more shocked until Cid stopped and said, "They have to endure this type of pressure, but it's much harder on them since they're stronger." Epsilon then looked at them in shock and in admiration. And with that they continued their hike with Epsilon following behind asking the other members questions. Chapter 21, Chapter 21. Omni POV. It has been 3 weeks since Epsilon has joined Shadow Garden. Cid this time decided to train them on the beach in the middle of the night. What he was teaching them was what he calls magic power control. Cid stood in front of everyone and said, "Today I'm teaching you on how to control your magic. There is more to magic than simple enhancements." Cid then started to walk towards the sea and instead of sinking in, he stayed floating on top of the water. He then continued walking and as he made it a bit farther away he turned to them and amplified his voice. "Should you be able to control your magic, almost anything is possible. You won't be able to leave until you be able to at least stay standing on water." Cid then went on to explain the process on how it's done. He then returned to them and started to guide them. The one who had it easier was Epsilon. Due to her constantly manipulating the slime suit she had to find out any other tricks she could do with it. So her magic control is already better than most. The one who had it the worst was actually Delta, since due to her aggressive nature found it hard to be precise and careful with her magic. So instead of actually trying to teach her how to control it, Cid just told her, "Try to enhance your body so it's fast enough to simply run on water and you don't have to be so precise," and Delta did just that. While the other were training and dawn was about to break, Cid decided to enhance his eyes to see if he could see anything beyond the ocean, and what he saw left him quite shocked. He saw a female cat beastkin holding a baby while looking across the ocean. She then turned around and was surrounded by people dressed up in priest outfits. Without warning, Cid's face turned serious and said, "Fly Kaisel," and with that Kaisel appeared right underneath him and took him towards the sky. Hearing the seriousness of his voice, everyone stopped what they were doing and turned to look at Cid, and once they saw his serious face their face turned serious as well. And once they saw him take off to the direction of the ocean, they looked at each other and nodded. Alpha took Gamma in a princess carry and started running at full speed across the water. Beta soon followed behind but was much slower, who was followed by Epsilon. While Delta just got on all four and followed Cid's advice and went on a full sprint across the water. A few hours earlier in the Gold Panther tribe, Lilim, who was asleep, woke up when she heard a commotion in the middle of the night. She woke up feeling hope that maybe it's her father that came back. As for why her father was away in the first place, Lilim has contracted the symptoms of possession 1 month ago. When she showed her parents, they were shocked and she started crying. Right then and there she offered herself to be burned at the stake due to the rules of the Beastkins. But her father would never allow such a thing. How could he? He loved his daughter too much to do something like that. And so he left on a journey to try and find a cure, but after a month nothing was heard. That's why Lilim was optimistic about the commotion outside. Maybe it's father, maybe he's back. And as she went outside she did find her father, but her father was on his knees tied up covered in blood. Torches that were lit surrounding him. Seeing such a scene, her mother then yelled out boldly, "What is the meaning of this? Looks like the filth hasn't been drive away yet." The one who stepped forward with a torch on his hands was the head of a branch family from the Golden Panther clan. "You know the rules all clans follow, all filth shall be cleansed up no matter what." Lilim's mother just stood in front of her, protecting her in silence. "Where is the filthy? Answer us," the branch head said as he pulled out his sword and stabbed her father in the shoulder. "I don't know," the father said with a hoarse voice. The head of the branch family just looked at him with a cold look in his eyes as he pushed the sword further down. Blood gushed everywhere while the sound of a bone breaking was soon heard. Seeing no reaction from him, the branch head just said, "How boring," before stabbing the sword once again. "Stop it. You won't be forgiven for aiming your sword towards the head of the clan," Lilim's mother said. The branch head then sneered and said, "I will be forgiven. From now on I'm the new head of the main clan of the Golden Panthers." "And what proof could you possibly have to make yourself the new head?" said the mother. "A priest from the Holy Church came towards the village and told us about the existence of traces of demon possessions. Apparently on the east the Holy Church collects anyone who has sign of the possession." A new figure then appeared from within the group. This time it was a man wearing a priest outfits, and as he appeared he gave a faint smile, said, "The filth must be handled immediately, otherwise who knows when it would spread and cause chaos and destruction." Lilim's father then protested. "Liar." The priest then turned to him with a mocking gaze, asked, "Did you say something, Beastkin?" "I said you are lying, human." "What lies have I made?" "Everything. Demon possession doesn't exist, it's a lie made by the Holy Church." "Have you lost your mind?" the branch head said. As if instigating it, everyone started sneering towards him. But the sneers were ignored by the priest and father as they just continued staring at each other. "Do you have any proof?" the priest asked. The father then starts off by saying, "The Golden Panther clan is a long-established bloodline. All the chieftains have inherited the story of the great hero, the story of the Beastkin hero, the one that directly fought against the demon Diabolos." "A fairy tale then?" the priest presumes. "Yes, it is a fairy tale. However, it slightly differs from the fairy tale passed on today in the world. The heroes were women, not men, and the demon possessions are blessing, not a curse." The priest's eyes sharpened. "That statement is considered an act of blasphemy against the Holy Church. Fairy tales will fade with time, stop talking nonsense." "Is that so? This is a heroic tale passed down only to the head of the clan for generations. It will not fade so easily. Above all else, we are a clan of the Golden Panthers. We are descendants of the great hero Lily, one of the 3 heroes that has defeated the demon Diabolos. That's the evidence." "In other words," the priest asks. "In other words, the stories of the heroes passed down by the Golden Panthers are the truth, while the Holy Church distorted the facts." Chapter 22, Chapter 22. Omni POV. There was a long silence after Lilim's father's statement, which was broken by loud laughter that echoed all around from everyone. "Ha ha ha ha." The priest was also smiling, but he wasn't smiling with his eyes show quite an unhappy expression. I see, so this is what you meant, that those who are possessed are the playthings of the Holy Church and they're actually descendants of the great heroes. That's why there's no need to purify the filth, is that what you mean? Ha 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 ha, the head of the branch family spoke. "Don't be stupid," a man from the branch family said as he punched the father across the face, punch after punch. With a bloody fist the man said, "The show's over, where's the filthy one?" The father just had a smirk on his face as he said, "I ain't saying a thing, even if I speak you'll just torture me and burn everything to the ground." The man from the branch family pulled out his sword when he heard him. "Stop it," Lilim said with a shaky voice, attracting everyone's attention. With shaky knees she stepped forward and stuttered, I'm the demon," she said with tears in her eyes as she shook violently. Her father then called out to her in a soft voice and said, "Listen to me, the Golden Panther clan are the descendants of the great hero Lily, the one who saved the world. This family is a family with proud blood. Why did Lily give us stories of heroes? Did she just let the chieftains pass them down from generations to generations? There is a reason for that. We have a mission." "Father." Lilim softly called out. You have the blood of the hero in your veins, stronger than anybody else. You are strong, wise, and proud daughter. Lilim, go east, there is someone there that could cure your demonic possession. That's where our mission lies. Her father, seeing Lilim unsure of herself, just gives her a reassuring smile. I'm sure if it's you, you can do it. The father then turned towards the mother and said, take care of them. The mother then gave a small nod and pulled Lilim closer. A beast came close to them then said, you think I'll let them go? I'll make sure of it, the father said. The sound of something pulsing was soon heard, and it was coming from the father's body. A huge amount of magical energy then explodes from his body, destroying his bindings. What is that power? Someone from the branch family shouted. The Golden Panther have thick astral blood, I just manipulate them and freed them. The father now looks more beast than man with his long golden hair that's shaped like a mane and hair growing everywhere. This is a technique passed down only to the chief, a forbidden technique that can take one's life. Blood was seen coming out of his eyes and veins. Go away, he roared. Lilim's father stood in front of them, protecting them after turning into a rampaging beast. Go. Run. He shouted to them. Father, come with us. Lilim quickly yelled towards her father. I can't, he said. And when he turned around, a look of shock was plastered on Lilim's face, as her father soon had half his face turned into a complete beast. I'll eventually become into a beast before that happens. I don't want to. Father. Lilim tried to reach for her father's back but couldn't reach. The priest pulled out red-colored chains and slashed it towards him. Gawa. The father then deflected it with his right arm. At that moment her mother picked her up and carried her away while she just screamed for her father. Father. No. That was the last time Lilim saw her father's back. Her mother was soon carrying her through the forest. She didn't hear any footsteps for a while. Luckily her mother was a master hider. However, soon the presence of pursuers were faster approaching. Some members of the Gold Panther have special noses, so they must have joined the pursuit as well. Her mother then put her down near a river and said, let's split up. Cross the river and head east while I go southeast. And with that she put the little baby she was carrying with her onto her arms and said, take care of your little brother, Lilim. I don't want to. I want to go with you, mother. Don't be selfish, just have a little patience. We'll meet again at the Midgard Kingdom, said the mother as she gave Lilim a tight hug. Then, why did you give me my little brother? Lilim. I can't fight, I can't run as well as you. You should be better off with me. Lilim pleaded. Lilim, listen. No. Lilim buried her head into her mother's chest and shook her head. Before departing from her, her mother told her about how her father used to be, that she shouldn't blame herself for him sacrificing his life for her. Lilim, take care of your little brother. Lilim then hugged her brother tighter as tears streamed down his cheek. I promise to take care of him. Lilim then washed her smell off of herself and crossed the river after a final goodbye from her mother. She then headed towards the eastern forest, as her mother turned southeast. Multiple footsteps were then soon heard. In the east, Lilim can be seen running through the cold forest in the night. She spent the entire time running that by the time she managed to get to the edge of the forest, dawn was about to break. This, she said, shocked. This was the very first time she saw the beach. She only read about them in the books she used to study. The ocean, she softly whispered. She then went towards the sea and scooped up a bit of water and tasted it. Salty, she said while sticking out her tongue. Then with a lowered head said, Father, there's nothing. She then sat by the cold beach and said, there's nothing to the east. Where's the mission? Where's the Midgard Kingdom? Her legs at this point felt prickly, and she couldn't take another step. Black bruises extended all the way from her chest. She then looked at her brother, the little tiny life entrusted to her, and with great determination said, let's cross the sea. Chapter 23, Chapter 23. Omni POV. Let's go. Let's cross the sea, Lilim said while looking ahead. She knew there was land across the sea. She didn't know if that land was the kingdom of Midgard, but her father said it was, so it had to be there. And as she started walking towards the sea, a voice was soon heard. Oh my, so this is where you were. It was the priest that was fighting with her father, and as he appeared, the only sound that was heard was the jingle of his bloody chains. Lilim backed away slowly, and as she backed away she yelled, Gee, get away. Well, now, on to the question, which one of you was possessed? It wasn't this one and it wasn't that one, the priest said as he threw her father's severed head, which was quickly followed by him throwing her mother's severed head as well. Father, mother, why? Why? Lilim frantically yelled. The priest then continued talking, totally ignoring her mental breakdown. Cases of demon possessions, although rare, could actually happen to the male gender. It's very few, but it's not zero. NN, please, don't hurt my little brother. She then hugged her brother tighter as tears streamed down her face. In that case, which one of you is possessed? Me. I'm the one that's possessed, so please, please leave my little brother. Good girl. I'm glad you're honest. The priest then gets closer to her and started stroking her head with his bloody hands, and as he did he said, "We'll probably know each other for a really long time, so allow me to introduce myself. I am a high-ranking priest and my name is Pitos. You will be a valuable test subject." Lilim then stuttered out, then, "What about my brother? Don't worry, I have no business with children that are not possessed." Pitos then swung his spike chain towards the baby's neck. However, before it can make contact with each other, the chain grew a purple outline as it stopped just a few millimeters away from Lilim's baby brother's neck, stopping it from decapitating it. And as it stopped, a voice full of wrath was soon heard, "You filthy mongrel." Pitos shocked looked up, and what he saw sent chills down his spine. A being dressed in all black jumping down from a black and purple wyvern, descending into the ground towards him with his boots sticking out slightly, ready to stomp on him. Luckily for Pitos, he had enough time to enhance his durability, since as soon as the being's feet touched his face, his head was quickly brought to the sand, where it was blasted everywhere due to the force. Lilim had shielded her brother with her body from the bloody chains and sand. He saved him, he saved my baby brother from being murdered, she thought. And as the sand cleared, you can see the being dressed in black and his hood up covering his face, stepping on Pitos' face like he's a bug. "You mongrel, you filthy bug," said the being, Shadow, as he squished Pitos' face with his foot. He lifted his foot upwards and stomped it on his face once again. "Stomp. You fucking piece of shit. Stomp. Fucking lower than trash. Stomp. Fucking waste of space. Stomp. Fucking garbage. Stomp. You don't deserve to be called human. Stomp. Your mother never loved you. Stomp. Your father probably abandoned you. Stomp. You were probably adopted. Stomp. Filthy animal. Stomp. Who goes? Stomps. And literally. Stomp. Tries to. Stomp. Murder a baby. Stomp. Shadow used more force on his last stomp, which caused Pitos' head to sink in deeper into the sand, which exploded everywhere, blasting sand into the air. And as Shadow slowly moves his boot from Pitos' face, his blood just starts to drip down back onto Pitos' face. "TCH, great, now I have this filth's blood on my shoes," he says as he kicks the air, spraying all the blood that was sticking to his boots off. As for Pitos, his entire face at this point is disfigured beyond recognition. Even Lilim, who was holding her little brother, took a peek inside the crater he was in, and barely recognized him. If it wasn't for the priest outfits he was wearing and her undying hate for him, she wouldn't have recognized him. A lot of his teeth were broken, his face slightly caved in, and his nose was at a weird angle. Pitos was seen unconscious in the crater with his mouth wide open. Shadow then let out a sigh, "Now are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere?" Lilim, when she realized he was talking to her, just shook her head, and as she did she winced in pain due to the demon possession. And as he looked at her he said, "Ah, I see you're a hero's descendant." Lilim's eyes then grew wide in surprise, not expecting him to know of such a thing, but before she could say anything, Shadow held out his hands and placed it in the middle of her chest, and as he did he started to completely heal her demon possession. Seeing this, rivers of tears just kept coming out of her eyes. Before she had any chance to express her gratitude, they heard the sound of splashing waters and the shout of someone calling out to him. "Bus, who are we fighting?" When they turned to the voice they saw everyone running on the ocean, rushing towards him. As for Delta, the one who called out to him was running on all four on the ocean with her tongue sticking out. And as they arrived on land they skidded slightly to slow themselves down, and as they did they pushed sand right into the crater, burying Pitos slightly. Cid then pointed towards the forest where multiple priests came out holding the head of every single Golden Panther. They even had the head of the branch clan leader. "They're with the Diabolos cult, and it looks like they massacred an entire clan before we arrived trying to get to her," Shadow said while pointing towards Lilim. Hearing this, Alpha put down Gamma, as she was still holding her in a Princess Carrie, as her expression turned serious. All of their expression turned serious. Even Delta's playful expression was gone. All every one of them felt was just anger due to not being able to prevent such a massacre. Meanwhile, as all the girls turned serious, Lilim was on her knees sobbing while holding the heads of her mother and father with her baby brother in her arms. Sob, father, you were right, you were always right. Sob, there was someone in the east that could heal demon possession. Sob, they came from the east across the ocean. They came from the east. Sob, and they did it. Sob, they healed me completely. Sob. Chapter 24. Omni POV. As everyone heard Lilim's sobs they started to summon their weapons. While the priest who arrived with the heads of all the Golden Panther tribe just looked at the sight of the high priest on the crater, slightly buried in shock. They quickly came out of their shock when they saw the girls pulled out their weapons, which they responded in kind and pulled out their weapons as well. Delta just had a bloodthirsty smile on her face, and as her smile grew large she started to prepare herself and got on all fours waiting for her boss's signal. And she didn't have to wait long, since Shadow just said, "Leave none alive," and with that the first one to shoot off towards the priest was Delta. Kicking off, she sent sand flying everywhere as she went on a full sprint, and when she arrived in front of the priest she used her claws and swiped them across his face and chest, disfiguring him. She then used him as a springboard and shot off towards the next priest and sent a magic-enhanced punch right to the head, but he managed to block it with a sword. Although the priest managed to block it, he was sent flying and crashing onto other priests. While Delta was having her brawl, Epsilon and Beta started running in sync, as their main focus for fighting is technique and precision with careful movements. They maneuvered around many priests that tried to swing at them, and when one priest attacked them, one would block it, while the other one went for the kill, and all of that was possible due to their flawless teamwork. Meanwhile, Gamma was spinning around in circles with a sword in hand while making noise with her mouth, swoosh, 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 swoosh. Shadow, watching her, just turned his head to the side and covered his mouth with his hands to stop himself from laughing out loud. I can't believe she actually did it. This is so funny. I feel kinda bad for lying about it, but looking at the scene is all worth it. Although surprisingly the technique works for her, as none of the priests are able to get too close to her, that is until her foot slipped on the sand, causing the sword to slip out of her hand as she falls to the sand, eating a mouthful. As for the sword she threw, thanks to her spinning, the momentum carried itself onto the sword, turning it into a spinning blade, which due to her fall Delta threw it at an angle and into the neck of a priest, but it wasn't the only one. Due to the way they were lined up, Gamma's sword decapitated 5 priests in one good arc, until a priest saw what was coming and redirected the spinning blade to the ground, where it stayed there for a bit before turning back into slime. Everyone just stopped what they were doing and slowly turned their heads to Gamma, who was getting up from the floor spitting everywhere. *tui u tui I gutsan ento my muff. Translation: You, I got sand into my mouth, said Gamma, trying to spit out all the sand with a sour expression on her face and her tongue sticking out. Everyone from Shadow Garden just sighs and facepalms, thinking that Gamma actually got better during battle, but got disappointed to see that it was just one of her clumsy mistakes. Alpha then picks the fight back up to where they left off. Alpha started enhancing herself with magical energy to the point where it even started to manifest into the real world. A blue type of magic power starts to come out of her and enveloped her whole body. She then disappeared from everyone's view, and 10 priests suddenly collapsed with their head in the air and blood gushing from their necks. Once Alpha was done, only a few priests remained, and they all trembled in fear and started running all over the place and into the forest to hide. Seeing them running away, the others were about to give chase, but their master Shadow stopped them. "Girls, wait, let me take care of them." Hearing him, the girls grew excited as they were about to see their master in action. Since every time their master does something they know it's a spectacle to see. Clouds then soon started to form, even though the sun just started rising. The wind was growing fierce, even Lilim had to hold her brother tightly. All you could see was Shadow's coat flapping fiercely with the wind. Lightning then started swimming in the clouds, jumping around fiercely as if waiting for their command. Rumble, rumble. Even though you couldn't see Shadow's face, you could see his eyes that were glowing a deep purple color, with electricity pulsing through them. He then spoke in a voice unfit of his age and stature. These lowly creatures should really know their place. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Thunder was soon heard alongside the sound of lightning crackling. He nonchalantly held up 2 fingers and then nonchalantly made a dropping motion with no expression on his face. As if finally seeing their signal, lightning started falling from the sky all over the forest and onto the bodies of all the leftover priests that ran away. After each lightning strike, the sound of anguish soon followed. Kaboom, aarrrggggghhh, kaboom, aarrrggggghhh, kaboom, aarrrggggghhh, kaboom, aarrrggggghhh, times 5. The girls just had an expression of awe look on their face. No matter how many times they see it, they just couldn't get enough of it. Beta then softly whispered, "It's like he's commanding the heavens themselves to smite these heretics for committing such a blasphemy against Master." The other girls could only nod as they were still fixated on his power. Not even Lilim was spared, as she had a fanatical worship in her eyes towards the one that saved her and her only family member left in this world. Once the lightning stopped dropping and the screaming stopped, the clouds started to dissipate and the morning sun came shining through. Chapter 25, Chapter 25. Omni POV. Seeing that everything was over, Shadow then turned around and knelt down towards Lilim, who was looking at the head of her mother and father. He then conjured some water and started to wash her hair and dry it with hot winds. He also conjured, cleaning it up from the blood of the priest's hand that was smothered on top of her head. He then patted her head and said, "There you go, good as new, although you could still use some cleaning. It's best to wait until we finish everything." As for her little brother, her brother was fast asleep in her arms. "So want to talk with your parents?" Lilim, who was touching the part of her head he was petting and blushing, stopped what she was doing and looked at him in shock, unsure of what he meant. Shadow, while looking at her, who was just looking at him in shock, just said, "Imma, take that as a yes." He then stood up and looked at the head of her parents, and as he looked down he said, "Come forth," leaving out the "and serve" for obvious reasons. And as he did, 2 shadowy beings started to manifest itself. They were Lilim's mother and father. The girl, seeing her parents once again, just broke down crying once more. The shadow beings then turned their head towards Shadow and with just a look asked for permission to be allowed to hug her. Shadow just nodded his head, and as he did they both went and wrapped their arms around her. "We're both glad you're both safe," said the mother, looking at her and the baby. The father then turned towards Shadow and bowed his head, thank you for saving her. Lilim then while crying said, you were right father, there was someone who could cure my demon possession in the east, they came across the sea, they were the mission. The father then turned and looked at Shadow in shock and said, did you come from the Midgard kingdom? Shadow just slowly nodded carefully in case he said something that would expose himself. That was until he realized that there was no one there alive, except the unconscious pedos still looking as miserable as ever. Seeing Shadow nod, the father nodded as well, I see, so we completed the mission, that's good. The father then turned to Lilim and said in a caring voice, make sure to take care of yourself all right and grow big and strong, I just know you have a lot of talent so you could do it. Then the mother chimed in, grow up to be happy in life and find yourself a good husband that would take good care of you, and as the mother said this she started hinting at Shadow with her head and ears. Lilim then asked softly, you guys aren't going to stay? The father then sighed and said, we have already died once and we died a warrior's death, a death that we could be proud of, we died protecting the people we love. If we asked to be resurrected we feel it would be spitting on our sacrifice, we wanted our death to mean something and it does, our death meant that you and your little brother could survive another day. And I couldn't ask for anything better. Then the mother spoke, we already did our roles in this life, we made sure you would survive and meet him. The mother then pointed towards Shadow and as she did she spoke to him. Please take care of our little girl when we finally pass on, and thank you, truly thank you for letting us have a final goodbye. Shadow just nodded promising her that he will. Lilim tried to refuse and make counter-arguments about why they should stay but the words wouldn't come out. She realized that they wanted to move on but couldn't until they made sure she's safe. And so she took a deep breath to calm herself down and with a big smile said, don't worry, I could take care of myself. So you could move on and live a happy life in the afterlife, and don't worry about my little brother, I promise to take good care of him. She kept listing off the things she would do with a smile to reassure her parents. Which worked as they smiled and held each other's hand. And as they held hands they turned towards Shadow and said, please let us pass on, our time is already up. Shadow just nodded once again and dispelled his powers letting them move on. And as they slowly dissipated Lilim kept making them promises until they were truly gone. Once she realized that they were truly gone, she was sad but not as sad as she was before, she had her closure, she now knows that they are together in the afterlife and it's all thanks to Shadow. Lilim then turned and bowed down towards Shadow, thank you for bringing me closure and letting me say my final goodbye to my parents. Shadow nodded once again accepting her thanks and then said, now then on to other matters, how would you like to join Shadow Garden? Lilim then repeated the name, Shadow Garden. Shadow then signaled to Alpha which prompted her to say, we Shadow Garden go against a cult, the Diabolos cult to be more precise. And with that she started her whole ordeal and the introductory into Shadow Garden. And when she finished Lilim could be seen biting her lip with an enraged expression. Even though she was glad that her parents passed on that didn't mean she would forgive the perpetrator. When she heard everything she bowed down towards Shadow and said, please make me powerful, I want to fight, I want to completely destroy the cult, and with that she has awakened her hunger for power. Shadow then smiled and said, isn't that a given, how about this, I'll let this bug alive. You would have to hunt him down in the future when you're powerful enough and get revenge on your own while pointing his finger towards pedos. Lilim then looked at his eyes with a power-hungry look and nodded his head. Please let me be the one to hunt him down and be his executioner. From now on Lilim is a name you thrown away and it's in the past, from now on you shall be named Zeta, the sixth member to have officially joined Shadow Garden. Lilim who now goes by Zeta got in one knee and said, thank you master. And as she knelt down Shadow used ruler's authority to bring her baby brother into his arms and as he landed into his arms, he surrounded Zeta with slime until the bodysuit everyone wears formed on her body. And with that Zeta has officially joined Shadow Garden. Chapter 26, Chapter 26. Omni POV. Zeta has joined Shadow Garden for 1 month officially and she can be seen jumping from tree to tree very expertly. She is currently doing a mission assigned to her by Shadow and Alpha, that is to infiltrate into the Elven capital and secure and locate a possessed. When she got close to the capital she lands on top of a branch to the closest tree she could manage to find and enhanced her eyes with magic. Her cat eyes narrowed zooming in, overlooking the security details of the main gate of the Elven capital. When she saw Elven guards scanning the perimeter she knew that she only had one chance to sneak her way inside. Luckily being undetected is one of her strongest skills. Using her magic Zeta managed to hide her presence and with great patience she managed to get inside the capital without getting caught. Normally one would just need to pay and pass through inspection to be allowed in, but since this was an Elven city that means any other races that entered would be closely monitored, something Zeta didn't want to happen. As apart from it being an infiltration mission it's also a testing ground for when she actually has to sneak inside other cities and towns that are owned by the Diabolos cult. Her main mission here is to infiltrate the capital and rescue a possessed. Once inside Zeta used her cat-like agility and flexibility to maneuver herself around the buildings. As she moved building to building her cat ears would twitch and move in different directions hoping to hear anything that could be useful. That is until she heard, do you think we would have to burn the library? I'm afraid it has been tainted by her touch. Zeta looked at the direction where it came from and parkoured herself all the to the closest building. Zeta saw that she was close to a library, and in front of it was a little girl with brown hair and purple color eyes with a sleepy expression, who was tied up being pushed by 2 elf guards with poles just pushing her forward afraid to touch her. Zeta seeing this just grew irritated and clicked her tongue seeing someone being treated like that. She then looked at the shadow under her and whispered, "Call master." A hand soon appeared showing a thumbs up signifying that he was listening. Once she saw the thumbs up, Zeta then said, "Master, there is someone here but I can't save them at the moment. The guards are making it hard to do, if I save her now I would soon be surrounded making it worse." Shadow then sent her a sound transmission using magic that said, "You've done well, good job. Leave it all to me, your next training mission is to exit without being discovered." Zeta then nodded knowing her master could see her and left. As for the girl, as she was being poked and pushed forward, suddenly her shadow started moving and her shadow soon expanded circling her. Seeing this all the guards moved back and jumped in fright thinking that the little girl would soon be possessed by a demon. As for the girl she looked at the shadow underneath her in fascination. Then someone appeared exiting the shadow like the one who left it all behind. It was Shadow. And as he exited he made a cutting motion with 2 fingers causing the bindings that were holding the little girl in place to be cut apart. As he landed his coat fluttered in the wind. He then extended his hand towards the girl with a sleepless expression who was looking at him with undying curiosity. "Well then little beauty, let's get out of here, shall we?" The girl quickly grabbed onto his hands and they both started to sink into the shadows, but before they could fully be submerged they heard the sound of the elven guards yell out, "Hold it right there." Shadow then turned to look at them and say, "No," and just sunk fully into his shadow, completely leaving the elven capital and confusing every guard that watched such a scene. When Shadow and the girl emerged from the shadows they appeared between the other members of the Shadow Garden by the entrance to the woods. He then turned to the sleepless girl and started to heal her demon possession, and once he was finished the girl just kept giving him a fanatical look mixed in with endless curiosity. She wanted to learn more to know more about him. When he finished healing her he said, Ada is what you would be called from now on, and as of today you are a member of Shadow Garden, so what do you say? Would I be able to learn more about you, she asked. Shadow just smiled as he said, I'll be willing to even teach you myself. Ada with a tired expression just smiled and said, then I would like to join. And as soon as she said this Shadow smiled and covered her entire being in shadows, and as it dissipated Ada can be seen wearing the honorary slime suit that every member gets when they join. She started to examine it carefully and started asking questions about it, which everyone else started to answer. Alpha then started the introduction to Shadow Garden like she already has everything memorized. We are beings that live in the shadows and hunt in the shadows. When Alpha finished explaining everything, Ada's fascination towards Shadow grew even stronger. How could it not, with the powers she saw he possessed and hearing the actual history of the past? When the introductions were over they stood where they were waiting for Zeta. And as they waited they heard the sound of snoring and looked to the side where Ada was fast asleep leaning against a tree. They didn't wait long as Zeta soon appeared, and when she did she reached out her hands towards her little brother as Beta was currently carrying him. And with that all 7 members have officially joined Shadow Garden, making the start of their many years together. Chapter 27, Chapter 27. Omni POV. It has been 6 months since the creation of Shadow Garden, and right now Cid is standing in front of a mansion with a baby carrier made out of slime with Zeta's baby brother in it, who Cid decided to name Zito, since he was too lazy to come up with a good name. The mansion. The mansion was a collective project they all decided to do when Ada joined 2 months ago. However, before they went in, Cid stopped them. Wait, I have something for you guys. Since it's been a while since the creation of Shadow Garden, and you 7 are going to be my main generals, I thought to give you something to signify such a position and setting you apart from everyone else that joins in the future. Hearing this the girls were quite excited, since it meant they were going to be more powerful and it was a specialized gift from their Lord and Savior. And so with a single thought they were surrounded by his shadow and they sank through. They soon appeared in the middle of a field, and as they appeared Cid made them sit around in a circle with him in the middle of them. And as he did he then started explaining his gift to them. What I'm about to give you is the ability to utilize mana. This type of mana is different from the magic power we are born with. He then went on explaining the mana core and its uses. Now then I want you to draw magic from the atmosphere and your magic circuit, and I want you to compress it inside your abdomen until it becomes a crystal ball. It took a while, but once everyone was finished he nodded and then sighed and said, Baru, come here for a moment. The bipedal ant then came out of his shadow, which caused Delta and Zeta to flinch slightly when seeing him. It looks like Baru gave them some trauma when I told him to train them, since beast can mostly rely on instinct when fighting, just like him. Thought Cid while looking at their reaction to seeing him. Cid then turned to Baru and said, Baru, did you have to traumatize them like that? Look, they're flinching at the sight of you. Baru then went full puppy eyes on Cid, but my liege, I had to go hard on them, how else are they going to grow stronger? Cid just sighed and rolled his eyes and said, whatever. Here, Cid then carefully put Zito on Baru's arms. Zeta seeing this looked like she wanted to jump and run to save him. Cid then turned to Zeta and said, don't worry, Baru is surprisingly very good with children. Zeta then nodded hesitantly while Baru just kept looking at the baby carrier on Cid's chest. Cid just had a faint smile as he took it off and put it on Baru. Baru then grew teary and softly whispered, "My liege." Baru then carefully put Zito inside the carrier and started to play with him, and while that was happening Cid returned to the girls. Now where was I? Oh yes, I believe most of you have realized that the core in your bodies, although inside of you, still doesn't feel like it belongs to you. That's cause it's missing one thing, your blood, so can you please draw a bit of blood and place it where your core is and absorb it inside. All the girls then brought their thumbs to their mouth and bit down on it. Blood soon started coming out, and as they were about to put it near their abdomen, Cid stopped them. Wait before you complete the process. The girls stopped and looked up toward Cid. Cid then just casually inserted his hand into his chest and pulled out his heart, which caused the girls to scream out in fright. Even Ada's sleeping expression was gone, just pure panic was plastered on her face. Maasastir. Even Baru screamed out, "My liege." Even though Baru knows he's immortal, it doesn't mean he likes to see the one he serves getting hurt. Cid getting hurt is a failure towards him. If his master ever gets hurt, it means he failed at his duties at being his royal guard. Cid then shows his chest. "Relax, I'm not hurt, I'm perfectly fine." "But how?" Alpha softly whispered out, looking at his heart in his hands and his chest that was completely clear from any scar. If it wasn't for the blood in the spot where his heart was, they wouldn't have never guessed that heart belonged to him. All the other girls shared Alpha's sentiment and just looked at the scene in shock. Cid then awkwardly scratched his cheek. I kinda forgot to mention. I'm immortal, so yeah, I can't really die." The girls screamed out again, but this time louder, "Whhhhaatt." It was so loud that even the birds nearby got scared and flew away. Zeta then faintly whispers, "He can communicate with the dead, he can bring them back to life, he can manipulate reality, he can command the heaven, and he's immortal. He's a god." Zeta's eyes then turn worshipful as if wanting to bow down towards the floor and pray for his guidance. The others who heard her were close to agreeing as well. While Ada just continued to look analytically at the black heart in his hands. Why is it black? Even though it's out of his chest, it's pulsating with power. Is it the source of his powers? No, if it was, he wouldn't be able to regenerate and he wouldn't have taken it out so easily. The more time I spend with Master, the more I want to know. I'm really starting to like this, Ada thought while sensually licking her lips towards the end. If anyone else saw her do what she just did, they would have assumed she wanted to eat it. Luckily everyone else's gaze is locked in Cid's black heart. Cid then squished the heart that he was holding, and as he squished it, blood sprayed everywhere. Luckily Cid stopped it just in time with his magic and started to manipulate the blood directly. Ever since Cid's mana core and black heart merge, Cid has found it much easier to manipulate the elements in a broader scale. For example, blood, it's the same as manipulating water. Before it was harder to do such a thing as blood was a whole other element of its own, but since the merging, that barrier that separated the elements is now lifted. So blood manipulation has turned into a byproduct of being able to manipulate water. And so as the blood sprayed everywhere, Cid managed to stop it and bring it closer and started turning it into a ball and compress it. When he finished compressing it, 7 blood droplets soon appeared, and those 7 droplets were giving off a purple shine and were just floating in the air. Cid's expression then got serious. "Girls, what I'm about to do next is something extremely serious, and for me to do this I have to know. Do you trust me with your life?" Alpha and everyone responded at the same time without an ounce of hesitation. "Absolutely." Alpha then stood up and walked forward, and as she did, she knelt down on one knee and put a hand over her chest. "My lord, I think I speak for everyone when I say without you we would all have been dead, so you could do with my life as you see fit." Beta then stepped forward and knelt down next to Alpha. "My lord, you impart your infinite knowledge onto me, and that is something I would forever be grateful for, so you could do with my life as you see fit." Gamma then followed up with teary eyes. "Even though I am useless, my lord still makes sure I'm alright and always motivates to keep getting better, and for that you could use this one's useless life as you see fit." Delta, seeing what everyone was doing, just knelt like them but just gave Cid a thumbs up. "Bossman is the pack leader, and as the leader he should be able to do with my life as he pleases." Epsilon then joined. "Without my lord I would have been left for dead, but he took me in and has continued making me stronger and better, so you can do with my life if that please you." It then Zeta's turn. "It's thanks to Master that I'm not alone in this world. You saved not only me but my baby brother as well. If using my life pleases you, then so be it." Lastly Ada followed up with, "I always learn something new when I'm with you, Lord Shadow, and it never gets boring, so please use my life and body to your leisure." Cid then softly exhaled and with a faint smirk said, "Very well then, let's begin," and with that they all went and sat cross-legged again. Cid then manipulated the blood that the girls drew and brought it and merged it with the 7 droplet. Once he finished, he moved the 7 drops and placed them on their stomach, and as it made contact the crystal orb absorbed the blood. And as it got absorbed, 7 different explosions happened simultaneously due to the formation of their mana core. Due to Cid's blood, what was infused with his power and mana, their mana core went through some changes. Instead of it starting in the red stage, it started at the solid orange stage. Meanwhile, the size of their core is beyond normal, it's twice the size that it should have been. When he finished, he then spread his arms slightly and said, "And with this your lives are interconnected with me." Meaning as long as I live you do as well, making you effectively immortal as well. Chapter 28. Omni POV. Hearing him, the girls just stood there in shock. They were too stunned to be able to express how they were feeling at the moment. Even though they felt invigorated due to the abundance of energy they received, they were still frozen in shock. Cid, seeing them shocked, just said, "That wasn't all that was in the droplet. There is also a skill that hides your magical and physical presence, making you completely undetectable. And finally, the ability to control shadows. This one just gives you the ability, it doesn't make you an expert at it. You would have to train hard in order to make it a good skill to have, so everything is up to you." Alpha then lowered her head slightly and asked, "But my lord, how are we ever going to repay your kindness? These blessings you have given us, how could we ever thank you?" They suddenly felt themselves being washed by an unexpected energy they couldn't comprehend. It was Cid's will. His conqueror's haki washed over them, suppressing them slightly as his eyes glowed a tiny bit. "The only way to can repay me is by becoming an unparalleled existence. Become so strong that my gifts to you don't go to waste and became something meaningless. Failing to do so would be considered an act of betrayal." Everyone's eyes grew in shock, not expecting such a thing. They all suddenly knelt down once again and in unison said, "By your will." Cid then nodded, and as he did he said, "Well, enough of that. You guys can start practicing your new power system. Tusk and the other magically inclined shadows would help you with that," and with that Tusk came out of Cid's shadow, followed by shadow soldiers wearing wizard robes. And as Tusk did, he crossed his arms and gave an intimidating grin, promising to push them through the ringer, which caused some of the members to smile wearily. And with that they started to test out their mana control and trying to control the different elements until late in the night. Cid then gathered everyone and took them back into the mansion, and as he did, the girls were amazed by the interior. Even though they helped build it, taking a look at the completed project is a whole different story. They then started to explore the entire place, the different kind of rooms, unseen utilities Cid made, what they do, and their own bedrooms. They then all went into the kitchen where Cid said he cooked something for them. Luckily the shadows helped out since he made a lot due to Delta's stomach. "Well, what are you waiting for? Let's eat." And with that everyone soon took a seat and started digging into it with stars in their eyes due to how good and unique some of the dishes were. They never tasted anything like this. After everyone finished eating, Cid then started to tuck everyone to bed. "I feel like a dad taking care of everyone. What has my life come to? One moment I'm talking about reaching the pinnacle of existence and the next I'm putting them to bed. Well, I guess this could be practice when I have kids of my own in the future." Kids of my own, huh? I really haven't thought about it. This is my third lifetime and I yet to have a kid in any life. But that thinking could wait, I'm still only 10 after all. Cid first started with Alpha. He tucked her into bed and kissed her in the forehead. He then went into Beta's room where he proceeded to continue where he left off in the stories he told. He continued the story using the light elements to make projections. "Straw boy, I came to save you, in the name of friendship." Beta was just laying in bed crying, bawling her eyes out, and when he finished he kissed her forehead and headed to the next room. Cid, when he came into Gamma's bed, started patting her head, and as he did he said, "I hope you liked my gift out of everyone else." Gamma under the covers just looked at Cid in surprise. She rapidly blinked her eyes as she asked, "Me? But why, my lord?" while pointing at herself. Cid then scoffed, "Don't think I don't keep a close eye on you guys. I know that recently you have been feeling depressed and unworthy to be in Shadow Garden just caused you aren't physically gifted like the other members are." Gamma's eyes then grew wide and with teary eyes covered her head under the blanket. Cid just faintly smiled as he lightly draped the covers off of her. "Calm down, you were never meant to be a physical fighter in the first place, you were just never meant for it." Gamma hearing this was just an inch away from crying. All she ever wanted to do is be able to fight alongside her master, to be able to support him in battle. Being told she wasn't born for such a thing broke her heart. "You weren't meant to be a physical fighter, you're made to be a magical one. Your strength isn't your body, it's your mind, Gamma. With the mana core in place, now you don't have to really move a lot in battle, which was one of your previous weaknesses due to your clumsiness. You can stay where you are and fire crazy new spells you come up with. I have full faith in you to be an amazing powerful witch in the future." Gamma, hearing how someone say they believe in her, especially that someone being her lord, the one person she doesn't want to disappoint, started silently crying. The tears just came out flowing out without her being able to stop it. Cid then stood up and reached into his shadow. He then pulled out a purple witch hat with a black broom and presented it to her. "Images. Here, I made these just for you, my little witch." Gamma then stood up with a happy shout and with an excited expression asked, "Really, my lord? For me?" She then jumped out of bed and rushed to him and wrapped her arms around him, giving him a big hug. And with her close by, Cid just put the hat on her head. Once Gamma felt the hat on her head, she jumped back from Cid and started twirling around, which caused her to trip, and as she was about to fall she started swinging her arms wildly to balance herself. She managed to stop herself with her arms spread widely, which she quickly followed by covering half her face with a hand and laughing weirdly. "Coo. Coo. 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 What do you think, my shadowy lord? Pick a pose." Cid then started clapping lightly with a faint smile. "Oh, very good. Gamma then just continued to laugh weirdly while still holding the pose. Coo. 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 Thank you, my lord. Gamma then got embarrassed and turned red. She then grabbed onto her hat and lowered it further down to hide her face. Cid just shook his head. All right, go to bed and we could test out the flying broom tomorrow. Gamma then lifted her head from her hat and said, Flying broom. That broom can fly. Cid then looked at Gamma in confusion. Yes, why else would I give you a broom with a witch's hat? Gamma then tilted her head. I thought Master wanted me to clean something for him. Which caused Cid to stifle a laughter. PHTTT, no, why would I do that? He then knocked her slightly on the head. Now for real, it's time for bed. Gamma then just nodded and jumped onto bed and covered herself and looked towards Cid expectantly. Cid playfully scoffed at such actions and went towards Gamma and kissed her on the forehead. Which he then went towards Delta's room, and when he entered he found Delta sitting on the bed with a brush on her lap and her pouting. You're late. Sorry, I had something to talk about with Gamma. Delta, while still pouting, just held out the brush tail now, please. Cid then just simply grabbed the brush and started brushing her hair, which caused her to wag her tail in delight. Cid, when finished, then started brushing her tail, which made Delta let out an affectionate growl after each stroke. And with a kiss to the forehead after he was finished, he went towards Epsilon, and when he was done with her he went towards Zeta's room. A/N, if y'all couldn't tell, I couldn't find shit to do with Epsilon. With Zeta, Cid just stayed a bit with her and her baby brother that was staying in a crib close to her. He played with her ears a bit, scratching the back of it, which caused her to purr a bit, and with that he followed what he has done with everyone else, kissed her forehead and went towards Ada's room. Ada was just in bed with her limbs all over the place, spread eagle, sleeping her trouble away and snoring like there's no tomorrow, which caused Cid to slightly chuckle and kiss her forehead as well and leave. Instead of going to sleep in this house, however, he went back home where he found his sister waiting for him again. Seeing her, Cid then started to tease her, trying to assault me again, which caused her to blush. It was only one time, plus you gave me a kiss of your own, so I say we're technically even. I mean, you are competitive and always want to win. For you it's either a win or a loss, there could never be a even. So I gotta keep my guard up so you don't one-up me. You're such a bastard, I hope you know that. I aim to please, what can I say? I don't even know why I love you. Oh, already throwing the L word around after just one kiss. Take me to dinner first. You know I meant it as a familial love. I don't know why that kiss to the lips says something else. Claire at this point just got up to leave, and as she did she just says, I hate you. You literally said you loved me like 5 seconds ago. Are you sure you're not suffering from any bipolar disorder? We could always get mom to get you checked out. Claire didn't even have the energy to retort and just left. When she left, Cid just let out a breath of exhaustion as he sank onto his bed. Who knew trying to get your sister off your back to stop asking questions about where I was the whole night would be so exhausting? And with that, Cid closed his eyes, falling asleep. Chapter 29. Omni POV. 3 years later. Cid can be seen walking down the corridor of the Kagenou household while reading a book about ancient languages and magic circles. A door suddenly shot open as a hand grabbed his shirt and pulled him inside, making him drop his book. Cid was then pulled inside a room, which was quickly followed by the door closing and the sound of the door being locked. Cid was then pushed against the door and pulled in for a kiss. Claire then put a hand over the back of Cid's hair and pulled him in closer, getting more and more passionate with each second. Chumwawikiasis. After a few minutes, Claire had to distance herself to be able to breathe. Huff huff huff. Cid, with his hands wrapped around Claire's waist, said, well, someone's clearly excited today. Claire, who had her arms around his neck, was still breathing heavily. Since I'm 15 now, that means I have to go to school, which also mean I would have less time to see you, so I thought, why not enjoy it? Cid just looks at Claire with a raised brow. Enjoy it? It looks to me that you're more than enjoying it. You were trying to eat my face with that attack. Rolling her eyes, Claire just scoffed. Oh please, like you didn't enjoy it. If you didn't, you wouldn't have kissed me back. Faintly chuckling, Cid then pulls Claire closer. You're right, I did enjoy it. Why don't we continue where we left off? Claire only gave him a sensual look before pulling him back into a long kiss. When they finally disconnected, Claire left out a satisfied sigh before leaving the room, skipping along and swinging her arms in a happy manner. When Cid made sure Claire was gone, his shadow started moving and handed him the book he was reading. Cid, while still leaning against the door, just went back to reading, and while reading he just started talking. So did you find its location, Alpha? Alpha, undoing her stealth skill, just sighed and looked at the door, from which Claire exited with a bit of jealousy. As expected of Master, even after trying to remain undetected, you still managed to find me. As for if we were successful at discovering it, I am happy to announce that it was a success. Although we were only able to look at it from afar, we were still able to encounter it, only if it's briefly. While still looking at the book, Cid nodded. Good job, get everyone ready, it's time for you guys to watch as I officially gain the title as a Dragon Slayer and we get an official base of operation. Hearing that she gets to watch her master fight a legendary beast, she got quite excited. Maybe we would be able to watch Master fight at full strength. She gave Cid a final bow as she began to sink into her very own shadow. Over the years, one of the many things Alpha along with the others focused on was their use of shadows. Their thinking was, if I could perfect my uses of shadows, I could be one step closer towards Master and maybe he'll notice me. Which motivated them to work harder and grow stronger faster. Surprisingly, the one that showed the most results was actually Gamma. Although it didn't start out great, like when she first tried out the flying broom, the first time she got on she started rolling in place and didn't know how to stop. And when Cid helped her, her head was just bopping all over the place until she just threw up where she stood. It was a sorry sight to see. Luckily she got better and her hard work paid off, although now she doesn't take the hat Cid gave her off and keeps it with her at all time. So thanks to their dedication, all 7 girls were able to learn a few new spells with their shadows, like the ability to travel through them, which was what Alpha was showcasing. When Alpha reappeared again, she was in front of the other 6 that were sitting down in a meeting room waiting for her. Alpha then sat down at the end of the table where the second largest seat was located, leaving the main and largest seat in the front empty as that was for their lord and master. Pick of the table. Alpha was then the one to initiate the conversation. Alright then, our meeting has now officially commenced. For our first matter of topic, it looks like this place is getting too small to hold the current members of Shadow Garden, and due to our many members we are becoming more conspicuous towards the cult. Gamma then added, you're right, this place is too small, I can't even start our farming projects I am excited to try. Master has given us so many ideas and knowledge that it'd be a shame to not try it out. With all these ideas, just imagine the money we would make. Beta, looking at the current data she has gathered, then added, if Gamma can get started on her projects we would be able to solve our current money problems we have due to currently having too many members. Delta, who had her head lying on the table, just asked, why don't we just ask the bossman for more money, I'm sure he wouldn't mind giving us some. Zeta just rolled her eyes, you stupid mud, of course he wouldn't mind, our lord is generous like that, but we shouldn't be taking advantage of his kindness. If we always asked him to always solve our problems then our existence would be meaningless. Delta just turned her head towards Zeta's direction and started growling. Grrrrrrr. Stop it, both of you, we are still in a meeting, you can continue your fighting afterwards, Alpha demanded. Delta and Zeta just at each other and turned their head at the opposite direction from each other, which caused the other members to just shake their heads at their usual antics. Alpha just continued, we don't have to worry about where we are going to relocate, thanks to Master giving us the chance to locate a dragon near the sacred land Lindworm, we were able to find to a suitable place to build our headquarters. Thanks to Zeta's investigation we were able to find both the ancient city of Alexandria and the mist dragon that resides over it. Zeta then jumps in, it wasn't easy to find either, especially because of that mist surrounding the area, its magical properties distorts people's senses and it's extremely poisonous. Luckily I was the one to go and explore the area, if it wasn't at least one of us that person would most likely be dead. The mist that surrounds it also has the ability to create normal level illusions. That's the perfect place for our base, it's isolated, it's protected by a strong and potent mist, and it even has a guardian protecting it, added Epsilon, getting excited about moving. Alpha then stood up from where she was sitting, well we have to end this meeting on a short note, Master wants us to go with him when he fights the dragon. He demands our presence. However, before they left Alpha called Lambda, a dark elf they saved. Once she appeared, Alpha then said, we are going on a mission, since Master is coming it should be a short one, so we are leaving you in charge. Pick. Lambda then gives Alpha a military salute expressing her acceptance towards her new orders. Alpha, seeing her salute her, then nods dismissing her. And once she left they all stood up. Already wearing their slime suit they all stood up from the table and started to sink into their shadow. And when they appeared, they found their master Shadow sitting close to the mist on a rock waiting for them with a book on his hands. When the girls first saw him they looked at him in admiration, as expected of Master. Even when he knows everything he still takes time to read and study, he's so studious and he looks so perfect while doing it too. Seeing that they all arrived, Shadow just throws the book back into his shadow. Well, it's about time you guys show up. Epsilon, since you're the one with the most magical control, you're the one in front alongside Delta, with her senses it should be easy for you guys to navigate the Abyss Woods. With the two of them in front, everyone soon follows their lead while Shadow is just in the back quite excited about fighting a dragon. I could finally try on my finishing moves I've been making on an actual opponent. I'm definitely going to enjoy this one quite a bit. Although slowly the girls managed to maneuver their way through the thick mist thanks to their combined efforts. With one final step they all arrived a few meters before the abandoned ancient city, but before they could take another step forward an angered voice was soon heard. Who dares intrude in this noble's one abode? WOOOSSSHHHH. The sound of wind was then overheard as a colossal dragon made its way over them and with a large thump landed right in front of them. Pick of dragon. The dragon then released a bit of his dragon fear to intimidate them. You people sure are foolish if you think you can just enter this one's territory without any consequences. Shadow then releases his own dragon fear, shocking the dragon greatly. You're the fool if you think you have the necessary strength to be able to give out any consequences towards this monarch. When the girls saw their master willing face the dragon head on protecting them, their already high admiration reached even higher. Master, he's not even fazed by the dragon's might. Beta just takes out a notebook from somewhere that says, The Shadow Monarch's Legacy. Beta then opens the book and start to quickly move her pen, which she also pulled from who knows where, and write down while whispering rapidly. Without even an ounce of hesitation, the Shadow Monarch, the ruler of life and death, stood face to face with the Dragon of Dread and Dreams, showcasing their mights to one another. Meanwhile, Cid and Dragon stood face to face. How? How could a human possess the abilities of a dragon? Cid just casually shrugs, I am just built different. Before we even get to fight each other, how about you get a warm-up with my girls? Who knows how many years you spent without fighting, you're probably still rusty and need to fight it off. I want to fight you when you're at your best. The girls listening to their conversation squeal slightly in their minds, he call me his girl. The dragon then scoffs at the human's proposal, you sure are arrogant for a human, but I believe that arrogance is justified if your aura I felt earlier is any indicator. Cid then lets out a burst of his conqueror's haki, it's not arrogance, it's pride and confidence in my abilities that I honed throughout my life. Plus I want to see how far my pupils have come and how strong they have gotten. The dragon then narrows his eyes and thinks for a few seconds, very well human, I shall entertain your idea, but don't think for a second I won't be going for the kill, in return I want you to promise me something. Shadow then nodded his head, if it's something that's not too difficult to accomplish then very well. If those girls don't manage to kill me, I want you to do it. Before anyone can ask anything, the dragon then stated, due to the magical nature that covers the world, plus the one that is impregnated in the body of the dragons at the genetic level, the dragon species are practically immortal, so they don't need to eat or drink anything. Nor can they die from hunger, old age, dryness, disease, poison, among other natural things, although if they like, they can eat or drink things if they want. So even if the magic power of their bodies is exhausted, or if they suffer heavy damage, be it to their head, chest, heart or others, said normal wounds will return to normal as if nothing happened. The only way to kill a dragon is to completely annihilate their entire being. I see, very well, I shall complete your wish on the condition that I can do with your corpse as I see fit. Didn't I just say that you need to completely annihilate my body in order to kill me? There won't be a corpse left. That's for me to worry about, I can still kill you and keep your corpse intact, don't worry. So do we have a deal? You are very greedy for a human, you should control your desires or they will become the death of you. Shadow then looked at the dragon like he was an idiot, so you want me to leave a perfectly good dragon corpse out here to rot, when I could make great use of it, don't be a dumbass. As for controlling my desires, when you're as strong as I am you are free to indulge in them and do as you please, I will do no such thing as put a limit onto myself no matter how small. No matter how small such limits are, they will only slow me down on my conquest to being a supreme being in the omniverse. And as for death, death isn't something that should be feared, it's something that should be appreciated, and when their time comes they should embrace it. And with that, Shadow started walking away from the dragon. Once he was a good few meters away he controlled his shadows and made a throne out of it. Pick. Once he sat on it, he just put a leg on the armrest and rested his head on the other armrest while leaning on his fist. He then looked at the girls and said, do a good enough job and I shall reward you, any gift that you desire. Shadow then saw the lust in their eyes and added, but if I deemed it to be inappropriate I shall decline it and ask you to ask for something else. Which caused the girls to be disheartened slightly but quickly got back their fighting spirit as they would still be rewarded by their master. The girls quickly turned towards the dragon and gave him a battle-hungry smile. Which caused him to release a drop of sweat, they really got this excited over a gift. What could these girls possibly want? Shadow then spoke once again to the girls, oh by the way, if you guys even want a chance to even put a scratch on him you would have to work together. Alpha, hearing her master, then got into a fighting position which was quickly followed by everyone else. The dragon then started to flap his wings as well, taking to the sky. And with that the showdown between the Mist Dragon and Shadow Garden was about to begin. Chapter 30, Chapter 30. Omni POV. As Shadow sat in the throne, Barreau and Igris then appeared and stood at opposite side of each other as if protecting their master and awaiting for any orders. Which was followed by Kaizel appearing as well and wrapping his long body around the throne and laying his head on Shadow's lap. Shadow then just chuckled slightly and started petting him, which made Kaizel let out a faint happy growl. Shadow, while petting Kaizel, then put his attention on the girls as they got into a fighting position awaiting for Alpha's order. Alpha, as she got in position, summoned a sword out of slime and kicked off the ground, making a cave in slightly as she made her way towards the dragon. While running, Alpha started coating her sword with wind magic, and when she got close enough she sent out a flying slash that was powered by her might and magic. Although the dragon just moved out of the way and started gathering magic into his mouth. Alpha running was the indication to start as everyone else started to spread out slightly. Beta jumped back and conjured a bow made out of fire, and as she pulled back on the string made out of flames 3 flame arrows formed just waiting to be fired. While Gamma called forth her broom from her shadow and just sat on it sideways and started to fly. Once in the sky, Gamma spread her arms slightly as she started to conjure a ball of flames on each hand. The dragon, once he was done charging, let out a beam of magical power from his mouth and started to move it around, trying to at least get one of the girls. Gamma just flew behind the dragon and threw both balls of flames on its back, which exploded on impact. Boom boom. Due to the force of the explosion on its back, the dragon was blown lower to the ground, which gave Beta the perfect opportunity to fire the arrows. While Beta fired the arrows, which she wrapped the element of wind around it, taking away any wind resistant that may disturb the trajectory of the arrow. All 3 arrows landed on the snout of the dragon, exploding as soon as it made contact. Boom, boom, boom. Due to the explosion, the trajectory of the beam shifted slightly, not getting enough time to hit any of the girls. The ground around Alpha then started to crack open as roots came out from under her. Alpha used the roots to guide herself towards the dragon, and once she was close enough, she started wrapping the dragon with roots and vines. Once the dragon was stuck in place, Alpha then proceeded to attack the dragon using her sword. Slashes after slashes marks kept appearing on the dragon's body, although it was only slightly due to the dragon's scales. Alpha, using the magic from her magic circuit, enhanced herself to be able to give the dragon even deeper wounds. Delta, wanting to get some action of her own, proceeded to start running alongside the roots, using them as a foothold, and when she got on top of the dragon, she proceeded to do backflips to build momentum, which she used for driving her fist on top of the dragon's head. The force of Delta's punch alongside her physical enhancements were so powerful it forced the dragon's mouth to shut close and slam it onto the ground. The dragon, getting tired of being ganged up on, started gathering magic on the middle of his chest and started to compress it and build up even more magic, while the girls were just senselessly attacking. The girls, sensing the great danger, started to back away. Luckily, they did it just in time. As soon as they were far away, the dragon let out a blast of magic from the center of his being that started to encompass everything around it. That attack was so powerful that everything it started touching was disintegrating. And with a loud roar, the dragon was then freed from its confines. Roar. Luckily, the girls anticipated the dragon's earlier action and managed to escape on time to not get caught up in the blast. All of the wounds it gained during the fight then started to heal back up, which caused the girls to click their tongue in annoyance. Epsilon then started making icicle spears with her magic and started to launch them towards the dragon, which the dragon would just dodge. Epsilon, seeing that her spells weren't working, decided to send out a gigantic ice blast, which caught the dragon by surprise and managed to freeze its wings slightly, making it slower and difficult to dodge attacks. Eta, seeing her chance, started gathering fire magic and mixing it with wind magic, feeding it off each other, making it hotter and grander. I believe Milord called this a chemical reaction. She thought as the ball of fire in front of her kept changing colors. Eta, gaining a twisted smile, said out loud, "Finally, I'm able to have a test subject for my experiments." When the fire turned a bright purple, she released it towards the dragon. The fireball quickly turned into a blast that just as quickly engulfed the dragon. When the blast was over, the dragon could be seen on the ground with broken wings and body all scorched up. Without much thinking, Zeta followed up by turning her slime into a scythe and skillfully maneuvering it around her body. When she got in front of the dragon, she swung her scythe towards its neck, completely decapitating it. That should have been the end for the dragon, keyword should. The dragon, not wanting it to go this way, enhanced his regeneration, completely regenerating his head. With a roar, the dragon swung its tail towards Zeta, completely sending her flying and crashing into Ada, who was in her line of sight. The dragon then wrapped his tail around Alpha and started slamming her onto the ground. Back and forth, which was followed by sending her flying towards Gamma in the air, completely knocking her down from the sky. The dragon then proceeded to gather magic power in his throat and shoot it out into the sky. Once it was high enough, it broke off into 7 pieces and started to target all of the girls. Zeta quickly got off Ada and cut the magic in half with her scythe. Ada just conjured a barrier with attributeless mana alongside Epsilon. Beta just summoned slime from her suit and made it into a bow to not waste more magic than she needs to. She then pulled back on the string and conjured an arrow made out of wind and shot it towards the projectile that was approaching her. As the wind arrow and projectile made contact, they cancelled out each other. Alpha just seamlessly cut the magic in half just like Zeta, while Gamma just sat back on her broom and started to fly away. But the projectile just kept following her, until she grew tired of it and sent out a bolt of electricity from her hands and destroyed it without much effort. As for Delta, she just gave off a crazed smile and punched the projectile, sending it flying towards the trees where it exploded on impact. Alpha, already getting tired of not doing any significant damage and just getting played around like a toy, got pissed off. She started to enhance herself to her maximum capacity. Blue color magic power then started to materialize out of her. Now, instead of the materialized magic power flowing aimlessly, Alpha controlled that magic and wrapped it around her sword. She then got into a fighting position once again while pointing her sword towards the dragon and without any hesitation used Sorrow as she disappeared from everyone's eyes, except Shadows, who was watching everything while petting Kaisel. When Alpha's sword made contact with the dragon's scale, instead of any friction, her sword just swiped through it cleanly without any resistance. Swipe after swipe after swipe after swipe after swipe, the dragon kept on getting new wounds without his other ones having the opportunity to close fully and heal. While Alpha was swinging her sword bisecting the dragon, Beta pulled back on the string of her bow and materialized 2 arrows out of fire. The fire that was used was so hot that it was a bit difficult to hold it for long. Seeing the perfect opportunity, she left go of the string, setting the arrows free. The arrows were so hot that they burned away any wind resistance that were slowing them down and quickly made their way into the dragon's eyes. Feeling the arrows burning away its eyes, the dragon started to scream out in pain and agony. With the dragon blinded, Epsilon using wind magic quickly flew towards the thrashing dragon and got close to its ear. She then took a deep breath and proceeded to shout right inside. Sonic burst, she said before enhancing her shouts with sound magic, making the dragon completely brain dead due to the damage it caused. While brain dead, Alpha didn't stop even once and was quickly joined in by Zeta and Delta, who conjured a great sword with slime and started to bash onto the dragon with it. They continued to cut the dragon until it was in pieces. Eta and Gamma then joined together and started to make a large thundercloud. Eta, clearly excited, then just yelled out, "Taste the power of science," as they both started to send down bolts of electricity onto the hacked pieces of the dragon. Everyone soon started to catch their breath after their long battle. Soon the leftover pieces of the dragon started to come together and stitch itself back together, forming the dragon once again. Although clearly it was slightly out of breath. Huff, you girls are clearly something. Huff allowed this dragon to say, "You have gained my recognition, you girls are strong, be proud." The girls then looked at each and just smiled, and all of them turned towards their master awaiting praises. Chapter 31. Omni POV. When everyone turned their head and looked at Shadow awaiting their praise, he just continued smiling and petting Kaizel without a change of expression. "Are you girls satisfied with your victory, or rather battle with dragon?" Shadow asked softly. Even though it was in a low voice, everyone heard it. The girls then looked at each and then at Shadow and nodded their head, clearly satisfied. The smile in Shadow's face quickly turned upside down and made into a frown, which made the girls quickly panic. Wrong answer. And with that, Shadow started to stand up, lifting Kaizel's head from his lap, and as he stood up, the throne was quickly coming undone and going into his shadow, followed by Igris, Barreau, and Kaizel, who went back into his shadow. Shadow's Conqueror's Hockey then blasted at full force, making the girls quickly drop to the ground and the dragon lower its head slightly. He then started walking towards the dragon and the girls while talking. "What the hell you mean you're satisfied with that shit? You all ganged up on him, all 7 of you, and all you managed to do was just make him slightly out of breath. And you're satisfied with that? 1. If you fought him on your own, you would have been dead. 2. He was clearly holding back, it was saving its magic for when we fight, which he is a dumbass for doing that. And 3. His attention was divided against the 7 of you. And you're saying you're satisfied with that? Disappointing, truly disappointing." The girls hearing this got teary-eyed. The last thing they ever wanted was to disappoint their master. So hearing him say he was disappointed with them broke them slightly. The dragon hearing this was quite shocked. "Why? Why are you so hard on them? I think they did splendidly. Even I said that I recognized their strengths and power, so why are you disappointed in their strength and power? Huh? Who the fuck needs your recognition? What's your recognition going to do to them? I'll tell you what your recognition is going to do to them, give them a massive fucking ego and get themselves killed, that's what. So you can take your recognition and shove it up your arse." Wadash, the dragon was too stunned to even speak properly, appalled by his behavior, but before the dragon could get his bearings, Shadow continued speaking. It looks like nobody listens to me when I speak. Since when did I say I was disappointed with their strengths and powers? I couldn't be prouder of the girls they're becoming and of how strong they have grown since I met them. Tears started flowing unwillingly from the girl's eyes, not expecting to hear that from him. Meanwhile, the dragon just got even more confused. "Then what is it that you're disappointed by? You humans are one confusing species. What I'm disappointed about is that they are satisfied in their current strength." Hearing this, the eyes of the dragon and the watery eyes of the girls grew wide in shock. They should never, and I mean never, be satisfied with their strength. Such actions are unacceptable in my eyes. The moment one deems one's own strength sufficient and satisfactory is the moment that it turns into complacency and they stop growing stronger. I have said previously that I have pride and confidence in my own strength and power, but not once have I said I am satisfied with it. I want more strength, more power. Shadow then stops and thinks to himself, I guess the original Cid and I aren't that different if I think about it. Anyways, as I was saying, I am just disappointed that they were satisfied with their current powers. They were about to turn complacent and stop growing stronger and getting better. They have the potential for it, but when they're satisfied, then that potential is wasted. I hope that satisfied your questioning, and as for why I'm hard on them, it's cause I love them. What other reason do I need? This caused the hearts of the girls to skip a beat. He said that he love me. The girls then started turning into a blushing mess, not expecting their master to confess to them. Meanwhile, Ada just gave her master eyes full of unadulterated lust, as if wanting to rip off his clothes and do him right there in front of everyone. Consequences be damned. Shadow, already getting tired of talking, started to levitate off the ground with his coat fluttering in the wind. He then picked up the girls with ruler's authority and put them a few feet away so they could see his fight. He proceeded to engulf them in a barrier to protect them from the shockwaves and force of their battle. When he was up towards the dragon's head, he went and placed a hand on its face, and once it made contact he started to use healing magic on the dragon. "What are you doing? I'm perfectly fine, there's no need to heal me," said the dragon, bewildered by Shadow's strange actions. "You may be physically fine but not your magic power, the girl slightly depleted it, and I want to fight you at your peak, and stop talking, your existence has almost reached its character limit." "Why you dash?" The dragon grew angry with the unexpected trash talk. Once the dragon was back towards its peak, Shadow backed away and they both stood a good distance from each other. Once they were a good distance away, they just kept staring at each other, waiting for the first person to make their moves. Shadow, not being the type to wait for something so useless, acted first, and disappeared from everyone's view and reappearing in front of the dragon. Due to the unexpected appearance, the dragon got quite frightened and tried to back away but failed to do so, as Shadow just sent a right hook with his enhanced fist, sending the dragon crashing into the ground and creating a crater. Shadow quickly followed after it and grabbed the dragon by its tail and started to swing him around in circles. And once it got a few good spins in, Shadow sent it flying and crashing into trees, destroying them in the process. Shadow followed after once again but was attacked by the dragon, swatting his tail at it. Luckily he was able to block it on time by coating his arms in armament hockey and positioning them in front of himself. Although due to the force and power of the dragon he was flying and crashing into the ground with dust flying everywhere. Once the dust cleared, the dragon appeared in front of Shadow with a beam of magic already charged and fired it towards him. As for Shadow, he was perfectly fine, and when he saw the beam of magic coming towards him he didn't panic and just coated his hand with the element of death. As soon as the dragon's magic beam and Shadow's hand made contact, the dragon's beam started to die, not going any further and just dying as soon as it made contact. The dragon, seeing this, just put more power, making the beam grow even larger, trying to overpower Shadow, but Shadow just kept his hand in front of him. Slowly Shadow started levitating with his arms still stretched out and made his way closer and closer towards the dragon. Once they were face to face, Shadow started to get into a punching position, standing on the air as if there were a platform, and with a fist just an inch off the dragon's face, Shadow spoke. But he wasn't speaking towards the dragon, he was speaking to the girls that were watching everything in shock. "Wanna know something interesting? Sound is just vibrating air. Now what happens when you turn that vibration to another level? The beings get pulverized." As soon as Shadow said the last part, he performed the 1-inch punch, destroying the dragon completely, sending blood just flying everywhere. Cid then slowly started coming down from the sky and waited for the dragon to regenerate itself back again. While waiting, he turned towards the girls and saw Beta once again writing on her book while muttering, and the Shadow Monarch, barely moving his fist, completely obliterates the dragon, saving the Princess Beta from his wicked hands. Beta then started to scratch out the part she just wrote while roughly scratching her head and muttering, "No, no, no, my lord is better than that. This is complicated, my lord is too great to be described by mere words. What am I going to do?" Shadow, hearing her, just smiled slightly and shook his head at Beta's antics. He then sensed the dragon regenerating and coming back towards him. When the dragon arrived, Shadow didn't even give him the chance to speak and summoned roots and vines from the ground and pulled the dragon downwards. Once he was at a perfect distance, Shadow opened the ground with his magic and pulled the dragon into the ground. Before the dragon could roar in protest or retaliate, Shadow snapped its snout shut and reinforced the vines and dragged it completely into the crevice he made. Once the dragon was inside, Shadow clapped his hands together, making the ground follow suit, completely squishing the dragon to death. Blood just gushed out the cracks that were still present. And as the dragon regenerated, it looked exhausted from the constant death and regeneration. "Stop it, please just kill me." Shadow then caved the kindest smile he could muster. It was so kind that it even captivated the girls slightly. "No," and with that he proceeded to completely burn the dragon into a crisp with a flame so hot it scorched even the ground. Shadow then waited for the dragon to regenerate and used ruler's authority to bring him closer to him. And as the dragon was brought close, it opened its mouth and started to send rapid shots of magical energy. Shadow just covered his hands with armament hockey and started to swat away any ball of energy that came close. Shadow just raised a hand and made a closing fist motion. The dragon then started to squish itself together due to Shadow using ruler's authority. Blood kept spraying everywhere the more Shadow squeezed his fist, until all that was left was blood, scales, and meat everywhere. Already getting tired of dealing with the dragon, Shadow then waiting for it to regenerate. Once it was fully regenerated, Shadow said, "Rejoice, as your long-awaited wish shall become a reality." Shadow then made a sword with his slime and casually held it in the sky. As he held it, he started encasing the entire sword with the element of death. The element was so potent on the sword that the area around it started to turn gray as if the colors were dying. Shadow then started to surround his sword with magical energy from this world, making it glow a beautiful purple color. And while looking at the dragon, his eyes glowed a bright purple coloring and said, "May the last words you hear be the very definition of my existence." And as he was speaking, he let go of the sword, which started falling without any resistance. "I am the monarch of death." And as soon as the sword touched the ground, the sword sunk in effortlessly. The world then soon lost all color and sound, as a blast soon encompassed everything around it. All the things the elements of death would touch would just wither away without a moment's notice. Whether it was the ground, the grass, the flowers, the trees, any animals nearby, the color of the sky, and even the sun itself, all turned a gray dull color as it looked like everything was ending. As soon as the dragon got exposed to the explosion, it tried to scream in pain and roar but sound wouldn't come out, whether it was the magical energy keeping it alive or the energy of the world, it was killed and dead. Not even the sound of his pain was let alive. Slowly the dragon started to close his eyes, and with a final acceptance the flames of life that kept it alive was snuffed out from existence. All that was left was a pile of bones. But even that would have been reduced to ashes if Shadow didn't stop it on time. All that was left was a gray area of death and silence, showcasing just why he was called the Monarch of Death. Chapter 32, Chapter 32. Omni POV. After the battle, Shadow slowly floated down onto the wasteland he created. As soon as his feet touched the ground, the area around him started to come to life. With each step he took, grass and flowers started to grow. He then arrived in front of the bones of the dragon. His expression quickly turned into a sinister smile as he turned his head and looked at the soul of the slain dragon still floating around aimlessly. You thought that after actually experiencing death I would have left you rest in peace. How naive do you have to be to actually believe that? The soul of the dragon got terrified and tried to run away, not expecting Shadow to be able to see him. But he didn't make it far. Shadow's face then gained a cold expression as his eyes glowed a beautiful purple color. Arise, he said in an emotionless tone, which was followed by the appearance of a purple and black dragon bowing his head in servitude. Shadow, looking at the dragon, then put on a pondering expression, trying to think of a good name for a dragon that's able to control fog and poisonous mist. After a while Shadow then snapped his finger and said, I got it. From now on your name shall be Hazard, Hazard the Mist Dragon. The dragon then bowed his head even lower and said, I thank you my liege for choosing such a name for one such as I. Shadow then just nodded and called the dragon into his shadow, joining the rest of his 5,000 other shadow soldiers. Once the ordeal with the shadow dragon was over, Shadow then put a hand on the skull part of the bone. Once he made contact, Shadow then started to use the element of life and bring back forth the body of the dragon. The dragons formed once again, it just laid there without showing any signs of moving. Since the soul of the dragon was no longer available, all that remained was the husk of what was previously known as a dragon. Alongside reconstructing the dragon, Shadow also repaired the land he once killed with his element of life, and when he was finished he called the girls over. All 7 then appeared right in front of Shadow, kneeling in one knee. They all then said, My lord, at the same time awaiting their orders. Once they were in front, Shadow then using the element started making golden goblets with jewelry adorning them. The 8th goblet then proceeded to stay floating in front of them, while Shadow started to cut open the dragon and grab its heart. Once the heart was in his hands, Shadow then proceeded to dry it out and pour all of its blood inside the goblet. Due to the size of the heart, it had enough blood to fill up all 8 goblet to the brim. Shadow then took a hold of one of the goblet and passed the other 7 towards the girls. He then held the cup towards the girls and with a smile said, To our fruitful battle. Clink. The girls then stood up and brought their goblets towards Shadow's, making them clink. They then awaited for Shadow to be the first one to drink. Shadow then downed the blood in one shot. Immediately he felt a warm sensation flow through his body. He closed his eyes as he felt the changes that were going through his body. His muscles has gotten more compact, the magic circuits in his body started to expand, he felt his eyes start to burn and he felt his presence become more overbearing. When the process finished, he opened his eyes and what appeared were 2 purple-colored dragon slit that started to narrow. He then turned his attention towards the girls. Pick of eyes. Due to his body that was made to bear the power of the Shadow Monarch, his process of absorbing the blood was a smooth one. The same thing couldn't be said about the girls. Seeing their master drink the blood, the girls followed right after, and as soon as the blood entered their systems they quickly felt like they were being burnt alive. The girls quickly dropped to the ground and let out a blood-curdling scream. Ah! The girls were just rolling on the ground trying to suppress their pain. After a few minutes of more screaming and tears rolling down their eyes, they stopped squirming around and just laid there panting with sweat glistening and with their eyes closed. The first one to open her eyes was Alpha. Instead of her usual golden eyes, what appeared were golden dragon slits. She then tried to jump from the ground, but instead of the normal height she used to reach, she reached a height way higher than she normally did. When she landed, she looked at her hands and in amazement, "Whoa," she whispered, "I feel incredible." She then notices the changes in her eyes and looks around, and when she looked at her master her eyes widened in fright. I knew master was strong, but to possess such power. She thought while still looking at her master using her dragon eyes to detect his energy. Her eyes then traveled to his shadow where she saw every single shadow soldier looking back her. How did the dragon not react to this? Is master able to decide who can view his inside his shadow? What am I talking about? Of course he can. The only reason the dragon wasn't reacting was because master didn't even let him know. Alpha just nodded her head at her deduction. The other girls then followed suit and got up as well. The most excited about the change was clearly Delta, as she looks like she couldn't sit still. Delta then pounced on Shadow, who had to reinforce himself due to Delta's new strength in order to not be knocked down on the ground. Delta while on Shadow grabbed him by the collar and started to shake him. Boss, let's go hunting. I'm stronger now, so hunting is going to be more fun now. Please, you promised us a gift, right? Then Delta chooses to go hunting with boss. Shadow just took a hold of Delta and started to pet her head and play with her ears, which caused her tail to wag. All right, we'll go hunting, just the two of us, but it'll have to wait until we finish everything here. Delta grew even more excited and started to rub her cheeks against his to show her affection. Cid then put her down and turned around and turned towards the dragon corpse and regenerated its heart. He then turned towards the girls and said, Epsilon, I have a job for you. Epsilon then playfully got into a military salute and said, yes sir. When we move everything here and get ourselves situated, I want you to dilute the blood of the dragon to the lowest you can get it. Since your magic perception and control is the highest, it should be fairly easy for you. With the diluted blood, I want you to give it to all to Shadow Garden members. Since the blood is diluted, the only benefit they would get is just a slightly expanded magic circuit. And when they gain achievements, I want you to give them a piece of dragon meat. That should be enough to make them stronger. I'm leaving you in charge of the distribution. Epsilon then gained a serious expression and nodded. Shadow then turned towards Ada. I want you to research every single part of the dragon and find uses for their body part. Just do what you do best, experiment to your heart's content. When you run out of any more dragon, call me so I could replenish it. And Alpha, I want you to keep an eye on her so she doesn't experiment on any of the members. Ada then gained an expression of disbelief. My lord, but how am I supposed to know if my creations work? And come on, I only tried it one time, you can't keep holding that against me. The fact that you believe only trying one time is acceptable is concerning, and thanks to your experiment I was green and growing leaves and mushrooms everywhere. It wasn't a fun experience. If it wasn't for Master's help in demanding you hand over the antidote, I would have stayed green, said Beta, shuddering remembering the event. Ada tried to plead her case, but since no one was believing her, all she could do was pout and look at Shadow with a begging expression. Sigh, fine, but you can only do it on the cult members we capture, said Shadow while facepalming. Ada then looked towards the other girls and gave them a lazy victory sign. Shadow just shook his head at her antics and made Epsilon put the dragon in her shadow. Once everything was complete, Shadow made his way towards the ancient capital Alexandria. The first thing he did when he arrived was call forth his shadow. I want you to collect anything of value that is left over in the city, whether it's books, gold, jewelry, anything, okay. The Shadow's soldiers just nodded and started doing as they were instructed. Except Hazard, as Shadow told him to stay behind. I want you to go towards the perimeter and encase the entire area with your mist, but this time use my mana and make it much more denser and potent. Hazard just nodded and flew off towards the distance. After 30 minutes, everyone soon returned with bags full of stuff, whether it was ancient text to common jewelry, everything was collected. Shadow just nodded and stored everything in his shadow. After making sure nothing was missing, Shadow made the girls wait outside the city. Although confused, they followed his orders. Once they were outside, Shadow made his way towards the center of the capital. When he arrived, he spread his arms and closed his eyes. He then started to float in the air and slowly take to the sky. He was envisioning his hidden city, the future base of operation for Shadow Garden. Using his mana reactor, he started to disassemble the capital city, and making new material with his mana, he started to make his perfect city, a place of his own. A place for a monarch. He started making residences for all members and future ones, training grounds, library, hot springs, a castle, a throne room, a throne. While that was happening, the girls couldn't believe what they were seeing. The one most impacted from such a scene was Zeta. It was at that moment she decided he was a true god. From this point onward, no matter what anyone said, they couldn't change her mind. A gospel, a church, a religion, it has to be done. With our Lord as the one true God overlooking the world, no such things as corruptions, wars, cults, slaughter, and demons shall befall this world. Maybe Beta could help me make a Bible which contains our Lord's wisdom, thought Zeta, already planning on how to start it. Meanwhile, with one last thought, Shadow finished completing city. Shadow just stayed in the air overlooking everything. It's perfect, he softly whispered. Chapter 33, Chapter 33. Omni POV. While overlooking the city, Shadow then started coming down in front of the entrance to the castle. After passing a few rooms in the corridor, he arrived at the end of it where a large door grander than the rest stood. As soon as Shadow arrived in front of it, he didn't move and waited. After a few seconds, his shadow started to expand slightly as Igris and Baru came out of it. After a few seconds later, his shadow expanded further and went underneath the door of the room in front of him. Baru and Igris then waited a few seconds. After a few seconds, they looked at each other and nodded their head. They then reached for the door and opened the door at the same time towards the room. The throne room. Pick of the throne room. The room itself is an exquisite piece of work. A wide, high room, enough for several hundred people, with a high ceiling and surrounding walls that were predominantly white, with golden decorations as highlights. Hanging from the ceiling were numerous chandeliers made of precious stones of all colors of the rainbow, and emitted a fantastic, dreamlike radiance. Numerous flags emblazoned with the same symbol, the symbol of Shadow Garden, hung from flagpoles embedded into the walls. Pick of the symbol. As soon as Shadow looked inside the room, he saw all of the Shadow soldiers he had collected over the years all lined up and grouped together by their species. The knights were grouped together with their front spot empty without a leader. The knights were in front of the throne to the left. At the opposite side of the knights were multiple ants with the front position empty without their leader. Next to the ants was the ice bears with Tank as their leader. Right across from them was Yukiheim and her group of beastkins with her as their leader. Next to her was Iron with a group of bandits he took a hold of and turned them into shield-wielding knights, and right across from him was Tusk with a group of ogres of different colors and mages as he became the leader for the magical-orientated fighters. As for the bandits, Igris had redisciplined them and have made them proper knights and joined his leadership. As for Kaisel, his figure was seen wrapping himself around the throne and waiting for his master to sit down first. As soon as the door opened, everyone started to stomp their feet in rhythm. With a smirk, Shadow started walking towards the throne slowly, while the rhythmic stomping continued. When he arrived at the throne, he slowly sat down. He then raised his hand, stopping the stomping. And with a smirk he said, "That was quite the welcoming, thank you." Which caused the Shadows to smile proudly among themselves. Which was followed by Baru and Igris joining their respective group as their leader. Shadow then took off his shadow attire and chose to wear something fitting of royalty. Pick of what's he changed into. Cid then turned towards the knights on Igris' side and said, "Guide the girls here." 8 knights then split into 2 parallel line and started marching. While the girls were waiting outside, they saw 8 knights in formation marching towards them. When they arrived, they bowed slightly, signifying to them to follow along. The girls just looked at each other before following in the middle of the knights as they escorted them through the city and into E Castle. And as the knights escorted them, they looked at the surrounding in awe, looking at how well everything looks and how elegant the buildings are. They were even more amazed at the sight of the castle. As soon as they entered, Delta started sniffing around trying to find a scent of her master. When she got a whiff, she was preparing to run towards Cid, but the knights next to her crossed their sword, blocking her. Seeing them preventing her from reaching her master, Delta was ready to attack but was stopped by Alpha, who activated her dragon eyes and looked down towards Delta. Delta suddenly felt her instinct go haywire and quickly looked to where the danger was coming from. When she saw Alpha's eyes bearing down on her, all of Delta's hair stood up and she quickly turned docile. Normally, due to her new strength, she would have beaten anyone who dare stop her. But she remembered that Alpha gained the same amount of a boost as her, which quickly stopped her in her tracks. When they arrived in front of the throne room, the knights slowly opened the door, and what the girls saw inside captivated them and impregnated the scene into their brains for eternity. Cid was just sitting down on a throne with a pondering expression. Seeing this caused the knees of the girls to buckle slightly. Cid, seeing them, just faintly smiled and said, "Well, I hope you like the new base of Shadow Garden, the hidden city of Nightingale." The girls didn't respond and just continued standing by the steps of the throne in silence. Cid then coughed into his hand and said, "Ladies." Which brought the girls out of their reverie. Alpha then asked in a tone full of amazement, "Master, just what is this?" Cid then raised a brow and said, "Didn't you hear me? This is Shadow Garden's new base, the hidden city of Nightingale. What do you think?" Cid asked the last part with a smirk. Alpha then softly whispered, "This is incredible." Which caused Cid's smirk to widen. Cid's expression then turned serious and said, "Kneel and come forth when I call you." They quickly followed his orders without hesitation and awaited for him to call them. Since we have gotten an upgrade and Shadow Garden is ever expanding, it's time you guys get honorary titles to represent such a position within our organization. Cid then stood up from his throne and said, "Come forth, Alpha." And while walking up the steps to the throne, Cid started saying, "As most of you are aware, all 7 of you are connected to me for eternity. That means you guys are important to me and as such should represent a part of me. A part of the 7 deadly sins." When Alpha was about to take the last step, Cid extended his hand towards her, and when she took a hold of it, Cid pulled her closely to him. They were now face to face, just centimeters apart. Cid then took the hand he was holding and put it on his shoulder. With that hand now free, he put it on the side of her waist and pulled her closer. The girls' eyes widened in shock at what they were seeing. Cid then continued where he left off, "Alpha, you are the very first member to have joined Shadow Garden, which is something you take a great pride in. Apart from that, every time someone close to you grows, whether in strength or in character, you take pride in that as if you, yourself, have grown. And with each member that joins Shadow Garden, your pride grows as well, and so with that. You shall be now known as Alpha, the leader of the 7 deadly sins, and most importantly the sin of pride." Alpha, whose cheeks were already red due to how close Cid was, widened her eyes in shock as she felt Cid's hand on her chin and pulled her into a kiss. Why, The girls just looked at the scene in disbelief, not believing what they were seeing was real. That disbelief quickly turned into anticipation as they knew that they were next. Meanwhile, as soon as Cid's lips connected to Alpha's, Alpha wrapped her arms around Cid's neck. The sweet kiss quickly turned passionate as she felt Cid's tongue brush upon her lips. Alpha opened her mouth slightly, which gave Cid the opportunity to slither his tongue inside. With that, their tongues started to coil and intertwined with each other. When Cid pulled back, the only thing connecting their mouths was the string of saliva attached to their tongue and lips. When they were done, Alpha's body moved as if it was on autopilot. She slowly moved down the steps with a daydreaming expression. She then knelt down as if by instinct and just continued looking ahead with a lost look. Now then, Beta, why don't you come up next? As soon as Beta heard her name, she secretly pumped her fist in celebration and excitedly went up to the throne. Hearing Beta's name being called, Ada just clicked her tongue. He's going by the time he's met us, which means I'm going last. Meanwhile, as soon as Beta arrived in front of Cid, she wrapped her arms around his torso and looked up towards him expectantly. Cid just chuckled and patted her head. Beta, lust comes in many different forms. Lust doesn't always mean something sexual. You, my little bookworm, lust after a good story, a great adventure, whether it's the past history or great discovery, it's something you always lust over and something you really desire. So you shall be Beta, the desirable sin of lust. Cid moved her hair slightly and grabbed the side of her head softly and then lowered his head onto Beta's lips, which was quickly followed by their tongue moving against each other. When it was over, Beta had a pervy smile as she pretended to hold the helm of her skirt and do a mocking princess bow. When she arrived where she previously stood, she forgot all formal etiquette. She just flopped down and sat cross-legged. She then quickly took out a book and pen and started to write down something quickly, while occasionally letting out a perverted laugh. Hee 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 hee. Everyone just looked at Beta weirdly after that. Cid just shook his head and proceeded to call Gamma. Gamma surprisingly arrived relatively unharmed, since she was careful while walking up the steps to not embarrass herself. When she arrived in front of Cid, she elegantly wrapped her arms around his neck and looked at Cid directly in the eyes, waiting for her turn. At this point they weren't even excited about the titles and were just waiting for when it was their time to kiss their lord. Cid just stared back into Gamma's eyes and said, "You are the most business-orientated woman I met. I just know that you are already making plans on how to make as much money as soon as possible. Which I believe it's thanks to your greed. A way for a business to actually be successful, one of the major things you need is greed. But money isn't the only thing you want success, achievements, praises, power to be able to fight alongside everyone. You Gamma are a very greedy lady." Cid then smirked and said, "And there's nothing wrong with that. Greed is a very powerful drive towards any endeavor. You Gamma are the coveting sin of greed and avarice." As soon as Cid finished speaking, Gamma pulled Cid's head down into a long chastised kiss. While pulling him down, Gamma lifted her leg slightly close towards Cid's hip, which prompted him to grab a strong hold of her thighs. Gamma just let out a moan in Cid's mouth. Oh weh. Due to the nature of his blood and mana, Cid was looking older than he truly was for his age. Which is the same for those that have consumed his blood and received a portion of his power, thus making all 7 girls from Shadow Garden look more beautiful and older. So as soon as Cid took a hold of Gamma's plumply thighs, she stretched out her long legs as the kiss became more than a chastised kiss as soon as she let out a moan. After a while, Gamma bit down her leg and separated her lips from Cid. Gamma, looking like she was drunk from the kiss, started wobbling and walking towards the stairs. As soon Gamma took a step on the stairs, her whole foot twisted the wrong way, causing her to tumble down the stairs face first. When she arrived at the bottom, she just looked up with a thumbs up, still looking like she was drunk and her nose bleeding. No one knows if the nose bleeding is from falling down or just her perversion. She then plopped her head on the floor with and still giving out a drunken expression. Everyone just sighed at the sight, leaving her body there. Delta didn't even wait to be called and practically jumped all the way onto Cid's arms. She didn't even wait for him to started speaking and grabbed his collar and smashed her face into his, giving him a sloppy kiss. Cid then tried to speak with the hound, practically licking his face. "Sigh Delta, kiss, you are probably kiss the most hot-headed kiss person I know. You are a complete savage, kiss on the battlefield, kiss, which isn't a bad thing, mind you, kiss." Cid then squeezed of her ass to make her stop, which worked. Oh, Delta just let out a moan due to the unexpected contact. Cid just continued where he left off. "Due to your bloodlust you sometimes go out of control and act like a total berserker and go in a frenzy. As such you shall be known as the untamable sin of wrath, Delta." Delta just gave a cheeky grin and pressed her lips all over Cid, almost smothering him. When she came off Cid, all she did was a backflip onto the bottom of the throne and sat down with her cheeky grin still plastered on her face, and her tail wagging all over the place. Cid then looked towards the girls, nodding his head towards Epsilon, indicating her to head over. She does so ever so shyly, afraid that due to her smaller body he wouldn't kiss her and not love her like he does the other girls. For this one, when Cid called her, he sat down on the throne and waited for her to arrive. Epsilon was taking her time. She moved over Gamma, who was still on the floor face planted. When she arrived in front of Cid, she was shaking like a leaf and closed her eyes, almost not wanting to hear what he had to say. Cid then sighed due to her insecurities. He forcefully grabbed her arm and put her on his lap facing him. Cid then grabbed her chin and made her look directly into his eyes. "Sigh Epsilon, why are you so ashamed of yourself? There's nothing to be envious about towards the other girls. You guys are unique in your own way. If you guys were all the same person, I can confidently say I wouldn't love all of you the same." Epsilon hearing this went wide-eyed, not expecting to hear her master say such a thing. Cid just ignored her expression. You know, there's nothing wrong with being envious. I believe that envy is also a great motivation for growing stronger. When you envy someone in something, you work hard to achieve it, just wanting to grasp a bit of what the other person has. It worked great for you, didn't it? Epsilon then looked confused. Because of your envy, you became the best at controlling mana. Your control is so high that you even got Alpha slightly jealous of your ability. Epsilon then turned around towards Alpha, who came out of her daydream, nodding her head in agreement to what Cid said. Cid just grabbed her chin once again and made her look at him in the eyes, which caused Epsilon to blush as she realized their compromising position. But, I'm not really jealous of their power, what I'm jealous about is their bodies, Epsilon said in a whisper. Cid raised an eyebrow and with a serious expression asked, do you think of me as someone so shallow? Epsilon just shook her head rapidly in denial without any hesitation. How can I possibly think of such a thing towards Master? So then why do you think I won't love you cause of your body? Your body is something I could care less about. And I think you forgot one important detail, my blood and power nurtures your body, you're already growing in places where you had difficulties growing. I love you just the way you are, Epsilon. Epsilon hearing this just started to cry and clean her tears. When she was done, Cid continued where he left off, though I know such envious emotions are difficult to get rid of. That's why you should use your envy as you have been doing, as a motivation. You are Epsilon, the discontenting sin of envy. Cid didn't even let Epsilon have a chance to have a word in, as he just grabbed her face and brought her in for a long kiss. Epsilon, who was sitting atop of Cid, just had her hands resting on his chest, while their kiss turned more passionate and lustful. Huff huff huff. Epsilon moved a bit away to catch her breath, she then went back for more which Cid allowed, but after a while he had to softly disconnect their kiss. Epsilon just had a face full of satisfaction and got off slowly, but not before slowly moving her hips on top of his crotch. She then went and jumped towards the rest of the girls while skipping along and with a happy expression. Zeta, just like Delta, didn't wait for her name to be called. It appears impatience is a common trait among beastkins. When Zeta arrived in front of Cid, she tried to keep a serious expression, but her tail exposed her true feelings as it wagged back and forth. Cid just looked at her tail and raised an eyebrow at her, which made Zeta blush due to her exposed feelings on the matter. While blushing, she looked down and said, "Sorry, master." Cid just shook his head and asked, "What are you even apologizing for?" He then started to pet her cat ears, which caused her tail to wag even faster, making her blush even brighter. They then locked eyes naturally without any force or anything, as if their eyes were magnet attracted to each other. You and I are similar, you know. We both have that hunger for power. That undescribable hunger that doesn't go away even when we grow stronger. It's thanks to that hunger that we keep pushing forward and surpass our limits. You, yourself may not realize it, Zeta, but your hunger is the highest out of everyone. You, my lovely feline, are unsustainable, and I love that about you. You are Zeta, the unsustainable sin of gluttony. Cid, like he's done so far, started kissing Zeta. Although slowly at first, they started to pick up the pace. Cid wiggled his arms around Zeta's waist and pulled her closer. Even though she was physically older, she felt like someone who didn't have any experience when kissing Cid. To her, he was kissing and wrapping their tongue right at the perfect moment, making her squirm in excitement. When they separated, Zeta let out a longing breath, wanting for more, but she knew there was one more person left. She could feel the glare behind her as if rushing her. She just sighed in disappointment and went towards the others. Once Zeta set foot at the last step, they all heard the floor crack. Everyone just looked in shock as Ada ran at full speed towards Cid. When she arrived in front of him, she wrapped her legs around him and started to passionately steal his lips. Cid tried to push her off him slightly, but due to Ada's inhuman strength she was gripping on tightly. When she stopped kissing Cid, she just spoke very rapidly, "I know, sin of sloth, due to always being tired and always falling asleep. Now please let's continue." Ada didn't even let Cid get a word in as she went back into practically eating his face. She quickly grabbed his arm and went and took a hold of his hand. She then placed that hand on her own ass and made Cid give it a squeeze. Oh. Hearing Ada's moan quickly brought them back from their shock and rushed towards them. Everyone quickly took a hold of both of them and tried to separate them, but due to Ada's strength she was stuck like a leech. "Come on, Ada, stop this madness," said Alpha, who was pulling on her, trying to get her off. "Let go off the bossman, Ada, he's for everyone. We're all supposed to have a big clan with lots of babies, so share," said Delta while taking a hold of Cid and pulling. "Never," said Ada and quickly returned to sucking on his face and lips. Cid, getting tired of being taken advantage of, just raised his hand, which made the girls let go off of them except Ada. He then swung the arm across Ada's ass, which caused her to moan and let go of his mouth. Cid without any effort took Ada and sat on the throne and laid Ada on his lap. Without hesitation he started to smack her ass. Smack, oh wee. Smack, oh why. Smack, oh yes. Ada then turned and looked towards the girls and held up a victory sign with a satisfied sleepy expression. Smack, hard air master. Cid, seeing her just enjoying it, decided to get serious with his punishment and coated his hand with the element of fire. And with a fiery swing, Cid spanked her across her ass. Ada's sleepy and lustful expression quickly disappeared. Shock and pain were the main emotions in her face. She then quickly got up and started running while holding her rear. She quickly conjured water and started to rub it near her butt, cooling it down. She then went back towards the girls, and when she was facing them, she stuck out her tongue and gave them the victory sign once again. Basically saying, I got all that I wanted out of that. When she arrived with everyone else, she just laid down on the floor and brought her hands together to her chest and fell asleep with an expression that showed that if she died now she would have died happy. Everyone just looked at her in disbelief. Cid just covered his face with his palm and shook his head. He then went and sat on the throne and waited for everyone to get back into formality. Although it was slightly difficult waking up Ada, they managed. When they were done, Cid just laid on his throne and said, with that, you guys are now officially the 7 deadly sins of Shadow Garden. The girls then gained a proud expression among themselves, showing how happy they were with their accomplishments. Now on to important matters, relocating everyone here. Though that should be fairly easy if I do it. But no, I want you guys to test out the mist that surrounds this place. Due to the dragon I killed becoming a part of my shadow army, his abilities have gotten more powerful, so the defenses of the city should be very potent. I want you guys to try and get in by yourself. With everyone else. I'll leave Hazard, the dragon, here in the hidden city for a while you guys get used to him and learn on how to enter. Cid then stood up and called forth his shadows back into his and started walking down the throne, and while walking he went past and girls. When he made in a few feet away, he said, oh, by the way, the kisses weren't rewards, the kisses were to tell you guys that you're mine and mine alone for eternity. You guys are now officially my wives. Please take care of me in the future, honeys. And with that, Cid just walked out of the throne room and went to explore the hidden city of Nightingale in person. While the girls just stood there frozen, until Beta unconsciously muttered, did we just get married towards master? The girls didn't know what to say. They just stood there in shock, not believing what just happened. Epsilon then softly asked herself, do we call him master or husband? Alpha just took a deep breath to reboot her brain, and when she did, she started walking out of the throne room. Seeing Alpha leaving, Gamma asked, what are you doing? Alpha just turned her head back like Cid just did and with a smirk said, I'm following our husband's order, and with that she left the throne room as well. Eta then quietly asked herself, now that I'm his wife, would he let me study and dissect him to figure out how he continues to grow so strong and how his powers work? I mean, it's not like he'll die, he's immortal after all. And with that, Eta started leaving with a pondering expression. Which was followed by everyone going to do the task they were assigned. Leaving the throne room completely empty. Chapter 34 R18. Omni POV. After Cid finished exploring the city, he decided to just go home. When he arrived, he found his sister in the training yard practicing her swordsmanship. When Claire noticed Cid, she called him over. When he got close to her, she stopped what she was going to say and started sniffing the air. She then got closer to Cid and started sniffing him all over. And with a serious tone she asked, who have you been with? And why do I smell the lingering scent of multiple women? Are you having sex with them? How many are they? Cid then just casually replied, don't worry about it, not yet, and 7, for now. Claire's face then turns irritated, what do you mean for now? Don't worry about it. Claire then swung her practice sword directly at Cid, which he easily dodged. She didn't stop at just one swing, she kept swinging at him trying to at least get it in, but they all missed. When he turned his back at her so he could go grab a sword for himself, Claire saw it as the perfect opportunity to strike. Cid with his back turned just dodged it all the same, irritating Claire even further. When he grabbed his own practice sword, Claire, still annoyed at Cid for seeing other girls, started swinging at him with more aggression. Why would he need any other girl when he has me right in front of him? I better take action quickly before some unexpected bitch gets to him first. And with that they spent the rest of the afternoon practicing. It was now nighttime and Cid was laying in bed looking at the ceiling in deep thought when the door was then carefully opened. It was Claire and she was wearing her sleeping wear. She then slowly closed the door and started walking towards Cid. Cid didn't even look at her and asked, what are you doing here, especially during this time? Claire didn't speak but started crawling sensually towards Cid when she got on the bed. She then climbed on top of him and put her hands on his bare chest as he doesn't normally wear a shirt when going to sleep. Claire then gained a serious expression as she asked, answer me honestly, are you a virgin? Cid then looked at his sister with a raised brow, why should that matter, and didn't I previously say that I didn't have sex? You just said you didn't have sex with them, meaning the ones whose smell was all over you. You could have had lost your virginity to someone else entirely and I wouldn't have known. Sigh, no, I haven't lost my virginity, happy. Very, Claire said, which she then proceeded to lower her head towards Cid's neck and started kissing and licking it softly. After all your first times should belong to me. She then started aiming her kisses more upwards and went straight towards his mouth. Cid inwardly smirked knowing where this was going and silently made a barrier using sound magic so sound doesn't escape the room. Chapter 35. Omni POV. Once morning came you can see Claire laying on Cid's arms with a smile on her face while drawing circles around his chest. Cid let out a sigh before saying, although it was fun and I wouldn't mind continuing, we have to get up. You know how mother gets when we're not on time. And if we're late, especially today of all days, she's going to give us a long lecture, which I don't want to sit through, so come on. Claire let out a reluctant sigh and started to get up. Oh we, she groaned as she held the side of her hips. Cid just smirked proudly hearing her cry. Claire then started to carefully put on her clothes and started limping towards the door, not even bothering to put on her underwear and just held them as she was too lazy to put them on. Why don't you just heal yourself? It was my first time, I want the pain to last as long as possible to remember this day. She then slowly closed the door to not draw any attention. And when she fully closed the door she let out a sigh of relief, but unexpectedly a maid came around the corner while carrying sheets. The maid just froze seeing Claire come out of the young master's room and holding her underwear at that, with white liquid running down her legs. Claire's eyes then narrowed as she gained a crazed expression. She put a finger on top of her lips and ran her thumb across her neck, basically saying, "Keep quiet, otherwise you're dead." The maid quickly gained a scared expression and nodded her head rapidly. Claire's expression then reverted back to smile as she limped her way onto a bath. The maid just stood there with a stunned expression, not knowing what to do or what to even think. She was just paralyzed in shock. After a few minutes, Cid emerged from his room shirtless while wearing pants. He closed the door behind him and gave the maid a reassuring smile. The maid, seeing his figure and smile, started blushing as steam came out from her head. No wonder the young lady would commit such an act, everything about him just appears to be perfect. Even though he's young, his figure and smile could just captivate anyone who would lay their eyes on them. He then patted her shoulder while still smiling reassuringly. You don't have anything to worry about anymore. The maid just tilted her head in confusion, not getting what he meant. And with that he started walking away. As soon as he turned his back towards the maid suddenly combusted into black flames. The maid tried to scream out in pain and agony, but sound just wouldn't come out. She was burnt away, where not even the ashes remained, not even the sheets she was carrying were spared. Cid's reassuring smile quickly went away and was replaced by a cold and indifferent expression. With a hand on his pant pockets, he started ruffling with his bed hair as he muttered in a cold and emotionless voice, "Yar days, that girl is always leaving her mess for me to clean up." And with that Cid went towards a different bath and got dressed for his sister's party. His drip pick. And with that guest from lower-class noble family started appearing one by one, thus commencing the start of the party. The party went mostly until late in the night. It mostly consisted of dancing, girls trying to flirt with Cid and not believing how good he looks, to Cid playing a musical note for his sister which touched her, people being amazed at Cid's musical skills, even his parents were amazed, more girls trying to offer marriage proposals to which Claire always came and shot it down, and one final big dance with his sister. His dancing was mostly about Claire being the center of attention, as if every move was carefully planned to showcase her beauty to the world. With one big round of applause the party came to an end. Seeing everyone leaving, Claire came close to Cid's ear and asked, "Want to do it again later tonight?" Cid just shook his head, "I have something to do tonight, so another day." Which caused Claire to pout and give a reluctant sigh. Seeing that everyone left, Cid gave out a fake yawn and said, "I'm very tired, so I'm going to sleep." The mom just gave Cid a sweet motherly smile and replied, "Sure thing sweetie, and you were amazing out there today, good job." Cid, while letting out another fake yawn, said, "Yeah, no problem mom," and went back into his room, laid in bed, and waited when Claire would get kidnapped. Later in the night, Claire could be seen sleeping a deep sleep, exhausted from everything that happened. From her hours of non-stop pleasuring, keeping that fatigue due to it being her first time, getting discovered, party and dancing which just added to her already tired physique, always keeping a watchful eye on her brother so he doesn't get captured by the wandering harlots, and more dancing. So she was physically and mentally exhausted. After a few minutes the window from her bedroom slowly opened and a green fog started encasing the whole room. After a few minutes people wearing masks started entering the room, a guy most likely the leader came close to her bed and put a syringe close to her neck. Mostly as an insurance, as they probably heard of her strength and power. As soon as Claire felt the cold metal close to her neck, her eyes shot wide open and quickly jumped into action. She sucker punched the guy with the syringe right in the center of his face. Due to the sudden attack the guy quickly dropped to ground in pain, holding his now bleeding nose. She then used the guy crouching as a foothold and then jumped towards the guy that was behind him, kicking him in the face. What neither of them noticed however was the pair of purple eyes in the shadows overlooking everything. I see, so they came prepared, they probably heard of her strength and made more preparations. They added muscle relaxers and sleeping powder into the smoke. But it seems they still underestimated her. My precious sister isn't going down without a fight, so she's going to make a lot of noise and going to wake up everyone, Cid thought as he added an invisible sound barrier blocking the sounds inside. When she kicked the guy in the face, two men appeared at each side of her and took a hold of her arms, stopping her resistance. While being held, Claire raised her legs all the way up in the air and dropped down her entire body weight and remaining strength onto the foots of the guys holding her. Crunch crunch. Completely breaking the bones on their feet. They were about to quickly scream out in pain but stopped themselves, not wanting to alert anyone. Claire suddenly felt weakened and was about to collapse, so using all her remaining strength, she took a deep breath, and when she opened her mouth to scream out for help, a hand suddenly came behind her and held her mouth and quickly injected the syringe on her neck. Claire was slowly closing her eyes, when she used all of her willpower and closed her mouth, that was open and about to scream, onto the guy's hand, and with a final pull ripped out 2 of his fingers. And with that she closed her eyes, falling into a deep sleep with blood all over her mouth and 2 fingers next to it. The guy who just had his finger chomped off let out a blood-curdling scream. A horror gag. The rest of the guys went wide-eyed hearing their partner scream and quickly cover his mouth. All that was heard was muffled screaming as another pair of guys went and picked up Claire and quickly left from where they came from, too afraid that they were discovered. Cid could be seen in his room completely awake looking at the ceiling with a proud smirk. In the morning, all members of the manor could be seen at the scene of the crime. While looking at the scene of the crime, the mother could be seen with tears flowing down her eyes, looking at all the blood. She thought the worst. She almost fainted when she saw the fingers on the ground. Cid, to reassure his mother, knelt down and picked up the fingers. Cid quickly put that down. His mother shouted. Cid just raised his hand, stopping her from continuing. It's not hers. What? It's too long and the textures are rough. Even though Claire trains every day, she always takes care of herself. These fingers aren't hers. Plus I know my sister, she fought back and she fought back hard. I wouldn't even doubt it if someone says none of the blood here belongs to her. The mother, after listening to Cid's explanation and looking at the finger carefully, calmed down. She then went and gave Cid a hug and said, "Thank you, honey." While the baldy of the dad started looking at everything like he was a detective. He's right, it looked like she fought back, as expected of my daughter, but it looks like the bandits came prepared as expected. They thought very highly of our daughter. How noble of them, the balding old man said as he picked up the powder that was scattered everywhere and took a sniff of it. As soon as he brought it towards his nose, he completely collapsed on the ground and started snoring heavily with a snot bubble coming out of his nose. The mom just looked at this in disgust and disbelief, wondering why she married such an idiot. Cid, seeing this, just sighed and started leaving, but not before saying, "If Claire fought back even when under something so potent, I'll say she's fine," and with that Cid left the room with a maid following close behind him. His mom just looked at her sons retreating back gratefully, for having a son so dependable and not useless like his father. Cid just made his way onto the study room and sat behind the main desk, with the maid still following and standing right next to him. Cid then grabbed her arm and pulled her onto his lap and said, "You can drop the disguise now, Beta." Beta was now blushing as she was sitting on Cid's lap. She then started to compose herself and pointed towards the map. "Master Akko dash." "What was that?" Cid interrupted. "Master we be dash. I'm not listening until I hear a proper name calling from you." Beta then started blushing even harder and whisper, "Lord husband." Cid just smiled and grabbed her chin and brought her in for a kiss. When he let go, Beta's elf ears were just flapping in happiness and excitement, not expecting to be treated like that right off the bat. She expected it would take a long while before they became more intimate, not this soon. Cid started patting her head as he laid back on the chair. "Beta, you have to understand, you are now my wife. That means I care about you. You can't expect me to not show affection for the person I care about. Especially when it's a cute elf like you. And just like you're my wife, I am your husband, and sometimes this husband wants some affection from his wife." Cid just went back to kissing Beta, who very much enjoyed his domineering side, especially when it comes to demanding affection. When Cid broke the kiss, he returned the conversation back to what they were talking about. "You don't have to worry about Claire. Do you really think that if she was truly in danger I would just let that happen? I willingly allowed her to be taken. She is protected at all times. This was a test of sorts for her. I would let the Diabolos cult kidnap her and I would see how she would act. If I like what I saw and she fought back excellently, she would have the necessary strength to join us. If not, I would have just kept her in the dark, but she did good, so she will join. Plus I needed her to see the cult for herself. If not, she would never have believed me. Then does my lord dash, cough, then does lord husband know where she is?" Beta then controlled her shadow and pulled up multiple papers and documents and carefully laid them out on the desk. As soon as everyone heard of Miss Claire's disappearance, everyone in Shadow Garden started searching for her, and based on our information network, this is what we found. The members of the cult most likely took her north dash, but before she could continue, Cid interrupted her. "You really have to check your information more carefully. If this was a real incident, people would have died." Cid then threw a slime-made knife in the air as it landed on the south part of the map that was also on the table. Beta then started to carefully overlook everything and gasp, "You're right, the north is only a distraction." Cid then patted her ass, which caused her to jump due to the unexpected hand placement. Cid then said, "Get the others, it's time Claire learns the truth of this world." Beta's expression got serious and collected all the documents and placed them in her shadow and got up from Cid's lap reluctantly and started to sink at her own shadow with a bow. POV switch, Claire's POV. Groaning. I feel like I was just in a coma and just woke up. I opened my eyes still feeling groggy. I had to wait a minute so my eyes could adjust to the light, and once they were well adjusted I tried to move, but I realized I'm in a cell chained up. I then suddenly felt iron in my mouth. Yuck, I still have that guy's blood in my mouth. And where the hell am I thought as I slightly pulled on the chains. Hearing the sounds of the chains, a strange-looking guy enters the cell with a chair and locks the cell behind him and takes a seat. Well, young lady, I have some questions for you, and I hope you answer them willingly, the guy says, trying to be intimidating. Wait, now that I look closely he looks familiar. Wait, I think I recognized you. You're that loser that fought and lost against Princess Iris in the God of War festival, Viscount Alba, the loser of the tourney's first rounds of bout. Tilting my head to the side, his foot passes by my face and hits the wall. So you can dodge something that fast, as expected of the one able to injure my men even while drugged up. I expected nothing less from the hero's descendant. Hero's descendant? I have no idea what the hell you're on about. The only reason I'm so strong is cause of my brother's training and teachings. Brother. Yup, my little brother, he's a handful, I tell you. His good looks are going to get him in trouble one of these days. So I have to step up and protect him. When we fight I could never win against him, and he's always teaching me things like a know-it-all. The worst part is that those lessons are actually valuable. I said, ranting, finally being able to brag to someone about my brother. Anyways, let's get this over with. I heard you had some questions for me and you better hurry up and send me home afterwards. If my brother knows I'm missing I don't doubt he will come looking for me. The Alba dude just sneered when I mentioned my brother, dumbass, he should have taken my suggestion into consideration. Cid Kagenou, have you been feeling unwell lately? Trouble using magic? Keeping it under control? Black spots on your body starting to rot, any such symptoms? The hell? What, did you just kidnap me to play doctor? Sorry doctor, the only one allowed to search my body is only the one I truly love. Fine, I'll play along but no touching, okay? As for the symptoms, there was something like that a year ago, but my brother took care of it. He said that I would learn one day what they meant and that I wasn't strong enough to learn of such secrets. The Alba guy then put on a pondering expression as he said, I see, so you do have the symptoms, which means you're compatible. I only called you a hero descendant due to your supernatural strength, but it seemed I wasn't wrong in my assumptions. Why the hell do you keep calling me a hero descendant? Seriously, what's his problem? Is he sick in the head or something? That's not something you should worry about, and rest assured I'll definitely take a look into your brother. PHHTTTTTT, I don't think I can contain my laughter hearing him. Ha 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 ha, you're hilarious. Mr. Funny over here then gained an irritated expression and asked, what's so funny? Wiping the tears from the corner of my eyes from laughing I replied, because you think you even have a chance against my brother. I could only shake my head at his foolishness. You're such a fool, my god. Even if I went all out, using magic, the best equipment, an army, and multiple beasts, I don't think I'll be able to even touch my brother, so hearing someone so weak say that they're going after him is so funny. Anyways, I have places to be, so I'll see you later, I said as I used one of the techniques my brother taught me and hardened my muscles and just casually ripped the chains right from the walls. I just grabbed the shackle that was sealing my magic and ripped it right off and repeated the process with the other one. The grease guy just jumped back in shock. How are you doing that? Your magic should be sealed. Casually waving him off I said, oh that, it's just a technique my brother taught me. By the way, you guys really need to upgrade your hospitality. I mean, I sat there with a mouth full of blood that wasn't my own and you guys didn't even offer me water. I can only shake my head in disappointment. The grease guy then tried to surprise attack me, but when it landed nothing even happened. That wasn't very nice, you know. As I see his expression morph into anger, I can see why Cid likes to tease me a lot. This is fun. You know, I'm feeling kind of generous today. Why don't I teach you something my brother taught me? I said as I started to swing the chains. Anything and everything can be used as a weapon, he always used to say, I said as I swung the chain across his face and sent him flying, destroying the chair he was previously sitting on and the door to the cell due to the force of my swing. As I exit the cell I continue the lessons. Lesson 2, always beat your enemies senseless until they completely lose the will to fight. I started swinging both chains across his face on the floor to the point where his face wasn't even recognizable. As I continue wailing at him I heard a voice I've been waiting to hear. Ha 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 ha, nice job Claire. I quickly stopped and turned towards the voice. It was Cid, and when I turned around he was wearing this beautiful black and golden coat that made his presence even more intimidating. When I saw him, a large smile started appearing, but it quickly froze when I saw him surrounded with so many beautiful women. Although they were wearing masks you can just tell they're beautiful. I just pointed at him and angrily asked, who are these bitches that are accompanying you? Did these harlots seduce my brother with their bodies? Those bitches. Cid just shook his head looking exasperated and said, what did I always tell you about looking away from the enemy? Wadash, I quickly looked around and realized this bastard was trying to run away. Just as I was about to follow, Cid appeared right next to me and grabbed my shoulder and shook his head. POV change, Omni POV. As Shadow appeared next to Claire he put a hand on her shoulder stopping her. Let me take care of it, the girls over there will explain everything that's happening. And with that, Shadow started sinking onto his shadow and followed Viscount Alba. Claire, seeing this, just stood there frozen, as she never seen Cid do anything like this before. She was getting more confused than ever. She then turned towards the 7 girls and saw the multiple bodies of soldiers laying dead before their feet. Just who are you guys? Claire asked defensively, wanting to know their relationship with her brother. All the girls then started blushing, and Alpha stepped up and held her chest up high and said, "We are Master's loyal wives." Claire's face expression turned cold as she asked, "What?" as her magic power started seeping through. The girls then gained an awkward expressions as they started to basically explain everything from the beginning. As for Shadow, he unexpectedly appeared in front of Viscount Alba as he was muttering, "Now I know the identity of the ones that were destroying our bases. With this I'll gain a promotion. With this you will be saved, Milia." As soon as he saw Shadow, he panicked and quickly took the pills from his suit pockets and downed them all in one go. The Viscount's body quickly started expanding and growing bigger and more grotesque. "You will not stop me," he yelled as his previous wounds already healed, and he pulled out his sword and charged it with a plethora amount of magic power. He then swung the sword with a huge amount of strength, destroying everything on his path. Except for Shadow, as he didn't even gain a speck of dirt on him. He just looked at Grease coldly and said in an emotionless voice, "How disgusting, how dare you show something so grotesque to these monarchs' eyes? I don't even have the desire to play around with you. Perish." As soon as Shadow said the word perish, Viscount Grease was cut into millions upon millions of pieces. Shadow didn't even use a sword, he just used his 2 fingers and started swiping all over Grease's body. "Come forth and serve," he said while looking at all the blood everywhere. As soon as those words left his mouth, the Viscount grotesque-looking body appeared, looking better than it was previously. He then looked at him as he said, "I'm not even going to bother thinking of a good name, I'll just keep your name as Grease." The Shadow soldier now named Grease bowed, paying his respects, and went into Shadow's shadow. Sigh, now I have to deal with Claire, this is gonna be a pain in the ass. When Cid appeared where everyone was gathered, Claire disappeared from where she was standing with the other girls and arrived in front of Cid with her fist cocked back and punched him right on his cheek. Due to the force, a gust of wind appeared behind him as he just stood in place and looked at Claire in confusion. What was that for? She then grabbed his collar and started shaking him and yelling at him, "What the hell is the matter with you? You started a whole secret organization, got married, to not 1, not 2, not even 3 girls, but 7 different girls, and what the hell is all this nonsense about Diabolo's cult? I mean, it makes sense if you think about it, but really." Once she stopped yelling, she started huffing and puffing to catch her breath before yelling again, "I asked that why you have been sneaking out since you were little. My god, Cid, not only does this organization have hundreds upon hundreds of girls, you are probably just collecting them so they could join your harem." Claire then started huffing and puffing some more and muttered, "Seriously, what am I going to do with you? I mean, why tell me all this now when I'm going to school in the capital today?" Cid just started chuckling, which caused Claire to glare at him. "Do you think this funny?" No, none of that, and you're taking this way out of proportion. I didn't start collecting girls, it was mostly Alpha and the rest that found them, and of course the organization is going to be girls, most with the curse are girls, although boys can get them, it's extremely rare. And you forgot I treated your curse, remember, and the reason why I'm telling you now is cause I noticed the girls were reluctant to leave as they have to move and operate some things from the capital, so I was going to give them a mission to train you. Train me? But I'm already strong. Yeah, but not their level of strong. And with that, Cid started making preparations to enhance Claire. Chapter 36, Chapter 36. Omni POV. Wait, so you're telling me, you have been making them stronger and stronger but you didn't do anything for me? I'm literally your sister, I should have been your first choice when you decided to make them stronger, said Claire with her expression getting angrier by the second. Although they're very strong, you yourself have much more skill than them. I have been training you since we were little and I've been training them since I was 10, so yeah, you are much more skillful. And you don't have to worry about not having the same upgrades as them. I was planning on doing it to you as soon as I told you about my other identity. We could do it right here and now, if you want to, that is, Cid said, shrugging his shoulder. Of course I want to do it right now, what do I have to do? Just sit down crossed-legged on the floor. Cid then proceeded to explain everything about how to form a mana core and its functions. Claire was amazed of the ingenuity of it and couldn't believe Cid came up with something like that. Did you seriously come up with something like that? That is amazing and almost unbelievable. Cid just gave her a confident smirk as he said, I know I'm amazing, you don't have to keep telling me that. Claire then proceeded to start forming her own mana core, then when it formed into a crystal ball, she proceeded to bite down on her thumb and draw blood, but before she could apply it, Cid stopped her. Wait, before you do that, there's something you need to know. You see, thanks to my powers and ability, I'm technically immortal. Claire, hearing him, went wide-eyed, and with her mouth wide open she looked towards the girls looking for confirmation. Seeing all of them nodding their head reassuring her, she turned her head back at Cid looking at him in disbelief. Cid then continued, you see, I can also share my immortality with people if I wanted to, and as you can guess, the girls are immortal as well. So I'm going to be sharing my immortality with you as well. Cid then proceeded to make a finger gun and puncture a hole in his chest right where his heart is, drew a drop of blood that was glowing faintly purple with power. As he did, the hole in his chest and heart quickly closed, leaving only the drop floating in front of him. Cid then took and controlled the blood that came from Claire's finger and mixed it with his own and shot it towards her stomach. After the mana explosion, Claire kept looking at her hands and clenching her fist. I feel amazing. Alpha and the girls just nodded their head, as Alpha said, husband's power would do that to you. Claire, hearing her, just closed her eyes and tilted her head as she grew a tick mark on her head. We're not done, Cid said. Due to their powers being connected, whenever the girls store something in their shadow, Cid has unrestricted access to it, since it's connected to his shadow dimension. And so with just a thought, Cid pulled the corpse of the dragon and presented it to Claire. Amen, you hunted a dragon and I didn't get to watch, now that's seriously unfair. Claire pouted. Cid just rolled his eyes as he finger-gunned the chest of the dragon as blood started flowing out and on a cup he quickly made using magic. Once he was done, he put the dragon away and presented her with the cup of blood. Why would I need to drink this? That seems disgusting, Claire said while looking at the cup offered to her in disgust. Cid's eyes then turned into dragon slits as he said, for power. Claire then nodded and closed her eyes. She then took a deep breath before chugging the thing whole. After she was done, she licked her lips and said, it wasn't that bad. Her eyes suddenly widened before she started rolling on the floor screaming in pain. When the pain stopped, Claire was just on the floor breathing heavily and said, seriously Huff, you could have warned me, Puff, that it was going to be that painful. Cid just gave her a smile as he said, nope. And with that they finished her upgrade and quickly dropped her off close to the house, where Cid proceeded to pretend he was always there. As soon as she appeared, the guards quickly called for the madam, who proceeded to run outside and give Claire a big hug. How did you escape? Asked the mom while looking all over Claire to see if she has any injuries. Claire just came up with a bullshit excuse and said, oh that, I just killed all the bandits. The mom, believing her, just continued just hugging her. Claire just backed away slightly and said, I have to get dressed, since I have to go to school in the capital now. The mother nodded her head and let her go. As Claire passed her mother and then Cid, she quietly said, come to my room after a minute. Confused, Cid just nodded, and after walking around aimlessly for a few minutes, Cid carefully came towards his sister's room. When he knocked on the door, he said, hey Claire, it's me, I'm coming in. As soon as Cid entered, he closed the door behind him, and inside Claire was seen with her new school uniform bending over her study table. Her panties were on the table and her skirt was lifted all the way, fully exposing her private part. As soon as Cid entered, Claire started shaking her hips as she said, come, let's have a quickie before I leave. Cid stood there stunned for a bit before he proceeded to take a hold of his pants and walk towards Claire. Cid came out of Claire's room with a satisfied expression as he adjusted his pants and strutted his way outside, where everyone waited to say goodbye. After waiting for a few minutes, Claire came outside with a skip in her step and a satisfied expression. The mother and father then started hugging Claire and wished her safe travel. Which was followed by Claire hugging Cid and whispering in his ear, you better visit me secretly, I know you can. After all, you built an organization and took down bad guys mostly across cities in a single night, so you must have a teleportation ability. Cid just smiled and nodded, and with that Claire got on the carriage, and as it drove away, Claire stuck her head out and started waving goodbye. Cid just shook his head, and just as he was about to turn around and leave, he heard something that caught his attention. Have you seen our granddaughter? She works in the estate as a maid, and after her shift she always comes home. But after yesterday she hasn't returned and we're worried about her. Cid quickly looked towards where he heard the conversation. He saw an elderly couple hugging each other with tears in their eyes as they asked the guard that was guarding the front gates. The guard just shook his head as he said, I don't know much, but I heard there was a maid that went missing since yesterday and haven't heard from her. But she's only been missing for a day, so maybe it's nothing to worry about. The old man just nodded as they went away, and as they started walking away, the elderly woman broke down into tears as the old man comforted his wife while holding back tears of his own. Cid just watched everything with an emotionless face, hiding his true feelings on the matter, and with his hands in his pockets started walking towards his room. Once he arrived in front of his room, he put his hand on the doorknob to open it but froze in place. He then closed his eyes and softly exhaled while lowering his head before muttering, what have I done? He then turned his head to the side and saw the apparition of the maid he mercilessly killed. The maid was next to the door, sitting down, hugging her legs and her head in between them, sobbing silently. Seriously, what the fuck is wrong with me? Cid let go of the doorknob and crouched down in front of the girl. He then wrapped his arms around her ghostly figure and sincerely apologized. I know apologizing isn't going to undo my previous actions and undo all the harm I caused you, but I'm really, really sorry. Cid then sighed as he broke away the hug and put a hand on the girl's head. He then jokingly said, this is my first time, so bear with me. He then started using his power alongside his life magic, reconstructing her body and brought her back alive. When he was done, he was still holding her head and said, you shouldn't be burdened with the trauma of your death. He then started to erase her memories bit by bit of everything that happened previously. Now the maid stood by his door with a pile of sheets on her hand and her head down, still slightly unconscious. Cid then went into his room, and as he closed the door to his room, the maid slowly opened her eyes. After blinking a bit she just tilted her head in confusion before just shrugging her shoulder and walking towards where she was previously going. Cid was just laying in bed with a hand stretched out into the sky. "Why did I do that?" Cid said while looking at his hand. He then summoned a black flame and started playing with it. "Since when did I start seeing people's life as something that can easily be disposed of and played with?" He then clenched the hand into a fist extinguishing the flame. "I have become arrogant. My power has made me look at people's life like it's something I could do whatever I want with. I seriously almost destroyed a family because of my childish whims. Did I still see this world as just something of my imagination? No, I knew right from the start, this is a real world and not just some fantasy." Man, the old man would have been disappointed with what I'd done. "This should be the first and last time I ever do that to someone so innocent," Cid said out loud and in all seriousness. Cid then put his arms down and just went to rest due to his mental exhaustion. Chapter 37, Chapter 37. Cid's POV. It's been 2 years since Claire has gone to school and a lot of things have happened during the years. For one, Claire has become a full-fledged member of Shadow Garden, raising through the ranks and becoming more powerful and skillful. With her strength coming to par with the 7 main members. She started to get along with everyone in Shadow Garden and started to respect them as well once she saw the changes they were doing around the world. One thing I didn't expect, which came off as something really unexpected and uncharacteristic, was the amount of respect she gained towards Alpha. Due to learning under Alpha for a bit, Claire saw her strength, her leadership skills, her charisma, and intelligence being constantly used. I mean, it's not really unexpected that Claire came to respect her now that I think about it. My wife is great after all. When Claire learnt that I was the one that came up with their name, she demanded one too, and to just get it over with I just named her Adelphi. Sister, the literal definition of it is sister. Am I ashamed of naming her that? No, I'm not. Apart from Claire, my relationship with the girls has been progressing smoothly and we have even crossed the line and it was a very good time. I remember the time, when they had to leave for the capital the next day of Claire leaving, they all started crying and saying how much they would miss me. They were all on top of me just bawling their eyes out. I had to constantly remind them that they could just as easily shadow travel to me whenever they miss me. But to them it didn't matter, that they were still going to miss me. And so that they don't miss me, they asked me to sleep and do it with every one of them, so it was a night to remember and cherish. And so in that night they all lost their virginity. But that's a story for another time. Now that I'm 15, it's time for me to go to the capital and go to school as well. In front of the gates of the estate, Mother is crying literal rivers of tears. Wah, my babies are so grown now, first Claire and now you. They grow up so fast, it feels like it was just yesterday you were sucking on my breast drinking milk and now you're on your way to become a proper knight. Okay, now she's taking it too far. Come on Mother, you're embarrassing me. Mother then let me go from her long hug and wiped her tears with her napkin. The balding old man then came and patted me on the shoulder with tears glistening in his eyes as he said, "Take care of your sister over there, all right, and go show them what it means to be a Kagenou." I just rolled my eyes at that. Yeah, I got it, old man, don't worry. Anyways, I better hurry before it's too late. They both nodded and with a nod back I went and entered the carriage that arrived for me. As soon as I entered and sat down, the driver got started and off we went towards the capital. Halfway towards the capital my shadow started moving. Slowly Delta crawled out from under it and got on her knees in front of me. "Delta honey, what are you doing?" Delta got hungry, and Delta always gets full when she gets to drink your meat's juices. Delta then closed her eyes, opened her mouth, and stuck out her tongue in anticipation. I shook my head at her antics, as I lowered my pants and took out my dick and brought Delta's mouth closer. As soon as my dick touched her tongue it grew even more erect than it already was, when looking at Delta's previous actions. When Delta felt my dick in her tongue her tail started wagging, showing her emotion. She closed her mouth slowly and started to slowly lick all around my shaft while bopping her head back and forth. Slurp 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 slurp. I had to put a sound-canceling barrier due to the noise she was making. "Ah, really Delta, you really know how to use your tongue," I said while petting and playing with her head and ears. He slurp, thanks slurp, you slurp bushes slislurp. Damn, Delta really started picking up the pace. I could just feel how her tongue is coiling around my dick. Delta, who is very hungry, goes even deeper and I start to feel the back of her throat wrap itself around my tip, making it even more sensitive. Gulk 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 gulk. Shit, she really is good. I'm close. I grab her head and push my dick even further down her throat and say, "I'm coming Delta. Here, take it all, like the good girl you are." Splurt 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 splurt. Gulp 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 gulp. As my dick slowly escaped her mouth Delta let out a satisfied sigh. Delta always satisfied after boss's milk. Delta wants just one more. Unfortunately we are close to the capital so I have to stop her with a kiss on the forehead. "Sorry Delta, I'm about to get off." But, what is Delta supposed to do?" she said, giving me the puppy dog eyes. I just chuckle and shake my head at her antics. "If you're still hungry you can always go hunting." Delta's ears and tail then droop down as she gained a downcast expression. Seeing this I just sigh as I grab her chin and lifted her head. We can always finish this later. Promise? She asked while pouting. I kiss her as I say promise. Delta then nodded as she sank on her shadow, leaving me alone with my dick out in the open. I quickly readjust myself, which was soon followed by a knock on the window by the driver. Young master, we have arrived. I look out the window and see that was indeed the case. The carriage has stopped right in front, Midgar Royal Spellsword Academy. Seeing that I arrived, I slowly step out, and as soon as I did I seemed to attract the attention of everyone due to my height and good looks. I'm 6 feet 3 inches, pretty tall for a guy my age. The girls slowly went and started whispering into each other's ears. Who's that? I don't know, but he's so hot. Does he belong to an influential family? You think he's single? While the boys just kept staring daggers, just wishing I go explode and die. Well, this is it, the beginning of my school life in this world. Chapter 38. Chapter 38. Cid's POV. One of the main things you first have to do in school is select your courses and elective. You know the usual, arithmetics, history, etc. For the practical elective I chose the Royal Bushan style. For 2 reasons, Alexia, and it could be the only place where I could still practice even when in school, since it'll be considered a class. When selecting the elective, the person in charge said, for this elective you have to take a practical test to decide at which group you best belong in. The groups are separated into proficiency, with Group 9 being the lowest and Group 1 having the most proficient. So where do I go to take this test? I asked, just wanting to get this over with. Here's a map of the school, so you got to go to the training hall here, said the guy I didn't bother remembering the name of, while pointing at a building on the map. Thank you, I said as I got everything else in order. I then made my way towards the training hall. When I went in the training hall, multiple students were lined up waiting to give their name and be tested. It would seem the test is a sparring match against none other than Xenon Griffey. Shocker. After waiting for like 30 minutes I was next in line. Name and what place do you think you belong in, said the person holding the line. Cid Kagenou, and Group 1. As soon as I said my name many gasped. Oh great, what did Claire do? I thought as I heard the exaggerated gasps behind me. I tried and listened carefully to what they were whispering to each other about. Is he related to that Claire Kagenou? The one that was said to be the most beautiful woman in Midgard and is even more powerful than Princess Iris. I heard that due to her strength and power many great noble family tried to recruit her into their military force but were quickly shot down no matter what anyone offered her. I heard that even the royal family went and tried to recruit her and failed, miserably as well when they tried to force her to join. I heard that due to her beauty she has received many marriage proposals but shot them down, but when they just kept coming and getting annoying she brutally beat them with an inch of their life. She got so annoyed to the point that she set an offer. She said she would happily marry anyone that could beat her brother when he enrolls to the academy. Okay, I heard enough. Did she really just throw all of her problems onto me? No freaking wonder some of the boys got super excited when they heard my name. Everyone and their mother probably heard of this offer. I'll deal with her when I get the chance. But now on to more important things. I went and grabbed the wooden sword that was presented to me and stood in front of Xenon, at a respectable distance. Xenon just nodded towards me and with a smirk said, I hope you're at least as good as your sister. I just gave a smirk of my own as I said, don't worry, I'm better. And with that I attacked him. With a step I completely disappear from everyone's view and reappeared in front of Xenon, catching him completely by surprise. Luckily due to his instinct he just manages to slightly block my sword swing, but it was at an awkward angle. I didn't give him time to readjust his position and sent more attacks his way. He would manage to block some but some would still work their way in. He would try and attack himself but I would always parry and return the assault with an even stronger force. Forearm, wrist, chest, and with a plunge into the stomach, Xenon was soon brought to one knee. Xenon was using his wooden sword as support and catching his breath, while I aimed my own sword right under his chin and right onto his neck. I hope that this is enough for me to be in Group 1. Xenon, while still catching his breath, slowly nodded. He then extended a hand to help him up. I really want to refuse, but in a school full of knights that would seem dishonorable. So reluctantly I had to help him up. He then took a firm grip on my hand and gave it a shake. Whoa, young man, you really are strong. Don't do that. Excuse me? He asked, confused. So I reiterated, don't patronize me, you weren't even trying. You can't really expect me to go all out on students, do you? This could barely be called a spar, so don't do that, it's disgusting. With that I just went and put the sword where they belong and tried to leave the training hall but couldn't cause of all the students blocking the way with a stunned expression. No one would have expected for me to beat him, it would seem. My voice then turned cold as I commanded, move. Which frightened them and caused them to scurry along and move out of the way. And just like Moses, I departed the sea of people and made my way towards the dorm rooms. Once I reached my assigned dorm, I quickly went inside and laid in bed. Feeling bored I went forth and using my shadow I called Alpha from it. Hey Alpha, you busy? No, I always have time for you. Wanna come over for a bit? Sure, just let me organize everything. After a few minutes, Alpha slowly appeared from the shadows and climbed onto bed with me. Wrapping my arms around her waist, I pulled her closer and sank my face onto her chest. While my face was in her chest, even though I couldn't see her face, I knew she was smiling. She started to caress my hair playfully as she asked, "So how was it?" Mentally exhausting. I just found out that almost every boy in the entire school body would be coming after my head cause of Claire's stupid offer. Alpha just started giggling slightly as she said, "To be fair, my lord, it's thanks to your blood that Claire has turned out so pretty. So it was obvious she was going to receive male attention." "Oh, so you're saying it's my fault then, and what did we say about the my lord stuff when we're alone?" "And no, I'm not saying it's your fault, I was just dash. I just stopped her before she could start rambling. I was joking, you can relax. And you're technically not wrong, but still she should be able to solve her own problems. I was just venting. But I wasn't joking about the my lord stuff. We've been together for 2 years already." "Sigh, you're right, but to me it still feels like I'm disrespecting you if I call you anything lesser. Any other name I try to come up just doesn't feel natural." I then looked up from her breast and shifted myself and got to an eye level with her. I slowly went and kissed her soft tender lips that tasted like spring as I said, "You can just keep calling me my lord if you want, or even just Cid if it's easier for you." Alpha just smiled and gave me a kiss of her own and snuggled closer. "Thank you, my lord." And like that we spent the rest of the day cuddling. Chapter 39. Chapter 39. Cid's POV. It has been a week since classes officially started. And for the most part it has been relatively normal with nothing extraordinary going on. I would most likely leave a clone of myself here in the future since I could be doing something better with my time. It was now past lunchtime and I was in the training hall, where sword classes are taking place. For the past week I was mostly practicing the basics, and just the basics. But I was secretly surrounding my insides with gravity, making this basic workout even more of a challenge. Today it would appear that people are pairing up with each other for practice. Well, I'll just continue to practice on my own. When I went off to practice I felt a tap on my shoulders. Turning towards the person that tapped me, I find out that it's none other than the youngest princess of the Midgard kingdom, Alexia Midgard. Pick of Alexia. Third person's POV. While Cid was practicing by himself, Alexia tapped him in the shoulder. Irritated from being disturbed, he turned towards her and asked, "What do you want?" Alexia, taken aback by his attitude, said, "That's rude, I just wanted to ask you a question." "Well, ask your question and be done with it," Cid said as he resumed his previous exercise. "TCH, you think you're so good, don't you? Well, what I wanted to know was, why do you only do the basics? I have been watching you for a week. I thought for certain that someone of your strength would be practicing flashier moves." Cid, while still practicing, just side-eyes her before he says, "Because they're the most important." Alexia's eyes widen a bit at that. "Why do you think they're the most important?" Cid's shoulder slumped slightly as he mutters, "So annoying." Alexia, clearly hearing him, started getting annoyed, but all she did was clench her sword slightly, still awaiting his answer. The basics are the foundation to any and all swordplay. The more honed these bases are, the stronger that foundation is going to be. Sword fighting is like building a structure. If the foundation is all wonky, then the entire thing can easily collapse and it'll get you nowhere. But if that foundation is strong and just gets stronger, no matter what anyone does, they wouldn't be able to even chip any side of the structure. So the more I hone my basics, the stronger my fighting style is going to be. And the more I can build my way around it, without having to worry about anything falling apart. Alexia's eyes widen even further, not expecting to hear of something so profound. "I see," she softly whispered. She then walked a bit closer and demanded, "Let's spar." Cid just completely ignored her existence as if she wasn't there anymore. Seeing him not responding, Alexia clears her throat and demanded once again, "Let's spar." Once again, to Cid it was like her existence wasn't registering in his head. He would just continue to swing his sword in perfect arcs without any wasteful movements. Alexia, seeing the way Cid moved his sword, was almost entranced with it. "Let's spar," Alexia demanded with more vigor. Cid just closed his eye and breathed out, "Just leave me alone, you're being a bother. You're supposed to be a princess, so act like it. Go and be a pest somewhere else. Tisk, stop being such a jerk. There is no reason for you to be acting like this. Just cause your sister taught you how to fight doesn't mean you can act like this with everyone you meet." Cid stopped what he was doing and slowly turns his head towards her direction. And in a voice devoid of any emotions he asked, "What did you just say?" Alexia started to get goosebumps when she heard Cid, but wanting to stand her ground she replied with, "You heard what I said." Cid just looked into her eyes, which freaked out Alexia even more. Cid then turned his body with his wooden sword still in hand towards her direction. "Get in position." "What?" Alexia asked nervously. "Get in position." "Yes, sir," she squeaked out as she got into her fighting position, separating a respectable distance between them. Cid didn't give her a chance to attack first. He just casually swung his sword in her direction a bit, but due to the force she was sent sliding back. Cid then reappeared again in front of her and swung his sword with a bit more force, making her drop her sword. Cid just pointed his own sword at her while he just coldly said, pick it up. Alexia got more shaken up when she heard his cold voice and carefully picked up her sword. She then noticed almost everyone stopped what they were doing and were now looking at her. She slowly gulped when she saw all those eyes at her as she got into position. Cid, not caring about her predicament, started attacking again. Whether it was a forward slash or a sideways swipe, Cid didn't stop on his assault until both of their swords were broken. When they broke, he looked directly into her eyes as he said, don't assume things you don't know. My sister didn't teach me anything. My own skill and power come from my own efforts. I was the one that taught my sister. Not the other way around. And with the class soon ended and Cid started making his way towards his next class, leaving Alexia with a broken sword in her hands with a lot to ponder about. While walking towards his next class, a pair of students came up and blocked his way. Hey, I heard you were Claire's little brother. Cid didn't bother to listen to them. He grabbed both of their head and slammed it onto each other, completely knocking them out. Cid just walked around them like nothing ever happened and went about his day. The next day, Cid was seen sitting down just eating his lunch alone in the cafeteria. Due to how he mostly beats up anyone that gets close to him, he has become somewhat of a loner. Not that he minded, he liked being alone. While eating, Alexia suddenly appears out of nowhere with a long tray of many different types of food. Mind if I sit here? Alexia asked with a smile. Cid just ignored her as he continued eating. Alexia, seeing him not responding, just sighed before sitting down in front of Cid and start lining up her food in front of herself. Alexia then started to eat her food with her noble etiquette. While cutting her meat, she just said, I'm sorry. Cid stopped what he was doing and just raised an eyebrow. I'm sorry for spitting on your hard work. I shouldn't have said that even if it was true. Okay, you're creeping me out. What is it that you want? Said Cid, putting down his own fork and knife. A tick mark then formed on Alexia's head. What? I can't apologize for my mistakes. With the way you were acting yesterday, I would have thought you would throw around your title and demanded to be forgiven. What? Just how low is your opinion of me? Almost non-existent. I barely know you. I literally just met you yesterday for the first time. Why would I have any opinions of you? Alexia's cheeks then turned slightly red as she muttered, fair point. She then adjusted her sitting position to appear more presentable. I want to ask you for a favor. Of course you do, Cid said, rolling his eyes. Alexia, pretending she didn't see that, just continued, please teach me what you taught your sister. I know that you taught your sister because she's blood related, and since I have no relation with you, I have no right. But I want to get stronger, so please help me. Cid just looked at her for a bit longer. Why should I help you? Like I previously said, I barely even know you. Chapter 40. Third person POV. I thought you would ask me that. That's why I brought this, Alexia said as she proceeded to take out a large bag of coins and put them in front of Cid on the table. I heard you guys come from a low noble household, so I would like to hire you to teach me what you know, Alexia said rather smugly, pleased with herself for thinking of something so smart. Cid just looked at her unimpressed. I'm not broke. What? Alexia asked in a stunned expression. I said I'm not broke. I can make good money, so what you are offering is virtually something worthless in my eyes. But. You come from such a small noble family, I thought that you were in need of funds. And thanks to my help, you would be forever grateful that I would be helping you out with your money problems, that you would happily teach me. Sigh, you really need to stop assuming things about me. You, yourself, know that I'm strong enough that you want me to teach you. Why would you think I am in need of money? Since I'm strong, what makes you think I can't just go out and hunt rare creatures and sell their parts for money? I never really thought about it. I just thought you were one of those swords-obsessed hermits, the ones that didn't have a life and only live by the way of the sword. And human interactions was like your worst enemy. How the hell you want me to teach you and then start insulting me to my face? Alexia flinched slightly as soon as Cid said that, and while blushing says, sorry, but it's true. Alexia then started getting fidgety in her seat. So what do you want? Cid just went back to eating. What? I don't really want anything. You can't possibly have anything that I would want. So what is it that you want? I'm a princess. I can give you practically anything that you desire. I'm even willing to make the sacrifice of just going on one date with you. Cid just looked at her in disgust, ew, as he just went back to eating. Alexia then slammed her hands on the table and stood up. What? What do you mean, EW? Alexia's face then grew red when she noticed she grabbed the attention of everyone in the lunchroom. Her face grew even redder when she heard them start talking about them. Wow, look, it looks like the princess and the Dark Prince are sitting alone together. Dark Prince? Why is that his nickname? It's due to his personality and looks. I mean, look at him. He's so beautiful. Aw, I wish he would just take me and choke me against the wall. The hell is wrong with you? Just continue what you were saying about his personality. I was really interested on why they would call him the Dark Prince. Huh. Oh right, he beats up anyone that bothers him. It's only been a week since this semester started and I heard he already sent more than 20 people to the nurse's office. That's why people are too scared to even go and talk to him. I mean, I totally would go and talk to him. Maybe if I go and talk to him now he would grab me by the neck, slam me across the wall and tell me to stop bothering him. Bites lip. Why am I even friends with you, Mackenzie? Alexia sat back and with a red face asked, what do you mean EW? I'll have you know it would be an honor for you to even be in my presence. Just so you know, even though the week of this semester just started I have been already asked out by more than 10 people. So me willing to sacrifice my time to go on a date with you should be something you should be extremely pleased about. The more you talk the more I just don't want to help you. Alexia at this point starts panicking slightly, seeing none of her plans working, and so she resorts to her very last trick up her sleeve. Something she really doesn't want to do, but since none of her previous actions weren't working, she has no choice, she pleaded. She bowed her head just slightly. Please help me. What? Cid asked, not expecting Alexia to lower her pride for something like this. Please help me get stronger. I know you are strong, like really strong. I saw the way you dealt with Xenon. I was there during the test. I saw just how easily you dealt with him. You weren't even trying. After fighting him you said that he wasn't even trying, but the way I saw it, you weren't even trying either. Sigh, why do you want to get stronger? Alexia looked up and with a determined expression said, I want to win against my sister. Alexia's fist then tightened. I'm always being compared to her, no matter what I do. I hate it. So I'm going to grow stronger and defeat her in front of everyone and show them that I'm not just her sister, I'm my own person as well. Cid just closed his eyes and sighed. Very well, but here's the thing, I won't teach you anything specific. We would be sparring every day in class, and if you manage to pick something up from them, good job towards you, I guess. But if you don't pick up anything, it's not my problem. You just suck and aren't meant to use a sword. Deal. Alexia, hearing him, pumped her fist. Yes. You seemed confident, that's good I guess. Please, I'm great, of course I'm going to pick some things up from our sparring sessions. Well, what are you waiting? Classes are about to start and I want to get started already. Cid stood up and put away his tray and started following Alexia. I'm regretting this already. Alexia, walking ahead, just scoffs. Oh please, you're going to spend the rest of the afternoon with me. What more could you possibly want? To spend it by myself away from you. I'm fun to be around, you don't know what you're talking about. The two of them soon reached the training hall, and went and got changed onto their fighting uniform. They both then stood at a respectable distance. Enhanced your sword with magic so it doesn't break that quickly. Alexia nodded and enhanced her sword. She then ran towards Cid and swung her sword towards him, which he masterfully deflected, making a counterattack. Alexia, seeing his counterattack, tried to block it as well but got pushed back due to the force. She fixed her stance, copying how he was standing, and took off running towards Cid once again. Cid didn't even attack using his sword, he used his leg and used a sweep under her feet, knocking her down. Don't copy me, use a stance you are most comfortable with. Using something you don't know while in the middle of a fight is suicide. Alexia, hearing him, just smirked and offered her hand to help her up. I thought you said you weren't using words to teach me. Cid just teased her back. Well, I realize you were too dumb to understand actions and needed words to make you understand. Wadash. Alexia, not expecting to get teased, got stunned for a bit before smirking once again and getting back into a fighting position she was most comfortable with. While Cid did the same and they resumed their earlier sparring. Whether it was on how to properly hold a sword, to how to use a proper footwork. Cid started teaching her all the basics she had previously messed up. After a few minutes of sparring, more people started coming inside the room due to class starting, but Cid and Alexia just ignored them. With a smile on her face, Alexia started absorbing everything Cid was throwing at her. What Alexia didn't notice but Cid did, however, was the teacher Xenon watching them with narrowed eyes. Watching their every move carefully, and what Xenon didn't notice, however, was a pair of purple glowing eyes watching him from the shadows. Chapter 41. Chapter 41. Third person's POV. It has now been a month since school started. Feeling bored, Cid decided to pay a visit towards Gamma's company earlier than expected. It wasn't that hard to find where it was, the building itself was standing out compared to all the other buildings. It was made using the knowledge Cid had given the girls about architecture. When Cid arrived in front of it, he saw the name that was used for their businesses. It was the same name they used in the original Mitsugashi company. As soon as he entered, the girls working about immediately knew who he was. It would have been weird if they didn't. After all, why wouldn't they know the face of their main leader of their organization? Two girls dressed in work attire soon stood in front of Cid. What can we do for you today, sir? I'm just looking for Luna, replied Cid, Luna being Gamma's alias she used when undercover as the owner of Mitsugashi. I shall inform Miss Luna of your arrival, sir, said the lady. Cid just patted her head. There's no need, Nu, I know where to find her. Pics of Nu. Nu getting her head patted blush as she asked, you know of me, sir? Cid then looked at her weirdly and in a low voice said, you are a part of Shadow Garden, why wouldn't I know of you? What a weird question to ask. Nu then got embarrassed and lowered her head slightly, as expected of our Lord. Even though he isn't present for most of the time, he is aware of everything without even being there. Well, it was nice meeting you, Nu, I have places to be. Nu just bowed. It was good seeing you as well, my lord. With that, Cid started following Gamma's mana signature. When he arrived in front of her office, he didn't bother knocking and just marched right in. Gamma looked up from her piles of paper in surprise, as she didn't detect anyone approaching or gave permission for that person to enter. Cid just gave her a smirk as he said, "Hello my love, I came to give you a surprise visit." Gamma, seeing that it was Cid, squealed slightly in excitement. She dropped everything she was doing and started running towards Cid. When she got close enough, she couldn't contain her happiness and jumped into his arms and wrapped her arms around his neck. Cid just started chuckling as he held her by the waist and twirled her around. When he was finished, he still held her by the waist and went and took a seat where she was previously sitting with her on his lap. While sitting down, Gamma laid her head on his shoulder with her arms still wrapped around his neck. "You should have told me you were coming to visit. If I did tell you, then it wouldn't be a surprise visit now, would it?" He, I guess it wouldn't. "But why did you decide to visit me, hubby?" said Gamma while squeaking the hubby part at the end with a flushed face. "Isn't obvious? I miss you and I'm worried about you. Out of all of the girls, you're probably the most busy at the moment, so we barely have time to see each other. Plus you're working all the time. No matter how many enhancements or upgrades you get, you'll still grow exhausted from constantly working and no breaks. Kia, it feels nice to have someone worry about you," Gamma thought, unable to contain her smile. Cid, seeing her smile, gave a smile of his own and kissed the side of her head. "So what were you doing before I came in?" Gamma just sighed as she let go of Cid and, while still sitting on his lap, reached out for the papers in her desk and showed them to Cid. "I was overlooking our earnings and profits. Due to how new and recent we are, not a lot of people have heard of us. So while the earnings are high, the profits aren't. It'll take a while for our name to become trusted and well known. So far what we're doing is advertisements. We got some of the girls to disguise themselves and join major house parties around the kingdom and showcase what they are wearing. When asked where they got such high-quality goods, our name would be mentioned, spreading it all over. So when many people keep hearing the name of our company over and over again, it will get more people interested. And when those people realize the quality of our goods, they will mention our name to their friends and their friends to their friends, etc. So what do you think? I used everything you taught us about business. Even though it's still in the beginning stages, just looking at the numbers, I can already see a significant increase." Gamma then turned her head towards Cid, looking for praises. Cid just grabbed her chin and pulled her close for a kiss. After kissing for a few minutes, their lips separated. "You, my little witch, never fail to surprise me. You were always the one with the better business sense out of everyone," said Cid. "On an unrelated note, I just have a tiny question." "Yes?" Gamma asked, batting her eyelashes in a quick manner. "Are you ever going to take off the witch hat I gave you?" asked Cid while looking at the witch's hat Gamma still had on since they were little. "She hasn't taken it off even once. It was like it became a part of her permanently." Gamma just flashed Cid a smile as she said, "Nope," popping the pea. "Why? Doesn't it get in the way of your disguise when you put on the Luna persona?" "No, not at all. I used the stealth skill you gave us, but instead of using it on myself, I use it on the hat so it turns almost completely invisible with no one being able to see it, except for my lord, as nothing could be hidden from your eyes." "I see. I'm curious, why do you like it so much?" "It was just a gift." Gamma just took a hold of the hat and lowered it slightly, covering her eyes. "To me it's more than just a gift. To me it's a presentation of the confidence you have in me. I would have been nothing without you, my lord. This hat shows me that you believe I could be someone important and have the skills to do it. To me this hat is a reminder that you have faith in me and it keeps pushing me forward." Cid gave Gamma a tight hug and asked, "How can you be this adorable?" Gamma just took a hold of the hat with both her hands and brought it all the way down, covering her face to not show how embarrassed she was. Cid and Gamma sat like that for a while, not long before hearing a knock on the door. "My lady, I brought back the report of our recent sales and profits." Nu just opened the door with a folder of papers in her hands. When she saw Cid and Gamma, she just slowly closed the door as she said, "I guess I'll come back when you're not busy." Nu quickly closed the door and walked out of there, not wanting to bother them on whatever they were doing. Gamma then buried her face in her hands. "Kia. I can't believe someone saw us like this. How embarrassing." Cid, teasing her, asked, "Oh. So you're embarrassed to be seen with me?" Gamma, hearing him, panicked and waved her arms around frantically. No, that's not what I meant. What I meant was." Cid just chuckled as he shook his head. "Gamma, I'm just teasing you, relaxed." Gamma, hearing him, gained a stunned expression before pouting. Cid just chuckled once again and kissed her cheek once more. "It was a fun visit, but I have to quickly leave." Gamma, hearing him, whispered, "Do you have to leave so soon?" Cid just grabbed her face and kissed her for a few more minutes, which quickly turned passionate. "I wish I could stay as well, but I have things to do." "Sigh, very well, be sure to visit more often." Cid just stood up and put Gamma back where she was sitting and gave a peck on her lips. "You can visit me as well when I'm not busy, you know." Gamma gave Cid a quick nod and quickly grabbed his collar, pulling him into another deep kiss. With a sigh, Cid softly backed away. "You really are making it difficult to leave." Cid then gave her another quick peck before leaving her office and going back to school. Chapter 42, Chapter 42. Third person's POV. 1 month, I have given her 1 full month for her to come and at least acknowledge her mistakes. But I think that was wishful thinking on my part. Thought Cid as he exited the Mitsugashi company, making his way towards the school. Just when he was to enter he was blocked by a hand that reached out in front of him. Hey, wait a minute. You're Cid Kagenou, right? Do you have a few seconds? I want to talk to you about something important. The person who stopped Cid from advancing was none other than Iris Midgard, the first princess of the Midgard kingdom. Pics of Iris. I'm in a hurry, I have to meet someone right now before they run away, said Cid, wondering why the princess would even stop him. The only thing he could think of that would have any significance is his daily sparring sessions with her sister. But he didn't think that would really warrant her attention. It would cause her to investigate him, not stop him in middle of his walk. I promise it'll be quick, said Iris confidently. Fine, I guess I could spare you a few minutes. Iris just nodded. First off, I want to thank you for being friends with my sister. Due to her upbringing she rarely had the chance to make actual friends. So thank you for that, and thank you for helping her grow stronger as well. Friends is really pushing it, but you're welcome, I guess. As for the other thing, I want you to join the Crimson Knights. Cid simply raised an eyebrow at the invitation. It looks like she started her recruitment process earlier than expected. I wonder why. The Crimson Knights were formed during Alexia's kidnapping. I wonder just what happened for her to start this early. And what is this Crimson Knights thing you are asking me to join? Iris, still maintaining her serious expression, says with a small smile, it all started with your sister actually. After she defeated me, easily in fact, I realized something. I realized that I'm still too weak to protect my kingdom. If I want to make sure that my kingdom is safe, I needed help. So I started gathering people under me of like-mindedness, people that care about this kingdom. The Crimson Knights, they would technically be the public enforcement that keeps order to the public and helps them in time of need. And I would like you to join. I have heard of strength. I heard that no matter how many students challenged you, you always prevail, that your strength is like no other. I even heard praises from Alexia herself. Which I should also thank you for that as well. Thanks to you my sister has been opening up to me more. Cid looked at Iris, who had her fist in front of her as she proclaimed her ideals, and without even thinking about it replied, don't wanna. Iris, who had held her fist and was clearly satisfied with her speech, slowly blinked as she looked at Cid. Excuse me. Cid just shrugged his shoulder. I said I don't wanna. It seemed like a hassle. Why, what could be nobler than serving the kingdom you love? Maybe staying away from your patriotic self, Cid thought. I could think of multitude of things. Could you at least give me a reason why you refuse to join? I just don't see the appeal. I'm more into growing stronger than helping people I don't know, so if I join your little knight group I feel like my time training would be cut short. I'm not saying that what you're doing isn't great. It's just not for me. Iris then gained a stunned expression. Isn't that really selfish to just be thinking about yourself? Cid just looked deep into her eyes as he asked, and what's wrong with that? What? Iris asked. What's wrong with being selfish? Just 'cause I'm thinking about myself and putting my wants in front of others, I'm suddenly the bad guy or something? Cid asked. Iris then sighs, well no. Cid nodded, good. Now if you don't mind, I have an irresponsible sister to catch. Cid didn't even wait for a reply and went to find his sister. Iris just stood outside the school, still bewildered about what just happened. Sigh, it looks like I'm not getting neither of siblings. Claire said that she would only join if I managed to convince her brother to join. But based on what we just discussed it seemed very unlikely. I'll have to keep an eye on them. Their strength is dangerous if I don't monitor them correctly. Especially Cid. Even though I was the princess he didn't show an ounce of respect towards me. Iris though wasn't going to give up. She'll get both of the Kagenou siblings to join. Even if it's the last thing she'll do. And with that she went on her way, coming up with a plan. Meanwhile Cid started to spread his senses widely, looking for Claire's mana signature. Once he got a reading he closely followed it. When he did he found her having lunch with a group of girls. Quietly Cid appeared behind her undetected. When H appeared the girls that were chatting with Claire quickly turned quiet and started shaking slightly when they saw his irritated expression. Claire, seeing her friends quiet down, saw a shadow looming over her. Sigh, hi. He's behind me isn't he? Claire asked her friends, who nodded their heads slowly. Claire just breathed out before quickly turning around and facing Cid. Well, if it isn't my most beloved, handsome, powerful, nicest, and favorite brother in the whole wide world. What can I do for you? Claire spouted with a wide smile and a happy-go-lucky expression. Cid just looked at her unimpressed. I'll give you 5 seconds to run. Claire didn't even waste a second and skedaddled out of there. Cid just looked at her friends, who were all a part of Shadow Garden, and pointed his finger at them with narrowed eyes. You guys better not have been involved in this mess. They all just shook their head, not wanting to get in trouble with their boss. Cid just nodded, accepting their answers. That has been 5 seconds, she's dead when I catch her. Cid then started running to where Claire ran through, following her path. Maneuvering his way through students, Cid started to catch up with her very quickly. While running away, Claire looked back and saw Cid right behind her, which caused her to scream, "Wahhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhh quickly caught up with her. When he caught up, he grabbed Claire's cranium in a vice grip and tightened his grip, making her cry out in pain. "Owie, owie, owie, I'm sorry, owie, owie, owie." Cid just looked at her coldly while they were being looked at by the nearby students watching their antics like they were watching a play. "I shouldn't have used you as a shield," said Claire between her cries of pain. Cid just squeezed tighter. "What else?" Claire, trying to make him release her, said with teary eyes, "I shouldn't have thrown you with all the responsibility of having to fight all of my suitors and not even talk to you about it. I genuinely feel bad, okay, I'm sorry." Cid just sighed as he released her head. Claire just started rubbing the sides of her head. "What if you made me bald, you bastard?" Cid narrowed his eyes when he heard her. "What was that?" Which quickly shut Claire up. "Nothing, I didn't say anything, you must be hearing things. As fighting all my suitors gave you an injury that made it hard of hearing. Now I'm starting to feel really bad. I know, but fighting them did make me realize how sad your existence is. They all just want to date you for your looks and not your personality. What a poor pitiful soul you are." Asterisk scoffs asterisk like I need their approval. Cid just put on an expression like he was about to cry. "You are now deluding yourself into thinking that." Claire just gained a pissed expression as she went and kicked Cid in the shins, but instead of Cid being the one in pain, it was Claire. She was hopping on one foot as she loudly said, "Just want, are you made off? Did you really enhanced yourself with magic at the last moment to hurt me? You're so cruel. Then ask for my permission next time you plan to use me as shield." Claire and Cid just continued to bicker with each while everyone just looked at them in confusion and are not almost not believing what they saw. Due to how they act when they're separated, it was hard to believe they were the same person when they saw them acting like that together. Chapter 43. Chapter 43. Third person's POV. Claire was seen waking up the next day laying down on Cid's arm. When Claire woke up, she stretched out her sleepiness but quickly woke up when she saw the time. "Oh shit, we're going to be late," Claire said. She then started to shake Cid, waking him up. "We have to hurry, classes are about to start." Cid, still not wanting to get up, just whined, "Do we really have to get up?" Claire sighed as she rubbed her bottom cheeks that were painfully red in color. "I don't want to get up after receiving such punishments yesterday either, but we have no choice." Cid, with a smug expression, still laid there with his hands behind his head. "That punishment was well deserved and you know it. I mean, for you it wasn't even a punishment with how much you were moaning to hit you harder last night." Claire just put on a perverted expression, remembering their night together. She quickly gave Cid a kiss on the lips as she said, "Can you quickly clean us up with your magic? You're better at using it than me." Cid just sighed before lifting his arm slightly and conjuring a magic circle on his palm with runic symbols. When Cid activated the magic circle, its power soon enveloped the whole room, including them. It was a cleaning magic circle. Cid, years studying ancient languages and magic circles, and the one he used the most was the ones used for cleaning. Claire, feeling herself cleaned and smelling better, just let out a sigh of relief before kissing Cid once again. "Thank you." With that, Claire quickly left her room, closing it behind her, and made her way towards her class. While Cid just laid there not wanting to get up. Although he did get up reluctantly and started to get dressed and sink into his shadow. When he reappeared, he was back in his room, which he exited and went to class. And just like that, another month soon passed. Alexia was seen with a sword in hand and a stance she managed to make in which she was the most comfortable in. While in position, she was looking at Cid, studying his every movement. "Are we going to be using magic for this one?" Cid thought about it for a bit. "Sure, I'll allow it, maybe it'll give you an advantage." Alexia just clicked her tongue at his provocation and let her magic flow throughout her entire body and into her sword, enhancing both of them. With a quick step, Alexia soon appeared in front of Cid and delivered a vicious sword strike, but Cid managed to block it with the flat side of his wooden sword. Alexia didn't stop there. Seeing that her slashes were working, she started using the sword as a spear, sending multiple stabs with the pointed part of the sword. Cid just kept blocking them. After a while, Cid tried to disarm Alexia, but she held onto her sword tightly, learning her lesson. Cid then started attacking Alexia while she had to defend herself. Whether they were from slashes or stab wounds, Cid kept Alexia on her toes. It was hard, but after a few minutes Cid deliberately left himself open, which gave Alexia the perfect chance to counterattack. As she went to attack, she noticed it was a feint, a trick to get her. It was too late for her to fix her mistakes, and Cid slammed his sword on top of Alexia's head. Alexia was crouched on the ground holding the top of her head. "Ouch, did you have to hit me that hard?" "Sorry, not sorry, how else are you supposed to learn otherwise? Some people leave themselves open and vulnerable, but it's all just a trap, and the sooner you learn this, the better it'll be for you." "I get it, but you still hit me so hard. Do you have a grudge towards me or something?" Alexia said, standing up but still rubbing her head. While they started discussing what Alexia could improve, Xenon approached them with his signature friendly smile. "I see you are still sparring with the princess even after all this time," he said. As soon as he approached, Cid thought back to what he heard from Xenon's shadow. It appears that Xenon has told the Diabolos cult about Cid and his abilities, but they didn't take Xenon seriously. After all, why should they be worried about a kid that's only 15 years old? To the Diabolos cult, who have been alive for centuries, their confidence is at the all-time high. So why should they waste their time on a kid that hasn't even experienced life? Although it disappointed Xenon, he still chose to maintain a close visual of Cid, monitoring his movement. And what he has found so far is nothing that seems to be that amazing. Xenon thought that maybe the higher-ups were right. Maybe Cid was just a kid and he was worrying about nothing. To Xenon, Cid just started to become the perfect scapegoat for his ultimate plan if Alexia doesn't accept his proposal. So Alexia, have you thought about what we have previously discussed? Asked Xenon with a charming smile. Alexia just looked at him in disgust and wrapped her hands around Cid's arm. She pulled Cid closer, making their face touch. She then whispered in a really low voice, "Please play along." She then gave Xenon a reply in a super dramatic tone, "Sorry to burst your bubble, but Cid and I have fallen too deeply in love with each. I don't think I can picture a life with nobody else apart from him. I'm going to have to decline your proposal. I think I'll just absolutely kill myself if I'm with someone else that's not him." Xenon just shook his head with a chuckle. "You can't keep running from this forever, princess." Alexia just looked at him all innocently. "I have no idea what you're talking about, I'm just a little girl. What you're talking about seems all grown up, something I just can't seem to grasp." Xenon just narrowed his eyes and went back to teaching the students. As soon as he left, Alexia just spit to the side, disgusting. While raising an eyebrow, Cid asked, "You want to tell me what that was all about?" Sorry for dragging you into this, that annoying bastard is trying to get engaged to me, which is the last thing I want. Oh, and why is that? As people that are deeply in love with each other, I feel like we should tell each other everything, Cid said with a teasing smirk. Alexia's face then grew flustered as she stuttered, I was just joking, it was all an act. You couldn't have possibly taken me seriously." Cid just playfully shrugged his shoulder. "I don't know, your love confession sounded pretty real to me. I have to be careful just in case you start falling for me for real." Alexia's face just got redder as she punched him in the arm. "Idiot," she said softly. "Still, why don't you want to get married to him? I heard he's a great bachelor." Alexia, getting rid of her red face, just look at him like he was an idiot. "Arg, I mean just look at him. I don't get why, but he gives me the creeps. And that smile he has on, it's clearly a mask. I don't know what he's hidden, but I know it's not anything good. Please let's not talk about him when he's around. Let's just go back to sparring." And with that, Alexia picked up her wooden sword and got ready for more of Cid's lessons. Chapter 44. Third person's POV. "Can you come out with me today? I want to discuss something with you," said Alexia when their class ended. Cid just nodded, seeing nothing wrong with that. And so started their little date that's not really a date. Cid started to explore the capital with Alexia as she asked him for a favor. "Can you pretend to be my boyfriend for a while, until he leaves me alone and finally decides that it's not worth his time to keep chasing after me?" "Sorry, I don't think I can." Alexia then looked at him in confusion and grew teary-eyed. "Is it that you can't, or is it that you won't? What's wrong with me that even dating me for pretense is something you can't do?" Cid just looked at Alexia like she's being weird. "There's nothing wrong with you, I really can't date you, I'm incapable of doing it, after all I'm married." Cid showed Alexia the ring he always had on with a multicolored gem on his ring finger. When Cid took Alpha's and the others' virginities, he crafted a ring with multiple enchantments and gave it to each of them. Each ring had gems that give off a shine the same color as their eyes. While each time Cid took their virginity, the color of their mana would then be engraved into the gem of his ring, making it multicolored. Alexia's brain blue screamed when he showed her his hand. Alexia's face then started growing red with shame and embarrassment. "I was falling in love with a married man, I almost became a home wrecker, God I'm so embarrassed. It's no wonder he didn't pay attention to my advances, it's not because I'm not beautiful, it's because he's taken. Yeah, I don't think my wives would appreciate it if I just started randomly dating the princess of a kingdom," said Cid nonchalantly as he bought ice cream for the both of them. Alexia stood still with the ice cream in hand and had to do a double take. "Wait, what? Wives? With an S? As in plural? I'm sorry, can you repeat what you just said? I'm not sure I heard you correctly." Cid just looked at her, wondering what's wrong with her today. "I said, yeah, I don't think my wives would appreciate it if I just started randomly dating the princess of a kingdom." Alexia nodded her head with the ice cream still in her hands. "Yeah, I thought I heard that." "What the f? Deep breaths, take deep breaths. The hell you mean wives as in more than one? How is that possible? How did the church even approve of such a thing? Polygamy is not something the church condones." "Huh? Why the hell would I go to the church to get married?" Alexia just looks at him like he's the biggest moron in the entire world. While Cid does the same, he looks at her like that's the dumbest idea he's ever heard. They kept staring at each other like that while eating their ice cream. Alexia closes her eyes and softly mutters, "Oh my God, you're serious?" I can't believe he actually asked me that. A/N, is there an actual God in EIS? I mean there's a church so there must be a God, right? Or does the church only pray for the hero's guidance? With a sigh Alexia starts explaining it's for the protection of the goddess, so you can have a healthy relationship and your relationship gets blessed. Etc. Alexia then went on to explain the multitude of reasons onto why. She then finishes it off with, so since you didn't technically get married through the church, your marriage doesn't technically count. As soon as Cid heard this he started dying of laughter. Ha 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 ha, that's hilarious. My god Alexia, I didn't know you could joke like that. Alexia started looking at Cid with a bit of worry and pity. Did hearing his marriage doesn't actually count break his heart and made him lose his mind? Poor thing. Just as Alexia was about to comfort him, Cid wiped his tears from his eyes for laughing too hard and shook his head almost disappointed with her. Alexia, you poor ignorant child, I sometimes envy your naivety. It's such a nice thing to have. Cid's face then turned cold along with his voice. Listen well, since this is the only time I'm going to say this. I don't need nobody's blessing or reassurance that I'm married to someone. If I say me and this person are married and that person accepts, then we're married. I don't need some higher power to tell me or define my relationship with someone. And what does my relationship with them need protection from? They're all very good women, so I don't have anything to worry about. If they weren't, I wouldn't have married them now, would I? My wives all accept the title of my wife graciously, just as I do the same as their husband. So don't insult my relationship with technicalities. Alexia almost stood there stunned. She never heard someone speak to her like that, especially in that type of tone. Did my comment really piss him off that much? Just how much does he love them? Alexia lets out a sigh with a smile on her face. You must really love them for you to get so defensive about this. I'm almost kinda jealous. Cid's face and tone just went back to normal like nothing ever happened and said, you don't have to really worry about the sword instructor. I mean, you literally said we were in love with each other in front of the whole class. What's the point of even asking me now? Look, there's even people pointing at us right now and whispering things about our relationship. Alexia hearing this grew red with shame. I said that about a married man. Kill me now please. She then looked around and saw students that were out and about pointing and softly whispering about them. No way, the princess and the dark prince are on a date, so the rumors were true after all. Kia. They look so cute together. The black and white together really is a nice contrast. It's like two opposites coming together to form this beautiful scene. And the princess is so lucky. I want to go on a date with someone who's at least as good looking as him. I still wouldn't mind if he took me up against the wall and had his way with me. I'm all tingling just imagining it. Mackenzie, we talked about this. Alexia grew slightly anxious at that. I'm not going to get you in trouble with your wives, am I? Cid just shook his head. Nah, don't worry, they're very understanding. Once I explain everything they will understand. Alexia let out a sigh of relief. And just like that, the two spent the rest of the day exploring the capital under the watchful eyes of students. Chapter 45. Third person's POV. It's been 2 weeks since the rumor of Cid going on a date with Alexia has started to spread all over the school. It was to the point where Cid had to send a note in advance towards his wives so they wouldn't come knocking down the door and demanding an explanation. Cid knows they wouldn't do that, but he did it just in case. You can never know with them, honestly. Cid mostly sent it with the intent to stop Beta from doing anything crazy, since she's the most likely to appear if she heard Cid is dating a princess. During those 2 weeks Cid has kept the appearance of dating Alexia, by taking her on dates and holding her hands in public. Due to the constant contact with Cid, Alexia's feelings for him have been all over the place. She knows she shouldn't develop feelings for him, after all he's a married man, but she couldn't help it. To her the fruit that is most forbidden is the juiciest one. Right now both Alexia and Cid are both sitting down on an empty train. You know, I've been thinking about what you told me previously, said Alexia while leaning on her seat. And what did I tell you? You can't expect me to know what thing you're talking about. We did do a lot of talking after all. When I told you about how I hated my swordsmanship. You told me that to hate my swordsmanship is the same as hating myself, that how I wield my sword is a representation of who you are. You also said that there's nothing wrong in being simple when doing things, that there is beauty in simplicity. The last part stuck with me. Alexia paused for a while thinking about all the simple things in life that have beauty to them, the days she spent with Cid. They were such simple moments, but they were a wonderful memory to have. Alexia lets out a small smile as she says, I think you're right. There is a beauty in the small things. Thanks to you I don't think I hate my swordsmanship as much as I used to, and thanks to that I was able to see a small improvement on them as well. What's up with this mushy feeling type of vibe you're releasing, and why bring it up? Alexia just shrugged her shoulder before getting slightly embarrassed. She softly scratched her cheek as she said, well, I guess I just wanted to express my gratitude. You're talking like it's your few minutes left alive. Stop it, it's weird. Alexia just started chuckling, which just weirded out Cid even more. Seriously, is my good looks that awesome that they leave girls feeling vulnerable and open up to me? I should get that under control. Alexia then stood up and started stretching. She then waved Cid goodbye. Essentially, he's already married to other girls, what's one more to the mix? I'll do it, I'll make him fall in love with me, so much so that he forgets about the other girls. Just wait and see. Alexia got off the train with a determined expression. The next day. Cid is slowly making his way towards class. Well, I guess I got to get interrogated. Though if she didn't put up a fight I would be disappointed. As soon as Cid was about to enter the school ground he was surrounded by all sides with knights. I see, thanks to my known strength they have more reinforcement. Cid decided to just play along. Although normally I would like this much attention, I would have at least preferred it if it was a bunch of girls doing it. Zenon stood in front of Cid with a hand on his sword ready to pull it out. And with a serious tone he said, please come with us quietly, we don't want any sorts of trouble. Princess Alexia has been missing since yesterday night and no one had seen her. You are the last known person to have been reported to have been seen with her last. So you, until proven innocent, you are under arrest for the kidnapping of royalty. Cid just raised a brow and looked around. He saw some of the guards with them have fresh wounds on their bodies which just made him snicker. Zenon's expression turned darker. It's something I said funny. Cid just gave a casual smile as he shook his head. Nope, not at all. Well, gentlemen, lead the way I guess, and this lowly noble will follow. Zenon just narrowed his eyes when looking at Cid. This is not what he expected. He's supposed to be fighting back and denying these accusations. Why is he taking everything with stride? Does he have a plan? Impossible, this was a surprise attack, there's no way. Alexia's POV. Waking up in a cell is the last thing I wanted, maybe in Cid's arms, not in a cell. TSK, my magic is seal. These stupid chains, is that why Cid said to not always rely in magic but in your body? Sigh, how does he always know what's for the best? Shit, they're going to think he's done something to me if I go missing for too long. While I was deep in thought thinking of all possible consequences as Cid may be facing because of me, I heard the sound of chains rattling. It couldn't be mine. I was laying down perfectly still, being able to turn my head. I looked towards the direction of the sound. It looks like a creature with dark skin and it looks like it's in pain, poor thing. While looking at the pitiful creature I heard the sound of quick footsteps fast approaching. Soon a lanky man appeared wearing a lab coat while holding an empty syringe. I will finally have it. With the blood of a royal all of over ambitions will come into fruition. With the blood of the demon all of my dreams would come true, the crazy scientist says, clearly excited. The crazy scientists then came and put the syringe near my veins. I want to struggle, scream, and shout, but I know that's foolish. The more cooperative I am the safer I'll be, even though I hate it. Think about everything Cid has taught you. If I remain calm in any situation I can always find a way out. I just got to abide my time and wait for the perfect opportunity to escape. Sigh, I just hope nothing too drastic happens to Cid because of me. I would totally feel responsible if it does. Chapter 46, Chapter 46. Third person's POV. Cid could be seen with his arms spread out while hanging from the ceiling, with chains holding his arms up. Whip. He, tell us where the princess is. Whip. Ha 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 ha, you pretty bastard must have taken her somewhere. Whip. The guards just kept whipping Cid's back in delight and with a sadistic smile. Cid, who lowered his defenses, had his back covered in lashes, his skin was basically open as blood just kept pouring down. Cid didn't make a sound as he had his eyes closed, taking everything with stride. Cid opened his eyes which now had a purple glint in them as he said in a cold voice, Baru, don't. The guards just started laughing even harder. Ha 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 ha, did this bastard finally lose it? He's talking to himself now. Ha 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 ha, I almost feel bad for the bastard. Whips. Ha 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 ha, almost. Whips. Cid didn't have a reaction and just continued talking. I'll let you deal with them yourself later on, but not right now. How does that sound? Cid nodded his head after a few seconds before closing his eyes once again. Meanwhile, Zenon is reporting what happened to Iris in her office. He's being strangely cooperative. He didn't fight back when we told him we were going to interrogate him. The most strange part is that he didn't even seem surprised when we surrounded him. It's almost like he knew this would happen. Iris, while on her seat, put on a pondering expression and with a worried tone asked, well, did he say where he's keeping Alexia? Does he know at least who's done it if it isn't him? Anything? Is he saying anything that could at least be useful? Zenon just shook his head. Regrettably, he isn't saying anything. Every time we ask him questions he just answers it with the same answer he's given to the other questions, and I quote, I'm not answering any stupid questions that yourself already know the answer to, end quote. That is all he's saying at the moment. Before Iris and Zenon could continue their discussion, the door to their meeting room was kicked down by Claire, looking at both of them with an enraged expression. Zenon quickly went towards Claire to calm her down. Wait, Miss Claire, please don't do any dash. Before Zenon could continue, Claire grabbed him by the face and threw him towards the ground between both herself and Iris. Zenon could be seen just embedded on the floor, unable to escape due to the force of which Claire threw him. Claire's magic then started to come out of her body, showing just how pissed off she was. She walked slow and heavy steps towards Iris's desk, stepping on Zenon on the way. Claire instinctively started to release a bit of her dragon fear, which started to make Iris sweat where she was sitting. Has she always been this scary? I guess I could be the same if something happens to Alexia, so it's understandable, thought Iris with cold sweat. Wait, Claire, it's understandable that you are angry, but this is a very important matter. Claire was having none of it. With clenched teeth and a crazed look in her eyes, she looked deep into Iris's eyes as she said, "You're going to shut the fuck up and listen to me when I'm talking to you. If you don't return my little brother soon and in perfect condition, there will be hell to pay. I don't care how many of you I have to kill or how much of this shitty kingdom I have to burn down for you to do it. Do I make myself clear?" Iris just looked into Claire's eyes to see if she was bluffing, but all Claire's eyes told were an untold promise of pain and misery. For a sec she thought she saw Claire's eyes turn into a dragon slit, but that couldn't be possible, so she chalked it up to her imagination and fears. After all, they did poke this dragon's reverse scale. Getting her bearings together, Iris tries and put a brave front. "My sister is in danger, and your brother." Iris didn't make it far with her statement as Claire smashed her fist into the table, destroying it. Claire's expression just got angrier and in a louder voice reaffirmed her previous statement. "I said, do I make myself clear?" Iris just shrinks back in fear but still doesn't want to appear weak. "I'll see what I can do about it." Claire just continued to look into her eyes, with an expression that gets crazier by the second. Claire just grabbed Iris by her shirt and pulled her in closer. "If I don't see my brother." Claire didn't finish her threat, she just left it to Iris's imagination. She released Iris with a scoff and went back the way she came from, but not before stepping on Xenon once more. Meanwhile, with Alexia. Alexia is still tied up in chains that sealed her magic. She now has multiple holes by her arm, showing just how much blood she's losing. All the time she's been here, she has tried to make conversations with the monster-like beast next to her cell. "So, you come here often?" "I'm new around here if you couldn't tell." "So how's life treating you?" "Not good, huh?" I could relate. You see, I started catching feelings for a guy I shouldn't. Crazy, right? He's married, but not at the same time. Don't tell him I said that it's a touchy subject for him. But since they're technically not married, that means I still have a chance. You don't think I'm deluding myself, do you? Of course you don't, you understand me. Imagine me, a princess, catching feelings for a noble of the lowest caliber. It's almost like a fairy tale story. Now I just have to come up with a plan to seduce him. What? What are you talking about? That it wouldn't work since he sounds like he loves all of his wives? Tisk, you're right. New plan. You ready for this? I meet his wives, right? You following? And I get them to really like me, which should be fairly easy thing to do. I mean, come on, just look at me, what's there not to like? When they start to like me, they would try and convince Cid to add me to his harem. I know, right? It's a genius idea, foolproof. My genius sometimes scares even myself. While Alexia was making a fool of herself, the lanky guy with a white lab coat appeared once again. This time, instead of a syringe, it's grub he's carrying, and not the good-looking kind. When Alexia saw it, she put on a weary smile. I don't think I would get all my nutritional value from just that. The lanky scientists just put on a sinister expression. It's not supposed to be healthy, it's just supposed to make you produce more blood. These freaking vampires, muttered Alexia, as the lanky man came closer and forcefully fed her the disgusting food into her mouth. All Alexia could do was eat it reluctantly. Chapter 47, Chapter 47 half R 18. Third person's POV. While Cid was getting whipped, a guard came through the door quickly. The princess demanded for him to be released earlier than usual, he exclaimed as he entered. The guard holding the whip just clicked his tongue. Why should we? We don't follow orders from the bit dash. The guard with the whip stopped midway and looked towards Cid and clicked his tongue once again. He couldn't risk his position if the kid decided to snitch on him. So he just changed the question. What did Master Xenon say about this? He allowed it and said to just follow orders for now and release him. Hearing this, Cid opened his eyes and swung both of his arms, breaking away from the chains that were holding him up. He started rotating his shoulder and turned towards the guy holding the whip. Both of the guards just had their mouths wide open in shock as Cid held out his hand and asked, "Can I get my uniform back? I don't want to go outside without a shirt." The guards nervously backs away into a table and reached backwards, grabbing the shirt. He then stuttered while giving it to him. Why yeah, here you go." Cid, without any emotion on his face, nods his head and says, "Thank you." Cid then used his magic and started healing his back, although slowly. When it was healed, he put on his uniform and exited the chamber. Once he was outside and away from everyone's view, two shadow figures appeared right next to him. They were both Igris and Barreau. Igris had this solemn silence to him, not his usual peaceful one, while Barreau showed an enraged expression with tears unwillingly coming down his eyes. "My liege, why would you allow yourself to go through such torment?" "There was no need for such a thing to happen," Barreau said in a soft, low voice. Igris didn't say anything and just nodded his head, agreeing with Barreau. Cid just sighed before explaining his reasoning to them. "It was a punishment for myself. I wanted that to be my punishment for killing that maid a few years back. Although normally one doesn't decide their punishment, I felt that was the most fitting 1 inch. Baru still looked enraged, not liking what he was hearing one bit. So what if she died, my lord? Didn't you revive her? That worthless being should have been honored to be killed by someone of your caliber. Being killed by your gracious hands should be something that she should celebrate. So forgive me for still not understanding your actions, my lord. Forgive me if I'm repeating myself, but please let me be the one to go and hunt them down myself, right here and now. Cid patted both Igris and Baru on the back as he said, you don't have to understand. Think of this as something I had to do for myself to be able to have a peace of mind. I allowed that to happen to show myself that my actions have consequences. And Baru, I already said later, if you killed them now, then the first one they will suspect is me. And then I would have to fight an entire kingdom. Although such a thing is fairly easy, it's not worthwhile and would serve no purpose. Both Igris and Baru reluctantly nodded. Igris cause he accepted Cid's explanation, while Baru nodded since he had no choice but to follow his master's wishes. They both then slowly sank back into his shadow. And Cid made his way towards the populated area. While making his way through the crowd, Cid just randomly said, "Meet me back at my dorm room." The hooded figure that walked past Cid just nodded its head and silently disappeared into the crowd. Cid just slowly made his way back towards the school, ignoring all the odd looks he was receiving, and made his way towards his dorm room. As soon as Cid opened the door to his dorm room, he found Alpha sitting on top of his study table wearing the female school uniform. The blouse of said uniform already had a few buttons undone, showing her amazing cleavage. Pics. Cid just gave Alpha a sly smirk as he closed and locked the door behind him. Alpha, while leaning back on the table, wiggled her index finger, calling Cid towards her with a seductive smile plastered on her face. When Cid walked over, Alpha reached out her hand and grabbed Cid by his tie and pulled him into a deep long kiss. While their kiss turned more passionate with every second, their tongues came out and started to wrestle with each other. "Ah, my lord." Alpha moaned in Cid's mouth as she felt Cid's hand take a hold of her thigh. They slowly backed away from each other. The only thing connecting them was a string of saliva as an aftermath of their tongues' battle. Alpha wrapped her long and tender legs around Cid's waist and pulled him closer. With their forehead pressed against each other, Alpha looked deeply and sensually into Cid's eyes as she demanded, "Take me, my lord, right here and now. There's no need for foreplay as my insides are always wet and longing for your touch." Cid just gave her a smirk as he lowered his pants slightly, taking his cock out from their confines. He took a hold of Alpha's waist and brought her closer to his crotch. Cid lifted her skirt slightly, showing her black lingerie, making Cid's cock even harder. He slowly and softly started to tease Alpha's private right through her lingerie, making the fabric that separated them soaking wet. Which just caused Alpha to let out soft and subtle moans. My lord, please, I can't take it anymore." Alpha pulled Cid's head closer and whispered into his ear, "Please see, I want to feel my husband inside of me." That was all Cid needed to hear. He brought both of his hands up her skirt and took a firm squeeze of her voluptuous butt. He then slowly moved a hand into her inner thigh and slowly moved her lingerie to the side with a thumb. He started to rub his member with her bottom lips, lubricating it. Once it was lubricated enough, he aimed his cock at her entrance and slowly made his way inside. Yes. With a final thrust, Cid's entire cock was enveloped in her wet and moist warmth, causing him to grunt slightly due to the pleasure. "Ah, yes." Alpha moaned, slurring her words. Cid started to then slowly exit and enter her pussy. At first he started nice and slowly. Faster, my lord, please go faster," moaned Alpha, which made Cid pick up the pace. Due to their motions, different kinds of sounds kept coming from the room. The sound of the table smashing against the wall, the squelching sound of their privates going against each other, and their moans and grunts. Yes, oh my god, yes, I feel complete with you inside me, I just can't get enough," moaned Alpha while making a face close to an ahigo. Cid just kept fiercely thrusting his cock deeply into Alpha's pussy, making the tip of his cock penetrate right through the entrance of her cervix. Each time his tip would enter, Alpha would moan even louder in pleasure. "Ah, right there, I can feel you so deep, my lord, please don't stop." "Oh, I am close, my lord, I am close, let's come at the same time." When Cid heard this, he felt Alpha's inner walls tighten around his cock, making it even more pleasurable. Thrust after thrust, her walls just kept getting tighter. When Alpha felt Cid's cock twitch inside of her, she knew it was time. Alpha unwrapped her legs around Cid, stretching them outward, giving Cid more space, making his thrust faster. And with one big final thrust, they both came at the same time. Splurt, 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 splurt. "Ah, I can feel it all the way inside my womb, I am going to get pregnant with my lord's child." Alpha's leg stretched even further, making her toes curl when Cid started coming deep inside her. Alpha had her arms wrapped around his neck for support as she was breathing heavily due to the high amount of pleasure she just experienced. Cid just took a hold of her thighs and made her wrap her legs around his waist once more. And with his cock still inside her, he picked her up. He just gave her a smirk and said, "Don't think we were only going for one round." Alpha gave Cid a lustful smirk back and said between heavy breaths, "I wouldn't dream of it." He then brought her and took her to his bed and started to slowly take their clothes off. And just like that they spent the rest of the night unable to keep their hands off each other. Chapter 48, Chapter 48. Third person's POV. Both Alpha and Cid were laying in bed. Alpha was on top of him with his member still inside of her. If one were to look carefully, one would see Cid's cum flowing slightly out of Alpha. While Alpha was snuggling with Cid, she started sharing her report. The Night Order is most likely infected with members of the Diabolos cult. They wanted to use you as a scapegoat due to your close relationship with the princess, which I still don't understand why you let people think you were in a special relationship with her. Our sword instructor is a high member of the cult. He's close to becoming a member of the Round Table. He wanted to use Alexia for her blood and resurrect the demon Diabolos, thus securing his position. Although Alexia didn't know this, she still had a bad feeling about the guy. And the guy, in order to get her blood, proposed to her in order to capture her. Alexia didn't want to get married to him due to her previous bad feelings about him, so she asked me if I wanted to enter a fake relationship with her, so he would stop bothering him. And you know the rest. Since I was her supposed boyfriend and due to my no strength, they thought it was a good idea to get rid of me by blaming their kidnapping of her on me, thus killing two birds with one stone. Alpha then gained a smugged expression. As expected of, my lord is already aware of the situation. I would have expected nothing more. So what's the plan? Before they could continue their conversation, a letter was slipped under the door of their room. Cid, seeing the letter, raised a brow and used ruler's authority to bring the letter to his hands. He didn't even bother opening it and just passed it to Alpha. Alpha, although reluctantly, sat up and got off Cid's member with a moan. When she got up, one could see a tiny bulge in her stomach due to the amount of cum inside her. Alpha looked at the bulge in amusement. She then started to press down on it, pushing all the cum out of her. While it was coming down, she started to giggle at it, which was followed by her puffing up her cheeks and making noises with her mouth. Plop, 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 plop. Snickering. Hearing a snicker, Alpha turned her head and saw Cid turning his head with a red face, while covering his mouth with a hand to stop himself from laughing out loud. Cid turns his head to look back at Alpha, who is just looking at him with her cheeks puffed, and as soon as they make eye contact, they both burst out laughing, enjoying the moment together and finding it the funniest thing ever. After Cid cleaned up everything with his magic, Alpha laid back down in his arms and held up the letter so they could both read it together. When she opened it, she read the letter out loud. If you want Alexia back safe and sound, come to the forest path behind the academy. When Alpha read the letter, she just laughed at it and burnt it from existence. She then reluctantly left Cid's arms and sat on the edge of the bed. She summoned slime from her shadow and got dressed. She turned her head and gave Cid one final kiss before going to the window and sitting on the ledge. I'll go and get the girls and get everything ready. You don't have much to worry about, my lord. Today is the day the world would finally learn of Shadow Garden. I can't wait. Alpha winked as she blew Cid a kiss as she seamlessly fell backwards from the window, completely disappearing. Cid just chuckled at that and sat up. He got dressed and went to his classes like nothing happened. When it was lunchtime, Claire came running from out of nowhere and wrapped Cid in a tight hug. They didn't do anything mean to you, did they? Claire started to look at all over Cid's body by lifting his shirt and everything. Cid, patting her head, reassured her. Relax. Did you really think they are capable of doing anything to me? Claire, who still have her arms wrapped around his waist, just pouted. Just cause you can't be killed doesn't mean you can't be hurt. I swear, Cid, if you got hurt because of that stupid bitch, I swear I'll kill her, and no matter what you say, you wouldn't be able to stop me. Cid just softly smiled as he patted her head once again. You can relax, nothing happened to me. Baru wanted to come out and protest, but a warning look from Cid shut him up. Claire narrowed her eyes at him, not believing him 100%, but still chose to believe him. Claire then started pouting once again. You know, I was totally going to go and bust you out of there and kill that bitch there and there, but stupid Alpha stopped me from doing so. Even though Claire just called Alpha stupid, one couldn't detect a hint of malice in her voice. She said to trust you, that you must have a plan, since you always think 10 steps ahead of your enemies. I had no choice but to believe her, so don't think I abandoned you, okay? Cid, exasperated at this point, just sighed. Yeah, don't worry about it, I believe you. Claire spent the rest of the lunch period being extra clingy towards Cid and annoying him every chance she got. By the end of the school day, Cid was standing on top of the school rooftop with Beta kneeling to his side. Sigh, Beta, what are you doing kneeling? We talked about this, we're married, you don't have to do that. Beta, nodding her head, said, we may be married, my lord, but Beta is forever your follower first and foremost. Cid just waved her off and said, yeah, I get it, you can get up now. So did Alpha send you? Beta nodded. That's right, my lord. Alpha wanted someone to be here with you at all time when you go deal with the ambush the cult has planned out for you. Cid just nodded before jumping down from the roof, which was followed by Beta. As Cid turned the corner, an object was thrown at him, which made him instinctively catch it. It was Alexia's loafers. Oh, look at what we have here. If it isn't Mr. Cid Kagenou with Princess Alexia's shoes. And what's this? There's still some of her magic power lingering around it. Cid was soon surrounded by 30 guards who all had a sinister expression. Beta had an enraged expression and was about to make a sword using her slime suit, but Cid stuck out his hand stopping her. Sorry Beta, I already promised someone the special privilege of dealing with them. Due to Beta's high mastery of her stealth skill, it was like she wasn't even there, so the guards grew confused when they saw him talking to himself. Cid's eyes then glowed a bright purple color which made the guards draw out their swords from their scabbards. Cid only said 2 words afterwards. Arise. Baru. Baru came out of Cid's shadow and let out a loud cry announcing his presence. The guards started shaking in fear due to the amount of magic power Baru was releasing. Just who is this monster? One of them screamed. Due to how freaked out they were, they all started running with their sword raised ready to attack. Baru, who was enraged at what happened to his liege earlier, didn't have time to play with them and just went on the offensive attack. Baru in the blink of an eye appeared in front of one of the guard and plunged his claws into the guard's chest, ripping out his heart. Baru, disappearing from their view, reappeared and lifted a guard up and ripped him in half, spilling out all of his guts and intestines. He then disappeared and reappeared in front of another guard, gripping him in place and biting the guard's head off with his mandibles. Again and again and again and again. Baru would disappear from their view and reappeared, killing off a guard more violently than the last. The guards tried running away, but they couldn't escape Baru's speed. The only sound that could be heard were the sound of agony from the guards and their last breath. With the very last guard, Baru injected his claws into the guard's head and ripped him in half from head to toe, showing what his insides looked like from the brain to the lungs. Everything just fell out from the guard. When Baru was done, he let out a roar to the sky as he was surrounded by the bodies of his majesty's enemies, signifying his victory. When he was done, Cid enveloped himself in his shadow, fully entering his persona of Shadow, the leader and owner of Shadow Garden. Shadow turned towards Baru. Good job. Baru quickly dropped to one knee and bowed, showing his gratitude for such praises. Return Baru. Baru bowed once again and sank into Shadow's shadow. Let's go Beta, it's time the world finally knows who truly rules the place from the shadows, said Shadow as they both disappeared from where they were with a wave of his coat. Shadow appeared on top of the tallest building in the capital. The clock tower behind him stood 8 beautiful women who were awaiting his order. Alpha stood back a little with a hand on her sword as her hair flew freely in the wind. Beta stood opposite to her, adjusting her glasses with one hand. Next to Alpha sat Gamma, floating in her broom with her witch hat in full display. Next to Beta sat Delta on all fours with a battle-hungry smile, excited about her future battle. Next to Gamma stood Epsilon, swinging around her new weapon, an axe in the shape of a guitar. Next to Delta stood Zeta while brandishing her chakram with a small smile. Next to Epsilon stood Ada with her lab coat made out of dark slime flowing against the wind, with her droopy eyes ready for action. Adelphi, Claire, stepped forward and stood next to Zeta and with a serious expression put on her mask, as this will be the first real mission as a group she will be part of. Shadow stood at the edge of the tower with his hands in his pockets. He closed his eyes as he felt the wind blowing on his face. When he opened his eyes, they started glowing a beautiful violet color, and while looking at the capital he spoke in a deep tone. Arise, my shadow soldiers. All over the capital multiple shadows started coming to life and appearing everywhere. Shadow then looked at both sides before speaking to everyone. Tonight is the night everyone shall learn the true might of the Shadow Monarch, am I clear? The girls then all smirk as they replied at the same time, of course my lord. Shadow nodded before stepping over the ledge, completely dropping down with his hands still in his pockets and his cape flowing fiercely against the wind. All the girls then jumped from the tower, performing their own moves as they spread out and made their way through the capital. Chapter 49, Chapter 49. Third person's POV. Iris was looking out the window from her office with tears in her eyes. Just where are you, Alexia? She muttered. BOOM. What? Iris said, confused, and looked closer onto the capital. She saw smoke come up from the middle of the capital. When she saw it, her eyes opened wide in shock. The capital is under attack, damn it. Alexia could be in danger. Guards. Iris calls out, and as she did, 2 guards burst the door open with their sword in hand. Yes, princess. Are you okay, princess? Iris shook her head. I'm okay, but the capital isn't, it's under attack. Go and gather all the other and let's move and stop these terrorists that think they could do what they please in my kingdom. As you command, princess, said both of the guards as they quickly left and went to do what they were told. Iris just grips her sword tightly until her knuckles turn white. I swear, I don't know who you are, but if something happens to my sister there will be hell to pay. And with that, Iris runs out of the office. She went and commanded the rest of the knights available. Just when Alexia was about to start speaking again to the creature to her side, the lanky scientists came running down with rapid speed while cursing like a sailor. Shit, 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 they're here, why now when I just came this close to discovering the secret to reviving the demon? Fuck, why couldn't they just stay in the countryside and deal with our small bases like they always have? Alexia hearing this grew smug, thinking they were here to rescue her. It must be the knight's order, my sister must have found me. Finally I can get out of this shithole. I still have to be careful, this weirdo can still use me as a hostage. Alexia then spoke to the lanky man. Hey, why don't I make you a deal? You release me and I can talk the Night Order to not hurt you, what do you say? Night Order. You think I give a fuck about the Night Order? You think we would have went and taken you if we feared them? No, they're the least of our problems. I know what I must do. I must drain her of all her blood before I escape. It's the only way for me to complete my research and escape. The lanky man then grew angrier and started kicking the monstrous creature. Morons, all of them, why couldn't they just take care of them? Even that stupid OLBA couldn't stop them. Dumbass, every single one of them. Stop it. You're hurting it, cried Alexia. The building then started shaking as dust flew everywhere. Fuck. They're already here, the guy now was gripping his hair in panic. Who's this that you keep talking about? Asked Alexia curiously. If it isn't the Knight's Order, who else could it be? The scientist didn't even answer, just grew more panicked. They won't show mercy to anyone. Everyone that tries to stand in their way would just get slaughtered. Desperate, the scientists grabbed a syringe from his lab coat that was filled with bright red liquid. There's no other choice, the only way to survive it to send you after them and maybe stall them for a while I escape. Although it wasn't perfect, it was close enough. Now go and show them a glimpse of the demon Diabolos. The scientists without mercy plunged the syringe onto the creature and injected it with the red liquid. The creature started to grow larger and larger while it roared in pain. Ruruer. The lanky scientists loosing it looked at the growing creature in fascination. Yes, this is it, it's beautiful. The chains that were holding the creature in place snapped due to the creature's height and strength. When it got freed, the first thing it did was squash the scientists with its large hands and claw. Squash. Alexia just looked at this in disgust, not expecting to see something so gruesome. The creature then swiped its giant claws at Alexia. Meanwhile, Alexia closed her eyes anticipating her death, but instead it broke her chains, sending Alexia flying and colliding into a wall. When she opened her eyes, she saw the creature escaping and destroying the walls in the process. Seeing this, Alexia sighed in relief, as she softly whispered, "See, even a big monstrous creature likes me. I'm sure his wives will like me as well." Alexia then got up and saw a sword laying around on the ground. Picking it up, she swung it around. It's not in the best conditions, but I can work with this. Just when she was about to leave, Xenon appeared looking worried. Princess, I was finally able to find you. Come, let's escape, it's going to be dangerous around here." Alexia didn't pay attention to him and just pointed her sword at him. "How did you find me?" Xenon just looked at her in confusion. "I followed your magic signature, of course." Alexia didn't look amused. "That's funny. Throughout all of this I was in magic sealing chains. So how could you have found me?" Xenon looked at Alexia for a bit before dropping all pretense. "Ha ha ha ha, you sure are one amusing princess, I'll tell you that." The creature that was taller than any building started going on a rampage, destroying everything in sight, leaving casualties in its wake. Iris came running at full speed and cut off the creature's arm, saving a couple of knights that were fighting the creature. She then turned towards the knights and asked, "Are you guys all right?" The knights all sighed in relief before one of them shouted, "Look out." But it was too late. The creature regrew its arm and swung it towards Iris, sending her flying and smashing onto buildings, making her head flow with blood, which she quickly stopped. She quickly got up and healed herself before running back towards the creature, cutting off more of its limbs, but the creature would just regenerate them back and strike Iris again and again, leaving her in a worse state than the last, making Iris click her tongue in annoyance. "Fine, I'll guess I'll just keep cutting you until you can't regenerate anymore." Iris then started to gather magic power and spread it throughout her whole body, enhancing every part of it. The ground caved in due to the force of Iris' step, as she ran at full speed towards the creature. When she arrived in front of it, she started swinging her sword all over the place, cutting and amputating the creature over and over and over and over and over again. The creature started getting used to the cuts, and as it did, Iris's sword started doing less damage to it, making her click her tongue. The creature unexpectedly grabbed Iris by her leg and started smashing and swinging her all over the place, making Iris almost unconscious. Before the creature could do any more damage, Alpha came and cut the creature's arm that was holding Iris, giving her the time to perfectly heal herself. Even though she was still injured, she wasn't at the verge of unconsciousness anymore. Alpha then turned towards Iris, and all Iris saw were golden dragon slits staring deep at her. "I'm going to have to ask you to stay out of the way. You're too weak to be in this type of fight, and you're only hurting her." Iris, hearing this, grew enraged. "Weak? Me? Who does she think she is?" Before Iris could express her displeasure, Alpha disappeared from her view and reappeared in front of the creature with a slime sword in hand. And while in the air, she said softly with a warm smile, "Don't worry, everything is going to be all right. We'll get you the help you need." She then closed her eyes, swung her sword with grace, cutting the creature in half. All that was left were steam due to the creature. Iris just looked at this in shock. "Fast. I didn't even see her move, and her sword movements were so beautiful. Just who is she?" Iris carefully asked. "Just who are you?" Through the steam, one could see her silhouette holding up the body of a little child. The only thing that were visible were her golden dragon eyes. The name is Alpha, a member of Shadow Garden, the leader of the 7 deadly sins, the sin of pride. That is all you need to know. And with that, Alpha completely disappeared from all of their views. While Iris just mutters. Shadow Garden. Chapter 50, Chapter 50. Third person's POV. Before Alpha disappeared, she picked up the pendant of the little girl she was carrying. When she disappeared, Iris clenched her fist until her palm almost bled. Shadow Garden, huh, I'll remember that name. Alexia, when faced with Xenon, started thinking back to all the lessons Cid has taught her about magic and enhancing herself. She let the magic flow from her magic circuit onto her entire body, making it stronger, and with a kick to the ground she disappeared from where she was standing. She appeared in front of Xenon with her sword already in motion, ready to strike him. Xenon wasn't expecting for Alexia to be that fast, so due to her unexpected speed, Xenon blocked the attack in an awkward position. He, while giving her a smirk, said, "Will you look at that, the little princess has gotten a little stronger." With that, he pushed her back, giving himself some breathing room. This time he decided to not underestimate her. He enhanced his figure with magic and started attacking her, swinging his sword at all her weak points, the head, the neck, her heart, anywhere where she would be in critical damage if his attack landed. But Alexia wasn't letting those attacks hit, she was blocking those attacks like she had experience blocking them. Luckily, Cid would always target those spots while sparing, so this guy's pathetic attacks are easily predictable. That just goes to show how amazing Cid is. It was only for a short 2 months and his teachings are saving my life. I think I'm falling deeper in love. When Xenon tried to plunge his sword into Alexia, Alexia parried it by laying her sword on top of his, causing sparks to fly. Alexia grinded her sword on his, creating a counterattack. When she got close enough, she made a diagonal cut across his chest. The cut was extremely shallow due to Xenon enhancing himself, but that didn't mean it didn't anger him at being cut by someone he considers weaker than him. "You bitch, just cause I went easy on you, you think you can go around and hurt me." Xenon further enhanced himself and arrived in front of Alexia and swung his sword at full force and speed. Alexia tried to block it, but her sword was already battered up before she picked it up, causing it to break on impact. Luckily, Alexia was already anticipating such actions as she moved out the way just in time, and in that quick action she lowered her posture. She put her fist by her hand and elbowed Xenon at the very core of his being. Xenon just went sliding backwards. He looked at Alexia in shock while he held his stomach in pain. How the hell did you grow so strong in such a short amount of time? That's impossible, you're supposed to be an easy target. Alexia then got into a martial arts stance and with a smirk said, "You can just say I had a fantastic teacher." While Alexia was dealing with her opponent, the member of Shadow Garden were doing their own thing. Epsilon was seen in front of a group of cult guards who had their swords drawn and ready to engage at her. Epsilon didn't pay them any attention and started treating them like audience members. "I want to thank everyone for coming today for my special performance. My name is Epsilon, the Sin of Envy, and get ready to have your world rocked." Epsilon swung her arms in a circular motion against her axe guitar, enhancing the sound with sound magic, blasting the surrounding area with her music. As soon as she added sound magic, all of the guards started going on their knees from the pain of having their eardrum busted, which caused them to bleed from their ears and scream in pain. "Arg, make it stop, make the ringing stop." Epsilon just started giggling and skipping her way towards them. "Nope," she said, knowing full well they couldn't hear her. She then got in front of a cult guard and swung her axe at him, completely decapitating him. With a giggle, she skipped her way up to the next cult guard and the next until they were all exterminated. She then bowed towards the corpses. "Thank you for being such an amazing audience." Gamma was seen flying all around the capital while laughing behind her hand. "Ho ho 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 ho, cough cough cough." After patting her chest, Gamma cleared her throat. "Much better." Gamma then saw a group of the Night Order going over to the members of Shadow Garden, ready to attack them from behind while they dealt with members of the cult guards. Gamma reached in between her chest and pulled out a long wand that fit perfectly in her hands. She kissed the wand and said, "Thank you, Lord, for your blessing." Gamma pointed the wand towards the knights and conjured a wall out of earth, stopping their advances. "I will not let you interfere in the affair of Shadow Garden, so stay put." One of the knight clicked their tongue in annoyance. "Why should we listen to her while our members are out there being killed by these black monsters? They're probably the possessed, they're controlling them and attacking our kingdom. How despicable. Quickly, let's destroy this wall so we can save our fellow knights." The knights then started enhancing themselves and started slashing at the wall Gamma made. Seeing this, Gamma pouted. "How annoying." She waved her wand once again and encased the entire order in a block of ice, stopping their movements completely. Not knowing if they can still hear her, she still said, "I don't know if you can still hear me, but it will melt eventually. In the meantime, just sit tight." One of the guard who did hear her and had just his head sticking out of the ice screamed out, "Just who are you, you crazy witch?" Gamma just smirked at the question and laughed at the back of her hand again. "Ho ho 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 ho, I am known as Gamma, the Sin of Greed. But that's all I'm willing to share." Gamma, wiggling her fingers, waved them goodbye. "Toodaloo." With that, she started doing her witch laugh and flew off into the distance where the other members of Shadow Garden may need her help. Beta was jumping building from building while holding a bow made out of slime and cocking it back and conjuring arrows of different elements. When she saw her lord's shadow soldiers, she would help them out even though they didn't need it by shooting an arrow into the knee or wrist of the cult guards, which would give the shadow the perfect opportunity to land the decisive blow and killing them. Even though her help wasn't really needed, Beta made their job quicker. Beta pulled back on her bow and summoned 3 arrows with her wind magic and fired them all the way to the other side of the capital where one of the shadow members they were training was getting ambushed. All 3 arrows quickly arrived and they all penetrated through the head of the cult guards doing the ambushing. Beta quickly summoned 2 arrows made out of ice and fired it at the feet of knights that were unnecessarily fighting the members of Shadow Garden. Once they landed, the feet of the knights froze completely, which gave the members of Shadow Garden the perfect chance to leave and continue with their mission. Beta sighed and once again pulled back on her bow. I guess no one will ever know about the sin of lust if I'm going to forever be an archer. All my enemies are going to be dead long before they have the chance to even know me. And some won't even be able to spot me. I guess that's the sad life of Beta, the sin of lust. Chapter 51. Chapter 51. Third person's POV. The rest of the girls weren't idle either. Claire was standing in front of a squad of cult guards looking confident in her victory. The cult guards were spread out to gain the advantage of numbers on her, but to Claire none of that mattered. Although it's only been 2 years since she has gotten her mana core, it was already at the solid yellow stage. It was more than enough to deal with the guards. Claire surrounded herself with lightning and lowered her posture. When the guards saw her, they enhanced themselves to their utmost ability and all ran at Claire at full speed, going for the kill without any hesitation. When Claire saw them coming, she just smirked. Due to her surrounding herself with lightning, everything was slowed down to her. Using Sorrow, she disappeared from where she was standing. All the guards saw was a flash of lightning followed by darkness. When Claire disappeared, she reappeared in less than a second at the back of all the guards. With a flick of her slime sword, she cleared all the blood that stained it. When she flicked her sword, all the heads of the guard flew off their body into the air. Like a fountain, blood started gushing from their headless neck, followed by them dropping to the ground. When she saw all their bodies, she just smiled, grew and whipped her hair to the wind. That was too easy. I wish they were stronger, then maybe I would have fun dealing with them. She surrounded herself with lightning once again and with a flash disappeared from where she was standing. Zeta was maneuvering skillfully between each guard while using her chakram masterfully, decapitating and dismembering their limbs from their body. Towards one of the cult guards, Zeta threw the chakram at their hands, cutting them off from his wrist. All the guard could do was scream in pain and agony. While the guard was screaming, Zeta called back the chakram to her hand with magic and lower her head. When she did, she just said, "Go now." From her back, her little brother Zito showed his head with a large smile, showing his canines and wearing a little eye mask that covered his face to protect his identity. He then jumped from her back, showing his small slime suit made for him, while lifting his 2 small slime daggers in the air while letting out a bloodthirsty and crazed expression. When he landed on the guard, he started to stab the guy repeatedly in the face while swinging his head with every stab and laughing maniacally. Ha 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 for Aniki-sama. When he finished, he was panting heavily and ran with his little legs back onto Zeta's back. Zeta then started to kill more guards using this method, and Zito was loving every moment of it. When they were done, Zito came down from Zeta's back and went towards the guard Zito first killed. He started slicing the neck of the guard with a deep concentration. Zeta, looking at him, raised a brow. "What are you doing, Zito?" Zito, with a serious expression, said, "This is the first cult member I killed. I'm going to gift it to Aniki-sama as an offering, then maybe he will praise me. Hee 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 hee." Zeta looked at her brother and blinked for a few seconds, not expecting her brother to say that. She then let out a smug expression and nodded her head in approval. Ada was seen surrounded with guards who were on the floor, unable to move. One could tell they were still alive by the way they were blinking and screaming at Ada to release them from whatever form of paralysis she applied to them. But Ada didn't pay them any heed. She crouched down and picked up a guard closest to her. She grabbed him by the face and reached into her shadow, pulling out a vial with a suspiciously green liquid. When she was about to pour it into the guard's mouth, the guard quickly shut his mouth and gritted his teeth to prevent her from doing whatever she was planning. Ada sighed before very unenthusiastically saying, "Aw," like she was coaxing a child to open its mouth. Seeing that it wasn't working, she groaned in annoyance and said with an annoyed voice, "Arg, I said ahhh." Ada clenched her hand that was holding his jaw, causing it to shatter, breaking his lower jaw and teeth, making the guard scream in pain. Ada gave a lazy smile of satisfaction and tilted its head upwards and poured down the liquid down its throat. After a while, its jaw started to heal and fix itself. Before Ada could celebrate her creation, it started screaming in pain and agony. It then started blowing up like a balloon, which then popped, splattering blood everywhere. Ada was unexpectedly untouched by the blood. When it popped, she let out a regrettable sigh before reaching into her shadow and pulling up a clipboard. She then put AX next to the first item on the list and said while writing down on her note, "Has too much magic power, may cause consumers to blow up. Needs more work." She then looked towards the rest of the guards that were paralyzed, and as they looked at her with fear, Ada said with a small smile, "Well, at least I have some more experimental subjects to work with." She reached into her shadow and pulled out multiple vials, each with different coloring and different effects. While with Delta, there was nothing much to say about Delta except that she was going on a rampage in the base where they kept Alexia. Ha 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 ha, I love hunting with Bossman, so much blood, so much fun. And the reward afterwards would be even better. Boom. Boom. Delta was swinging her heavy sword everywhere. When the guards tried to approach her and attack, all they were met with was her fury, not sparing anyone that got in her way. Chapter 52. Chapter 52. Third person's POV. Alexia held Xenon's hand, stopping him from using his sword, and in one quick motion punched him in the stomach, sending him flying backwards. After their exchange was over, both of them were panting. Alexia, who was covered in cuts and slashes, still had the will to fight and got back into her fighting position, while Xenon was looking shocked at what is going on and at what just occurred. There's no way. That's impossible. I'm the stronger one here. This should be an easy fight. I should be dominating her while she crawls on the ground begging for mercy. We should not be equal in strength. I'm not going to use it. There's no way I'll use it against someone like her. Using it would be the same as admitting that she's stronger. And there's just no way. Just when they were about to engage, they heard a sound of heavy metallic footstep coming towards them in a slow manner, making it more eerie. With each step the atmosphere grew heavy and dark, causing them to look ahead of them with trepidation. A singular black knight walked towards them slowly with a hand on his bright blue sword to his hip. Xenon pointed his sword at the black knight and demanded with caution, "You identify yourself." But the black knight didn't pay him any attention, and just made his way towards them without stopping. Igris the Black Knight stopped a few feet in front of the two of them. His action made both Xenon and Alexia take a step back, unsure of what's to occur next. Igris didn't pay them any heed and gracefully extended out his cape and waited. Alexia and Xenon, seeing this, just looked at Igris in confusion, uncertain of what it wanted. They just stared at Igris' purple glowing cape. A foot then came out of the cape, and as it set foot inside the dungeon, Xenon was brought down right onto his knees, while Alexia was using all of her willpower to remain standing. Alexia bit on her lip, causing them to bleed. She was using the pain to remain standing. "I am a princess of this kingdom. I refuse to kneel before anyone." Cid just coldly looked at them, well, more specifically at Xenon. They soon heard a cold voice that sent shiver down their spines. "Pathetic, a child that just entered adulthood has more willpower than you. What you are just feeling is 1% of my will, and it already brought you to your knees. What else can I say except pathetic?" Xenon had an enraged expression mixed with a crazed look in his eyes. First, someone he considered lower than him matched his strength, then a being he had no knowledge of brought him to his knees and called him pathetic. Enough. That's enough. I will not be treated this way. I'm just one step away from becoming a member of the round. I should be treated with respect, not like this. Xenon quickly went into his coat pockets and took out a bottle of pills and quickly downed them in one shot. He then started growing in size and in magic power. His magic power was practically leaking from his body due to how much he had. Xenon's muscles started bulging out of his clothes, causing them to rip apart due to them unable to contain his size. Both Shadow and Alexia, who was panting heavily when the pressure came off of her, just looked at Xenon in disgust. They both then spoke at the same time. "How disgusting." Xenon didn't pay them any attention and just gripped his sword tightly. He then shot forward, destroying the ground due to the force, and rushed towards Shadow at full speed. Shadow just raised a hand and tapped the sword with a finger, causing it to freeze in place, which was followed by him slowly waving his hand and putting the same finger he stopped the sword with on Xenon's chest. Xeno didn't even have time to process what happened. As soon as Shadow's finger touched his chest, he was sent blasting backwards while breaking the sound barrier due to the force. Boom. 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 Wall after wall, Xenon's body just ripped through them like paper. Alexia just looked at this with her mouth hanged wide open. She then muttered, "What just happened?" Shadow just turned towards her, causing her to freeze. Seeing her freeze up, he smirks before replying, "That, sweetheart, was just a small redirectory of force. I absorbed all the momentum and kinetic energy from the sword, which caused it to freeze in place, and I sent it right back at him, which sent him flying." Shadow's voice then grew colder. "Now then." Xenon came back limping slowly healing. "Just who the hell are you?" he roared. "Shadow. You may know me as Shadow, and it shall be the very last name your meager existence ever hears. I see, so it's you. You're the animal barking up our cult lately. You're strong, I can say that much. I can see why you would become arrogant enough to think you stand a chance against the cult. But unfortunately for you, you're against Xenon Griffey, the future 12th Knight of the round. If you apologize, maybe I'll consider taking you in and making you my subordinate. What do you say?" Shadow just sighed before saying, "I guess this is what doping does, it makes you delusional." Which is followed by retardation apparently. Xenon, hearing him, just sighed. "Now you can't say the great Xenon wasn't merciful, but unfortunately you are unappreciative of such a glorio dash." Xenon's words were caught short as Shadow now held onto Xenon's lower jaw. "You know, I'm getting sick and tired of your yapping." Xenon, with rage now present in his eyes, flashes in front of Shadow. I couldn't even see him move anymore, thought Alexia. When Xenon flashed in front of Shadow, he started to madly swing his sword, causing afterimages to appear. But Shadow would just wave his two fingers, using it as swords, and deflect all of Xenon's attack effortlessly. How? Alexia whispered to herself. However, Shadow heard her just fine, even in between Xenon annoying cries of pain. It's quite the easy concept to know but hard to reach. When you become as good with the sword as I have, you become the sword. Anything and everything will become a sword for you. For example, Shadow just waved his two fingers and Xenon's arm was already off his body. After a few seconds, Xenon fully healed and went into attacking once again, but Shadow just kept waving his finger in the most painful manner. But to Alexia, it's the most beautiful thing she has ever seen. Is this the peak of this world? Shadow then stopped and said, I'm bored now. You have bored me. I have no use for something so boring. Shadow then summoned a sword made of his slime and started coating it with his power. He turned his head towards Alexia. Just now you thought that what I was doing was the peak of strength, that there was no way to get stronger, right? Alexia nodded. To Alexia, what she just saw was the epitome of strength, the final destination when it comes to strength. To her at this moment, that was the peak of strength. Shadow's sword now glowed with a black and purple hue, showcasing its power. Shadow held the sword towards his face, with it was facing upwards. And in a deep voice he said, there is no such thing as the peak. The peak is a fruitless endeavor without ending. The peak is a bottomless well that never ends or has a bottom. The peak is an abyss. Cid in a simple maneuver turned his sword and plunged it into Xenon, who couldn't move a muscle since the beginning. Darkness, that's all Alexia saw, an endless darkness that has no end and swallows everything in its path. The capital as well as the entire continent were brought into this darkness. A fearsome darkness that if seen by those of weak will would disappear if they stared too long. A darkness so fearsome that light doesn't even dares an enter. When Shadow unplugged his sword, light was soon restored to the continent. When Alexia opened her eyes, she saw everything around her was gone, erased from existence. She was in a crater, and inside the crater in front of Alexia's feet laid a dark hole that is impossible to see the bottom of. Chapter 53. Chapter 53. Cid's POV. Showing off always really does feel great, although I had to teleport everyone outside of the range of the attack for it. As I slowly walked towards where I teleported the Shadow Garden members away from everyone, I thought about what just occurred. And I found out a few things about myself through that. I apparently love to show off. I guess it's no wonder I went into the movie industry in my first life and into the music industry in my second one. I also have a weird obsession with strength and always growing in power, but where does it come from? I can understand showing off, but not this hunger for power. I can confidently say that I'm the strongest person in this world, so why am I not satisfied? What goal am I trying to reach? I'm already the strongest, I'm already immortal, I even have a freaking harem with great beautiful women. This is so frustrating. Do I want children? Is that the thing that pushes me? No, it can't be it, it doesn't feel right. I feel lost. Just what is my purpose? While deep in thought, I heard the voice of a little boy shout out, Aniki Iai-sama. When I turn to look, I see Zito running towards me with a happy expression. I can feel myself smiling while looking at, but that smile quickly turned wearily when I saw what Zito was carrying above his head. Crouching down to meet his eye level, I asked, Zito, what's that in your hands? Zito just gives off a proud expression. It's my offering for Aniki-sama, my very first prey, and I got it just for you. Sighing, I just started patting his head with his little cat ears, which caused him to let out a little giggle. He, here you go, I hope you like it. Seriously, what does he want me to do with this? I just gave him a smile and encouraged him. Thank you for your gift, I really like it, I know just where to put it too. It'll go right on my place of trophies. Zito's expression then grew really smugged. He turned towards Zeta and just continued giving her the smuggest expression his little face could make. You can practically see a tick mark appearing on Zeta's head. I can hear Zeta whispering to herself, hold yourself back, Zeta, hold yourself back, it's not worth it, Zeta, he's just a little kid, he's your little brother and you're supposed to love him. While looking smugly at Zeta, Zito says, hear that, sis, my gift is going right where Aniki-sama keeps his trophies. Zito then put a hand over his eyes and started looking all over the place. I wonder where your gift is, sis. Exaggerated gasp, who could it be? You didn't get one for Aniki-sama. TSK, sis, I wonder how disappointed Aniki-sama is for not getting a gift from you. One could practically hear something snap inside Zeta as she then screamed and started chasing after Zito. Get back here, you little shit. I'll show him what gift I would give him, it'll be your corpse. Zito then got terrified and started running around while crying and screaming while being chased by Zeta. Aniki-sama, please save me. This beast is trying to kill me. All I could do was shake my head seeing their antics. While Zito was running and begging for his life, Alpha came towards my direction while carrying the body of a little girl. When I looked at the body, my shadow started to move frantically, trying to reach out. It was pleading to be let out. Which I obliged since I know what's going on. Grease practically leaped from my shadow as he ran towards the little girl in Alpha's arms. My daughter, please, I beg you, please let me hold my daughter. Alpha just looked at me confused, to which I just nodded. When his daughter Milia got into his arms, he broke down in tears and sobs while on the floor with her in his hands. While holding her tightly and crying, Milia's reached out her hand weakly due to the months of abuse and experimentations and caressed his cheek while softly saying in a distorted voice, "Daddy, you came for me, thank goodness. I missed you." Through his tears and sobs, Grease asked, "You can still recognize me like this?" "Sorry I couldn't come any sooner, I'm truly sorry, I missed you so much all this time, my little angel." Milia just smiled and said in a still distorted voice, "Of course I still recognize you, silly, you're my daddy." Alpha then came forth and asked, "Shadow-sama, please allow me to be the one that heals her and who she works under." "Very well, you did save her after all," I said, seeing nothing wrong with this. Alpha nodded and crouched down alongside Grease. She then put her hand on Milia's head and started using curing her of the magic overload effect, which I taught her. Milia started to then heal, which made Grease's expression soften. "Grease, I have a job for you," I said. Although reluctant, he nodded. He didn't want to be away from his daughter, but his master's order takes priority over whatever selfish wish he has, or at least these appear to be his thoughts at the moment. I just smirk. "Forever protect your daughter, I don't really need him if I'm being honest, plus I can use him as an anchor for when I use the Black Rose." Grease looked shocked. But. "Are you disobeying my orders?" I asked. He quickly dropped on one knee and in a serious voice said, "I would never do such a thing, my liege. Always get them when I do that, so easy." "Good, so now follow orders." Grease stayed kneeling down and put a hand on his heart. He then bowed his head deeper. "My liege, I will forever be grateful for your grace and help in keeping my daughter safe. When you are in need of me, don't forget to ask and I shall always answer. I shall be awaiting your call." When he finished, he stood up and hugged his daughter before going into her shadow. Seeing that everything I taken care of, I call for everyone to gather. "Zeta, Zito, it's time to go." Both of them stop running around and get serious, while Zito just climbed onto Zeta's back like usual. Seeing them, I just nodded. I surround the current area with my shadow. Everyone that was a part of Shadow Garden started to sink into the shadow, completely submerging into it. When we reappeared, I was sitting on my throne room while everyone else was by the kneeling down at the bottom of the steps awaiting orders. Seeing them, I just smirk. "Good job, everyone, you all did wonderfully in today's extermination." Chapter 54. Chapter 54. Third person's POV. Shadow sat on the throne, overlooking all the members of Shadow Garden who knelt by the steps. Seeing them, he decided to be a bit generous since he was still feeling pretty good about showing off. Shadow held out his hand slightly in front of him and started gathering magic power from this world into it. He compressed that magic power to the point it glowed a bright purple color. At this point, it looked like a literal star was being held in his hand. "I saw how well each one of you fought back there. So seeing just an excellent display, this shall be your reward," Shadow declared. He then blew on the glowing star that was his magic power and sent it towards the middle of the group. Once it was in the middle, the star exploded, showering them with his magic power. So warm was the thought everyone had when they felt his magic enter them. Feeling their magic, they then all grew teary-eyed and shouted at the same time. "We are forever grateful for your grace, my lord." All I did was power up their magic up to 1%, Shadow thought while giving them a weary smile that couldn't be seen due to his hood. Shadow reached out his hand once again and summoned the head of the guard Zito had killed, and offered to him. "Come forth, Zito," Shadow demanded. Zito, a bit nervously, moved toward the front of everyone, seeking reassurance from Zeta. She smiled and nodded, encouraging him. Seeing her approval, Zito nodded as well and knelt down. "You, being only 5 years old, managed to achieve your first kill against a cult member, and not only that, you offered it to me. Congratulations on officially becoming an honorary member of Shadow Garden. Such an occasion deserves a special award." Shadow's voice reverberated throughout the entire throne room. "Arise." A black smoke started manifesting from the head in his hand, slowly forming into a shadow soldier. "This is an additional award for you, your very own shadow soldier, the same one you previously killed." Zito looked up in amazement as the shadow suddenly sank into his own shadow and reappeared next to him. Zito thanked Shadow profusely. "Thank you, Aniki-sama." Shadow just nodded as he smirked. All the members of Shadow Garden started clapping their hands and congratulating him. It was evident that due to his young age, Zito was loved and pampered by all members of Shadow Garden. Once Shadow finished, he dismissed everyone. "That's all for today. You're free to go about your business. Once again, good work out there." They all placed a hand over their hearts and nodded graciously before slowly departing. Zeta called Zito over, saying, "Why don't you go out and train with your new shadow soldier?" Zito nodded seriously and left the throne room, leaving only the 7 main members along with Claire. They all then gazed at Shadow with lust, which only made him shake his head at their antics. Standing up from his throne, Shadow changed back to his normal attire. While still shaking his head, Cid remarked, "You girls really are insatiable. Come along now, follow me." Excited, the girls followed Cid, who led them back to his bedroom in the castle, a room with a bed large enough to accommodate several people. Upon entering, they locked the door behind them and began removing their slime suits, leaving them completely naked. Seeing this, Cid smirked as he sat on the bed and asked, "So, who's first?" Iris looked around in shock. 1 minute, she was ensuring everyone's safety, and the next, she found herself teleported to the edge of the city. As darkness enveloped everything, she feared the worst, her thoughts racing to the idea of her demise and the ruin of her kingdom. But amidst those dire thoughts, her foremost concern was for her sister. "Alexia, I hope you've survived," she thought. When normalcy returned, she realized she wasn't alone, others had been teleported with her. A sigh of relief escaped her lips. Frantically scanning the surroundings, Iris muttered to herself, "She must be here. If not, I can't bear to entertain that thought. If anything happens to my sister, Shadow Garden, you'll pay." The absence of her sister threatened to trigger a panic attack. She then turned her gaze toward the capital and noticed a significant portion missing. "It couldn't be, could it?" she muttered under her breath. Determined, Iris sprinted towards the capital. Upon arrival, she found Alexia standing before a crater, visibly stunned and in disbelief. Rushing forward, Iris enveloped Alexia in a tight and reassuring hug. "I'm so incredibly relieved you're okay," she exclaimed, her voice filled with a mix of concern and relief. With a careful touch, she examined Alexia, making sure she wasn't harmed. Alexia, in response, allowed herself to be held, tears silently streaming down her face. The overwhelming emotion of safety after the harrowing experience gripped her, and she found solace in Iris's embrace. "Thank you, Iris," she managed to say through her wavering voice. Feeling the tremble in her sister's embrace, Iris realized Alexia might still be processing the trauma of her abduction. Holding her tighter, Iris spoke gently, "Can you please tell me what happened? Who was behind your capture?" As Alexia began recounting the terrifying sequence of events and the turmoil surrounding their surroundings, knights arrived on the scene, their vigilant eyes scouring the area for any traces or clues. Among the rubble, one vigilant knight unearthed a mysterious necklace, an object of interest. The necklace was adorned with intricate runes encircling a radiant red jewel at its core. He carefully approached Iris, holding out the artifact. "Princess, we found this, a curious artifact amidst the wreckage," he reported, his tone laced with intrigue. Accepting the artifact, Iris examined it closely, lifting it towards the sky to catch the light. Simultaneously, Alexia joined in, adding her insights. "This artifact, it must have belonged to the Diabolos cult." "The Diabolos cult," Iris echoed, her voice carrying a blend of curiosity and concern as she focused intently on the enigmatic object before her. Chapter 55, Chapter 55. Third Person's POV. Cid woke up in the middle of the day surrounded by the girls who were spread out in the bed naked with cum flowing down their pussy and a satisfied expression on their faces. As he sat up on the bed he smirked while looking at them. He smacked Alpha's butt that was right next to him, which caused her to let out a moan. "All right, I'll leave first, I'll see you girls later," Cid said as he got up and went to take a bath. When he finished with everything he sank into his shadow and reappeared inside his dorm. When he appeared he saw a note on the floor by his door. Curious, he lifted it up with ruler's authority and opened it, and it read, "Meet me at the rooftop, signed Alexia." She's not planning to confess to me, is she? Would I decline if she did? I don't know, I'll just go with the flow and see how I feel on the moment, Cid said to himself while looking at Alexia's letter. Switching to his school uniform, Cid started making his way towards the school rooftop. When he arrived he found Alexia leaning against the wall by the entrance looking bored. When she saw Cid enter she looked relieved. "Finally you appeared. Do you have any idea how long I have been waiting up here for you?" Cid just shrugged his shoulder, really not caring about it. "I was busy. How was I supposed to know you returned from captivity? How did you even get captured in the first place? With what I taught you it should have been enough for you to defend yourself." Alexia blushed while hearing his question. "I can't just tell him that I was busy daydreaming about him and making plans for his wives to like me. I would die from embarrassment if he ever found out. That's a secret I'm taking to the grave." "Ah, let's just say they had power in numbers and were really good at what they do," Alexia replied, clear as day that she was lying. "What is she on about? I was watching everything from her shadows." She was daydreaming while walking aimlessly and got surprised attacked. Is she embarrassed by that? I mean, I would too if I was in her position, Cid thought while sighing and shaking his head. "Anyways, you really had me worry here. I thought you weren't going to show up. I was waiting her for more than an hour. I was about to leave in the minute too," Alexia said while pouting. "I really wasn't. I was going to stay here the whole day waiting for him, but he doesn't need to know that now, does he?" she thought. Cid just rolled his eyes. "Whatever, so why did you call me up here in the first place?" Alexia then started twiddling with her fingers while she grew embarrassed. "I first wanted to thank you for all that you taught me. It's thanks to you that I was able to hold my own against my captor and fight back. So thank you." I also want to thank you for going along with my whims about the whole fake boyfriend thing even when it could have gotten you in trouble with your wives. Alexia's face then grew redder as she grew even more embarrassed about what she was about to say next. If you possibly wouldn't mind, would you like to maybe make our relationship real and not a fake one? I don't mind that you have multiple wives, even though I don't know them. I think we would get along great. Cid thought about it for a while. He put his hand on his chin and went into deep thoughts about what he thinks about Alexia and how his few months with her were like. Alexia, seeing him really thinking about it, grew nervous and hopeful. She didn't even want to think about what would happen if he said no. Honestly, I wouldn't mind dating you, but like I said, I'm married and I can't think how they would take the news of me dating and going out with a princess, Cid said after thinking about what Beta's reaction would be like if he really went ahead and dated a princess. And that's a can of worms he really doesn't want to open at the moment. Alexia shouted in happiness in her mind. She was practically doing backflips up in there. But that quickly stopped when Cid continued with what he was saying. Plan A, be direct and just straight up ask him out. Didn't work, so now it's time for Plan B. Make friends with the wives so they like me and allow me to join in his harem, she thought when she heard the rest of what Cid said. Then let me meet them and get to know them. At least let me meet the main wife. If I can convince the main wife to allow to let me date you, the rest should be fair game, right? Cid just raised a brow at that. She's really enthusiastic about this, isn't she? Sigh, I really need to control my charms and good looks. If I'm not careful, I'm going to be breaking many hearts, Cid thought arrogantly. I'll see what I can do about it, Cid said, unsure if he should really go along with this. Alexia nodded and put on a confident smirk. She then pointed her fingers close to Cid's nose and said in pure confidence, just wait for me to get them to like me. Since you said that you wouldn't mind going out with me, that means you like me even if it's just a little, and I'll take it. Just like how I got you to like me, I'll get them to do the same. Alexia then left the rooftop walking confidently. Cid was just there in silence before he let out a smirk of his own while slightly rubbing his chin, who knew being so confident would make someone look hotter, especially in a woman. Cid just shook his head in amusement and left the rooftop as well. While walking, Cid pondered on what he should do about the Alexia situation. While he was deep in thought, a girl came walking with a pile of books in her hands. Cid thought she would move out the way when he sensed her, but she didn't, which made her crash into him, causing her to fall and spill her pile of books. Oof, ouchie, she said as she fell. When Cid saw her, he knew exactly who she was. She was Sherry Barnett, the supposed stepdaughter of the vice principal of the academy. Pix. I see the terrorist attack is close then. That's good, Cid thought as he offered his hand and helped her up. Are you okay? Sorry about that, I was deep in thought and wasn't looking where I was going, he said as he helped her up. She in embarrassment waved her hands in front of herself, and no, don't worry, it's my fault, I wasn't watching where I was going. She then started to dust off her skirt and crouched down to pick up the books she dropped, which Cid helped as well. He took a hold of a few books and said, this is too much for you to be carrying all by yourself. Here, let me help you carry them. Where do you need to go? Sherry just rapidly shook her head while blushing due to embarrassment. And no, I couldn't possibly bother you with such a trivial task. I'm not giving you these books until you point me to a location where we are going, Cid said, teasing her. Sherry then lowered her head and shyly said, the library. Cid nodded and started walking. He then turned when he realized she wasn't moving and said, well, what are you waiting for? Which brought Sherry out of her daze. All right, she said as she started following Cid towards the library. Chapter 56. Chapter 56. Third person's POV. While walking Sherry to the library, he looked at the book she was bringing towards the library. It was a book about ancient languages and runes. Oh, you're studying ancient languages. Blah 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 blah, ancient languages, ruins, blah blah blah, ancient times, blah blah blah. Sherry's eyes grew wide in shock as he heard Cid talking about ancient languages. Gasp, you know ancient languages? Yeah, I mostly find the runes more fascinating though, Cid said. Sherry then grew excited. She found a kindred spirit that likes the same things as her. She rapidly nodded her head, forgetting her earlier embarrassment. Blah 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 blah, ancient times, blah 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 blah, runic symbols, blah 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 blah, magic circles. They both started talking about the ancient languages, which just made Sherry absolutely ecstatic about finding someone that understands what she's talking about and doesn't think that it's boring and a waste of time. They soon reached the library, much to Sherry's disappointment. When Cid put the books down, he turned towards Sherry and said, right, I forgot to introduce myself. The name's Cid Kagenou, and yours? He asked as he held out his hand. Sherry blushes shyly as she put her small hand softly on top of his and says, Sherry Barnett. Cid smirked and brought her hand to his lips and gave it a kiss as he said, pleasure to make your acquaintance. And with that he left her be. While walking away he just kept smirking. She's fun to tease. Sherry just stood there a blushing mess. Her face was redder than her hair color as steam kept coming out of her head, which made her put her palms against her cheeks. So lewd, she whispered. And just like the time passes and a few days passed. Iris and Alexia could be seen walking together side by side as they made their way towards the science faculty room of the academy. Behind them a knight from Iris's Crimson Knights by the name of Glenn follows right behind. While making their way, Iris says, Alexia, let me be the one to do the talking. I can't promise you that, Iris. I was there when everything happened, so I know some things as well about the situation. Iris just sighed and shook her head at Alexia's stubbornness. When they arrived, Iris knocked on the door of the faculty room. The vice principal, Lutheran Barnett, was the one to open the door. He raised a brow at the unexpected guests. Princess Iris and Princess Alexia, what a surprise, I wasn't expecting your visit, please come in. A/N, this is confusing, cause in the manga it says his name is Russian while in the wiki it says Lutheran. So I just went with what the wiki said, just in case anyone is confused. They both nodded their head and went and sat down at the sofa inside the faculty room with Glenn standing right behind them. Lutheran brought out tea for the guest and sent it up in front of them. Iris then starts the conversation. This is a discussion we would like to have with your daughter present, Mr. Barnett. He nodded and went to go get Sherry. When she arrived, she looked slightly nervous as she sat in front of them with the vice principal sitting next to her. Iris, seeing her, nodded her head and started, as you know, since a few days ago random attacks and slashing keeps occurring in the capital. We are putting our entire focus into investigating the reasons for such actions and trying to put a stop to them. So I came here to get help from the brightest mind of the Academy Science faculty. I know you are held as the #1 prodigy when it comes to research and in academics. I was hoping you would be able to teach me a few things and learn something new. What do you say, Sherry Barnett? Sherry looked at the artifact in her hands carefully. After some thinking and pondering, she says, this is really complicated, it'll take a while for me to decipher this. What's writing in this artifact is really complex. These are ancient ruins, but the text itself has a highly sophisticated encryption. Where did you even acquire something this rare? It was left behind under the rubble of a base belonged to a religious group called the Diabolos cult. This may be the only clue related to the incident. The true reason behind the blinding, as people are calling it, the moment where everything went dark, the disappearance of their base, alongside Alexia's kidnapping, are still a mystery. We were hoping to find a lead or any sort of clue with what you can decipher and learn, said Iris seriously. Sherry then got nervous cause of all the pressure and expectations and said, it's true that my strong point has always been ancient languages, but I'm still a student, I'm still learning. The vice principal then turns to her and gives her a reassuring smile. Sherry, this could be a learning moment and a good opportunity for you, you should do it. I have no doubt in my mind you will be a great researcher someday. I'm sure this request will lead you to a bright future, he said while sipping his tea. Vice principal. Sherry mutters. He just gives her a smile as he patted her head. Ah, come on, don't be like that, you can call me daddy, A/N, fucking weirdo. In the meantime, while you are busy researching, I'll assign some knights as guards to keep you safe from any potential threat or danger. We don't know if the cult would come looking for you to retrieve the item. And with Xenon's case, we can't really trust the knights as they are now. That's why we would be using the knights from my very own group that I started making a while back, the Crimson Knights. Glenn, you are in charge of her security, Iris said while turning to look at Glenn. Glenn nodded his head and looked towards Sherry. You can leave your safety in my hands. Alexia then turned towards Iris and said, let me join your knights. I'm strong now thanks to Cid's training. I know I can protect myself. I'm the one that's most involved in this incident, and thanks to Cid I was able to fight and stand equal against Xenon. Sherry then interrupted and asked, when you said Cid you mean as in Cid Kagenou? Alexia turned towards Sherry and nodded her head and asked, do you know him? Sherry then started blushing, making steam come out of her head once again. Alexia then narrowed her eyes. What's her relationship with Cid? How does she know him? Is she one of his wives? Not really, but I met him once. He was really nice and helped me out, Sherry replied after getting her bearings. Alexia then looked at her even more suspiciously. Him helping someone out just like that and willingly? Impossible. Iris then got everyone back on track and said, I can't allow that, Alexia. What if you expose yourself to the danger and get yourself killed? The man dressed in black, calling himself Shadow. I want to know what his goals are. I want to find out whether he is a friend or foe, Alexia said. Iris still shook her head. I just can't allow it. Alexia then got serious. Then what if I told everyone you still sleep while holding a bear plushie and still like to wear panties with little bunnies in them? Iris then got serious as well. Very well, but I would assign you less dangerous task. Sherry, I'll leave the artifact to you and forget everything you just heard. Yes ma'am, both Alexia and Sherry said. Chapter 57, Chapter 57. Third person's POV. As Alexia and Iris emerged from the faculty room, Alexia felt a surge of nerves. I'm going to meet her today, okay, I'm going to meet his wife, the primary wife. I'm nervous just thinking about it. What if she hates me? Suddenly, Alexia smacked both of her cheeks in an attempt to calm her nerves. The sudden action startled Iris, catching her off guard. I can't let doubt cloud my thoughts. I'm a very likable person, and I'm sure she will love me. Getting her approval for me to date Cid should be easy. But if not, she won't keep me from Cid. One way or another, he's mine. He'll love me like I love him. Alexia's thoughts darkened, her eyes reflecting her inner turmoil as they clouded with a touch of madness. Alexia. Iris shouted, shaking Alexia and bringing her back to the present. Huh. Alexia responded, looking at Iris in confusion. What? Why are you shouting? I'm right here. There's no need to raise your voice, Alexia said, still looking at Iris in confusion. No need to raise my voice. I've been calling your name for a few seconds, but you didn't respond. Is everything all right? Iris asked, her tone laced with concern as she looked at Alexia. Alexia waved off Iris dismissively and let out an exaggerated sigh. Sigh, you wouldn't understand. What I'm going through is matters of the heart, something you don't have experience in since you've been single your whole life. I mean, you're around 20 years old and haven't even had a boyfriend. Unfortunately, there's just no way you could possibly help me with my problems. Iris felt a pang of annoyance and insecurity when she heard Alexia's words. It wasn't her fault that boys seemed too intimidated by her strength to approach her for a relationship. The potential suitors lacked the strength she sought, which made entertaining the idea of dating them impossible. She had made a vow to only date someone who could defeat her in combat, a promise she was beginning to regret, having never experienced love before. Crossing her arms beneath her ample chest, Iris adopted a condescending tone to hide her frustration at her own love-life struggles. HMMP, I have no time or need for such futile pursuits. My sole devotion lies with the kingdom and the sword. Why bother with something so worthless when I could be enhancing my strength? Sigh, sister, this is precisely why I wouldn't even consider discussing my problems with you. And let me inform you, it's thanks to love that I've grown stronger and continue to do so. That worthless thing you disregard is a significant motivator for me. Thanks to my love for Cid, I've pushed myself further in my training. Now, I just need to find a way for him to fall head over heels for me, Alexia stated resolutely. Inside, she schemed, if I can make him fall deeply in love with me, even if his wives don't approve, they'll have no choice but to tolerate me. That way, I'll still have a chance with Cid. It's brilliant. Cid Kagenou, huh? Iris pondered while rubbing her chin in contemplation. Him dating Alexia for real and not just as a fake relationship, it just might work. If they genuinely begin dating, he'd have no choice but to join the Crimson Knights. He wouldn't want to be away from his girlfriend, which would be Alexia. And since Alexia is now a part of the Crimson Knights, he would join without hesitation. Once he's a member, Claire would follow suit. Killing two birds with one stone. I've heard he's quite powerful himself, having trained Alexia to the point where she could match Xenon in combat. He would undoubtedly make an excellent knight. I just know it. Nodding to herself, Iris turned towards Alexia and affirmed, I'll provide you with my full support in pursuing Cid, so make it happen, all right? Alexia looked at Iris, puzzled. You seem to know more about him. You wouldn't readily agree to let me pursue someone unless you knew them, she remarked. You're correct. I do know who you're talking about. He's not bad looking either. I had a chance to talk to him a while back, though it didn't go as I'd hoped. Nevertheless, we have no issues with him or his family. Besides, I've heard he's strong, making him a great match for you, Iris affirmed, trying to sell her approval. Normally, Iris wouldn't even consider manipulating Alexia in this manner. If Alexia wasn't interested in someone, Iris would do everything to prevent it. However, since it appeared that Alexia truly cared for him, Iris didn't mind if she gained something extra along the way. Acknowledging Iris's explanation with a nod, although curious about what occurred between Cid and Iris, Alexia realized she had no time. She had an important task to accomplish. All right then, I'll head off first. I have something to do and someone to meet. See you later, Alexia said to Iris. Iris bid her farewell with a nod, and Alexia departed from the school premises, venturing into the capital. Her mission was specific. Alexia scoured the city, searching for a herbalist shop. Despite her initial difficulty, locals readily provided directions when asked. Upon reaching the shop, she paused to take a deep breath, attempting to calm her nerves. Memories of Cid's discussions about the person she was meeting flooded her thoughts. Flashback. Cid leaned against the rooftop wall, facing Alexia standing before him. So, when and where am I meeting your wives, or the main wife, if I'm only meeting one? Alexia inquired, her anxiety evident. Cid sighed, unable to believe he was willingly participating in this conversation. He had already discussed it with his wives, and they decided to send Alpha, considering her the most suitable to represent them. However, there was no official hierarchy among his wives, they all held equal importance to him. Firstly, let me make something clear. There's no concept of a main wife, second wife, or any of that. I dislike it. I love all of them equally. Are there moments when I feel closer to one? Yes, but that's natural. Anyone claiming otherwise is lying. You'll be meeting someone they've chosen to represent and express their thoughts. They hold great respect for this one. She goes by the name of Calandra. You'll be meeting her at her own herb shop called Umbral Herb Emporium. And if I did have a main wife, she'd likely fit that role, but no pressure, Cid explained. Cid thought to himself, I'm saying the last part to subtly put some pressure on her for dragging me into this. She's fortunate she's likable. Alexia nodded attentively, feeling a bit anxious when Cid mentioned, no pressure though. Flashback end. Summoning her courage, Alexia pushed the door open and stepped into the shop. The interior was exquisitely adorned with flowers strategically placed to enhance the shop's aesthetic. Standing before her was the most captivating elven woman she had ever laid eyes upon. The woman's hair gleamed in a radiant gold hue, cascading down her back. Her bright blue eyes held an enchanting allure capable of mesmerizing anyone who dared to meet her gaze. With a dainty nose and soft, full red lips, her welcoming aura was palpable. Despite wearing an apron behind the counter, her beauty remained undiminished. Picture. At that moment, Alexia found herself questioning her own beauty, feeling far from matching the woman's exquisite appearance before her. When the woman addressed her as Alexia, she nodded in acknowledgement and gestured for Alexia to follow. Though still slightly stunned, Alexia trailed behind her through a curtain that divided the front and back areas of the shop. Upon entering the back area, Alexia was greeted by a spotlessly clean, shiny wooden floor. Before stepping onto it, Calandra instructed, "Take off your shoes and put on these sandals," offering her a pair of classic sandals. Calandra retrieved a tea set and gestured for Alexia to sit on one of the cushions placed in front of the table at the center of the room. Following Calandra's instructions, Alexia sat down and watched in astonishment as Calandra conducted an intricate tea preparation ritual, admiring her beauty and grace during each deliberate action. After finishing the ritual, Calandra offered Alexia a cup of tea, which Alexia eagerly sipped, her eyes widening in surprise. This is absolutely delicious," she exclaimed. Calandra smiled in response. "Why, thank you." Wanting to steer the conversation to the purpose of her visit, Alexia shook her head, looking at Calandra with a serious expression as she placed the cup back on the table. "I want to be very direct with you," Alexia began, "as I believe beating around the bush wouldn't do justice to my intentions. I'm in love with Cid. I want to acquaint myself with you and his other wives to create a favorable impression and gain your approval for dating him and being with him." Calandra let out a smile that shined like 100 suns, as she said. "Since we're being honest and upfront, let me be forthright as well. We all hate you and wish you dead." Alexia's expression froze in shock, managing only a faint huh. Chapter 58. Third person's POV. "Since we're being honest and upfront, let me be forthright as well. We all hate you and wish you dead." Alexia's expression froze in shock, managing only a faint huh. Despite the harshness of Calandra's words, her expression remained unchanged, her smile as radiant as ever, capable of illuminating the entire room. Alexia was left speechless and unsure of what to say. She couldn't comprehend why they held such animosity toward her when she didn't even know them personally. Is it because I admitted my feelings for him? Do they fear I'll steal him away? I don't consider myself as beautiful as she is, so why is she so concerned? Alexia's mind raced, desperately seeking a reason behind their hostility. As Alexia's mind raced, attempting to understand the cause of their hostility, Calandra spoke up sharply, addressing her unspoken thoughts. "Don't pretend you're oblivious. If it were anyone else, we would have embraced them as a sister, albeit after getting to know them. But it just had to be you. There are 2 reasons why we refrain from eliminating you or sending others to hunt you down. Firstly, our husband harbors a certain fondness for you, even if it's minuscule. Whatever he takes a liking to is what we strive to secure. And secondly, our husband isn't keen on making a pointless massacre against a kingdom or engaging in a pointless conflict unless necessary. So, count your blessings for whatever fortuitous star shines upon you," Calandra concluded calmly, her expression unchanged as she intermittently sipped her tea. "Firstly, I'm completely clueless about what I might have done to earn such hatred from all of you. We haven't had any conflicts or issues with you or Cid. Even my sister confirmed that we don't have any grievances, so why?" Alexia's words were abruptly cut short as Alpha's magical manifestation intensified, exerting immense pressure on her. It became suffocating, constricting her throat and impeding her breathing. Desperately struggling for air, she looked toward Calandra for assistance, only to find an enraged expression replacing the previous smile on Calandra's face. In a chillingly cold tone that replaced her earlier serene demeanor, Calandra's voice sent shivers down Alexia's spine. "What? What does that bitch mean by, we don't have any grievances? It might have been your fault that it occurred, but she was the one who ordered it. And she has the audacity to claim no grievances. I swear I'll tear that filthy bitch apart. She hasn't even apologized or shown an ounce of remorse for her actions, and yet she dares to say there are no grievances." Struggling and gasping for air, Alexia's outstretched arm accidentally knocked over the tea set before her, an action that caught Alpha's attention, abruptly halting her enraged state. Witnessing the spilled tea, Alpha took a deep breath, regaining her composure. Gradually reducing her magical pressure, Alpha allowed Alexia to breathe freely once more. Still clutching her throat, Alexia gulped mouthfuls of air, trying to replenish her lungs after the suffocating experience. Finally catching her breath, Alexia's voice trembled with anguish as she pleaded, "What in the world did I do to deserve this treatment from you? Please, just tell me already. It's because of your self-centered actions, using him as a shield against a suitor instead of handling it maturely. He endured pain and torment all because of your need for someone to do it. As your supposed fake boyfriend, he was the primary suspect in your abduction. He was the first and only suspect, no other possibility was considered besides him. And what does your sister do? At the first opportunity, she sends guards after him, locks him up, and subjects him to interrogation. Alpha's voice trembled, tears welling up in her eyes. Do you even know how they interrogated him? Calandra's question pierced Alexia, her eyes also filling with tears. Shocked and unaware of Cid's imprisonment, Alexia shook her head, confessing her ignorance of the situation. Calandra's eyes lost their emotion, appearing hollow as if she had repressed all of her feelings to an extreme. They whipped him for days, over and 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 over. His back was nearly stripped of skin, covered in large, bleeding gashes, some of his bones were even visible, Alpha recounted. He presented his case and said he innocent, claiming he didn't kidnap you. He responded once, refusing to speak further to people who wouldn't listen. Alexia, attempting to stifle her scream, covered her mouth with both shaky hands, tears streaming down her cheeks. She broke down, weeping uncontrollably. I'm so sorry, it's all my fault. I didn't question it because he appeared fine. Calandra wiped both eyes as she said, of course he's fine, our husband is strong, he's the strongest there is, so the marks didn't last but that didn't mean he didn't feel the pain. I can't even begin to imagine the anguish he went through. Alexia like a broke record kept repeating herself over and over again, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. So as you can see we don't have the highest opinion of you at the moment. Our sister-in-law went and talked with your sister. But even after all that, Iris being the smart bitch she is, decided to keep Cid for a few more days. Just so you know, the sole reason she even agreed to release him was because of Claire. If she hadn't gone there and threatened to go to war for her brother, he would have remained captive until your situation was resolved, continuing to endure torture, Calandra mentioned, her expression slightly less burdened. She had been suppressing her emotions since Cid was kidnapped. When she asked Cid why he allowed it all, he simply replied that killing everyone and going to war was foolish, an answer she didn't appreciate but understood. The only reason she became aware of and witnessed what happened to Cid was because Baru couldn't contain his emotions and revealed his disdain for the situation. He transmitted what he observed through the connection they have with Cid. I'll fix this. I truly had no idea about what happened to Cid. He never mentioned anything, and he didn't seem like something was wrong, so I was unaware. Regarding my sister, I'll personally and genuinely make apologies. If necessary, I'll even forcefully drag her by the hair. Come and meet Cid. Alexia's emotions boiled with an urge to confront her sister. The man she deeply cared for, the one who selflessly helped her, was brutalized, and she blamed herself entirely for it. Addressing Calandra, Alexia asked, what can I do to make things right? I'm ready to do whatever it takes. Calandra calmly responded, we don't want anything from you. No matter how much we say we dislike you, ultimately, it's not up to us whether you and Cid become a couple. It's his decision. We'll respect his choice, even if it means he chooses someone like you. All we want is his happiness and love. Alexia didn't reply and remained bowed down, clenching her lip until it bled. Chapter 59, Chapter 59. Third Person's POV. Calandra released a long, heavy sigh as she watched Alexia bite down on her lip. Despite her inner turmoil, Calandra realized it was time to set aside her personal animosity. She understood that now was the moment for logical thinking, not driven by her emotions, despite the overwhelming urge to inflict horrendous pain toward Alexia. As the representative for all of them, Calandra knew her role extended beyond leadership as the sin of pride. It encompassed the wisdom she'd gained while leading, a discernment between emotional responses and rational thinking. Rationally, she recognized the futility of blaming a victim. Alexia hadn't chosen to be in this situation, and Calandra comprehended that, despite her desire to assign fault to her. After thinking about it all, Calandra could do was shake her head. Look, this meeting is a worthless endeavor. No matter how hard I try at this very moment, I just don't like you. I don't know about the future, so I can't say honestly how I would feel about you. The only advice I'm willing to give you, since we both fell in love with the same man, is to get him to love you, not the little tiny amount of liking he has towards you right now. But genuinely love you, then if only then would we not completely hate you. There would be a sort of dislike obviously, but no hate. We as his wives could never hate something he loves. It goes against anything we stand for. His happiness is our happiness, so if he's happy with you, there is just no way we can hate you. Alexia lowered her head, clenching her fists so tightly that they began to bleed. Still bowing, she murmured, thank you for your advice, to Calandra before leaving the store. Calandra nodded as Alexia departed, her hands still clenched and blood dripping. Alpha sighed and swiftly cleaned the blood from the floor with a wave of her hand. She put a hand on her forehead and started massaging it as she instructed. Omega, discreetly monitor her for a while. Report any unusual behavior back to me. As you order, my lady, Omega replied before discreetly shadowing Alexia. Alexia walked on, leaving a trail of blood droplets. Anger etched on her face, she marched with determination. Seeking answers, her only hope lay in confronting her sister. As she walked, people cleared a path for her, cautious of any potential confrontation. Arriving at the school, she paid no heed to the curious gazes of the students. At that moment, her reputation held no importance, she was indifferent to its fate. Reaching her sister's office, she ignored the stationed guards and barged in, smudging the door with a smear of blood. Iris, engrossed in paperwork, glanced up and noticed Alexia's entrance, her expression seething with anger and a hint of blood on her lips. Iris hurriedly rose from her seat, concerned. Alexia. What happened? Are you Before Iris could finish her sentence or examine Alexia further. Slap. Alexia's palm struck Iris's cheek abruptly, leaving behind a red handprint. Shocked, Iris held her cheek, bewildered by the sudden action, and looked at Alexia, who appeared tearful. How could you? Alexia's voice seethed with anger. What? Iris asked, bewildered. She was perplexed by the sudden slap, Alexia's tear-streaked face, the blood on her lips, and the bloodstains on her palms. So many questions remained unanswered. More tears streamed down Alexia's cheeks. How could you? She repeated, this time with a tone of sadness. Why did you have him interrogated? Alexia questioned. Huh? Is that what this is about? You didn't have to resort to physical violence to ask such a question. The answer is obvious. He was the most likely suspect, and we had no other choice. He was your fake boyfriend, who else were we supposed to question? You should be grateful. Do you have any idea how worried I was about you? Iris responded. Upon hearing this, Alexia's anger surged, and she punched Iris in the center of her face. Due to her heightened emotions, her magical strength increased slightly, sending Iris flying through the room, breaking the wall that separated them from the outside. Iris enhanced herself magically, surviving the fall. Meanwhile, Alexia leaped through the hole she created, landing forcefully and cracking the ground. As she approached Iris, she screamed, I should be grateful. Should I be thankful that you sent the only man who has taught me and made me stronger to be tortured? Iris quickly got up from the ground and spat blood to the side. Fine, if you won't listen to my words, I'll have to find another way to make you understand, she said sharply. Putting up her two fists and bracing herself, Iris charged towards Alexia. Iris began throwing quick punches, but Alexia skillfully blocked or deflected them. Alexia, whose anger persisted, struck Iris in the stomach, causing her to exhale sharply. Pushing Iris back, Alexia continued to express her anger towards her sister. I should be grateful, you say. I should be grateful that you kept the person who's the only reason I'm alive today, chained up like a dog. When Alexia aimed another punch at Iris's face, Iris was prepared. Catching the punch, she attempted to pull Alexia closer, aiming to headbutt her. However, Alexia anticipated this move and retaliated by positioning her head for a headbutt as well. Both of them sustained injuries, blood flowing from their foreheads. With narrowed eyes, Alexia glared at Iris. I will never forgive you for what you did to the only man I ever and will ever loved. Iris screamed in frustration, both of them wincing while holding their foreheads. I didn't do anything. Why do you keep accusing me of things I didn't do? Alexia, boiling with anger, enhanced herself while Iris followed suit. The commotion attracted more students, who watched from afar, hesitant to get too close to the conflict. Things you didn't do. Whose fault was it that instead of a proper interrogation, they whipped him until flesh came off his bones? Alexia's eyes were red from crying, reflecting her intense emotions. You made the people close to him hate us. He was the only one who tried to make me a better person. He's the reason I am who I am today. And because of your actions, he may never love me the same way again. Alexia drew out her sword, aiming it at Iris, prompting Iris to click her tongue and draw out her sword as well. The atmosphere crackled with an ominous energy as Alexia and Iris stood facing each other, their powers pulsating with an otherworldly brilliance. Unbeknownst to Iris, Alexia's heart seethed with an unquenchable fury, fueled by the anguish of thinking of the love of her life tortured, an act she attributed to her oblivious elder sister. Empowered by their magical abilities, the siblings' aura intensified, enveloping the glade in an ethereal glow. Their conflict, no longer confined to mere swordplay, erupted into a spectacle of destructive energy, as they unleashed their augmented powers with reckless abandon. With a surge of raw emotion, Alexia channeled her anger into a maelstrom of devastating energy, targeting Iris with fierce, crackling bolts that tore through the serene surroundings. Iris, caught off guard by the sudden escalation, attempted to shield herself, but the sheer force of Alexia's wrath overwhelmed her defenses. In retaliation, Iris retaliated with waves of power, each blast tearing through the surroundings with an explosive force. Trees splintered, the ground trembled, and the once peaceful glade transformed into a battleground wreathed in chaos. Their destructive clash continued unabated, fueled by a tempest of emotions and unrestrained magical prowess. The facade of their school loomed in the distance, its structure threatened by the cataclysmic forces unleashed by the dueling siblings. Spectators from the school peered out, aghast at the tumultuous display before them. Some attempted to intervene, but the sheer magnitude of the sisters' magical fury made it impossible to approach the chaotic spectacle unfolding in the glade. Within the storm of unleashed power and unbridled rage, the rift between Alexia and Iris widened, their bond shattered by the irreparable harm done to the love of Alexia's life. Their conflict, a manifestation of raw emotion and unrestrained power, threatened not only the surroundings but also their once unbreakable sisterly bond, leaving devastation in its wake. Chapter 60. Third person's POV. Both Alexia and Iris clashed their swords, their movements so swift they traversed the entire campus and its surroundings. Their steps shattered the ground, swirling dust marked their lightning-fast maneuvers, and the clash of metal echoed, captivating the spectators. Whispers among onlookers arose, questioning the spectacle before them. "What's happening?" asked one. "I saw Princess Iris thrown through the wall, and the fight began outside," remarked another. "Any idea why they're fighting?" "Rumors say it involves someone Princess Alexia loves, blaming Princess Iris," hushed the first speaker. "Best not delve into it, talking about royalty can land us in trouble." Alexia maintained a piercing stare at Iris, who returned it with evident irritation. "Stop this farce, Alexia. You're my sister, I don't want to hurt you," pleaded Iris. Refusing to divert her gaze, Alexia replied, "I no longer have a sister until you apologize for what you've done. You're dead to me." Alexia intensified her enhancements as Iris's jaw tensed. Gripping her sword tighter, Iris retorted, "I have nothing to apologize for. I won't apologize for something I didn't do." As Iris also enhanced herself, she warned with narrowed eyes, "Don't blame me if you get hurt. It's your own stubbornness." Both charged at each other, their swords meeting with a resounding clang. The ground collapsed, and an explosive cloud of dust erupted. Amidst the chaos, they remained locked in the middle, pressing against each other with immense force, each determined to emerge victorious in their confrontation. As their swings intensified, their speed became too much for the onlookers to follow. Maintaining unbroken eye contact, Alexia and Iris continued their swordplay, captivating the spectators. "I knew Princess Iris was strong, but Princess Alexia's power is astonishing," whispered someone in awe. "Indeed, their strength is remarkable," agreed another. "We're fortunate to have two equally powerful princesses, it ensures our safety." With every swing, cuts and marks appeared on their clothes and skin, testament to the intensity of their confrontation. Meanwhile, overseeing the spectacle from a rooftop, Cid ran his fingers through his hair while leaning on the railing. "Sigh, is this the curse of being so attractive? Close relationships shattered because of my looks. I wouldn't be surprised if this kingdom collapses due to internal strife caused by my appearance." Cid sighed once more before smirking and rubbing his chin. "Am I now a kingdom-toppling beauty, or is that title reserved only for females?" he pondered aloud. Observing the escalating aggression between the two girls, Cid sighed for the third time, realizing, "I better put an end to this. We wouldn't want them to kill each other." As their aggression peaked, both combatants simultaneously leaped back and began channeling immense power into their swords, the concentration of magic materializing around them. Alexia's sword radiated a golden hue, while Iris's glowed crimson, their energies intensifying. The ground quaked as they charged towards each other, pouring all their strength and magic into their swords, which clashed in the center with a blinding impact. A sudden white flash overwhelmed the onlookers' vision. When their sight returned, they witnessed Cid standing amidst the clash, effortlessly holding both swords between his index and middle fingers, arms crossed. "Enough," Cid declared apathetically, addressing the two princesses. "You're both princesses, start acting like it." Releasing a fraction of his conqueror's haki, Cid then turned towards the spectators. "Leave," he commanded, his voice carrying an authoritative weight that instilled fear, prompting them to swiftly depart. Cid's presence wielded an authority akin to a divine mandate, compelling obedience from all who heard him. Cid then released his hold on their swords, causing them to lower them and start panting due to their fatigue and the amount of magic they used. Alexia didn't hesitate, she dropped her sword and lifted Cid's shirt. While holding it up, she started examining every single part of Cid's body, inspecting his back by running her hand along it. While holding up his shirt, Alexia started tracing her fingers everywhere. Her fingers then turned into a hand as she started to touch his abs in a trance. Cid looked at her with a raised brow and asked, "What are you doing?" This brought Iris out of her shock. She quickly grabbed Cid's shirt from Alexia's hand and lowered it back down, covering Cid's body once again. "What are you doing?" Iris exclaimed with a red and embarrassed face. Alexia glanced at her and replied without an ounce of shame, "I was checking to see if he had any scars or injuries." Cid shook his head and playfully bonked her on the head. "Pervert." This caused Alexia to become red with embarrassment. She then lowered her head in a sad manner and muttered, I wanted to see if you were still hurt. I'm sorry. Because of me, you were hurt and had to go through unnecessary pain. I understand if you don't ever want to see me again. Alexia said while gripping her skirt as tears unwillingly fell from her eyes. Wait. What is going on? Why are you? Iris didn't manage to finish as Cid shook his head. It's better if you leave for now. I'm not leaving, she's my sister and, once again, Iris was cut off. This time, Cid looked at her coldly and with an authoritative low voice said, leave. And I'm telling you I'm not, Iris was once again cut off for the third time. I don't think you understand. I'm not asking you, it was a command. I won't repeat myself a third time, Cid said in a voice full of coldness and apathy. Iris's fists clenched, and through gritted teeth, she said, fine. We'll talk later, Alexia. You still need to explain yourself. Iris then spun on her heels and walked away in an angry manner. Once Iris was gone, Cid sighed, which broke the thin string holding Alexia together. Wayawa, I'm so sorry sob. It's all my fault, you got hurt because of me sob. All you showed me was kindness, and due to my own selfishness of wanting more, you got hurt and paid the price sobs harder. I'm sorry. Alexia then gripped Cid's shirt and continued to cry her heart out. Asterisk sob asterisk I know I said I understand if you don't ever want to see me sob, but I don't want that. I don't want not to see you. If I don't see you, I think it'll break me sob I'm so sorry. Lowering her head while still clutching Cid's shirt, Alexia whispered, please. Please don't hate me. She then said through sniffling, please don't leave me. Chapter 61, Chapter 61. Third person's POV. Cid, hearing her small plea, sighed before patting her head and giving her a hug to make her feel better. Alexia, feeling his warmth and his arms around her, closed her eyes and tried to remember the feeling forever. Afraid he would leave her, she wrapped her own arms around him and hugged him tighter, afraid that if she let go, he would disappear forever from her life. Tears silently poured down her face as her lips started to quiver. You overthink things too much, you know. If I was truly mad at you or even hated you, we wouldn't even be talking right now. I would have just ignored you and gone on with my day, Cid said while patting her head. But. Sighing once again, Cid thought to himself, since she isn't listening to reason, the only way to get her to understand is through action. Cid broke away from the hug with Alexia, while she just looked toward the ground, her head down, too afraid to even look up at Cid. Cid took hold of her small chin and lifted it up to look at him. Before Alexia could express her confusion, Cid didn't hesitate to take her lips into his. Alexia was too stunned to react, her body moved on its own as she reciprocated Cid's kiss. Their lips interlocked, and unable to contain herself, Alexia wrapped her arms around his neck, drawing him closer. Their intimacy grew with each passing moment, their tongues tangled until Alexia was almost breathless, forcing them to disengage. Panting, her face turned as red as Iris's hair. She covered her embarrassment by hiding her face with both hands, though a faint but beautiful smile lingered on her lips. Cid gently patted her hair. There, that should show you I'm not upset with you. Alexia, still red-faced, nodded silently. Cid sighed, realizing how much he had sighed that day. I'm sure Calandra was a bit harsh on you. But remember, none of this is your fault. Despite wanting to blame yourself, you're a victim here. And as you saw, I'm perfectly fine. Alexia, still replaying their kiss in her mind, timidly twiddled her fingers before looking up. Can we do that again? Cid rolled his eyes and swiftly drew Alexia closer by the waist, prompting a small squeal from her. As their bodies pressed against each other, Cid gently brushed her hair back and held her face, meeting Alexia's gaze filled with anticipation. He leaned in, initiating another deep, lingering kiss between them. When they eased apart, a subtle strand of saliva lingered between their lips, connecting them briefly. I've taken care of everything, and since you seem better, I'm going to go. I have something to attend to, Cid stated. If I wasn't feeling better, would you stay? 'Cause right now, I don't think I'm feeling so good, Alexia teased. Cid scoffed playfully, walking away as Alexia watched his retreating figure with a small smile lingering on her face. As Cid strolled towards Mitsugashi Company, he discreetly sent a message through his shadow, you asked me to inform you when I visit. Here's me letting you know. Upon arrival, he noticed an extensive queue, requiring staff members to manage the crowd. Among them was Nu, who spotted Cid and promptly approached. Congratulations, esteemed customer. Mitsugashi Company has chosen you for a survey today. Follow me, please, Nu announced with practiced composure, swiftly guiding Cid through the bustling corridors until they reached a towering door. Please, proceed inside, Nu gestured, bowing slightly. As Cid stepped into the grand chamber, his eyes looked around scanning at the opulence that surrounded him. The vast room exuded an air of regality. Illuminated by the soft glow of ornate chandeliers hanging from the ceiling, the space felt almost ethereal. At the far end of the room, positioned majestically atop a raised platform, loomed a giant chair that bore a striking resemblance to a throne of antiquity. Crafted from rich, polished mahogany and upholstered with velvet of the deepest crimson hue, the seat bore intricate carvings depicting symbols of power and authority. Its towering presence commanded attention, exuding an aura of dominance and sovereignty. A luxurious red carpet, flawlessly laid out, stretched across the polished marble floor, leading directly to the imposing throne. Flanking this pathway were uniformed girls, their attire meticulously designed to reflect an amalgamation of modern sophistication and traditional elegance. Each of them stood tall and composed, creating a perfectly arranged line that emphasized the significance of the ceremonial setting. Standing gracefully beside the throne, Gamma, adorned in an elaborate gown that accentuated her noble stature, exuded an air of confidence and sophistication. Her attire, a blend of regal refinement and modern allure, featured intricate embroidery and embellishments that caught the light, emphasizing her graceful movements. With an enigmatic smile playing upon her lips, she exuded an aura of understanding and anticipation, her eyes locked onto Cid as he entered the room. As Cid's gaze fell upon the scene before him, he couldn't help but let out a smirk. The arrangement, the girl's disciplined poise, and Gamma's poised demeanor bespoke a meticulous orchestration, hinting at the grandeur of the occasion. The gravity of the moment was palpable, and the entire atmosphere resonated with an undertone of reverence and expectation, as if poised for an event of great importance. Gamma's knowing smile, coupled with her poised stance, suggested a shared understanding between her and Cid, a mutual recognition of the significance of the throne and the ceremonial proceedings. Her demeanor conveyed both respect for tradition and a subtle acknowledgement of the role she played in this orchestrated display, evoking an air of mystery and anticipation for what was to come. "We've eagerly awaited your official arrival, Lord Husband," Gamma greeted. Cid smirked and shook his head. "You always go above and beyond, Gamma." Gamma proudly gestured towards the seat. "Please take your place, my lord. This hall is exclusively for you. With our growing Shadow Garden members, I deemed it fitting to create a great hall for all." Cid sauntered over and seated himself, adopting an arrogant pose. "A seat fit for a king. Not bad." Gamma beamed at Cid's response. Turning towards Gamma, Cid extended his hand. As Gamma placed hers in his, Cid smirked and declared, "If this seat is for a king, then this king needs a queen by his side." With a gentle tug, Cid guided Gamma to sit on his lap before everyone, eliciting a blush from her. "Kaya, he called me his queen," Gamma thought, leaning against Cid's shoulder as he pulled her close. Chapter 62, Chapter 62 R18. Third Person's POV. Cid conjured a small amount of magic, casting it into the air. It gently touched everyone in the room, relieving their fatigue. "Consider this a thank you gift for your hard work," Cid acknowledged. His words moved the workers, who became emotional and bowed their heads in gratitude. Meanwhile, Gamma, always fascinated by Cid's magic, watched in admiration. Taking advantage of the moment, Cid asked Gamma, "Could you update me on the company's status and finances?" Gamma simply extended her hand, prompting her shadow to retrieve a folder containing various documents and papers, ready to provide Cid with the necessary information. Cid accepted the folder from Gamma's outstretched hand and began reviewing the documents, swiftly analyzing the financial reports that outlined Mitsugashi Company's performance. "Sales for our clothing lines have exceeded projections by 20% in the last quarter," Gamma informed, her voice echoing with admiration for Cid's visionary ideas. "And our foray into the confectionery market has shown remarkable growth, particularly with the introduction of our new line of sweet delights." As Cid reviewed the reports, his gaze shifted from the figures to Gamma, acknowledging her astute management and expertise that played a crucial role in the company's achievements. "It seems our venture into these industries is yielding promising results," Cid remarked, his expression conveying a mix of satisfaction and pride. Gamma nodded in agreement. "Indeed, your innovative product ideas have resonated well with our customers. The chocolate creations and the effervescent beverages you introduced have been particularly popular." Unbeknownst to Gamma, these concepts were everyday commodities from Earth, perceived in their world as groundbreaking innovations solely crafted by Cid's inventive mind. "We're making excellent progress," Cid remarked optimistically. "Keep me updated, Gamma. Your leadership is invaluable to Mitsugoshi's growth." Gamma nodded, affirming her commitment. "Certainly, Lord Husband. I'll ensure you're well informed about every aspect of our operations." With a shared understanding of their roles, Cid and Gamma continued their discussion, planning and strategizing for Mitsugoshi's continued prosperity in a world where Cid's supposed innovations reshaped industries and captured the hearts of consumers. Together, they collaborated, utilizing Cid's inventive ideas and Gamma's astute management skills, driving Mitsugashi towards greater heights in the realm of commerce and innovation. Cid, who had Gamma on his lap for a few minutes, now started to feel her up and with a wink and smirk said, "Why don't we continue this conversation in your office?" Gamma, who got the message, quickly sat up from Cid's lap, excited about what was to come next. But due to standing up too fast landed wrongly on her heels, causing her to trip and start rolling down the steps with her legs extended and both hands in the air. Wah wah, Gamma shouted as she started rolling down. Cid, seeing her, just covered his face with his hand and let out a big sigh. He stood up from where he was sitting and started walking down to Gamma, who had a nosebleed and had a thumbs up in the air. I'm okay, she said. Cid just crouched down and picked her up in a princess carry and started carrying her towards her office. While being carried, Gamma wrapped her arms around his neck while giggling pervertedly. Chapter 63, Chapter 63. Third person's POV. After being intimate with one another, they both exited Gamma's office. Gamma's face was filled with pure satisfaction. As they walked out, Gamma said, "Why don't I show you around the entire building?" Cid nodded his head. Sure, why not? With every step Gamma took, she felt Cid's cum that was still inside of her moving along. Gamma slowly caressed her stomach with a small smile. She then started showing Cid everything there was and how she made it. She then started talking about what she's been doing lately. I assume that apart from wanting to spend time together, you came to learn about the random slashing and members calling themselves Shadow Garden. Forgive me, my lord, but we're still investigating and we haven't even been able to pick up their trail. Cid just waved her off. Oh, that you don't have to worry, I'm already aware of everything, don't worry your pretty little head about it. The only reason this is happening is because of the little bait I left behind. Gamma, hearing this, went wide-eyed. As expected of my lord husband, everything is going just as he predicted, so all this time they have been playing in my lord's hand. I expected nothing less from the being that has knowledge across infinite worlds. Gamma now has gotten curious about what Cid has planned, that she can't help but ask, if it's not too preposterous of me to ask my lord, what's going on? Due to my incompetence I still haven't figured it hurt, forgive me my lord. Cid just sighed. Stop that, you make it sound as if I'll punish you for not knowing something. Cid then shrugged his shoulders. Well, there's no harm in you all knowing. Cid was addressing everyone that was trying to hide and following him and Gamma as she gave him a tour. Though they weren't doing it for any malicious reasons, such as eavesdropping or trying to spy on him. It's what they believed was best to keep him safe or in case he needed them, so they would come at any moment's notice to his assistant. Upon hearing that they were allowed to listen to his plan made the girls excited. They would finally be able to catch a tiny glimpse of their master's intelligence in person. They weren't even shocked that he was able to sense them. After all, for a being as powerful as him, that all comes rather easy. Everything that is happening is bait for us. They want to get our attention, they want us to look for them. They want to use a scapegoat and they're planning on using us to do it. The people they're using as bait and acting as us are actually the Diablo's cult, third children. Due to their powerful brainwashing, their minds are broken, which makes them the perfect little soldiers. But there's more to them than the third children. There is a first child by the alias Rex the Riveting Rebel, and a person from the Round Tables. Cid then put a finger on his lips as he says with smirk, but such information as to who it is only for me to know. You can try and find out on your own, so good luck with that. Hearing that one of the Round Table was involved shocked the girls, which made them pay closer attention to Cid's every word. But everything is going just as predicted, Cid said with a smirk while slightly rubbing his chin. What they're after is the bait I left behind, a key to completing an artifact they have. The Eye of Avarice. Cid then went on to explain the application of such a device. Their so-called plan would be to use the students in the academy as an energy source to fuel it, while the key would be a way to control it. But what those fools don't know is that the academy is just a net for them, basically their execution ground. With all of them rounded, it'll be easy to squish those bugs. Cid said with a sinister smirk while squishing his hands towards the last part, and as he tightens his hands into a fist, purple lightning flashes around it. Gamma's eyes practically turn into stars as they light up hearing Cid's plan. As expected of my lord, such a brilliant plan, they won't even suspect that we know what they're up to. We would be taking down a large number of their members with just this. Cid nodded his head, which he then said, by the way, they plan to attack the school after the little tournament they're going to have in a few days. Gamma gains a serious expression and nodded her head. I see, shall get everything ready by then. By the way, can you give me 2 boxes of chocolates? Cid said with a small smile. Gamma nodded her head and clapped her hands 2 times as she said, Nu. Immediately Nu appeared with 2 boxes and handed them to Cid while bowing her head. Gamma then gestured to Nu and said, although she just joined, her skills have been recognized by Alpha, and since you are already familiar with Nu, she shall become a liaison towards you, my lord. Nu bowed her head once again and said, please use me however you please, my lord. Cid nodded and just started walking away, leaving the Mitsugashi company. Alexia was soon surrounded by a group of hooded individuals who kept muttering, we are Shadow Garden. Alexia just looked at them without any fear in her eyes. Resting her sword on her shoulder, she asked, is that really all you know what to say? Sigh, it looks like I won't be getting any information from any of you. All 4 then started to attack Alexia. When the first one went and swung his sword, Alexia blocked it and kicked him, sending him flying and crashing into his other friend. Alexia quickly turned around and blocked a sword that was coming behind her. She blocked it and countered it by cutting his hand and following it straight to his neck, decapitating him. Alex ducked as 3 swords tried cutting her at the same time, and since they were so close to each, Alexia made a wide slashing motion, cutting off all of their legs, leaving them on the ground. While they were cut, they didn't change or make any expression signifying that they were in pain. They just kept repeating the same phrase over and over again, "We are Shadow Garden." Alexia didn't even have a change of expression as she swung her sword, decapitating all three of them. "I see you have taken care of these miscreants." Alexia, hearing someone's voice, quickly turned around and got into a fighting position, pointing her sword towards its direction. Alexia looked up where she heard the voice and said, "Shadow." Shadow was just sitting down on the edge of the rooftop with his legs crossed and arms spread out slightly while resting them on the edge. Once couldn't see his face. The only thing distinguishable about him was his purple glowing eyes looking down at Alexia. Although Alexia couldn't see his face, she just somehow knew he was giving her a smirk. Chapter 64, Chapter 64. Third person's POV. As Shadow looked down on Alexia, Alexia pointed her sword towards Shadow and stood in a fighting position. "Shadow," she growled, "what are you planning? Why are you sending out your men to attack civilians?" Shadow sent out a slither of his conqueror's haki and pressed it on Alexia, making her almost collapse due to the weight. This feeling, it's the same as back then, back at the dungeon, Alexia thought while trying to bear the weight of just a small amount of Shadow's will. Experiencing this feeling just showed Alexia that she has no hope, she has no way to defeat him, her life is in his hands. "Watch it, do not speak of things of which you have no knowledge of." Hearing this, Alexia started shaking in fear. "I just had to go and open my big mouth," Alexia thought. These posers could never hope match the might that is Shadow Garden. Cid then stopped releasing his conqueror's haki and stopped at the edge of the rooftop. When turned around to leave, Alexia couldn't help but call out to him. She knew it was stupid, she knew that all she had to do to survive was keep her mouth shut. But the words still couldn't help come out. "As a princess of this country, I have to know, are you a friend or foe? I know that right now I'm weak and that I don't have the strength to ask you such a question, but it's my duty to make sure this kingdom is safe. So I will ask you again. Are you a friend or foe?" Shadow just turned his head and kept looking at her. It got to the point where she got uncomfortable under his stare. The next she blinked, he already disappeared from where he was standing. "That decision isn't for me to decide," was all Alexia heard in the empty alleyway. She held up her shaky hands. I can't stop shaking. Just how strong is he that his very being brings me such fear?" Cid appeared and dropped from the sky and slashed his sword in a clean arc, completely cutting a poser in a perfect half. The other poser that was with him turned around and started running for life. Cid didn't pay him any heed and turned around to leave, leaving the last guy to Nu, who appeared in the direction the poser was running to, while still wearing her business outfit. "Amazing work as always, my lord," Nu nodded, not completely ignoring the poser running to her direction. "You can leave these low lives to me, my lord, there's no need to get your hands dirty," Nu said with a hand resting on her chest. The poser that was running got in front of Nu and swung his sword in her direction to move her out the way. The poser's finger as well as his hand were soon chopped up into pieces. Seeing that Shadow was gone, Nu's face turned sinister. "I'm not as kind or as merciful as Master Shadow, so don't expect a painless death," she said while stepping on his face. The next day, Cid was walking along the cafeteria when he spotted Sherry casually walking while holding a tray in her hands. Cid gained a red glint in his eyes and smirked to himself while looking at her. "Why am I having so much fun teasing her?" He took out the box of chocolate he got yesterday from Gamma and walked towards her direction. When he arrived next to her, he placed the chocolate on her tray and walked away while waving his wave and saying, "Hope you enjoy them, Sherry." "Huh," was all Sherry managed to say before looking flustered. "What? Why?" she said, looking towards Cid, but he was already a bit away while waving his hand. "Huh," Sherry repeated, totally confused. When she got towards the science research facility and sat down and started eating her lunch, she saved the chocolates for last, although she didn't really know what they were. When she was done eating her lunch, she held a small piece of it towards the light to look at it carefully. Just what could this be? She wondered. It was at the moment that the vice principal entered, and when he saw what Sherry was doing, he asked, "Oh, Sherry, where did you manage to get chocolate from?" "Vice Prin. I mean father," she corrected herself before presenting him the box she was gifted. This was given to me by a boy I know," she said while blushing. The vice principal was looking at box with a hand on his chin and said, "Oh, so it was a present." Which made Sherry blush more. A present, but why? "He must have fallen in love with you. That's the kind of chocolates one would have to stand in line since first thing in the morning in order to get it. He must have gone through a lot in order to get it," he said with a small smile. Hearing this, Sherry covered her face with the box she was holding to stop showing her embarrassment. They both then started talking about the artifact, to which after a while made the vice principal go into a coughing fit. After discussing her future and what she would do, the vice principal started leaving by the end of their discussion, and as he was leaving he looked back and said, "Oh, and don't forget to eat the chocolate." And left. Sherry sighed before sitting down and looking at the chocolate in front of her. She then took the piece she took out earlier and looked at it for a bit more before taking a bite. So sweet, it's delicious," she said before taking another piece and another. While Cid was just walking around the courtyard of the school, he suddenly said, "Yes, Nu." Nu, who was about to speak up and grab his attention, stopped and nodded her head with a smirk. As expected of Lord Shadow, no could ever hope to even get the drop on him and surprise him. Cid then turned towards her direction and looked at her up and down. Nice outfit, you look nice. Nu hearing him blushed, she wasn't expecting to be complimented especially from her lord and especially since she's wearing something plain to blend in and disguise herself. Nu put a finger by her mouth and said, this is supposed to be a secret mission from Lady Gamma. If she knew I infiltrated the school during daytime, she'd be very upset. Nu then gained a serious expression and said, it's every like how you predicted my lord, everything is going according to your plan. Although we were able to get much information from the target due to their powerful brainwashing, we know that everything that you have previously said is coming to fruition. So, did you hang the previous fools out in the open as a warning? Cid said. Nu's eyes went wide. Oh dash, no, it's a foolish question, she smirked and asked, I hope I haven't complicated your plans, my lord. Cid smirked as he shook his head. Nope, if it was I would have stopped you, plus what you did was something I already predicted, I didn't have to pay any attention really. Hearing him, Nu's eyes filled with respect and adoration. My lord is always 100 steps away from everyone it seems. I must get stronger so I would be able to support him, Nu thought. Chapter 65. Third person's POV. Cid Kagenou was standing in an arena, with almost the whole student body in the crowd watching. In front of him, rose Oriana with her sword drawn and in a fighting position, her eyes locked in on Cid's positioning, studying and anticipating his first move. Pictures. As for why they're in an arena about to fight each. The answer is simple, it's close to the day of the God of War festival begins. So the school holds a competition to decide and judge who would be worthy to be their representative. Cid, who casually had a sword resting on his shoulder, had no expression on his face. His eyes just stared into Rose's awaiting for the match to begin. Alexia, who was the spokesperson for the competition, was seen in a booth with papers in her hands announcing the start of the competition. The time has come for the God of War tournament. Dear participants, do your best while upholding the virtues of a spell sword. And please be mindful of injuries. It's time for our first bout. Second year Rose Oriana versus first year Cid Kagenou. As Alexia announces both of them, the whole crowd goes wild. They all kept encouraging both Cid and Rose. Whoa. Go Lady Rose. You can win this, Dark Prince. Win. 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 Cid and Rose just continued to stare at each in the eyes, ignoring the shouts of the crowd, and as they stared, Rose made the first move. She enhanced herself with her magic and shot herself towards Cid, kicking up dust in the process. Cid didn't even move, he just continued to look her in the eyes, without any change in his expression. To the untrained eyes it would just look like Rose is too fast and Cid isn't quick enough to react. When Rose swung her sword, the sound of metal clashing reverberated throughout the entire arena, sparks flew due to the contact of their sword. Rose went wide-eyed when she saw Cid casually defend her strike. Seeing that her first attack failed, she didn't relent, she kept swinging her sword in a fast manner, with each strike the more sparks flew. Cid unexpectedly kicked her in the stomach, sending her flying back. Due to the force, she had to insert her sword into the ground to slow herself down. As she knelt, she stood up, withdrawing her sword from the ground, and got into a fighting position once again. He's strong. I heard he was, but I thought those were just exaggerations. This is going to be fun, she thought while looking at Cid with an excited expression. The next she blinked, Cid disappeared from her view and reappeared in front of her with a small smirk and casually swung his sword. Fast. Due to how fast and unexpectedly he appeared, Cid managed to create a slash mark in arm. Swing went and swung again, but this time she was able to react and managed to block it. Cid kept swinging and swinging and swinging and swinging, and swinging his sword at her, with each swing becoming faster and faster. Multiple marks kept appearing all over her body. He's too skilled, am I seriously going to lose? She thought to herself while trying and successfully blocking some of Cid's attacks. Seriousness and determination grew in her eyes. No. There's no way I'm going to lose, I didn't come all the way from my kingdom to make a fool of myself. Here and now I'll surpass my limits. What should I have for lunch today? Cid thought while swinging his sword and watching Rose defend herself. Rose then started enhancing herself with even more magic and went into the assault. She parried one of Cid's sword strikes and started trying to attack him. But Cid was able to block all of them. Cid's expression then grew serious. Rose, seeing his seriousness, smiled and thought to herself, good, it looks like he's taking me seriously and is having trouble defending. Should I get fried chicken or pizza to eat later on? It's been a while since I ate them. I haven't really taken the time to enjoy food since I don't really have to eat anymore. Rose tried to kick Cid, but he managed to grab her leg and flung her across the arena to the other side. Let's see if I can make her learn anything in just a short amount of time. Cid thought and looked at Rose with a playful smirk. When Rose landed, she adjusted her positioning and looked towards Cid. When she saw his playful expression, she lowered her posture and started charging her legs up with magic power. While Cid just lowered his head slightly for theatrics. They both shot towards each other and meant towards the middle where their swords clash. Dust blasted everywhere due to their force and magic while they just stared at each other while pressing their swords together trying to gain an advantage, or at least that's what it looked like to everyone else. He's not taking this seriously. Rose's eyes grew wide when she felt their confrontation. She looks at Cid with their swords pressing against each other to see if he has anything to say about it, but he just continues smirking while giving her a wink. Cid breaks their confrontation and starts attacking all of her weak points. With each sword strike, Rose learns to guard her weak points even if they took a few tries. And the longer the fight goes, the more she can sense what is going on. Is he trying to teach me, she thought while looking at everything that is going on objectively. After a few move exchanges, Rose figures it out, he is. But why? Why would he go out of his way to teach me? What does he get out of all of this? Throughout all this time, Cid never stopped making eye contact with Rose, which was something she picked up. It was thanks to that she was able to come up with a reason that was most likely after going through all other reasons. I see, I got it now, it all makes sense, he's in love with me. The way he doesn't avoid eye contact, the way he's teaching me, he's not going all out because he's afraid he'll hurt me. Cid, how I'll make sure to remember his name. Cid then backed away slightly, he dropped down and swept her feet, completely catching her off guard and making her drop to the ground. He goes and disarms her, puts a foot on her hand where her sword previously was and points his sword under her chin and right on her neck. Rose was tried and was breathing heavily on the ground. She looked up at Cid, who was just looking down on her with a small smile, the sun shining directly behind him, making him look dazzling. He's pretty handsome. Rose thought with a blush on her cheeks. And the winner for the first bout of this competition is... I forfeit. Cid said, enhancing his voice with magic so everyone could hear him. WHAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAA Even Alexia was shocked by this. She made sure of what she was hearing. Excuse what? What do you mean you're forfeiting? Why? You were just about to become the winner of this bout. She said over the speakers. Cid stopped pressing his foot on Rose's hand, and offered his hand to help her up, which she gratefully took. When he helped her up, he put his sword back on his sheath and started walking out with both of his hands resting on the back of his head. Guess I don't want to be a representative. That seems like a lot of work I don't want to do. It could be someone else's problem. I just joined to have a fun and entertaining fight, which I just had. So there's no reason for me to stay any longer. Cid just continued walking while waving a hand saying bye, without even looking back. Rose just kept watching Cid's retreating back with a pondering expression and a hand on her chin. Did he forfeit because of me? He loves me so much that he was willing to give up all the fame and glory he would have gotten and no doubt achieved. Oh Cid. Rose thought while putting a hand on her heart, no one has been willing to ever give up that much just for me. The blush on Rose's face grew. Meanwhile Cid made up his mind on what he was going to eat later. Why not have both? I don't have to choose. Choosing is for the weak. Chapter 66, Chapter 66. Third person's POV. After the match, Cid was walking out of the arena when he met Sherry looking around nervously with something in her hands. A large smile appeared in her face when she saw Cid and practically ran towards his direction. When she was in front of him, he started waving her arms around frantically, describing the fight she just witnessed. That was amazing. You were amazing out there. The way you both swing your swords at each other. Sherry brought her arms together and pretended she was wielding a sword while making noises with her mouth. You went like whoosh whoosh bam, but then your opponent also went whoosh whoosh bam, but your whoosh whoosh bam was stronger, and then you went block, block, block. Sherry then let out a dreamy sigh. Hi, you were amazing and so strong. It's a shame you are forfeiting. PHTTT. Cid covered his mouth and turned his head to the side. How cute, he thought. Hearing Cid trying not to laugh brought her out her dreamy state and grew red with embarrassment. She covered her face with both her hands and crouched down, trying to bury herself into the ground. How embarrassing, Sherry squeaked out. Cid smirked and crouched down to her level and let out a small smile. Don't worry about it, that was adorable. As she heard Cid, her face got so red she almost fainted. She then quickly shot up completely straight, causing her to almost blank out, but Cid shot up quickly and grabbed her as she was falling backwards. He put a hand on her waist and held her by the hand with one of her legs sticking out in the air, like a scene from a rom-com. Cid coo and Sherry mutters as the background around them turns pink with flowers everywhere, with Cid's face turning overly handsome in her eyes. Their moment was interrupted by the vice principal clearing his throat a few feet in front of them. Ahem, what are you two doing? Sherry let out a small whimper and spun around from Cid's grasps. Ah. Father, I forgot you were there for a minute. The vice principal just looks at her teasingly. Yeah, I can see that. It looks like it's true what they say. As soon as your daughter finds a boy, they simply forget all about their fathers. Sherry then start pouting while looking at her father. You, stop teasing me, father. The vice principal then shook his head as he let out a small chuckle. Wasn't there something you wanted to give to this gentleman right over here, Sherry? A look of realization came across Sherry's face as she handed Cid the little bag she was carrying on her wrist. A cheer for you. I tried baking some cookies to thank you for the chocolates. And if it's possible, maybe, we could be friends. Cid just smiled as he took the cookies and said, sure, I don't mind. A large smile spread across Sherry's face as she turned to meet her father. Father, look, I did it, we became friends. The vice principal patted her head, I can see that, good job. Sherry looked really pleased with herself. The vice principal then turned towards Cid as he asked, Cid Kagenou, was it? I saw the way you fought wonderfully. Reminded me of my youth back in the early days. Anyways, I want to thank you for accepting Sherry's request, I'm really glad. Sherry has been so focused on her research that she barely had any time to make any friends. Sherry pouted once again, father. Ha ha ha, well, a lot of things happened in the past. Like you killing her mother, Cid thought sarcastically. I hope you get along well with my daughter, I'm not saying that as a vice principal but as a father. He said while looking at Sherry sweetly. The hell? He's not lying. Did he come to care for her? Talk about drama, Cid thought, analyzing the vice principal's feelings. Well, I won't bother the two of you, enjoy your time together, the vice principal said while waving at them, leaving the two of them together. Cid then took a bite of the cookie she made and nodded his head, these are pretty good. I was planning on getting something to eat, want to join? Sure. Sherry said happily, not realizing she's going on a date. And so the two went and enjoyed their time together. The day after the tournament. Alexia and Sherry were sitting together by a cafe with a cup of coffee in front of them. Alexia, grabbing the cup, asked, I heard you wanted to talk to me about something, Miss Sherry. Is it about your progress on deciphering the artifact? No, actually, I wanted to ask you something about a private matter. Sherry said while taking a sip of her drink. When she did, she closed her eyes and stuck out her small pink tongue, blurg, bitter. It's better if you add some sugar and milk to your coffee to give it more flavor, Alexia advised. Sherry nodded her head and dumped a lot of it inside her cup that it was almost overflowing. A/N, overflow. Anyone? No. Just me. Okay, thumbs up, continue reading. Alexia looked at Sherry with a weary smile, way too much. Much better. Sherry said after tasting it. It's made from the best beans Mitsugashi has to offer. Alexia explained. Sherry then got really happy hearing about the company, Mitsugashi. You're talking about the place that sells chocolates, right? They taste really good. Alexia then looked at Sherry with a raised brow. Oh. So you had them before? Even though they are so hard to come by due to their popular demand. Sherry nodded happily, still remembering the sweet taste of chocolate in her mouth. Yes, it was actually Cid the one who gave it to me as a gift. When Alexia started drinking her coffee and heard Cid's name, she started choking a bit while spilling some of her coffee that she had to put her cup down. Cough, Cid did. Really? I know that we know the same Cid, but are you sure you're not confusing him with someone else? Sherry just nodded his head. Actually, he's what I wanted to talk about. Okay, hold up, Alexia said while cleaning the mess she made. Just to make sure we're talking about the right Cid here. You're talking about tall, dark, smooth hair, dark eyes that look like the night sky, handsome face that can charm almost anyone that looks at him, Cid. Sherry nodded her head with a dreamy look. Yeah, the one that fought in the tournament, Cid. Alexia then looked even more lost. He willingly gifted someone something. I know he can be nice when he wants to, like what happened after my fight with Iris, but that's like once every blue moon. Is she one of his wives that wants me dead? Is this an assassination attempt? My drink isn't poisoned, is it? So what did you want to know about Cid? She asked with a bit of apprehension. I heard a rumor that the two of you were in a relationship together. Are the rumors true? Sherry asked while drinking her coffee. I'm not trying to get myself killed, nope, it was a fake relationship, there is nothing going on between Cid and I at the moment. Sherry then looked excited and stood up. Really? So the two of you aren't in love or anything, right? Why is she so excited? Wait, is she not one of his wives? Wait. No, what have I done? Wait. Alexia said, trying to fix the misunderstanding. But before she could explain herself, Sherry interrupted her. I was so uneasy thinking about it. Thank you for telling me that you're not going out. Sherry then started skipping away, and as she did, she turned around one more time and said, I'll work hard to decipher that artifact for you, she said with a beaming smile and continued skipping away. FFFFUUUCCCCKKKK, Alexia screamed out loud and started smashing everything. Sherry, who was a bit far away, thought she heard something and turned around but saw nothing and just shrugged her shoulders and continued skipping away. Chapter 67. Third person's POV. Cid was sitting in his classroom twiddling with pencil between his fingers. Classes are already over, god damn it. Why can't we go home yet? The teacher said there's going to be a speech about the student council elections. The candidates and the president are gonna be coming here. So it's about to happen any minute now. I can already detect the cult member setting everything up, Cid thought while listening to the conversation of the people around him. The door to the classroom was then opened as Rose went through with a girl walking behind her holding a stack of papers. Rose then stood behind the lecturer's desk and started addressing everyone in the room. Dear students, I would like to thank you for giving us your precious time here today. We'll start the election candidate speeches. Rose then saw Cid looking at her and gave him a shy smile. She's totally checking me out. A random NPC said. No wait dude, did you see the direction she was looking? It just had to be me. A friend of the random NPC conversed. Cid then suddenly smirks, so it has officially begun, magic has been officially cut off from the school. Well, it couldn't even get through my skin, so my magic is working perfectly fine. Oh. It looks like they're already by the door. 3, 2, 1. Boom. The door to the classroom was blasted open with a huge explosion, startling everyone in the room. Everyone started screaming and shouting, asking what was going on. Everyone started running around frantically, when a group of cult members wearing fake Shadow Garden gear. Nobody move. One of them shouted, bursting through the smoke with his sword already drawn. Another one then shouted, hands in the air. More and more cult members dressed as members of Shadow Garden started entering the classroom. The guy in the front then shouted, we are Shadow Garden. And from this moment forward the academy is under our control. The cult members then started pointing their swords at all the students and shouted, drop your swords on the ground. One wrong move and you're dead. Rose then stepped up towards the cult while withdrawing her sword. Looks like you don't really understand what you're walking into. Taking over the Academy of Spellsword sounds like the ambition of a madman. While getting into a fighting position, the guy in front of Rose said, I told you to drop your swords, toots. I refuse. As the student council president, I will not watch this unfold silently, Rose said while also getting into a fighting position. The cult member then started charging his sword with magic. Rose tried to do the same thing but failed. What? My magic. It's not working. The guy Rose was facing let out a sinister smirk, so you finally noticed. But it's too late now. He then swung his sword with full force, aiming to kill Rose. Rose couldn't do anything but close her eyes and prepare for the inevitable. She felt a gust of wind fly across which she assumed was the sword until she heard a voice, Cid's voice. Are you alright? Cid asked. When Rose opened her eyes she looked shocked. Cid was standing in front of her while holding the sword between two fingers. She wasn't the only one that was shocked. The cult member in front of them and the owner of the sword was equally shocked. What? That shouldn't be possible. You shouldn't possess any magic. He shouted, trying to pull away his sword from Cid. Cid then turned towards him and just said, who said I'm using magic? Cid then turned his finger slightly, causing the blade to break and fall apart. Cid then took the pencil he was fiddling with earlier and jammed him on the side of his head, and when he withdrew it, blood started gushing out, killing him with one strike. Rose looked at this with widened eyes, unable to believe what she was seeing. She wasn't the only one. Everyone present in the room looked at Cid in shock, whether it was the cult or all the students. Everyone just looked at him in awe. A pencil, someone whispered. He killed him with a pencil, another one finished. The cult all quickly got out of their shocked state and screamed, kill him. Everyone together. All the cult members then went running towards Cid, but Cid didn't sit still. He ran towards all the cult members that were running towards him. When the one in front tried to swing his sword at him, Cid easily sidestepped out of the way and plunged the blood-soaked pencil right into his neck, making him drop his sword and grab his neck to stop the bleeding. While his comrade was trying to blood his punctured throat, another tried to use him as a distraction and tried to sneak attack Cid, which failed as Cid grabbed the guy that was holding his throat as a human shield and blocked his attack. A giant slash appeared on the human shield as blood sprayed everywhere from his injury he just received. Cid then threw the human shield at the attacker. The attacker was unable to move in time. His sword ended up embedded inside the human shield, making the attacker unable to attack or move. Which Cid used as an opportunity. He spun around on his heel and stabbed him with the pencil on the place he attacked the first cult members. Two members then appeared in the air behind Cid with their sword aiming right at his back. As they were dropping down, Cod spun on his heels once again and threw his pencil like a dart and impaled one of them right on the forehead, making him drop down from the sky, dead. The other one dropped down and slashed downward using the moment, but Cid easily dodged it by leaning backwards a bit. The attacker quickly slashes upwards towards Cid, but Cid once again easily dodges it, but as the attacker slashes upwards, Cid punches the hilt of the sword slightly, making the blade face towards the attacker at an awkward angle. Cid then follows that in one quick motion by doing a palm strike to the very butt of the hilt, pushing the sword forward and into the throat of the last cult member in the classroom, killing every single one of them once and for all. All the students in the classroom were frozen in fear and shock as they just saw something unbelievable. Never in a million years have they witnessed someone killing a group of people with just a pencil and come out completely unscathed without suffering a single injury. Cid then turns to Rose as he says, it's best that you all stay here and stay hidden. Rose, who was still looking at Cid in shock and pure admiration and adoration, snapped out of it when he heard him. Wait, what about you? Where are you going? I want to make sure people I know are safe, Cid as he started walking out. Wait, let me come with, it's dangerous outside for you to be going by yourself. Rose said, worried for his safety. Cid just raised a brow and asked, what are you going to do? You can't even use magic, if you tag along you'll just be a burden. You're more useful here keeping everyone calm. Cid then started walking out the classroom with his hands in his pockets stepping over all the dead bodies. While Rose just watched Cid's retreating back while biting her lip and clenching her fist until her knuckles turned white. He's right, I'll just be a burden, she thought. Chapter 68, Chapter 68. Third person's POV. Cid was leisurely walking towards Sherry, who Cid decided to leave a shadow with due to her careless and clumsy personality. Cid was curious what was going on with her and decided to take along. Sherry's shadow suddenly gained 2 purple eyes appearing under her while she was sitting down by her desk trying to quickly decipher the artifact. The eyes on Sherry's shadow turned and looked towards her 2 guards that were tasked to protect her. What's it look like out there? Glenn, who accompanied Iris and Alexia to meet with Sherry previously, asked Marco. Whose news ex-fiancée, when she was still a regular girl. It seems we're under attack, the whole school has been hit, Marco replied. With our magic sealed, we can't afford to act rashly, Glenn ordered. Do you think they're after the artifact? Marco questioned. It's hard to say. I know we aren't supposed to let anything distract her but... Before Glenn could finish speaking, Sherry interrupted by yelling, no way. It can't be. If that's true, that means... Sherry then started scribbling and deciphering the artifact faster at a quicker pace, but before she could be done the window behind her shattered as a man wearing the fake Shadow Garden outfit appeared by the window. Who goes there? Marco shouted while looking towards the shattered window. The man on the window let out a malicious smirk as he said, we are. The Shadow Garden. He then started taking off his mask as he said, no wait, or was it something like the Shadow Guardians? He then shrugged, fuck it, who gives a shit anyways. The name is Rex the game of betrayal. While that was happening, Sherry hid under that table. It's just like the manga and everything, oh well, better get this over with, Cid thought while looking at everything from Sherry's shadow. While watching them fight and everything, Cid just continued walking along corridor, while walking leisurely Cid casually just demanded, come forth and serve. Multiple eyes started appearing underneath Cid's shadow, he then ordered, spread out and accompany the girls that just arrived. Cid's shadow then shot off into multiple pieces in different directions. He then put a hand on his chin as he pondered, you know what, fuck it, let's be fancy up in this bitch. Cid snapped his fingers as he just uttered, Monarch's domain. Cid's shadow then started expanding and surrounding the entire school area, unnecessarily boosting his shadow's power. Every single person in the area looked down on their feet in shock. What is this? A random NPC student asked. Is this another attack? The NPC said scarily. The hell is this? Was there mention of something like this? An NPC cult member said. I don't think so. Just what could this be? Another cult NPC responded. Meanwhile, as Cid just continues walking the corridor humming ominously, the girls of Shadow Garden were busy killing all the members of the Diabolos cult that were outside of the academy guarding it. Cid then continues to look at Sherry as going through at the moment, she crouched down and was covering her head while Rex looked down on her sadistically about to cut her down. But before his sword reaches her, both Glenn and Marco stopped it with their swords. Go. Escape now, we'll stall him to give you enough time, Marco said without taking his eyes off Rex. As Sherry ran out of the room, she closed her eyes and covered her ears to not hear more of the battle going on between Marco, Glenn, and Rex. While running with her eyes closed, Sherry somehow managed to exit the building and know where she was going, probably due to her many years in the academy and remembering the layout. While she was running, managed to maneuver around many cult members that weren't yet dead and were about to be attacked. As they ran towards Sherry, many Shadow Garden members and Shadow soldiers appeared and started eliminating the cult members, giving Sherry an easy way across even though she doesn't yet realize it. While running, Sherry managed to enter another building that was part of the academy and continue running. While running, a cult member spotted her and shouted, I just heard someone. Who's there? Another cult member shouted. They found me. Sherry yelled out in panic. She then leaned against the wall, closed her eyes and crouched down. I'm sorry. Please don't kill me, Sherry pleaded. Sherry then took a peek when she noticed nothing was happening and saw that the corridor was empty. She let out a sigh of relief as she happily exclaimed, they left. They must have not really seen me then. As she started running, the door to a classroom next to her suddenly opened, and as they saw Sherry they yelled out, there's a student over there, get her. No. Sherry yelled, ducking while covering her head with her tiny arms. When she peeked once again, she saw that just like the other ones, they were also gone. She once again let out a sigh of relief, thank goodness they still haven't found me. As she stood up and was about to start running again, she tripped, causing her to drop the key to the artifact, which Cid picked up as it landed by his feet. When she looked up, Sherry exclaimed, Cid. Clearly excited to see him. When Cid looked at her, he just sighed and started patting her, you really need to watch where you're going. Sherry just started giggling, feeling warm and ticklish from Cid's head pats. She looked up to Cid and shyly said, I'm glad you're okay. I'm more worried about you. You really need to get at sneaking around, Cid said, sounding exasperated. Sherry then put her fist at the side of her hips and tilted her hips slightly as she said, What are you talking about? I was really great, no one was able to detect out there. Sherry then got really embarrassed by her actions and posed. She quickly covered her face and started shaking her head rapidly. Please forget you saw me do that. Cid's face then got really serious, which Sherry saw as she was peeking through her fingers and got nervous and serious herself. No, I can't forget that, that was too adorable, Cid said, maintaining the same seriousness. Which just made Sherry cover her face once again to cover red and flushed face. Anyways here, Cid said, handing her back the artifact. Oh right. Thank you, Sherry said while bowing her head, expressing her gratitude. She then realized they didn't have enough time to just stand there and start chatting. She grabbed Cid by the hand and started dragging him towards the vice principal office. Come. We don't have a lot of time, she said while running, not yet realizing how intimate her actions are. Chapter 69, Chapter 69. Third person's POV. As Sherry was dragging Cid along, Cid decided to tease her. We're already at the hand-holding stage. Take me out to dinner first, Cid said with a teasing smirk. What? Sherry looked at Cid in confusion, while Cid held up their hands that were being held by Sherry with a raised brow. Wah! Sherry screamed as she tried to disconnect their hands. But Cid just continued smirking. He interlocked their fingers, making Sherry unable to let go. Sherry's face turned beet red when she noticed Cid's action. Steam started coming out from the top of her head. Wah wah wah, what do you think you're doing? Sherry shouted, flustered beyond belief. Cid just looked at her in confusion. What does it look like I'm doing? I'm holding your hand. Sherry then started feeling butterflies in her stomach and assumed the worst. Wah wah, what if I become pregnant? Oh, I can already feel something in my stomach. Is the baby forming? Sherry panicked. I'm too young to be a mother. Cid just turned towards Sherry and looked at her in shock. No way, she actually believes that. This is real. I thought it was just an anime trope. What are you talking about? What baby? Cid asked, in disbelief of what he was hearing. Sherry then put a hand on her stomach and looked at Cid with watery eyes. I'm having this fuzzy feeling in my stomach. It started ever since we started holding hands. I once asked father where babies come from, and he said when a boy and a girl hold hands, a baby is born between the union of the two of them. Cid was really resistant the urge to burst out laughing. He took a hold of their intertwined hand with his other free hand and looked at Sherry in the eyes with a serious expression. He used all his experience he had in acting and said, I promise to take of both you and our unborn child when he arrives. Sherry looked up at Cid as she softly whispered, Cid Kagenou. Cid couldn't hold it together anymore. That was his breaking point. He started laughing, so much so to the point he had to use the walls as support, while Sherry looked at Cid in confusion. After catching his breath, Cid then explained, he was lying, Sherry. He probably said it cause you were small and were too young to actually know about, so to spare you the details he told a white lie. Babies don't come from holding hands. Then the fuzzy feeling in my stomach? She asked as her whole world came crumbling down. Cid just shook his head. It's called having butterfly in your stomachs. There's butterfly in my stomachs. She screamed out in shock. Cid rolled his eyes and patted her head. No, silly, it's just an expression. It means you're nervous, anxious, or excited. Oh, she said, then that means I'm not pregnant? She asked with a tinge of disappointment. Cid just chuckled and shook his head. No, you're not pregnant. Sherry then grew really embarrassed. She crouched down and covered her face with her hands, wanting to crawl into a hole and never come out of it. Cid just shook his head again and looked at her in amusement. Well, come on, you were taking me somewhere, weren't you? That's right, the artifact. Come on, we have to go quickly. Sherry realized she had more important things to worry about than her own embarrassment. She quickly stood up and started sprinting to the vice principal's office with Cid following right behind her. When she entered the office, she immediately started looking on the bookshelf for her research papers, while Cid sat down by the couch and waited for her to finish. Now where is it? She softly muttered to herself. Ah. Here it is. My notes. Sherry exclaimed as she took out a small stack of papers. Here, take a look. These are some documents from my old research, Sherry said as she started handing it to Cid. She pointed towards the picture of an eye, and as she was about to explain, Cid said what it was. I see, so it's the eyes of avarice. Sherry's eyes went wide. Wait, you know of it? Wait, that's right, you study the ancient languages and history as well. This is perfect. Then you know that we must stop it at all cost. If it releases the amount of magic it has stored, then the entire school would be blown up. She then held up the key of the artifact she was carrying. This is the only way to stop it. It was originally designed to fix the eye's effect. It regulates the excess magic it has stored and releases it safely. If we get to the eye before it explodes, we could use this to stop it, but I haven't finished decoding it and I left all my equipment in my lab. Let me get it quickly then. It's too dangerous, you could be hurt. Cid just gave her a confident smirk. You've seen a bit of how I fought in the tournament. Do you really think I'll be in any danger? Plus I'm really good at being sneaky so no one would really be able to detect me. Sherry then looked at Cid with tears in her eyes. She reached over and grabbed his hand as she asked, please. Please promise me you'll come back safe and sound, alright? Cid just smiled as he patted her head, I promise, alright. You don't have anything to worry about. Cid then stood up from where he was sitting and walked out, while Sherry held her hands together and prayed, please stay safe, Cid. As Cid was leisurely walking towards her office he soon encountered Rex with a bunch of his goons surveying the area. When they saw Cid, Rex made a sadistic expression, oh looky here, if it isn't a wandering student. You must have some real shit luck if you ran into us. But Cid didn't pay him any attention, he just continued walking as if they didn't exist. Rex then scowled, who the hell do you think you're ignoring, you fucker? What are you too scared to talk? But Cid just kept walking with his hands in pockets and walked past them. Rex turned around and put a hand on Cid's shoulder, where the hell do you think you're dash, before Rex could finish and as soon as he put a hand on Cid's shoulder, he alongside his goons combusted into black flames making them scream out in agony. Arghara. But once again Cid just continued walking without stopping as the figures behind him turned into ashes scattering in the wind. Chapter 70. Third person's POV. When Cid arrived in the room where Sherry was previously researching and deciphering the artifact he saw Nu inspecting the bodies of both Glenn the Lion's Mane of the Crimson Knights and Marco Granger. Yo Nu, fancy seeing you here, Cid said, getting Nu's attention. Ah, Lord Shadow. Sorry my lord, I was just reminiscing a little, she said while looking up from Marco's unconscious body. About? Cid asked, trying to be considerate even though he knew what she was going to be talking about. Back in my old life, this man was my fiancé. He was a skilled dark knight and an honorable man, but I took him to high society events like some sort of accessory. In retrospect, all I did was what others expected of me. I never made my own decisions. It was a sad and dull life to live. But enough about that, it's all in the past now. Nu then dropped onto one Nu and put a hand over her chest. Master Shadow, Shadow Garden has already taken care of all of the black coats that were outside the perimeter. The only ones left are the ones that are holed up inside the auditorium. And Iris Midgar is openly holding the perimeter with her squadron of knights. Although we aren't able to use magic, thanks to your guidance in the way of fighting and martial arts we are still able to fight due to the 6 techniques you've decided to bestow upon all of us. So please use us as you see fit. Cid nodded his head, as you already know your magic is being blocked by the artifact called the Eyes of Avarice. Nu nodded her head, remembering what they discussed previously, it's exactly how you predicted my lord down to every last detail. Spectacular, I'm simply in awe at your incredible insight. There's a girl I want to recruit into Shadow Garden, she's pretty good at deciphering artifacts and the likes, I just know she and Ada would get along well. At the moment, she is going through a test I made for her. She is trying to decipher the key to Eye of Avarice and put a stop to it. Currently she is of need of her tools in order to do it, so could you help gather the equipment for it, they are all here. Nu widens her eyes in shock, someone Lord Shadow wants to personally recruit, she must be something special. Don't worry my lord, I shall get everything prepared, they're just scattered around. Nu then started to gather everything. When she was done she handed it to Cid, here you go my lord. Cid just took a hold of Nu's chin and stole a kiss from her, when he was withdrawing he softly bit it. Cid smirked seeing her stunned expression and left while waving his hands. Thanks Nu, you're the best. Nu just stood there frozen with her hands out as if handing someone something until she heard the sound of the door closing bringing her back to reality. Nu started blinking rapidly trying to process what just happened, Kyaaa he did it. My lord did it. He kissed me, he really kissed me. Nu started dancing around doing a victory dance until her eyes went back onto Marco's body, which she stopped what she was doing and her expression turned serious. A slime sword slowly appeared in Nu's hands, which she pointed directly at Marco's neck. Did you hear our talk just now? His breathing and pulse are steady, he's alive but he's definitely not conscious, good. Since I'm in a pretty good mood at the moment, I suppose I can spare you. None who knows Master's true identity can be allowed to live, Nu said with a smirk as she undid her disguise. She turned around and started skipping away while swaying her head to the side clearly in a good mood. Meanwhile Cid who was walking back towards Sherry used his ability to watch Nu's reactions. Seeing her dancing around happily just made Cid shake his head as he let out a chuckle. When he arrived at where Sherry was, she let out a sigh of relief seeing him. Cid. Thank goodness you're safe, you didn't get hurt, did you? Nope, there's nobody alive that saw me go into your study. I see. I'm glad. Here, Cid said, handing her the materials she needed to decipher the artifact. Thank you, Sherry smiled widely, her expression then grew serious as she started to decipher the artifact. It took a while but Sherry was finally able to decipher the key to stopping the Eyes of Avarice. I finally did it. I finally finished my analysis. Sherry loudly exclaimed. She then grew teary-eyed and as she wiped her tears she said, oh, thank goodness, and it's all thanks to you Cid, thank you for risking your life and getting me my tools. Cid just patted her head, great work. Which made Sherry blush and leaned in more towards the head pats. Now we can go save my foster father and all the captured students. Ah yes, save the vice principal, Cid said almost monotone while inwardly rolling his eyes. That's right, Sherry nodded, the first person to actually study the Eye of Avarice was actually my mother. And my foster father supported her the whole time. Sherry then smiled softly, appearing thankful and appreciative. After mother died, he took me in when I had no one else to turn to, this time it's my turn to save him. When Sherry turned towards the bookshelf, Cid's smile disappeared and a cold expression soon replaced it. Sherry started looking at the books and finally picked one. As she pulled it, the bookshelf started spreading apart, opening up, leading to a hidden passageway. Sherry then turned towards Cid, whose expression quickly returned to his usual smile. We can go through this underground tunnel to reach the enemy stronghold. Once there we will throw this in the same direction as the artifact and it should stop it. There are actually a lot of emergency tunnels underneath the academy. While I was running away, I saw everyone heading towards the auditorium, that's where the eye must be at. We can get there quickly through this tunnel, Sherry explained while motioning towards the passageway. Cid softly smiled at her, it's best if you do this alone, if I go with you there's a chance we might be discovered. But. Tried to disagree, but before that could happen Cid continued. I need you to promise me something, Sherry, Cid said in a serious tone. Sherry got serious and nodded her head. After you're done and throw the key, I need you to come back here quickly. Sai, I need you to stay behind the bookshelf when you do and peek through the large gap and not get detected and just watch. Do not, I repeat do not, come out until I say so, got it? Sherry was confused but nodded her head upon seeing how unusually serious Cid was being. Sherry turned around and was about to run into the tunnel but Cid called out to her. Wait, one more thing. Sherry turned around, and as she did Cid pulled Sherry into a kiss, locking their lips together, which left her stunned. When they disconnected Cid gave her a smirk, that's for good luck, Cid then disappeared from her view. Sherry's entire face turned red to the point that if she didn't need to save her father she would have fainted on the spot. Why? Sherry shouted in her mind as she quickly turned around, almost crashing into the bookshelf, and started running to the point her feet almost looked like wheels. She was touching her lips while still screaming in her head. Chapter 71, Chapter 71. Third person's POV. He kissed me, 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 Sherry kept repeating in her head as she ran through the underground tunnel. Meanwhile Cid, who was now transformed into Shadow, stopped on top of the building. While there he turned his attention towards the auditorium. How the hell did she get captured? Shadow thought as he felt the Shadow soldier he left with Rose in the auditorium. Show me what happened, Cid ordered the Shadow. As Cid watched the memories of the Shadow soldier and nodded her head. I see, so a new batch of cult members started patrolling the classrooms and stumbled upon them. But instead of engaging them, Rose decided that it was best to surrender to them, since they didn't have a chance. I can respect that she chose to think like a leader and think about the people around her instead of her own pride. She knew she was no match for them. She knew that if they fought, they wouldn't have been able to win, so she chose the most logical option. Shadow then noticed what she was doing. She was using a small knife she had and started cutting her bindings. When she was done she tried to pass it to a girl next to her but the girl was too scared to do anything and they ended up getting discovered. You over there. What do you think you're doing? One of the cult members demanded. Rose just showed her hands and surrendered herself. She didn't do anything, I untied my hands. The cult members gained a cruel smirk. Oh. You still don't understand how futile it is to surrender. Looks like an example is in order, he said as he pressed his sword against Rose's neck. Meanwhile, Sherry shook her head to not think about what just happened. Even though she finds it very difficult, her main priority is saving her foster father. When her foster father was the only one willing to take her and when her mother died. To her he's the only family he has left. She had to save him. Sherry wiped her tears and continued running. But instead of running away from embarrassment, she was running with the determination to save her father. When she arrived at the auditorium she peeked through the large gaps of the tunnel and threw the key of the artifact. At the same time as Sherry threw the key towards the inside of the auditorium, the cult member that had his sword took a large swing of his sword. A large flash of light then appeared. Rose then started feeling her magic power return to her. She made a slashing motion with her hand and took a swing at the cult member's hand as he swung his sword towards her, completely dismembering him. Rose then caught the sword that was flying off the cult member's cut hands and swung at the other cult member that was rushing behind her while screaming. Why you little dash, she got the guy's head off and announced. Our magic is released, the time is now, rise up and fight back. Which started boosting the morale of all the students. They took their swords and joined her in the fight. As she started fighting more cult members, she started getting surrounded. She swung her sword at a member, but it ended up behind too shallow, which allowed him to make a cut on her arm, which allowed more of the cult members to surround her, and just as they were about to thrust their swords killing her, all of their heads were suddenly cut off from their heads, sending them flying with blood spraying everywhere. "Don't make it a habit to meet like this, little lady," Shadow said, appearing in front of the kneeling Rose. Rose looked up and froze in shock. "Azrael," she softly muttered. Before she could say anything else, Shadow put 2 fingers in his mouth and let out a loud whistle, causing all the windows to shatter and members of Shadow Garden to appear. Gamma appeared with a witch's hat while flying on her broom while laughing arrogantly. She then made a 2-finger swiping motion upwards and used gravity magic to levitate some of the cult members. She then clenched her hand into a fist, turned those levitating members into meatballs as their blood rained down to the ground. "Ho ho 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 ho," she laughed behind her hand. As soon as Beta jumped through the window, she released wind arrows she already had in her bow and released them. They maneuvered around the students below without hitting any of them and just hitting the cult members directly on their head, killing them. When Alpha landed on the ground, it started breaking apart, causing roots to appear and take a hold of the cult members. As they wrapped around them, their appearance started to change. They looked like they were being sucked dry, making them take the appearance of mummies without their bandages. When Alpha was done, she commanded the roots to throw them away like disposable garbage. Her roots then started to wrap around the injured students and Rose, which freaked them out after witnessing what they did. But instead of turning into mummies, their injuries started to heal. Seeing this, Shadow smirked and turned towards Alpha. "I see you finally figured out how to do it, congrats." Alpha then puffed out her chest in pride. "It was thanks to my lord's hint on the matter that I was able to do it." Meanwhile, as soon as Delta landed, she put her hands in the ground and wrapped around with thick layers of rocks. She jumped from cult members to cult members, pulverizing their heads until there were none left. Delta then started shaking her hands, causing all the rocks to come off of her. "Bossu, I'm done," Delta shouted, quite pleased with her work. Just as they were turning around to leave, Rose called out to them, "Wait. Just who are you guys?" she asked in shock, unable to believe the carnage she just witnessed. Shadow looked at the girls, causing them to smirk. They then all spoke at the time as if they had rehearsed this 1,000 times, while they started sinking into the shadows. "We are Shadow Garden, ruler of the never-ending darkness, masters of the shadows." Chapter 72, Chapter 72. Third Person's POV. Sherry stood behind the bookshelf just like how she promised Cid, waiting for what he wanted to show her. Cid then unexpectedly appeared from the shadows, which surprised Sherry greatly. But as she saw him, her face grew red, remembering the kiss they shared together. Cid turned towards Sherry and put a finger on his lips, motioning her to not make any noise. Cid went and sat by the window on foot on the frame while his other one swung freely to the side. After lowering his presence, a towering figure entered the room wearing a mask that had 2 holes for eyes with blood flowing out of him and a line for a mouth. The figure then started gathering books and throwing them in a pile. After a while, he threw the candled lamp he brought and started to set the books on fire. Meanwhile, Sherry was watching everything with her hands on her mouth. She wanted to protest, she wanted to intervene and save the books from getting damaged, but she stood in place, remembering what she promised Cid. "I remember seeing him earlier. He must be the leader of the black hooded figure," Sherry thought, shaking slightly due to how frightened she was. She looked over to where Cid was sitting and just saw him looking at everything with a neutral expression. She wanted to shout and tell Cid to run away, but before her thoughts delved any further, she heard Cid casually address the hooded masked figure. "You know, I thought that as a vice principal you would have more respect for books, Vice Principal Lutheran." Sherry's eyes opened wide in shock. "What? No. He's wrong. That couldn't be. My foster father, why is he addressing him like that?" Sherry thought, denying it. She remembers seeing the figure when she went and threw the key to the artifact in the auditorium. She saw him murdering the teachers. That couldn't possibly be her foster father, so why is Cid calling such? Sherry thought to herself. The figure was about to correct Cid, which gave Sherry hope. But Cid interrupted. "Oh, please spare me the denial, it's obvious at a first glance." "From a first glance, huh?" the figure said, taking off the mask. Sherry's eyes widened in shock. She pressed her hands on her mouth tighter so as to not make noise due to shock. "That voice, but. Is it the way I walk or is it my posture?" he asked, revealing his face, much to Sherry's dismay. "What gave me away? Your keen eyes deserve praise, Cid Kagenou. I remember hearing that you could become a problem due to your strength. I can't help but wonder if maybe Xenon was right." Sherry watched everything with tears in her eyes. "He's responsible for this, but why? Why would he do this? He's not like this, he must be under some kind of manipulation." "Right. That has to be it," Sherry thought, deluding herself, trying to find a reasonable reason for his actions. Meanwhile, Cid just shrugged his shoulders at what Lutheran said. Maybe not. "I take it you're behind this whole incident then. Now then, why would the vice principal of such a prestigious academy do something like this? You don't strike me as the type that would do something like this for fun." "Do you really want to know? It might take a while for me to explain," he asked. Cid smirked as he said, by all means please, explain, the floor is yours. As Cid said this he quietly made a silencing barrier around Sherry to stop sound from being heard from her direction. She could still hear everything that was going on but no sound she made could be heard. Lutheran nodded at what Cid said and sat down on the couch. He then started to explain, to make it simple, it's because I long to reach the top. The top I once reached through my victory at the God of War festival. The thrill is not something that could easily be forgotten. Cid nodded his head, yes, I heard about that. You fell ill and had to take a step back. Sherry, hearing all this, paid close attention. She wanted to why the one she would consider a father would do something as horrible as attack the school and students. Lutheran nodded when he heard Cid, yes. I was devastated. I worked so hard to attain glory, but because of an illness, not only did I lose it all, I even became unable to fight. Finding a magical cure would have required extensive research and vast amounts of knowledge. Then I met Lucretia, Sherry's mother. Sherry flinched at the mention of her mother. She thought to herself, remembering their time together. I'd started collecting artifacts under the pretext of supporting her research, and I finally found it, the Eye of Avarice, he said as he took out the artifact, which started giving a discharge of power. Using this, not only can my illness be cured, I'd have the fame and riches I so ever desire. Just when I thought I reached the top once again, oh that foolish girl. She wanted to entrust the Eye of Avarice to the country, saying that it was too dangerous. So I killed her. Sherry froze when she heard that. She sat down on the floor as her legs gave out, pools of tears started streaming down her face. She looked down as she lowered her hands from her mouth, which began to shake from the shock. What? Sherry said to herself, he killed her. He said he killed her, ha ha ha, no, that can't be possible. Ha ha ha, I'm hearing this wrong, he couldn't have killed her, he, what's wrong with me, something must be messing with my hearing. She said, not realizing she's saying it out loud. Even as she's trying to delude herself, the tears haven't stopped rolling off her face and her hands haven't stopped shaking. One stab after the next, starting from the limbs, making my way all the way down to her internal organs, he continued with a smile on his face. Sherry's entire body soon locked up from the shock, which was followed by her throwing up, when she looked at the smile on his face. Asterisk pukes asterisk cough 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 pukes again. Sherry stood there with her vomit in front of her, audibly heaving for air. Having a panic attack. Meanwhile Cid's fingers twitch, which causes all the puke, alongside her, to be cleaned up. Before finally delivering the final blow to her heart, he continues. Sherry then began to sob uncontrollably. Her anguished cries filled her little noiseless bubble, as tears cascaded down her cheeks, blurring the world before her eyes, leaving his eyes raw and swollen from the relentless torrent of sobs. Mother. Sherry would sob between each. The research on the Eye of Avarice was not yet complete, but I had a spare. Her lovely and foolish daughter, Sherry. Sherry just continued sobbing when she heard that. She could have cried any louder and harder she would have. She served my goals, without knowing or even doubting anything. Having no idea that I was the one that killed her mother. Hearing this, all of the sadness she was previously feeling were soon replaced by rage, and any love she used to have for him was then replaced by hate. Sherry clawed at the floor to the point her nails broke and blood started dripping from them, while she continued to listen with gritted teeth. I'll kill him, I'll kill him, I'll kill him, I'll kill him, she kept muttering to herself. While Lutheran just continued talking with a sinister look. Thanks to them the Eye of Avarice was finally complete. I only need to prepare a stage for collecting large amounts of mana. And a fitting cover to help me pull it off. Cid, hearing this, just sigh. So, all this time you've been using them for your leisure. Answer me this, did you at least come to care a bit about the Sherry from all the time you've taken care of her? Nope, not one bit. Does that make you angry? He answered. He's lying, but at the same time he's not. I see, either he's in denial or he's not aware of it. How pathetic, Cid thought with an emotionless expression. I wouldn't say angry, more like I just see you as less than a human being. So for what I'm feeling it's more like indifference. I would not and will not waste my energy or feelings on something as ugly as you. Cid then started to wrap himself in his shadow attire, while still continuing the conversation. It is beneath me, but even then, there's just something about you that's annoying to the point I would find joy in killing you. I see now, ha 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 ha, so you're him, the real Shadow. Lutheran started laughing as he watched Cid transform into Shadow. He then held the Eyes of Avarice. Let me guess then. You've come to take the Eye of Avarice from me then. But you won't get it, oh no, because with this, I will be reborn. Just WATC-. Before he could finish his transformation, both of Lutheran's arms and legs were disconnected from his body. He let out as blood started spraying from his limbs, which was followed by an anguished screaming. Harg. You really thought I would just sit there and let you use that? How much of a fucking dumbass are you? No 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 no, this was supposed to be my moment, this was the moment where I was supposed to be reborn. You haven't won yet, Shadow. I've had my people claim to be from Shadow Garden. It'll be you who they will blame for all of this, he screamed as the fire which he started earlier grew. I've already prepared all the evidence, the pieces are in place, it doesn't matter how strong you are. When the whole world would be after you to bring you to justice, there'd be no place to run. I see why the other Cid found this funny. This is hilarious, Cid thought as he started laughing with his hands covering his face. Ha 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 ha. Lutheran laid there bleeding in shock. What? What's so funny? Did you really think I would be frightened by the whole world coming after me? Ha! I laugh at such a notion. Don't be such a fool, this entire world is beneath me. I could destroy this entire world right this second if I so much please, and you think they would be worthy upon passing me judgment. How can I not find that hilarious? Good or evil it matters not, for I would continue walking the same path I always have. So you could do whatever the hell you want to throw every evil onto us, then do it. The opinions of ants have never been my concern and they never will. You want to think that we, Shadow Garden, are the most horrible organization in the world, then think it. You want to think that we follow the path of righteousness, you can do that as well. But know this, such thoughts won't change a goddamn thing. I don't need the approval of anyone else other than my own. I've talked enough and you've outlived your use. Shadow said as he made a dagger with his slime. He pointed the handle towards the bookcase as he asked, want to do the honors? Lutheran turned his head quickly in shock as the fiery bookshelf was flung open with Sherry standing there with red eyes and blood dripping from her hands as they were balled up in a fist. She was breathing heavily from all the hate and anguish in her hearts. She yelled as she grabbed the dagger from Shadow's hand and in on quick motion dropped on top of Lutheran and started him over and over and over and over and over again. Die. Stab. Die. Stab. Die. Stab. Die. Stab. Sherry. Lutheran softly called out with blood escaping his mouth, but Sherry wasn't listening. With each stab blood kept splashing on her face, but she didn't let up. Die. Stab. Die. Stab. Die. Stab. Die. Stab. This is for my mother, just die already. Sherry screamed out as she plunged the knife right on his forehead, killing him for good. After which Sherry broke down sobbing once again. Cid waved his hands, causing the blood to be cleaned off of her as he brought her off her father and into a deep much-needed hug. Chapter 73, Chapter 73. Third person's POV. While Sherry clung to Shadow crying, Shadow grabbed her head and brought her closer to comfort her. Above her, Shadow waved his hand as all the flames surrounding them simply disappeared. Due to her emotional distress and all her shredded tears, Sherry simply fell asleep with hands still holding onto Shadow, not wanting to let go. Shadow shook his head at this and sighed. He picked her up and as he did he returned to his regular attire. He sat at the couch and laid Sherry's head on top of his lap, letting her rest. Even though she was asleep, she started breathing heavily, whimpering, afraid. Cid started to pat her head and used his magic to calm her down. Her breathing soon returned to normal, to which Cid decided to manipulate her dreams so as to not have any nightmares. While Cid was patting Sherry's head, Cid just spoke out loud. "And where do you think you're going?" as he made a grabbing motion towards the vice principal's body. Cid willed it to come before him. It was the vice principal's soul with a tranced look. Cid snapped his fingers, bringing him out of the trance state. Lutheran started looking around. "Wasn't I dead? Is this heaven?" Cid full on laughed at that. "Ha. I doubt that if heaven was a place you would be welcome. And yes, you're still dead. But how? What's going on?" he asked, confused, while looking at his see-through hands. "I stopped you from moving on. Did you really think I would allow you to have a peaceful passing?" Cid said without looking at him. Lutheran then started shaking in fear. What are you going to do to me?" Cid pondered about it for a while. "I don't know, to be honest. I could reconstruct your body, bring you back to life, probably throw you in front of a few horny men and let them have their way with you. Or I could rebuild you, mess with a few nerves, making your skin 100 times more sensitive, making it so every step you take is excruciating. It's all in the air, honestly," Cid said, shrugging his shoulders. Lutheran started shaking in fear and tried turning around to run away, but no matter what he did his body wouldn't obey him. Cid finally looked towards Lutheran for the first time since bringing him forth with eyes glowing purple with power. Lutheran felt the fear of true death for the time. Previously he came to peace after dying at the hands of the little girl he raised. Something within him told him that he would pass on into the afterlife. But not this time. This time if he died he would be dead. There won't be an afterlife, there won't be no reincarnation, there will be no vengeful spirit, no soul. He would be completely destroyed down to his very core. Cid gave him a sinister smirk when he saw him shaking like a leaf. "Wanna know something fascinating? The soul feels pain deeper than the body because it echoes with the anguish of existence, carrying the weight of emotional scars and existential torment far beyond the limits of flesh and bone. Meaning when your soul is attacked, your very existence is threatened. Now isn't that wonderful? If I attack your soul you simply stop existing. You will feel the pain and torment of ceasing to exist. What better punishment than eternal oblivion? Tears unwillingly poured from his eyes, he wanted to scream and shout and let it all out. He wanted to stay dead like how he was before any of this happened. He wants to pass on already. Is it too much to ask? He started asking himself. Cid then surrounded Lutheran's soul with his black flames engulfing him completely. But he didn't die or dissipate. No, 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 that would have been far too quick for Cid's liking. Cid kept burning Lutheran's soul just to the point it was about to break apart and be plunged into oblivion, but he would heal it back up and repeat the process. Until he got bored of all the screaming for an hour and let him sink into oblivion. After a while Sherry started to wake up. As she got up from Cid's lap she rubbed her eyes, but there wasn't any emotion on her face for a bit before her face grew red after remembering her falling asleep while standing up and holding onto him. And seeing how she was getting up from his lap she could already deduce what just occurred. Sorry, she mumbled. While Cid just patted her head, don't worry about it. Tears softly streamed down her. What am I going to do now? She choked out. How about joining me? Where? For you to know about that, you must know something. As you're already aware your father wasn't a go. Don't call him that. He's not my father. Sherry snapped hearing the person that killed her mother be referred as her father. Realizing it who she screamed at she lowered her head and clenched her hands into a fist and bit her lips until they bleed. I'm sorry, please don't leave me, 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 I'm sorry, please don't leave, Sherry kept repeating over and over again with hollow eyes. Cid sighs and puts a hand on her head once again and uses his magic to calm her down. Better, he asked, to which Sherry nodded. Before Cid went on with his explanation, Nu appeared with a tray and put it on the little table that was in front of the couch where they were sitting. 2 hot chocolates, just as you requested, my lord. Nu said, putting the 2 cups that were on the tray in front of Cid and Sherry. Thanks Nu, you are dismissed for the moment, Cid said while nodding to her appreciative and with a small smile, to which she returned. She bowed down and disappeared from where she was standing. Cid took the cups from the table and handed it to Sherry. Here, this should help feel better. Sherry, although shocked at what she saw, wondered who that was and why they called Sir Lord. She took the cup and took a sip of the hot chocolate. It's sweet and it tastes good, just like the sweets from before, she muttered, finally smiling for the first time since she woke up. Cid, drinking his cup, finally started his explanation. You see, Sherry, as I'm sure you're aware, the vice principal isn't considered a good man. Scoffs, hell, I wouldn't even consider him as a man. For you see, he was part of this organization, an organization that has been controlling this word from the shadows. They are known as the Diabolos cult, and based on the name you can already hypothesize who they worship, right? Sherry nodded her head. The demon Diabolos. Cid nodded and continued. He then went on to explain what they do and how they do it. With every new fact Sherry's eyes widen in shock and her mouth hangs wide open. The funny thing about the vice principal, he wasn't part of the main leaders of the organization, he was a subordinate that joined for power. Cid finished while calmly drinks his chocolate. It took a few minutes but Sherry started to understand. She then looks at Cid in confusion. I'm sorry if this comes off as rude but I want to know. How do you know all this? Why did the vice principal call you Shadow and why did that woman call you Lord? Sherry asked, looking at him expectantly and a little shine in her eyes. It's nice to at least know her thirst for knowledge and learning hasn't been affected, Cid thought. Cid then gave Sherry a smirk. I have been saving the girls from the fate of the magic overload, or in other words from demon possession, and ever since then they have decided to serve me and view me as their leader. Together we stopped the ploy of the Diabolos cult from the shadows away from the public. As you can guess, they know me as Shadow, their leader. The more members we cure, the more that join the cause of fighting against them. Cid then stood up and extended a hand towards Sherry. Well, that's just a really shortened version of it. You previously said that you don't know what to do, so how about I give you something to do? Join me, Cid said as he wrapped himself with his slime suit while still extending his hand. Join Shadow Garden, become a member. You don't have a place to belong to anymore. Then welcome Shadow Garden as your new home, a new place for you to start anew. What do you say, Sherry Barnett? Sherry slowly took his hand as she said, It's Sherry now, just Sherry, she said while shaking her head. Her eyes grew watery and with a happy smile she said, Thank you for taking me in. Shadow smirked and pulled her closer. You haven't seen anything yet. Let me take you to your new home. Both Sherry and Shadow then disappeared from where they were standing, leaving the entire room completely empty. They reappear in the sky much to Sherry's horror. She clings to Shadow screaming while they float in the sky and closes her eyes, too scared to look down. Shadow then pointed downward and showed Sherry the illuminating city below. Sherry peeks from her closed eyes and eyes them completely, seeing the city beneath her. Whoa, she said softly, enamored with the view. Cid nodded his head as he announced. Welcome Sherry to your new home. The city that thrives in the darkness and shadows. The Hidden City of Nightingale. The End. Chapter 76, Chapter 75. Third Person's POV. WWW wife. You mean like your wife? Like you and me? Ah. When did this happen? Where did this happen? How did this happen? Sherry asked, looking around confused while pointing to herself. Shadow just looked at her in confusion. Isn't obvious, the moment you puckered those lips to kiss me, you've become mine. Wah, 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 Sherry said as she started running around in circles unsure of what to do until she tripped and Shadow appeared before her and got her before she fell. Shadow just sighed and held Sherry's hand and interlocked their fingers together. Come on now, I don't want you getting hurt. Sherry nodded as the blush on her cheeks grew. She took a peek at Shadow as he undid his hood since there really was no need to wear it, and as she looked at his face, she gained those butterflies in her stomach. If it's with Cid, her blush then grew and shook her head to get away from those embarrassing thoughts. Cid then continued their tour. Right as I was saying, we don't really need security when we have this big guy here. So do most intruders run away as soon as they see him? Sherry, let me answer your question with another. How come we've had this large city and still no one has known about it? Sherry thought about the answer to the question, because there are no living witnesses. Cid looked at Sherry in shock, not expecting her to answer as such. No, it's not because of that. Well, as you know, Hazard is known as the Dragon of the Mist. As you can see, the entire surrounding area is covered with it. Cid then went on to explain Hazard's abilities and such. Sherry looked at Hazard with stars in her eyes. Sugo I. Sherry then turned toward Cid and asked, and you were able to tame him? That's amazing. How were you able to kill him? Oh, that's easy. I killed him, and turned him into my Shadow Soldier. Shadow Soldier, what's that? She asked curiously. Cid smirked and pointed downwards. Sherry followed his finger and almost jumped all the way back if it wasn't for Cid still holding her eyes. In Cid's shadow, multiple purple glowing eyes manifested themselves before they closed and his shadow shrunk back to how it was. What was that? Why are they so many? Sherry asked, scared out of her wits' end. Cid turned towards her and gave her a confident smirk. Those are all the cult members / bad guys I have ever killed. Were they all bad guys? Nope. Sherry looked at him shocked. Did he also kill innocent people? Sherry wondered, is he like him? Was he also putting on a facade like that man? Was he lying to me all this time? Why does he even want me to be his wife? Is he using me, like he used me? Will he throw me away when I'm no longer of use? Sherry went close to having a panic attack. She was breathing heavily, her grip on Cid's hand tightened. Her pupils started to dilate, she started sweating. Cid sighed and let go of her hands, and as he did her first tasted tightening into a fist close to hurting herself as her knuckles were turning white. Cid grabbed Sherry's face and pressed his forehead against hers, his eyes glowed a purple hue, as he exclaimed in a voice full of authority. Sherry, calm down. After a few seconds Sherry's heavy breathing started to relax and she let out a long windy breath. You're okay now? Cid asked with his forehead still pressed against hers. Sherry nodded her head with tears in her eyes. Cid, seeing this side, feeling slightly responsible, he kissed her on the lips, which Sherry closed her eyes and enjoyed as she needed that right there. With their hands now back together, Cid started interlocked. Together, when I said there aren't all bad guys, I meant like some of them died honorably. For example, Igris, a knight of mine, wanted someone worthy to call a king. Barreau, my little aunt, wanted to fight someone strong, etc. Little things like that don't make them evil. Sherry let out a sigh of relief, a bit of her insecurities easing back a bit. Now they stood in front the main entrance to the city. A bit before they entered, Cid turned towards Sherry. There is something you must know before entering, and something about myself. Now before I say anything, even though I called you my wife, I'm not stopping you from leaving if that's what you want after listening to what I have to say. When I mean leaving, I mean out of our relationship. You are always welcome to stay in this city no matter where our relationship heads from here on out, okay? Sherry reluctantly nodded her head as she said, Cid Kagenou, you're scaring me. What is it? The thing is, I have 8 other wives, who probably hold the largest position of Shadow Garden apart from mine, and one of those 8 wives is my sister. Sherry looked at Cid with her mouth gaped open, while Cid looked at her with an awkward smile on his face. Sherry just shocked her head. I already figured you were in a relationship with some of the girls you saved. That's pretty obvious when anyone hears your story. Now the thing about your sister, now that's, wow. I'm a little speechless at the moment. After a few seconds Sherry took a deep breath, gathered all the courage she could and grabbed Cid's hand with both of hers. She looks directly into his eyes while expressing what she thinks. I like you a lot actually. You are someone I can express my interest with and actually understand what I'm saying. I like spending time with you, even if it's just been a short while. I still enjoy them nonetheless. You make my stomach do the butterflies. You not only helped me see my FA vice principal's true colors, you helped me get revenge. You're even going out of your way to give me a purpose and a place to belong to. So I think you having 7 wives plus your sister is quite irrelevant compared to what you've helped me with. Sherry bowed her head and put her forehead to Cid's knuckles and said, "If you're willing to have me, I would be honored to be called your wife." Cid smirked and pulled Sherry into a deep kiss right in front of the entrance, and while sharing their moment together numerous clapping could be heard. Woo-yeah. Asterisk thunderous applause. Congratulations my lord on getting another wife. As expected of my lord. That's Lord Shadow for you, being able to conquer the heart of any maiden. More and more members of Shadow Garden kept appearing and applauding, much to Sherry's dismay and horror. She quickly hid behind Shadow and started shaking like a leaf. And in sync all the members that appeared by the gate shouted at the same time as if this was practiced. Welcome to Shadow Garden. Chapter 77, Chapter 76. Third person's POV. After the whole ordeal, Cid started showing Sherry around the place, pointing her to the different buildings and what they do. "Oh right, I guess I can tell you this now since you're a part of Shadow Garden. Mitsugashi is part of Shadow Garden," Cid said with a proud expression while Sherry looked at Cid in surprise. "Whoa, just how powerful is Shadow Garden?" Sherry wondered out loud. "The strongest," Cid said, keeping it short and simple. Cid then took Sherry to the large castle towering over all the other buildings. Cid held her hand and started walking her inside, and as he was walking her outside, the two guards by the door of the castle bowed their heads in respect as soon as they saw Cid, to which Cid just nodded his head and kept walking. "One of the main reasons I want to show you the castle is because there is someone I want you to meet," Cid said with a smirk. "Who?" "Her character is difficult to explain. It's better if you see her for yourself," Cid said with a weary smile. As Cid was walking to his destination, he ran into Lambda. Lambda bowed her head towards Cid and looked at Sherry. She looked at Cid and tilted her head. "A new recruit, my lord." Cid nodded his head while Lambda then asked, "So when shall her training begin, my lord, or is she someone you will be training personally?" "I was planning on having Ada be the to training her," Cid said, causing Lambda to flinch and look at Cid in shock. Is that wise, my lord?" Lambda asked wearily, knowing how Ada is like. Cid just shrugged his shoulders. "Probably not, but I feel like her and Ada would get along well." "I see," Lambda said, which she then turned towards Sherry, who was in a pondering position. Ada, where did I hear that name from? I swear I heard it from somewhere," Sherry thought to herself. "Well, if you ever need a way to grow stronger, don't hesitate to seek me out. Now if you will please excuse my lord," Lambda said to Sherry and then nodded towards Cid and walked away. "Ah, in case you were wondering, she's kinda like the military instructor of our organization, so if you want to grow strong and can't do it with the help of Ada, come and find her or me," Cid said as he turned towards Sherry. "I see, will do. And who is this Ada you keep talking about? I feel like I know that name but I can't put my finger on it," Sherry said, racking her brain trying to find an answer. "Well, like I said earlier, her personality is difficult to explain, but if I had to sum it up, she's the smartest woman I know. She's in charge of everything that has to do with artifacts, ancient text, technological advancement, and the sorts." But before Cid could continue, they soon turned the corner and arrived in front of a giant metal door with a large letter H right on the center of it. A/N, if anyone understood this, then you are very cool person. That symbol. It can't be. Sherry thought to herself while looking at the symbol on the door. Her eyes widened in shock, finally realizing where she heard the name from, and it was all thanks to the symbol. Meanwhile, as soon as Cid stands close to the door automatically opens up, letting them inside. What Cid saw inside almost made him facepalm himself. Ada was seen in the air with her knees tucked in, with 4 long mechanical arms attached to her back. 2 were on the ground lifting her up, while the other 2 were moving around the spacious science room she has to herself. Image. "Ada, what is that?" Cid asked, making sure he's seeing what he's actually seeing. The arms that were on the ground to support her turned around and made Ada face Cid. Ada's face brightened slightly. To anyone that didn't know her for a long time wouldn't notice the difference. She would just look like someone that needed sleep, but to Cid she looked wide awake. When Ada saw Cid, she untucked her legs and spread out her arms. "Daoruli-ening," Ada called out with her arms spread out. The mechanical arm then pushed her to Cid and wrapped her arms around his neck. As she held onto Cid, she spun around, causing the mechanical arms to start compressing and retracting all the way onto her back. The only thing that was left were 4 discs over her slime suit. As Ada hung on Cid's back, she laid her head on his shoulder and kept her arms wrapped around his neck with her legs wrapped around his waist. Ada then let out a breath of satisfaction. "I can feel myself healing." "You're ETA Lloyd, right?" Sherry screamed in astonishment and stars in her eyes. Ada turns towards Sherry with her sleepy gaze ever present. "Who's this master darling? Is she a fan or something?" "Her name is Sherry, my new wife, and it looks like she knows who you are, but you still haven't explained what was that on your back earlier." "Oh, you got a new wife, congratulations," Ada said with a lazy smile before continuing. "As for the thing on my back, it's all thanks to your wisdom, my lord. The idea about this Dr. Octopus having mechanical arms that had a neural link with your brain was absolutely genius. So I replicated it. Now I don't have to be careful with my magic and how much I spend it. Now I could go days on end without lifting a muscle and getting my work complete." Cid just sighed and patted her head. if only you were as enthusiastic about doing your work the same way you are about finding ways to be lazy. Your work ethic would have been amazing. Ada didn't say anything and just continued to smile contentedly as she nestled her face against Cid's neck and almost went to sleep. Anyways, master, are you just showing her around or something? Ada asked with her eyes closed. No, actually, I was planning on leaving her with you so she could learn a thing or two from you. Ada then gained a pouty face. So you didn't come to visit cause you missed me? If it makes you feel any better, you're the first one I'm willingly visiting right now. Although her pouting lessened, it didn't go away, so I'm supposed to train her. But what about my sleep? Now with your new arms there shouldn't be any problems, right? Cid grins at her while she just looks at him before kissing him and letting go of him. The mechanical arms extended once again, making her float, and she turns towards Sherry's direction. Master is showing you to me and telling me to teach you, me of all people. So he must think highly of you. You better not disappoint, Ada told Sherry. To which Sherry looked incredibly excited to be working and studying under her. Please take good care of me. Sherry bowed her head. Cid then extended his shadow towards his hand, and of it came the Eye of Avarice. Cid then tossed it towards Ada, who caught it. Ada tilted her head in confusion, to which Cid explained, you see, that's the Eye of Avarice, which Sherry decipher all on her own. That should give you a general knowledge on how talented she is. Sherry, hearing this, started blushing, not expecting Cid to compliment her, especially in front of Ada Lloyd-Wright, the world's most famous architect, whose work is said to be almost as good as any ancient artifact. When Sherry first heard that, she couldn't help but be drawn to it, and the more she learned about what Ada had created, the more she started falling in love with her work. So hearing she will be learning and working under Ada clearly has gotten Sherry excited. Chapter 78, Chapter 77. Third person's POV. Are you okay staying with Ada and studying under her? Cid asked Sherry. Sherry nodded her head excitedly, looking very eager to get started. Now then, before I leave, there's something I have to do and give you. Cid then started explaining to Sherry about the mana core and its ability and how to make it. Are you planning on doing it here? My lab and research could get destroyed, you know, Ada interrupted with a pout. You're right, it's better if we take this outside. We'll be right back, Cid replied. He stuck out his hand towards Sherry, who took a hold of his hand in a shy manner. Cid and Sherry then started sinking into his shadow and reappeared out by a forest. When they appeared, she looked at Cod excitedly. Would I really be able to use magic like that? And throw fireballs and things like in those fairy tales, without the use of an artifact? Cid just smirked and summoned a fireball in his palm and threw it in the air, where it exploded into a large firework show. Sherry just looked at it in wonder. It's beautiful, she whispered to herself. You ready? Cid asked, to which Sherry nodded and sat on the floor cross-legged. She, with the help of Cid, started making the mana core. And just like with everyone else, he used a drop of both their bloods to finish the process, which led to a large mana explosion signifying the completion. Whoa! Sherry said in a childish wonder, I feel amazing, while looking at her hands, closing and opening them again and again. Oh, by the way, you're now immortal, Cid said casually, as if he was just telling her the time. Sherry then froze and looked up from her hands and looked at Cid with her eyes widening in shock. Wait, what? Yup, anyways, let's go. Cid took a hold of Sherry and they reappeared in Ada's lab. When they did, Ada looked at them with a raised brow. Done already? If so, then it's perfect. She would be able to try something I've been researching. What is it? Cid inquired. Ada then went towards a keyboard and started typing away until a monitor suddenly appeared showing an image of a magic circle with 4 stones floating around it. Is that what I think it is? Cid was quite shocked at Ada's current invention. She nodded her head at Cid's question. That's right, it's a magic formation. I was thinking about any future members and how long it would take them to reach the appropriate core level. I thought of many different ideas, but this one was the safest. I kept thinking about jewels with a high amount of magic in it, but then thought about your lessons on how these jewels were created, like the diamond for example. Which led me to create those stones you see in there that look like jewels. You once taught me that to make a high-quality jewel all one needs is a large amount of pressure and extremely high heat. So I did just that. I used the elements of gravity, earth, and fire with a bit of whole lot of attributeless mana in the center of it all and created this. Ada went through a few of her things and took out a stone that looked just like a diamond and presented it to Cid. I call this a mana stone. The magic circle is supposed to help whoever sits in the middle of it absorb them into their mana core smoothly. It also uses the mana in the stone to help the body get stronger and more accustomed to mana, making the absorption rate higher and easier. Ada explained rather smugly. Cid nodded his head at that with a hand on his chin and chuckled, which surprised Ada. She looked at Cid in confusion and wondered why he was laughing. Seeing her confusion, Cid shook his head. Sorry for laughing, but I don't think you have any idea just how useful the thing you created actually are and what it entails. Ada just shrugged her shoulders. I mostly created it to help with the whole core process. That was the only thing I had in mind at the time. When I was done, I just fell asleep and haven't really thought much about it when I woke up. The whole reason I even brought it up was since Sherry just developed her mana core, this should help her out. Ada then started thinking about what Cid could be implying. Her brain started running at a quick pace as if gears were rapidly turning, which caused her eyes to widen in amazement at her own creation. Cid, seeing her realization, nodded his head with a smirk. That's right, you basically just created a whole brand new energy source. Cid then held out his hand and created a holographic image using his magic that showed the way Ada created the mana stone. Cid then started explaining his own thoughts on the matter. Instead of simply just adding attributeless mana, make some mana stones with attributes. For example, make a sword add, let's say a ice attribute mana stone by the hilt of the sword, and now you basically just created an artifact, a sword that freezes anything that it cuts. You can also make it so that the mana stone is changeable, like you can switch up the elements. You can make these mana stones as some sort of reward system. There are a lot of ways you could use these things, and that was just me giving an example. Ada then got really excited, so many ideas kept coming to mind, her thoughts were processing things rapidly. As an idea formed in her mind, a new one took its place. She turned towards Sherry as she said, "Get ready, we're starting right now, I'm quite excited about this." Ada then took a hold of Cid and pulled him in for a kiss, and she let go. She turned around and went typing away, jotting down her different ideas. Cid, seeing her antics, just shook his head and turned towards Sherry. When she discovers something new, she becomes quite excited and researches it until there's nothing more to research. Cid then pulled Sherry into a kiss as he said, "Well, I'll leave you to it. Don't hesitate to call me if you need something or just simply want to spend time together. Ada will teach you on how to get in contact with me." Sherry, whose face was red due to the kiss, nodded her head shyly and watched Cid leave the room. When he left, Sherry turned towards Ada and walked up to her, ready to start her mentorship under her. Chapter 79, Chapter 78. Third person's POV. As soon as Cid exited Ada's lab, he saw Claire running towards him in a very fast manner. When she tried to stop, she slid slightly before adjusting herself and walking toward him. "Fight me," she demanded. Cid looked at her with a raised brow and asked, "And why would I do that? You're just going to lose." Claire puffed up her cheeks as she said, "Well, isn't it obvious? I want to see how much I improved. It's been a few years since we last sparred. I think the last time we sparred was when we were still home and I was about to enter school. Shouldn't you be in the field trip or something your grade was taking?" Claire just shrugged her shoulders. "I ditched it, it was boring. Then I heard you were here and came looking for you, and here we are, so come on." Claire grabbed Cid's hand and tried to drag him with her, but no matter how hard she tried, Cid wouldn't budge. Claire then gave Cid the puppy dog eyes, "Pretty please," and pouted her lips. Cid rolled his eyes at her, then shrugged his shoulders. "Fine, it's been a while since I had a good fight, let's go." "Yes," Claire said while pumping her fist, and started following Cid. They both then arrived at the training field where everyone stopped what they were doing and made way for them. They both stood by an arena where everyone started distancing themselves from them to not get caught up in the aftermath of their battle. More and more girls started appearing and paying attention. It was a rare opportunity to see their master fight, and they weren't going to miss it for the world. "So how are we going to do this?" Cid asked while tilting his head slightly in confusion. Claire thought about it for a while before saying, "Mostly swordsmanship with a bit of magic from our mana core." Cid nodded his head and made an ebony sword out of slime and spun it on his hand before arrogantly pointing it at Claire. Claire did the same and spun her ebony and spun it on her hand before putting her sword at eye level. Claire's eyes then transformed into dragonoid ones, turning into slits. One thing she has noticed before was that whenever her eyes change into that of a dragon, her control of her magic becomes easier and more fluid. Cid, seeing this, smirked and changed his eyes as well, turning them into that of a dragon as well. They stood looking at each other, studying each other's stands, looking for any opening. It should have been easier for Claire with her eyes, but Cid wasn't one to have any openings, making her sweat slightly at all the moves she tried in her mind, only for it to get countered. Seeing no other choice, Claire surrounded herself with electricity. The ground cracked and broke as she propelled herself towards Cid at a speed unseeable to the human eyes. She swung her sword in a wide downward arc at an unimaginable speed, but Cid intercepted it. The ground he was standing on caved in, and a blast of large wind was greater due to the force Claire used. Claire then jumped back just as quickly as she arrived, not wanting to suffer from Cid's retaliation, but distance wasn't an issue for Cid. He simply used his physical strength and sent a sword slash her direction, which she easily dodged due to quick speed. She shot herself towards Cid once again and used a move she had been practicing. She swung her sword so quickly 3 times it appeared as just one. Cid just swung his sword, blocking all 3 of her attempts. When he blocked it, he tried to kick her in the stomach, but Claire simply moved out of the way. Cid also surrounded himself in lightning and went on the offensive. He was so fast that it was difficult for Claire to follow even with her dragon eyes. Due to how well Cid's control of his strength was, he didn't break the ground when he made his way towards Claire. Cid started running around Claire and started slashing his sword all over her body, creating cuts and slashes over her beautiful skin. Claire tucked her sword towards her and started charging an attack. She gathered the element of wind to start compacting itself in the sword while she used Tech Eye. Once her black sword gained a green hue, she spinning around with her sword out, creating a tornado, but there was something different about this tornado compared to the normal ones. It was made from her sword, which made it extremely sharp. Even the slightest touch from it could completely sever someone into pieces. Cid seeing this smirk, he was impressed. If it was anybody else they would have most likely been dead. This move was a way to stop Cid from continuing attacking her and running in a circle around her. Although it wouldn't have really done anything to him, Cid stopped and moved back. He made a large swinging gesture, causing a large gust of wind to go and crash against the tornado, destroying it. As the tornado of slashes was disrupted, Claire was seen all healed and in a drawing position. She shot towards Cid and drew her sword, sending a large fiery arc. As the arc made its way towards Cid, the ground started melting due to the intensity of the heat. Cid seeing this smirked once again and coated his sword with armament hockey. He used the sword to change the direction of the flaming slash, sending it towards the sky. And as he did that, Claire appeared in front of him with a vibrating sword. She used the element of sound, making her sword vibrate at an extremely high frequency, and slashed Cid right across his chest. Cid's armor-like clothing was completely cut through and his chest had a single red thin line across it at a slight angle. Cid, feeling his chest get scratched, started laughing with a hand on his face. Ha 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 ha. Everything on him started fixing itself. He looked at Claire when he stopped laughing and softly smiled at her. I'm proud of you. Dread. That was the only feeling everyone was feeling. No matter how far they were from the training field, they felt dread. They felt like any sudden movement would be met with death. It was to the point that it was suffocating. Claire was seen almost dropping to floor due to the intensity and how close she was to the source. Sweat was dripping down her face. She could feel herself start shaking, so much so that she could barely hold her sword and maintain its form. When she looked towards Cid, she was his cold, emotionless dragon eyes glowing slightly, looking at her. He very softly and slowly raised his sword. Claire wanted to move when she saw that, but she couldn't. Something within her was stopping her. Nobody moved a muscle as Cid started lifting his sword higher and higher. He then started to lower his sword in Claire's direction without changing his speed until it got to the very top of her head. Then they all saw it. They don't know how, but everyone present saw it, the entire continent being split into two evenly symmetrical pieces. They don't know how, but for some reason they also know no magic was used. It was all his physical strength. Something within them told them that not an ounce of magic was used. Everything then started coming back together, and when it did, everyone collapsed on the floor, breathing heavily. Cid smirked while looking down on Claire. I just hope you don't get too overconfident after just leaving a tiny scratch on me. Chapter 80, Chapter 79. Third person's POV. Cid didn't stay long after basically traumatizing everyone with his power. After walking away, he teleported back towards the school. As he did, he changed back into his school uniform. As he turned the corner, he almost bumped into someone but moved out the way. That person was Rose. There you are. She exclaimed, happy to see him. I was looking for you everywhere, she said as she let out a sigh of relief. Why? Cid asked while looking at her weirdly. I was worried something happened to you. You didn't appear after everything ended and I assumed the worst. You were worried? Cid asked with a raised brow. Rose then got slightly shy as she responded, yeah, I mean we're friends, right? We are. Cid questioned, since when? He thought to himself, they barely even talked to each other, and the last time they saw each other he basically called her a burden. We're not. Rose sadly questioned right back, sorry, for assuming. I just thought that since we've crossed swords we have become friends. Cid, seeing her expression, could just inwardly sigh to himself. No, you're right, we're friends. Really? Rose asked excitedly. She then realized her overenthusiasm and coughed to correct herself. I mean, really? She asked in a soft tone. Cid, once again sighing to himself, said, yes. I mean, only really friends survive a terrorist attack together in life to tell the tale. Rose put her loosely closed hand near her mouth and lets out a small chuckle. I guess you're right. After walking side by side for a few seconds, Rose then asked, hey, do you have anything planned these past few days? Cid thinks about it for a bit before shaking his head. No, not really. Why? Perfect. Well, the goddess trail is happening in a few days and I wanted to know if you want to go together. It'll be fun, she asked while looking at Cid expectantly. Cid just shrugged his shoulders. Sure, why not? It's a date then, he says, causing her to freeze, while Cid continued walking and waved his hands. Well, I'll see you later. Rose stood in her spot, frozen in shock. Her cheeks then gained a small blush as she smiled, watching his retreating back, noticing that she has been doing that a lot lately. It's a date then, she whispered to herself and turned around and walked towards her dorm. The next day, Alpha was seen sitting down at the head of a table with the rest of the girls from the 7 Deadly Sin. We have some things to discuss, especially about the event that happened yesterday. Alpha started the meeting like usual, but after getting their titles they like to be known as such during such meetings. Like Alpha during this meeting is known as Pride. First things first, let's talk about what I heard Master Shadow say while he was annihilating his enemies. He said, and I quote, good or evil it matters not, for I would continue walking the same path I always have. So you could do whatever the hell you want to throw every evil onto us, then do it. The opinions of ants have never been my concern and they never will. You want to think that we, Shadow Garden, are the most horrible organization in the world, then think it. You want to think that we follow the path of righteousness, you can do that as well. But know this, such thoughts won't change a goddamn thing. I don't need the approval of anyone else other than my own, end quote. As expected of Master, such words and enticing sentences could only be constructed by him, Lust aka Beta says while taking out a book and begins to start writing what she heard. Lust, we've discussed this, no writing during meetings. You always lose yourself during and don't pay attention, Pride reprimanded. Sorry, but I just couldn't help it, Lust whines. Pride then continued, as I was saying, I always considered the Diabolos cult to be the bad and we, Shadow Garden, the good, but Master didn't think so, his resolve was much higher than that. Gluttony aka Zeta nodded her head, the perception of a higher being of such caliber is difficult to interpret. Now the reason for this meeting, Master's words have made me realize that we aren't living up to that resolve and so we must do something. Master has started doing things himself, things that should have been our job to do. Greed the posters. Greed aka Gamma then took out stacks of wanted posters from her shadow and put them on the table. As you can see, one of the Diabolos cult goals in yesterday's incident was to frame Master with the crimes of mass murder, false imprisonment, arson, and robbery, Pride read out from the poster with a playful smirk. But they fail and badly at that. Pride's smirk then went away as quickly as it came. However, they didn't fail because of us, they failed because of Master. Master went and did our job, basically calling us incompetent. Wrath aka Delta then slammed the table and stood up, pushing her chair back as she did what? Bossa didn't say that, don't lie. Pride looked at Wrath without saying a word, which caused Wraith to flinch and pulled the chair back in place and sit back down. Sorry, Wraith said, which she then pouted and crossed her arms. Bossa would never say that about Delta, I mean Wrath. Gluttony then scoffed, stupid dog doesn't even remember her own title, maybe she should just get it permanently, change it to Mutt. Wrath then growled towards her direction and said, stupid kitty is just mad that the one Master was calling incompetent was her, Wrath said with a pleased expression, having come up with such a good counter even though she had to sound out incompetent to actually say it. What did you say, you wet stinking dog? Gluttony hissed. But before their argument could escalate any further, they felt pressure, a hint of killing intent was felt towards their direction, scaring both of them, causing their animal's instinct to go crazy. They quickly turned their heads and looked towards Pride, who was looking at both of them with a cold expression. They felt cold sweat start gathering down their back, they both then apologized, muttering a sorry before sitting down. They both then looked at each other and scoffed, turning their heads in opposite directions. I never said Master called us incompetent, I only said that it was implied. We couldn't even make sure our name and Master's name were not slandered. It is our job to look out for such a thing and take care of it as soon as it pops up, but Master took care of. While we were waiting twiddling our thumbs, Master sent his soldiers throughout the entire kingdom and took them out and collected the wanted posters from their hands. This is why I say we should step up our game and actually get productive. That's why I have decided that we will be going to Lindworm, during the Goddess Trail, and destroy and get everything we will ever need, Pride explained as soon as Wrath and Gluttony calmed down. Pride then started giving everyone their mission and task. Chapter 81, Chapter 80R18. Third-person POV. Cid was seen in his dorm lying in bed reading a book about the ancient languages. As he was reading, he felt his shadow start moving and an appearance soon appeared. It was Ada, who shot up from his shadow and threw herself onto Cid in his bed. Darling. She called out and wrapped her hands around him. Cid lifted his book and looked at Ada with a raised brow. What are you doing here? Two things. 1, Alpha wanted you to come to Lindworm in a few days, and 2, I invented something amazing and I still haven't got rewarded. Ada looked up from his chest and pouted at him. Cid smirked when he saw this was going and threw his book into his shadow. He flipped Ada over and threw her onto his bed. You're right, he said as he went down and kissed her, and as he did, Ada wrapped her arms around his neck and pulled his face closer, ruffling his hair. He stopped his kissing and continued to look down on Ada. You do deserve some kind of award. Cid started to kiss her neck, making her let out subtle moans. Cid then started tracing his lips down from her neck into her collarbone, shoulders. Cid destroyed the slime suit they were both wearing and went down to her well-developed breast that seemed to fit perfectly in his hands. Cid wrapped his lips around her pink bub and pinched and twisted the other, turning it like he was tuning a radio. Cid licked, bit, and sucked on her rose-colored bud, making her moan out loud. Aya Master, Ada moaned while holding Cid's head. Cid then stopped pinching and twisting her nipples and just continued to such on them. He used his now free hand and slowly snaked his way towards Ada's lower region. As he ran his hand across her slit, Ada moaned, and Cid retracted his hand, showing Ada. Looks like somebody is clearly excited, he smirked when he saw Ada's blush. He licked the finger that ran across her slit, making Ada blush even further. Delicious, he said while licking his lips. He started to then kiss Ada once again and insert his fingers inside of her. MMMHM. Chapter 83, Chapter 82. Third person's POV. A few days has passed since Cid's naughty night with Ada, who later on woke up feeling both sore and satisfied. Cid was seen on a train ride sitting in front of Rose in a private compartment. About what happened at school the other day. Something is off about the situation, Rose said with a pondering expression. Oh yeah? Cid asked, just trying to make conversation. The group of black-cloaked men who claimed the name Shadow Garden and the men who was with those girls also claiming to be from Shadow Garden were from two different organizations. And how did you come to that conclusion? Cid said while looking at her with a smirk and a raised eyebrow. The way they fought was nothing alike. The black-cloaked men fought with a fairly regular well-known stance while Azrael. Cid asked, trying to see what she had to say about it. That's the name the men who was with the girls goes by. And you know this because? Cid looking at Rose questioningly. Alright, you see, when I was little my father came to Midgar for a diplomatic discussion with the king, but during that time I was kidnapped and held for ransom. When I was captured he appeared suddenly in the middle of the night and killed all of my kidnappers, saving my life. As he was leaving I impulsively asked for his name, in which he told me to call him Azrael. Cid nodded his head, which prompted Rose to continue what she said earlier. As I was saying, I saw the way the both groups fought. Azrael's group is just in a completely different league. Plus, like I said, Azrael saved my life when I was a little girl. He's a good person, so he wouldn't have just committed a terrorist attack like that. So what do you make of the situation? Cid asked. I believe the ones that attacked the school are trying to pin the blame/incriminate Azrael's group/organization. I'm still trying to figure out why and how I could help. Excuse me? Cid asked, being taken by surprise. I am someone who always believe in returning the favor. He saved my life, so I wish to help him out from this predicament just like how he helped me. Do they even need your help? Didn't he save you again against the other black-cloaked men when they were trying to overwhelm you? No offense, Cid said with a teasing smirk which Rose picked up on. She pouted as her turned red. I may not be strong, but I'm still a princess. I was mostly thinking about using some connections to try and investigate. Cid just chuckled and shook his head, which just caused Rose's pouting to increase. What's so funny? But before Cid could say anything the train suddenly stopped. They both looked out the window and realized that they arrived at their destination. It looks like we arrived, the holy land of Lindworm, Rose said as they both started getting up and exiting the train. Rose and Cid started walking side by side. Why don't we go sightseeing for it? It could be fun, Rose suggested. Sure, this place looks like it's full of energy, there's so many people around. And so they did just that. Rose and Cid started exploring Lindworm, trying out different foods by the stall together. Checking out accessories and different objects that were being sold, until they came across a long line of people. Whoa, so many people. Rose said while looking at the long line. Wait a minute. Is that a signing session for my favorite author, Natsum? She yelled excitedly. She then grabbed Cid's wrist and started pulling him towards the long line. I am a big fan of hers, oh my god. Do you know about her? She is a very big deal. Surely you must have heard of her. Let's go and stand in line together. Rose dragged Cid towards the line and they waited for their turn to meet Natsum. While waiting, Rose kept talking about the different books Natsum had released. My favorite ones are Romeo and Juliet, Little Red Riding Hood, Cinderella. Honestly, now that I'm saying them, it's hard to pick a favorite. Cid just listened to everything with a weary smile on his face. Slowly but surely they made their way through the long line and reached Natsum, also known as Beta, the sin of lust. Next please. Beta calls. Rose and Cid soon stood in front of Natsum. Rose immediately started asking her questions. Your stories are all so amazing. How do you even come up with them? What's your inspiration? You are just simply brilliant. Why thank you, Natsum says with a smile, but her smiles widen when she sees Cid. Meanwhile, Cid just looks at her with a teasing smile and asks, yeah, I'm also curious how you come up with them. You must be the smartest and most artist person to walk the planet. Rose just nodded her head in agreement and looked at Natsum with anticipation for an answer. Natsum started blushing slightly when she realized Cid was teasing, but she gained her composure and smiled back. She puts a finger by her lips and winks at them. Let's just say this is a secret for me to keep close to my heart. Hearing this, Cid just shook his head and rolled his eyes. While Rose nodded her head as if she understood what Natsum was talking. Natsum signed a book for both of them and she wrote a bit extra on Cid's book and handed them the books. She smiled once again as she said, thank you both for your support. And with that she called for the next person. As they both walked off, Rose lets out a satisfied sigh. That's so romantic. Cid then looked at her like she was crazy. What? He asked, totally confused. What at any point in their interaction was anything romantic mentioned? Ah, you didn't realize. I guess then it's only something a girl would understand, Rose said while shaking her head. Can't you just explain it to me? Cid asked, still lost and trying to figure out what was romantic about the bullshit Beta was spouting. Sigh, very well, she's in love. When she says that she's keeping her inspiration close to her heart, it means it's someone special, someone she loves. Really? Cid asked while looking at her with a deadpan expression. Rose nodded her head. What else could it possibly be if not love? Bullshit, answered in his head. Are you really sure it's love? Rose just shook her head. This is why I said this is something only a girl would understand. Cid then opened the book he was handed and saw the message Beta left behind in ancient runes. During the goddess trail, we shall kill the Pope and destroy the sanctuary, thus destroying a large power source of the cult. Well, that's dark, Cid snickered. If he didn't know anything and just read this, he would have had to do a spit take. Rose looked over and saw what Cid was looking at and saw the ancient rune language. Did she sign your book using ancient language? Why? She then went and checked her book and realized hers wasn't like that. Cid just closed the book and looked at her with a smirk. Isn't it obvious? I must have been her inspiration, and the only way to express it is through the ancient language. Rose just scoffed, thinking Cid was just teasing her, which he was. And the two continued exploring Lindworm, checking out the other main attractions. Chapter 84, Chapter 83 R18. Third person's POV. Both Cid and Rose decided to cut their date there since it was getting late. Rose to Cid to a room suite and said, "Come in. I arranged the lodgings here for tonight, you can use this suite freely." "Isn't this a bit too fancy for a suite? The chandelier is made out of gold, everything looks like it's made of gold," Cid said with a weary smile when Rose showed him the place he would be staying at. It would have been difficult to find any other place with available rooms even in a cheap inn at this point in time. Plus there's no need for any restraint between the two of us. Anyways, I have to meet some people. I was invited by the higher-ups of this town as a special guest of honor for the goddess trial. You just take it easy in here and rest, feel free to call room service if you need anything," Rose said while exiting the room and closing the door behind her. "Yeah, sure, thanks," Cid said as he watched Rose close the door, and as the door closed, Cid's shadow started to expand and outward came Beta wearing a maid outfit. When Cid turned towards Beta, he looked at her with a raised brow. "What are you wearing?" Beta just spun around in her frilly and short maid outfit, showing off a bit of her white garter belt underneath her skirt as she said, "Today for the rest of the night I would be personally in charge of dealing with all my master's desires." Beta put her arm under her breast, emphasizing their size, lowered her poster, and pulled at the top of her outfit, exposing her cleavage while saying, "So master, what would you like to do today? Something to eat, a warm bath? Or perhaps me?" Cid, although surprised, smirked at this. He grabbed her waist and pulled her closer, pressing their bodies together. "Come on, Beta, you already know the answer to that. It will always be you." Beta smirked proudly at that as Cid held her cheek, moving her hair out the way, and pressed their lips together, savoring each other's taste with their tongues. Chapter 85, Chapter 84 R18. Third person's POV. Cid was seen leaning back on the edge of a hot spring naked, with his eyes closed, enjoying the warmth it was offering him. "What are you doing here, Alexia?" Cid asked with a sigh. Alexia, who was next to him naked, just smirked. "The same thing you're doing. I'm enjoying the hot springs." Seeing Cid not saying anything, she just sighed. "It's really a coincidence. I was invited as a special guest for the goddess trial and as a recognizance for the Crimson Knights." "You're doing a mission for them? I thought you still had some bad blood with your sister," Cid asked, looking towards her with a raised brow. Alexia put on an irritated expression as she said, "Yeah, we still haven't gotten along, but that doesn't mean I just get to abandon my duties as a knight. After all, it's for the safety of my kingdom. There's been some nasty rumors of the bishop here, so I came to investigate it. Now the question is, how come you're here?" Alexia asked, her eyes traveling through his entire body before settling on his cock. "I was invited by a friend on a date here. She was also invited as a special guest and wanted me to come along with her." Alexia looked up from his cock and looked at Cid, annoyed. "Were you seriously on a date? We haven't even had a chance to establish what we are and you're already on a date with some floozy." Cid just rolled his eyes and pulled Alexia closer, bringing their naked bodies together. Alexia's face turned red in embarrassment at the sudden contact, which further reddened when she felt Cid scoop her up and put her in his lap. Cid lifted her chin and brought her in for a kiss. "Does that define our relationship?" Cid asked with a teasing smirk, which irritated Alexia. "How dare he make me feel this way?" Alexia looked at Cid. She pushed down her embarrassment and gave a teasing smirk right back. "I don't know, I think I need another one to make sure." Cod scoffed as he looked at her, pressing his forehead against hers. "Oh yeah." Alexia wrapped her arms around her neck as she pulled him closer, their nose and lips just inches away from each other. "Oh yeah," she said as pressed her lips against his. The longer they kissed, the more lost in each other's passion they became. Alexia turned her body and sat on Cid's shaft, close to penetrating her. Alexia started grinding her hips on his girth as their tongues wrapped against each other, making her moan inside his mouth. Cid slowly stopped kissing her and asked, "Are you sure you want to do this here? It's your first time after all, wouldn't you want to do it in a room or something?" Alexia slowly lifted her body and took a hold of Cid's erect cock. She positioned its head at the entrance of her slimy wet cave as she said, "What's more romantic than getting my first time being taken away in a hot spring with the sun rising right behind us?" Chapter 86, Chapter 85. Third person's POV. Cid was seen walking between an alleyway in the middle of the night, thinking of fun he just had with Beta and then Alexia. "What are you doing in these alleys? Did you see the whole thing?" a random guy says, drawing out his sword preparing to attack. "Did you see what happened in the church?" he asked, sounding paranoid. Cid just looked at him confusing before realizing what he's talking about. Ah, you must be talking about the murder of Archbishop Drake. Cid's eyes glowed slightly purple and saw Alpha standing in front of the statue of the hero Olivier. Hero Olivier. Alpha said without taking her eyes off the statue, all we wish for is to know the truth. What were you doing in the sacramental grounds? The more we unravel the dark mysterious of history, the more intertwined the lies and true become. Alpha turns to the corpse on the right, and you Archbishop Drake, what is it that you were hiding? Just who killed you? Were you cast away out of fear that people would be looking into the rumors about you? There's no way you can answer of course, unless Master himself demands you to answer him. Arise, Cid said, freaking out the guy in front of him. He pointed his sword at Cid. I must kill you to silence you, you know too much, it's your fault in the first place for knowing things you shouldn't have. But Cid didn't pay him any attention, he just looked at the Archbishop's corpse through Alpha's shadow. Its shadow came to life and kneeled before Alpha, taking her by surprise. She sighed with a smile when she saw the shadow soldier before her. I see, so Master is watching over me, thank you. Alpha then turned her attention towards a large white door with grandiose decorations. Now we wait, until the gates of the sacramental grounds open tomorrow, but for now I'll just have to ask you some questions. Alpha said, addressing the Archbishop's shadow soldier next to her. Cid's eyes stopped glowing and saw the guy that was in front of him start running in his direction with his sword in a swinging motion. But Cid didn't do anything and just watched with a small grin. The next moment the sound of someone snapping their fingers was heard, which was followed up by the guy's head exploding. It's fancy seeing you here, Master. Epsilon said with a happy expression. Epsilon went on her tiptoes and kissed Cid, which Cid responded in kind. I see you have gotten better with your sound magic. Cid said, breaking off the kiss and looking at the guy's exploded head next to them. Epsilon sighed when she heard that. Yeah, but now killing them became so easy that it take away the fun of it. Epsilon then shook her head. Anyways, my lord, I still have bad guys to hunt and kill. I'll see you later. She kissed Cid one more time before jumping towards the rooftops and running away. The next day, Cid was standing by the railing by the Colosseum watching the start of the goddess trials. A fat, nearly balding man came to the center of the stage and started speaking. Finally, the day of the goddess trial is here. As Archbishop Drake had to go on a leave on urgent business, I, Nelson, will be taking over the duties of this opening ceremony. While Nelson continued on talking, Alexia was narrowing her eyes in his direction, looking at him from her seat with the other special guest. Natsum, also known as Beta, was to Alexia's right, while Rose was to her left. This Nelson guy, he's suspicious, I don't like him. After having a fantastic time with Cid, I decided to check out and investigate the disappearance of the Archbishop, but he turned me away at any chance he could. Alexia thought to herself and put a hand on her chin, pondering over the matter. Someone must have wanted to make sure the Archbishop wouldn't spill anything, and if there's another thing I don't like. Alexia's eyes turned towards Natsum, who was standing up waving at everyone that was cheering for her. Alexia's face scowled slightly towards her direction. It's this shady woman right next to me. She might be a genius novelist or whatever, but it's obvious she's trying to suck up to people. And she's showing off her cleavage on purpose. As Natsum was about to sit back down on her seat, she turned towards Alexia and looked at her with a condescending expression. This bitch should just go die in a ditch somewhere. She's using her position as a princess and a school friend to get close to my men. This cheap bitch even had the decency to get saved by my husband when she was kidnapped and came looking for us to be with him. I'm his princess, it should be me that shall be saved and carried away in his strong arms. Luckily I had the chance to be embraced by them, which this bitch won't have the pleasure of ever experiencing. Natsum thought to herself arrogantly. Alexia, when she noticed Natsum's expression, became irritated. She gritted her teeth. They both looked at each other and one could practically see the sparks flying between them. While that was going on, Rose was simply enjoying her drink, sipping it through a straw. This is quite good. Meanwhile, Cid was watching Alexia's and Beta interaction with each other while chuckling to himself. Cid returned his gaze towards the Archbishop. He had his arms spread out and announced, "This dome of light won't allow any interference until one of the parties is unable to fight. So the fights cannot be stopped until someone falls to the ground. Now then," he continued, "our first challenger on this glorious occasion is a traveler from Bigalta, the country of swords, Anaros. As Anaros can onto the battle stage the silhouette of a warrior in armor appear. That is, the memory of the warrior Balga. Our very first challenger successfully summoned someone. Things are heating up already," Nelson continued to narrate. Anaros and Balga didn't say anything and just continued looking at each other before they both shot themselves towards each other with their sword in hand, ready to clash. Chapter 87, Chapter 86. Cid's POV. So fucking boring. Their fights aren't even interesting. The only good fight was when Anaros went up and it was mediocre at best. Even the girls on the special guest seats looked bored. Beta and Alexia are only entertaining themselves by giving each other the stinkies, while Rose is just enjoying the food. Good thing my turn is near. Rose still went ahead and added my name in the event. The funny thing is I heard her whispering to herself through the shadow soldier I left in her shadows when she was filling out the form. She said something along the lines of, he some people already know strong Cid is, but with this his name would reach far and wide and no one would then oppose our union. It looks like my curse strikes again, I'm too handsome, sigh hi. After the last challenger got beaten by the memories of one of the warriors, the announcers called me up to the stage. Time for the next challenger to step forth. A young man from the Spellsword Academy of Midgar. Cid Kagenou. Showtime, I thought to myself as I unleashed a hint of Conqueror's hockey, creating an oppressive atmosphere causing almost everyone to start sweating and breathing heavily due to the suffocating feeling. As I was away from everyone and made sure no one was looking, I appeared in the sky wearing my shadow persona. Who is that? Shouted someone from the audience while pointing towards me. To them I just appear as a black silhouette with a sword in hand and my long coat fluttering in the wind. As everyone started to look up, I let gravity take control and drop me to the stage. As the ground beneath me cracks and caves in, creating a large explosion of dust, once again appearing as a silhouette, as a shadow. I swung my slime-made ebony sword, clearing the dust, letting everyone get a perfect view of me. Shadow. Alexia shouted, standing up from her seat in shock. Rose also rises from her seat in shock at seeing me, but her words get caught by the tip of her tongue. While Beta also stood up in surprise as I didn't tell any of the girls about this. There are 2 reasons why I didn't say anything. 1, there really was no need, and 2, this is one of the events I wanted to go the same as it was told. I haven't actively gone after a girl since my arrival into this world. My relationships with the other girls just naturally happen, but Aurora is one woman I'm willing to actively pursue. The chance of her not appearing when I step in is really low, but not zero. And if something happened and I wasn't able to meet her, I would be quite sad at the missed opportunity, so this event needed to go as it was told. The Nelson guy looked towards my direction in shock. So your shadow. Gather the holy knights. I don't know what he's after, but don't let him escape, he ordered. Strips of runes start to fly around me, gathering information about me to see who would be worthy would be. Reading the runes, a smile tugged on my lips. That light. Beta shouted in surprise. Here comes the opponent of Shadow. Alexia yelled out in anticipation. A white light shone brightly on stage with runes shattering, spelling something else, something Beta read out loud, Aurora. It can't be. Nelson shouted nervously, did he actually summon her memory? Was Shadow chosen by her, then? The Witch of Ruins, Aurora. Pick of the woman that has my heart. As she appeared before me, I zoned out the world around me and just focused on, apart from being beautiful, she is powerful. Although I know I'm going to win, it doesn't mean I'm not going to enjoy this fight. I paid attention to her every single movement, as she is doing the same to me. A conversation with just the twitches and little movement of our bodies. And so I say with my body, I say, ladies first, which caused a tiny smile to form in her otherwise cold face. If it wasn't for my enhanced and superior senses, I would have missed it. She sent a wave of magic through the floor of the arena, causing it to break when it reached my destination, trying to harm me. When I simply moved out the way, her magic came out from the ground and started compressing itself together, creating pure solid construct made of her magic. These constructs took the form of various weapons which floated in the air, aimed towards me. Aurora sent the magic-made weapons flying towards my direction. When they were about to make contact, I simply used ruler's authority to stop them in their tracks. With a point of my finger, I willed her magic-made weapons to point towards her direction. But before I could return her weapons towards her, she willed her magic constructs to go berserk and explode. I swung my blade around me, collecting all the explosion's power and stored it into my sword, where I proceeded to send the explosion's power back towards her with a slash. Aurora moved back, dodging the slash, which only ended up creating a large gash on the ground. Aurora's grin broadened, as she released a small chuckle. She summoned more of her magic remained in its pure form but just made it sharper and pointer. She sent them flying towards me. I simply deflected with my sword, but as I did, she constructed a scythe in her hands and made her way towards me. With a smile on my face, I go meet her in the middle, where a large explosion of force occurs due to our strengths, which kicked up a dust storm. She waved her scythe towards me, trying to cut me, but I deflected it, and sent a slash of my own. With each second we exchange moves, the more our speed increases, to the point that the dust that was once obscuring us was swept away. Our bodies moved together as if we were dancing a dangerous dance, even if it wasn't of any danger towards me. Aurora backed away and sent multiple slashes made with her magic towards me, which I just ran towards them and cut them apart with my sword. When I arrived before her, I swung my blade in a straight line. She tried to block it with the blade of her scythe, but all it ended up doing was break it. She jumped back, but instead of creating more constructs, she turned her magic into a red liquid form, where she proceeded to send it towards me as a type of long projectile from every direction. I maneuver myself through the air, dodging it all. I placed my feet on top of it and slid across them, using it as a slide to make my way around them. I used my sword to cut any of those projectiles that came too close. As I cut through them all, I disappeared from her view and cut right through her image, ending the fight. But before she disappeared, I whispered in a way only she could hear, I'll see you soon, causing her to smile and widen her eyes in surprise and shatter as if she was made out of glass. I mentally called upon Igris, who appeared before me. He held out his cape. I walked into the cape, disappearing from everyone's eyes and reappearing a few meters away from the Colosseum. And after a few seconds, Igris sank into the shadow and reappeared inside mine, leaving everyone back on the Colosseum with their mouths open in shock at such a display of skill. Chapter 88, Chapter 87. Third Person's POV. When Shadow emerged from the sky and summoned Aurora, the Witch of Ruins, Alexia looked confused. Aurora? Who is that? I have never heard of that name before. Nelson was the one to answer. She's the one that plunged the world into chaos and destruction a long time ago. Even within the church only a few know of her, which is why I'm not allowed to tell you much more. It's time for the sin of lust to do her job, Beta thought before looking at Nelson with puppy dog eyes and putting her hair behind her ear to emphasize them. I'd love to learn more from you, mister. Nelson didn't even bat an eye and started to immediately spill everything he knew. She was also called the most wicked woman in history. She should be able to defeat this Shadow guy no problem. Wow. Really? That's so amazing, I never knew. Beta said in a cutesy voice while putting her hands together. Alexia looked at Natsum, also known as Beta, with a frustrated expression as if she wanted to strangle her. But Beta wasn't paying any attention to her, so she took out her book and proceeded to write the cool scene in front of her. As expected of my husband, he looks amazing in absolutely any way you look at him, Beta thought to herself smugly. The way he's looking at her, my lady senses are tingling, is Master attracted to her? He's zoning out everything around him and only focusing on her. Beta eyed her husband suspiciously. Rose, who saw her writing things in her notes, asked, "Oh, are you taking notes for your next book?" Beta went back to her Natsum persona and nodded her head. Gathering information is one of the keys to becoming a good author. She then looked at the two of them staring at each other and narrowed her eyes. Just what is Master thinking? Does he know something we don't? And if he does, what is it and how is it related towards the Witch of Ruins? The plan has changed. Follow whatever Master is doing. It looks he knows something, Beta said to the wind. Due to her control of the wind, nobody heard anything and controlled it to go through her shadows and end up with Epsilon, who was in the audience. Epsilon used her sound magic to listen to what Beta said and nodded her head towards her direction and looked back towards Shadow as they began their fight. The more the fight between Aurora and Shadow processed, the more in shock they became. They were left speechless and watched it all with their mouths hanging opening. Shadow disappeared from their view, and the next thing they knew, Aurora shattered like glass. A black knight appeared from underneath him and spread out his cape where Shadow entered and disappeared before the knight sunk into his own shadow as well. Aurora lost? Rose asked in surprise. Impossible. It can't. How could he? No way. Knights search everywhere for his location and do not stop until you find him, Nelson shouted. But before anyone could do anything, a blinding light shone from the place Aurora was defeated. What's going on now? Rose shouted while covering her eyes. When the blinding light disappeared, a giant doorway appeared, leaving Nelson in shock. What? The sacramental grounds reacted. Reacted? Rose asked. Which Nelson quickly explained, this is the only day of the year its doors may open. Depending on who tries to open them, there are three possibilities. The gate of the unwelcome, the gate of the summoned, and the gate of the accepted, and there's no way to tell which one's which until you entered. And what's inside? Rose asked, looking at the door with a hint of apprehension. Investigating this is our job. With this thing here, the trail can't continue any further. Everyone please low. No you don't, sorry, but you'll be staying put while this gate is opened, except for you, Archbishop Nelson. You will be coming with us, Alpha interrupted, appearing with Delta and Epsilon. Shadow Garden. Rose shouted in surprise, remembering seeing them during the school's terrorist attack. I'll leave the rest to you, Envy, Alpha said, ignoring Rose. Epsilon nodded her head in acceptance of her orders. As Alpha started to walk towards the entrance of the sacramental grounds, Archbishop Nelson tried to stop her. Stop. Don't you dare enter the sacramental grounds. No one is allowed near that gate. Delta took a hold of Beta, wrapping her arm around her neck, while Epsilon pointed her sword at her. Knock that off, Archbishop, one wrong move and she gets it, Epsilon said coldly. No. Natsum. Please don't hurt her. If you're going to take anyone, take me. Rose pleaded. Beta then put on a performance and started acting like a victim. Ugh, please don't hurt me, she cried with tears in her eyes. Oh no, whatever are we going to do? I guess we have no choice but to sacrifice her. She will be missed terribly. Anyways, Alexia with a deadpan expression and a monotone voice. What? How can you say such a thing? Would you really sacrifice one of this world's best authors and doom this world of her writing? Rose asked, looking at Alexia with tears in her eyes. Epsilon just looked towards Nelson and said, "Come with me, Archbishop," and no funny movement. Fools. Nelson said, his bald head shining against the sun. Did you really think I wouldn't have backup? A knight dressed in black armor appeared behind Epsilon as Nelson then shouted, "Now! Executioner Veman!" As the Black Knight raised his sword ready to swing it down, blood bursted out from in between the cracks of his armor causing him to crumble on the floor, shocking Nelson. What? What did you do? Nelson shouted in surprise. Epsilon just gave him an arrogant smirk looking at him as he was beneath her and pointed towards her heart. Nothing much, let's just say the sound of my beating heart isn't something nice to hear. The Archbishop was still in shock and couldn't comprehend her words. Epsilon's eyes then turned into dragon slits and demands for him to move. If you don't move it and head inside in the next 5 seconds, you're next. Nelson started shaking in fear and quickly nodded his head before he started running towards the gates. Everyone else that was around soon followed. Meanwhile, Cid was wearing his casual clothing standing in front of the gates in the middle of forest. He reached out his hand, pushing the door open and with a smirk said, "Daddy's home." Chapter 89, Chapter 88. Third person's POV. As soon as he entered, Cid saw Aurora chained up against a wall smiling at him. Cid returned the smile as he then said, "I know I said I'll see you soon, but who knew it would be so soon?" Aurora chuckled at that. "I have a feel you knew." Cid just snapped his fingers causing the chains holding her to shatter, which caused her to let out a sigh of relief and start stretching. "Phew, thank you for saving me. I've been trapped here for 1,000 years, so it's been a while since I was last free. Say, wanna cooperate with me to escape from here? The sanctuary is like a maze on the inside and we can't use magic freely. The core of the center of the sanctuary continuously drains our magical power. However, if we manage to destroy it we will be released from this place. I just so happen to know the way out of this place. Follow me," she said as she took the lead and started walking in front. She pushed the door that was in front of them which led them towards a forest area. A little girl was seen crying to herself. "Is this a memory of yours?" Cid asked her when he saw her staring at it. Aurora grimaced a bit when he mentioned probably not wanting to remember it or be associated with it, since to her it was a past she was most ashamed of. She walked up towards the little and smacked the living hell out of it, shattering it into pieces. "Let's just say that I can't really remember it as my memories are incomplete." The entire forest area shattered when the image of her younger self was destroyed. They were soon in a destroyed town that looks like it has just experienced war. Buildings were destroyed, the corpses of soldiers were littered everywhere, and in the middle of it was the same girl curled up crying. "You're crying again," Cid said with a raised brow, which caused Aurora to sigh. "I was a crybaby in the past, but crying doesn't change anything." Aurora went and picked up a sword, and as she swung it, Cid picked her up and carried her in Princess Carry, which surprised her. She then noticed the corpses of the night were getting up and one of them attacked the place she was at. "The corpses. The sanctuary is rejecting us, it doesn't intend to let us go." She stopped midway and looked at Cid with a deadpan expression. "Are you seriously feeling my breast right now?" Cid, whose hands were indeed touching and squeezing the side of her boob, nodded his head in all seriousness. "Absolutely," he said without any hint of shame or embarrassment. Aurora looked at Cid in surprise, expecting him to at least deny it or get flustered at being discovered, not be someone so shameless. Aurora could help but sigh. "Here I was hoping I would be rescued and protected by a knight, all I got in return is a pervert." As the corpses got up and took a hold of their weapons, Cid just looked at Aurora in his arms with a smirk. "You said you wanted to be protected by a knight, right? Well, there's just this one move I always wanted to try." Aurora looked at Cid with a raised brow and waited to see what he would do. Her eyes widened in surprise as Cid's body started to be covered in what appeared to be a black and glowing purple suit of armor without a helmet. When she met Cid's eyes, her expression widened and her fascination grew. She took a hold of his face and looked into his eyes. "Dragon eyes." She gasped in surprise. "How? Just how is it possible? Wait, how are you doing this? How are you using magic in the first place?" she asked in astonishment. "I'm just awesome, that's how," Cid said with a smirk, which caused her to scoff. "It seems you don't believe me." Cid sidestepped and dodged a sword that a zombie swung at him. "Here, let me show how awesome I am. It's been a while since I have bragged about my power," Cid said as he disappeared from where he was standing while still holding Aurora. He reappears sliding on the ground slightly as the head of the corpse exploded into a gory mess, and blood staining his boot, with Aurora perfectly fine in his arms. He pushes himself off the ground and disappears and reappears with 3 more heads exploding at the same time, making Aurora look at him in amazement. "You're not using magic to boost yourself. The armor you're wearing isn't made of magic, it's made of something else, something I can't seem to identify, and it's not being used as a boost, it's mostly there to look cool, but my instincts are telling me I wouldn't be able to lay a finger on your body. Then there's your heart," she said as her and Cid disappeared and reappeared throughout the battlefield, killing all of the sanctuary's defenses. Aurora then gained a look of fear and took her hand away from his face. "JJ, just what are you? You know, previously you called me a pervert for just touching your boob, but you just used your magic to examine my entire body inside and out. If anything, you're more perverted than me," Cid said, ignoring her question, said with a teasing smirk. Aurora blushed when she heard that, since it was technically true. Cid didn't say anything else as he finished killing all of the sanctuary defenses. When he was done he looked at Aurora as his dragon eyes glowed in a deep beautiful color. You wanted to know who I am, right? Cid smirked as he asked her. I'm a nobody, I'm just the monarch of death. Cid looked at all of the bodies scattered throughout the field. Arise, Cid demanded, causing multiple shadow soldiers wearing knight armor appeared and kneeled down before him. Aurora started shaking in his arms. At first Cid thought he ended up scaring her. But when he looked at her face he could swear he saw stars in her eyes. So cool, she shouted in amazement. She got up from his arms and looked at the shadow soldiers before her. She started poking them with her fingers and examined every part of their shadow bodies. Just how are you doing it? These beings you used were made just a physical memory. How could you take control of them and make them all belong to you? She said as she wanted to learn more about them. She turned toward Cid and became even more curious about him. She stood up from examining the shadow soldier and walked up towards him and looked him in his eyes. You are perhaps the most fascinating and mysterious man I have ever met. Your power and magic are simply out of this world. I can't help but want to get to know you more. Cid raised a brow and looked at Aurora with a teasing smile. Are you flirting with me? Cid disappeared and reappeared in front of Aurora and took a hold of her waist as he looked her in the eyes with his glowing purple dragonic eyes. Cause if you are, then that's good. That just means I won't have to feel bad when I take someone as beautiful as you out of here and make you mine. Aurora blushed at his advances, especially while looking into his eyes. She has been alone for 1,000 years. She doesn't even remember the last time she held a proper conversation, any less when some flirted with her and tried to get with her. While looking at his eyes, Aurora started taking notice of his face and started to realize something. Wait a minute, he's actually really good looking. I didn't pay attention to that at first, but now that he's this close up I can't deny that he's freaking hot and exactly my type. Aurora then shook her head and patted his cheek, maybe in another lifetime, and distanced herself away from him, leaving Cid standing there in shock. Did I really just get rejected? He thought to himself while Aurora went to pick up a sword from the ground and stab her younger self, causing the area to shatter completely, leaving them in front of a large chained-up double door. Chapter 90, Chapter 89. Third Person's POV. A few minutes earlier. Everyone who was by the sanctuary entrance soon followed Epsilon as she followed the sweating Nelson inside. When they all entered, Alpha first gave Epsilon her orders. I'll leave the investigation of the sanctuary to you. Epsilon made a military salute. Yes, ma'am. It shall be done. Alpha then turned towards Alexia and Rose and looked at them for a while before sighing. Why are the two of you even here? We mean no harm, Before Rose could finish her sentences, Alexia interjected. It's a door, it was opened, so we entered. It was accessible towards everyone. Alpha looked at her for a moment and wondered what the consequences would be if she slapped her. Alpha inwardly sighed as she decided not to and be the mature person about it. Especially in front of all her subordinates, since they would just look at her weirdly. Fine, I'll allow it, she said as she turned back around and faced the giant statue of the hero Olivier. In fact, it might be better if the two of you acquire this knowledge of the truth of which the Diabolos cult has kept hidden. The Diabolos cult. Is it related to them? Alexia whispered to herself, remembering what occurred during her kidnapping. Alpha then reached for her hood that was covering her face. Nelson, Alexia, Rose looked at Alpha in shock. She looked almost identical to the statue in front of them. Alexia then narrowed her, looking more closely at Alpha's face. She looks familiar but at the same time not. Just who is she? Alexia thought to herself while examining Alpha's facial features, which Alpha noticed, causing her to inwardly smirk. Alpha then continued where she left off. We have mostly figured out the truth, the demon possessions, the fact that the cult's true goal isn't the resurrection of the demon Diabolos, So they are related. It was the Diabolos cult, as she called them, that kidnapped me for the supposed resurrection of a demon, Alexia thought amidst Alpha's speech, remembering her time as a captive. As well as the reason why the hero Olivier looks exactly like me. Alpha said with a hand on her chest. Nelson was in shock upon seeing Alpha. What, you? Weren't you supposed to have died after being possessed? Impossible. Are you telling me you somehow found a way to survive and awaken purely based on your strength? The methodology for such a feat has long been lost. Nelson shouted, about to get close to Alpha. But Delta growled and pulled him back, baring her fangs. Zip it, Baldy. Alpha then went on to explain the story about the hero Olivier. Long ago in these lands, the hero Olivier faced off against the demon Diabolos and sealed its left arm. However, the cost was by no means small. Countless warriors lost their lives. The magical power they left behind kept swirling, turning into the core of this place, the sanctuary. This is the grave of lingering ancient memories and resentment. Everyone felt a deep chill travel down their spines as Olivier's statue started to glow a faint golden color. Alpha's blue eyes then turned into a pair of golden dragon ones, intimidating anyone that stared at them for too long. Now, answer my call, Olivier. Let us behold those memories of yours. Alpha said with a serious tone. The scenery then started to change as if they were being transported somewhere else. Rose and Alexia looked around the place. This is. Rose started, a prison. Alexia finished her sentence. Alexia looked around and was in shock at what she found inside. There were little kids all locked up inside, looking malnourished and wounded. Help me. It hurts, please stop. I'm hungry. Make the pain go away. The cries and plead of the little kids resounded through their cells, making Alexia look up in horror. This is just cruel, what on earth is this, Alexia said while covering her mouth to stop herself from puking at such a sight. Demon possession, Beta mumbled in a cold, emotionless voice, detaching herself from the situation and keeping her emotions in control. Alpha, whose eyes returned to normal, then started to explain. Long ago, the organization would gather orphans with no relatives to carry out a certain experiment. An experiment? Alexia asked in confusion. Diabolo's cells. The experiment was to plant these cells inside children's bodies in order for them to attain power equal to that of a demon. The vast majority of those kids exhibited a rejection towards these cells and ended up dying. Only a few girls managed to display compatibility with the cells. One of those girls was the hero Olivier, Alpha explained to them. Wait a minute, all of that hero and demon stuff you keep talking about, are these the same one from the fairy tale? Rose asked as the scenery started to change once again. It should Olivier putting her sword back in its sheath as the left arm of Diabolos laid on the ground. Someone has rewritten history to make it so. For example, Olivier in the story was said to be a man, but that was not the case. With the success of the experiment, that girl managed to obtain powers on par with a demon, and she was ordered by the cult to defeat Diabolos. They made her believe that by doing so she would bring about peace. However, the cult had a different objective. Alpha continued. The scene changed once again and it showed people wearing black hoods and scientists studying the arm. Alpha then went and explained the scene in front of them. Their true aim was to monopolize that power and to further cultivate more Diabolos cells. That thing is. Rose said in shock, to which Alpha nodded her head. Diabolos' left arm, even after cutting it, still remained alive. The arm took a hold of one of the cult members and squeezed the life out of him, making blood explode everywhere. While that happened, the scene changed once again, showing a scientist with long white hair taking a hold of a red pill and swallowing it. Using the Diabolos cells that held such astonishing vitality, the cult managed to create a medicine that grants enormous power, as well as immortality. Alexia looked at the red pill in shock. That pill, it's exactly the same as the one Xenon consumed. Alpha then pointed to the scientists with long hair. Don't you see the resemblance between that man wearing the white coat? Alpha then pointed at Archbishop Nelson, and the acting archbishop. The effect is imperfect. It seems that the medicine was still defective, wasn't it? As to what that defect is, why don't you tell us? Alexia then looked at Nelson up and down and slammed her fist into her hand and made a face of realization. It makes you fat and ugly. A tick mark appeared on Nelson's shiny head, and just before he blew his top off, Alexia stuck out her tongue. Just kidding, you're just naturally like that. A certain part of the body keeps aging no matter what, right? You. Nelson shouted while glaring at Alexia and gritting her teeth. Alpha unexpectedly chuckled before continuing. You're right, about the aging on. I mean, the name of the medicine is Diabolos drops. Its defect is that one needs to consume 1 drop per year, otherwise the effects will be lost. That, and the amount that can be produced each year is very limited. That amount is precisely 12 drops per year, Nelson said with a growing grin on his face. The number of the Knights of the Round happens to be exactly 12 as well. Coincidence? I think not, Alpha says as she and Nelson stare at each other. A large grin is then plastered on Nelson's face. You're not wrong. I'm surprised you managed to find all of that out. The air around Nelson then started growing heavy and ominous. This, and only this, is something that I shall praise you for. I own the 11th seat of the Knights of the Round, Nelson the Avaricious. Unfortunately for you, this is our territory. No matter how much information you may have. Nelson's words were got short as a giant shadow claw swung across Nelson, dissecting him into pieces. Ah! Alexia looked at Nelson's now split and cut open body with shock, while Alpha just face palms. Oh come on Delta, are you incapable of obeying? Stay. Alpha asked while sighing. It's not Delta's fault, she shouted, pointing her index finger, now a large shadow claw overlapping with her normal hand, toward the bloodied Nelson. He's using the name Bossa gave Gamma, he deserves it. Nobody takes what Bossa has given out to us, Alpha-sama. Delta did nothing wrong. I'm sure Bossa would praise me. Delta exclaimed, sounding confident of her case. The scenery broke once again as it changed into just a completely blank room. Here he comes, Alpha announced. The closer you come to the center of the sanctuary, the more your magical power will be drained. I was planning to make my move after you're a bit weaker. Nelson then reappeared with a sword in hand, looking like nothing ever happened to him. Soon more and more Nelsons started appearing throughout the white room. But it matters no more, this area should be close enough, Nelson said as he surrounded Delta. Delta blinked a lot trying to understand what was she seeing. She even rubbed her eyes. So many baldies, his shiny head is bothering Delta's eyes. Nelson positioned himself to swing his sword at Delta. I hold the location advantage. Now come and try to take a bite out of me, you will mutt. He yelled as he swung his sword. Delta simply blocked it with the claws of her shadow hand, which shocked Nelson. Wait. How's that possible? How are you still able to use magic? Another Nelson appeared behind Delta with his sword already in a swinging motion, when suddenly a large wolf snout manifested from Delta's shadow and bit Nelson in half. Delta gave a bloodthirsty grin and her eyes turned into dragon slits. Delta has an awesome bossu and a terrible teacher that beats her up. Cid found that Delta's learning style favored action, instinct, and pressure, so he utilized Baru as her training partner to teach her how to wield shadow magic. By facing the challenges Baru presented, Delta was forced to adapt or face the consequences, making the training more effective for her. Another giant claw soon manifested in Delta's other hand, making Delta grin even wider and scarier. Alpha smiled towards Nelson and put on an expression of fake pity. Oh dear, it seems you've aroused her hunting instincts. Try not to go too far, Delta. Alpha smiled towards the end. Delta remained silent with a large toothy grin on her face, as she leaped towards the Nelsons. With her large shadow claws slashing and slicing, she dispatched each of Nelson's bodies with precision. Conjuring a giant wolf head from her shadow, it lunged forward, devouring 5 Nelsons in one bite. As it made a chewing motion, blood spurted from the corner of its mouth. Alexia's and Rose's faces paled at seeing such a gruesome, they couldn't but cover their mouths and turn away to stop themselves from vomiting. Although they turned their face away to not see it, they could still hear the sound of bones crushing, blood gushing, and fleshing being ripped apart. At the end they looked back as they heard the Archbishop screaming for help. The scene in front of them only made them feel sorry for the Archbishop. Puddles of blood stained the white floor, limbs everywhere, to the point they were stacked together forming a miniature mountain. Delta stood on top of the hill and let out a cry towards the sky, AWHOOOOOLLLLL. The remaining archbishops all tried running away when Delta stopped howling and focused her attention on them. Stay away from us, you beast. Nelson cried as he tried to run away. Ha 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 ha, yes, keep running from Delta. You'll only make the hunt better and more enjoyable, Delta exclaimed with delight in her voice. Alexia and Rose, seeing all of that, were having trouble deciding who the bad guys truly were. Delta disappeared from where she was standing and reappeared behind 2 Nelsons that were running away. She plunged her claw inside their torso easily and pulled out their spinal cords. Alpha then aimed her sword at the neck of the real Nelson and smirked. It looks like you can't replicate clones forever. Humans aren't skilled enough to control multiple bodies with one brain. You might as well have summoned target practices. Nelson backed away in horror. He raised his walking stick towards the sky and shouted, "Stay away. The sanctuary's power is far greater. Come to me, Olivier." The white ceiling breaks like it was just a scene and down came a clone of Olivier. As Olivier lands and opens her eyes, Alpha notices the emotionless and lifeless look in her eyes. Olivier, just as I thought you're. Ha 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 ha, are you my next QTOY? Delta asked with a grin. Epsilon suddenly appeared behind Alpha, reporting. I have explored the entire sanctuary and gathered the necessary information that we needed on this floor. Alpha smiled at Epsilon and nodded her head. I see, well done, that's enough wasting time, let's go. Are you running away? You're just cowards who stood no chance against Olivier. Nelson said arrogantly, simply forgetting he was pleading for his life a few seconds ago. Alpha looked at Nelson coldly as she then said, don't get the wrong idea. You are at the very bottom of our priorities, our business has already been taken care of. Alpha turned towards Delta. Come on Delta, we're leaving, she commended. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr say anything as her eyes just turned into dragon slits, which scared Delta out of her blood frenzy. Delta is sorry, please don't take my time away from Bossu. Delta apologizes. Delta looked at Alpha pitifully, which just causes Alpha to let out an exasperated sigh, before gathering everyone and sinking into her shadow with everyone else. It matters not their strange powers and magic, I remember their faces. Setting up a trap and acquiring their blood will be a huge achievement. For now I should take care of the other intruders still here, he thought to himself. Chapter 91, Chapter 90. Third person's POV. Cid smirked after getting rejected. You know it only makes me want you more, right? Aurora, standing before the chained double door, sighed while shaking her head with a small smile. She turned toward Cid and gave him a teasing smirk. Haven't been told no by a woman before. Cid smirked and walked up to her, holding her chin to make her look at him in the eyes. It's more of a if I want something for myself, I'll just take it. Aurora scoffed, smacking his hand away. She turned her head to the side, hoping he wouldn't notice her blush covering her cheeks. Quickly changing the subject, she started talking about the door in front of them. Aurora pulled on the chains in front of her. No good, it won't budge and I'm afraid I can't cut these chains either. There should be a key of sorts around here somewhere. Before Cid did anything towards the chain, Aurora looked around and realized that they were now in a different room. "Well, ain't that convenient," she said, causing Cid to look where she was looking. In front of them stood a golden sword embedded on a stone slab with what appeared to be ancient runes writing on it. "Only the blood of the hero can pull out the holy sword," Cid read out loud, taking Aurora by surprise. "You can actually read and understand that at a first glance," she exclaimed in surprise. Cid just nodded his head. "They may appear to just be ancient runes, but they're actually sophisticated magic runes." Aurora was shocked once again and knelt down to decipher it. After a minute she looked at Cid in surprise. "You're right, what you just said, it's exactly what's written here." She then looked at the slab and then at Cid and asked with a hint of wonder in her tone, "Is it thanks to your dragon eyes? Do they help you translate magic runes?" "They don't," Cid said, shaking his head. "They help me see the flow of magic everywhere, like I can see the magic flowing through the magic runes, but I wouldn't have known what they meant if I didn't study them." "Amazing," Aurora said, feeling quite jealous of his beautiful eyes. "Humph, too bad for you, that door won't open for the likes of you," Nelson said, walking towards them with Olivier walking right beside him. Aurora and Cid turned around to look at them. Nelson took a step back as sweat began dripping down his back when he saw Cid looking at him coldly with his dragon eyes. He quickly composed himself and tried to appear confident since he had Olivier with him. "Since you're here, that means you must be the one that summoned Aurora. You must be Shadow then." "It's good that you're here, that means I finally get a chance to end you," he exclaimed with a large grin. "You shall die after being led astray by that witch. Cut them to pieces, Olivier," he shouted with joy. "She really does look like Alpha, so this is the hero. Stand behind me, Aurora," Cid calmly said. Aurora, aware of Cid's strength even without using magic, did as she was told but still looked at Cid's back with worry in her eyes. Olivier sent a quick flying slash towards Cid, which would have been impossible to see for a normal person. Cid coated his fist with armament hockey and smacked the slash away with the back of his fist, sending it flying towards the walls next to him and creating a large cut. To test the hero's strength, Cid used a bit of his slime, which he always keeps with him, and created a sword. Olivier and Cid both disappeared from where they were standing and clashed in the middle, creating a powerful blast of wind due to the force. Nelson and Aurora had to hold their ground to not be blown away, with hands to their faces to stop the wind from bothering them, and Aurora's hair flowing behind her. Cid and Olivier's hands blurred as their swords clashed, shocking Nelson and Aurora. How can he keep up with her? He's not using magic. He's purely using his physical might, Aurora thought in awe. Cid side-kicked Olivier, sending her flying back. Cid followed and slashed his sword down. Olivier quickly regained her footing on the ground and blocked Cid's strike with the side of her blade, causing the ground beneath her to cave in. She pushed her sword up, forcing Cid's sword away from her, and thrusted her sword forward. Cid twirled his sword in his hand and blocked Olivier's sword with the side of its blade before their hands blurred once again, with Olivier trying to get a hit on Cid. They moved throughout the space they were in a blur, with the occasional sound of their blades striking against each other. Aurora and Nelson tried to follow their movements, but it was difficult for them to keep track. Cid then reappeared in front of Aurora while Olivier reappeared next to Nelson, back to the place they were before they started fighting. The next second, cracks started appearing throughout Olivier's entire body before she shattered like glass. Nelson was left speechless, unable to comprehend how Cid managed to not only defeat Olivier but did it effortlessly as well. In a final attempt, Nelson summoned multiple clones of Olivier. If purely her strength and skill isn't the answer, then numbers should be the solution. Seeing the numbers of clones, Cid then realized why people like to preach and explain their powers to their enemies. They liked to see the helplessness in their eyes when they realized they couldn't do anything to win. Cid started to then chuckled and shook his head, making Nelson nervous. "What's so funny?" "Ha ha ha ha, the funny thing is that you want to use numbers to try and win against me. Especially in a place like this." Aurora, who seen what Cid was capable of, smiled as she understood what he meant, while Nelson looking at Cid like he was an idiot. "What do you mean?" Nelson then nervously asked. Cid spread his hand slightly as he gained a massive grin on his face. "You want to fight me, the monarch of death and shadows on a graveyard, a place where the memories of thousands and thousands of warriors resides. Now I know what you might be thinking. What could I possibly do with the memories and resentment stored in this place?" "Right?" Cid asked, to which Nelson nodded his head, wanting to see what Cid was planning. "You see, as the monarch of death, the power of life and death are simple for a being such as I to wield." One of Cid's hands gained a golden glow, filled with vitality, while the other one was filled with darkness, as if it was sucking the life out of the air. "One of the many abilities I wield is to turn the souls of dead beings into my subordinates. My shadow soldiers." Nelson and Aurora looked lost on where Cid was going with this. "What are you talking about? If you don't hurry it up, I'll kill you sooner." Cid didn't listen to him and continued to explain. "An important question to ask is, what makes a soul? That is something I'm still trying to figure out, but one thing I'm sure of is that memories and strong feelings play a big part in it. Now, what would happen if I gave life to all these memories and resentment? Aurora and Nelson's eyes widened at the implications of what Cid was implying. Kill him. Kill him now before he does anything. Nelson shouted in fear. Cid gave Nelson a twisted grin as he glowed a bright golden color. Nelson covered his eyes to block out the glare, and soon, he was filled with a sense of energy and rejuvenation. When the golden light faded, Cid's eyes gained a purple hue. All the Olivier clones jumped towards Cid with their swords ready to kill him. Before they reached him, Cid smirked and said a single word that sent a shiver down Aurora and Nelson's backs. Arise. Multiple beings started forming surrounding Cid, their swords already drawn. Without hesitation, they ran towards the Olivier clones and started slashing and cutting their way through them. The thousands of shadow soldiers plunged their swords into the clones, destroying them without hesitation. Nelson turned around and tried to run when suddenly both his legs were cut by a flying slash of a sword. He cried out in pain and looked towards the culprit, his eyes widening in horror. It was a shadow soldier of Olivier herself. The shadow Olivier didn't do anything else and went on to destroy all of her clones. Cid looked down at the screaming Nelson with a smug expression. You should be glad, this is the first time I'm actually using this ability on someone. Rejoice, for you were chosen to experience it. Aurora, hearing this, decided to pay close attention to Cid's every move. Cid raised his sword in the air as magic power from this world started gathering around the sword. Cid's deep voice reverberated throughout the entire area in a distorted way. I am atomic. Cid plunged the sword into the ground, and everything went white for a while before exploding in a giant blast. His magic destroyed the entire area, leaving nothing behind as it obliterated everything in its path, leaving a large hole where the middle of the sanctuary was located. Meanwhile, Cid and Aurora reappeared in a forest close to the area of the hole. Aurora sighed, you are just full of surprises, you never cease to amaze me. Cid smirked and looked at her, shrugging his shoulders. What can I say? I'm just that awesome. Aurora smiled and nodded her head. Indeed, you are. She then started to feel faint and turned towards Cid. Thank you, she said, smiling warmly. What for? Cid asked with a raised brow. For destroying the sanctuary and making it disappear from this world, while also giving me a memory for me to enjoy. As Aurora was disappearing, she took a hold of Cid and kissed him on the lips, taking him by surprise. Thanks for one more memory, Aurora smirked. Cid took a hold of Aurora and stopped her from dissipating. Did you really believe that you were running away from me after kissing me like that? Aurora sighed as her arms were wrapped around Cid's head. I want to disappear. Please just let me go. Cid hearing this sighed and took her lips and started kissing her, not before giving you one more memory to go. Aurora smiled, understanding what he was implying. Okay, just one more memory, but afterwards I must disappear and please don't try to stop me then. Cid pressed his head against Aurora while Aurora started deeply into Cid's eyes. Very well then, I guess then I'll make this an unforgettable experience, Cid teased, to which Aurora chuckled. Please do. Cid and Aurora started tasting each other's lip and were brought down to the grass where they laid there and started doing the deed, and made love. Chapter 92, Chapter 91 are 18. Cid and Aurora both fell towards the ground in the middle of the forest. Aurora had her arms around Cid's neck, bringing him closer, kissing him, with their tongues intertwined. Cid had his hand on Aurora's thick thighs and was massaging them while their kiss became more passionate. His hands slowly crept upwards on her body to her fat ass and began to grab handfuls of her fat ass, as she began to moan while they were still locked in the kiss. Now then, release me, Aurora said with a smile. Cid nodded and did as he was told, knowing he would see Aurora once again. Aurora smiled when she saw Cid respecting her wishes. She went up and kissed on the lips one more time as she felt herself disappearing. The next time you see me, please kill me. And with that she disappeared, leaving Cid with a bittersweet feeling. I forgot to kill my sperm when I came inside of her. I was enjoying it too much. I didn't accidentally get her pregnant, did I? Well, she's a ghost, so it wouldn't work right. Cid thought, pondering before shrugging his shoulder and leaving it up to fate, before he sank into his shadow and disappeared. Images of Aurora. Chapter 93, Chapter 92 are 18. Third person's POV. In Nightingale. The next day, Cid appeared before Alpha as she was talking with Nu about Gamma's next steps in her business endeavors. My lord, Nu bowed. While Alpha looked very happy and went and kissed Cid on the cheeks. What a surprising visit, dear husband. To what do I owe the pleasure of your visit? I'm just here to return a family heirloom, Cid smiled. Alpha looked at Cid in confusion when a sword appeared on the stone slab in front of them. Alpha and Nu's eyes widened in surprise. The hero's holy sword. Nu muttered under her breath. Ah, I see what you mean now, Alpha said while looking at the sword. I swiped it in my shadow storage just before I blew up the sanctuary, and since it belonged to Olivier. Olivier then appeared from underneath Cid's shadow, causing Alpha and Nu to look at the shadow elf in slack jaw. It now belongs to you. Olivier didn't say anything except nodding her head as if agreeing with Cid's statement. Is that who I think it is? Alpha asked in wonder. To which Cid just smirked. What do you think? Alpha just covered her mouth in shock, unable to do anything, as she was left speechless. But who was Alpha? Alpha is a co-leader and manager of Shadow Garden with multiple underlings under her. She quickly regained her composure and put on a pondering expression, thinking of the things they could learn from Olivier about the past, as she herself was part of it. Before they could say anything else, they heard the shout of Delta running and shouting out for Cid. Bussu. Delta was carrying a giant mammoth while sprinting, leaving a giant cloud of dust behind her. Delta threw the mammoth to the side and jumped together with Cid, her eyes closed in an excited expression. She wrapped her legs around Cid's neck, her arms around his face, and laid her head on top of his. Bossu. Did you come to visit Delta? Since Delta missed you as well. Cid chuckled and patted the side of Delta's butt. Yeah, I missed you as well, my little puppy. Delta's tail started wagging with happiness, and she rubbed her cheek against the top of Cid's head, trying to mark him with her scent. Alpha was about to reprimand Delta but stopped herself when she saw Cid shaking his head, indicating to leave it. Alpha sighed before deciding to deal with the mess in front of her. Since she got Olivier's approval, Alpha took a deep breath and reached for the sword. As she took hold of the handle, she effortlessly pulled the sword from the stone slab without any effort or resistance. The sword then started to glow with a beautiful blue and golden color in Alpha's hand, causing her to smirk slightly. Too shiny. Delta said, turning her head the other way. Alpha then started waving the sword in her hands, spinning around with it, creating a powerful gust of wind due to the force she used when wielding it. She looked at her new sword and shrugged her shoulders. I guess it's all right. If I didn't have the slime, this would have been a fantastic weapon, but it's not as great as the slime. Olivier, even though having an emotionless face, looked offended. That's the sword she defeated the demon Diabolos and saved the world with. So hearing that it wasn't anything to be impressed about offended her slightly. Well, I've done my part. I have something to do, so I'll see you later, unless you want to join. Cid said with a smirk. Alpha sighed, I wish I could, but we have things to do, sorry, Lord Husband. Alpha then moved Delta's leg slightly out of the way and kissed Cid on the lips. That's for giving me such a wonderful present. Alpha then looked at Olivier and asked, do you mind if she stays with us and answers some questions? No, not at all. Olivier, obey Alpha's instructions, Cid ordered. To which the shadow elf nodded her head emotionlessly. As Cid started walking away, Delta patted Cid's head. Hey. It's not fair, you gave Alpha a gift and not me. Delta whined. Where do you think we're going, Delta? Cid said with a smile. Delta tilted her head in confusion. We're going to reward you, obviously, Cid said with a smirk while rolling his eyes. Really, Bossu? Chapter 94, Chapter 93. Third person's POV. Cid sat on the made-up throne Gamma has created inside the company looking down on the others as they knelt before him. I need a disguise to participate in the God of War festival, Cid said smiling towards them while leaning on his hand. Lord Husband, forgive me for being rude, but why do you need our help with that? That's something you should be able to do normally, Gamma asked a bit anxiously, afraid of having troubled Cid with her question. I need it to be the identity of a known person for it not to be too suspicious, and knowing you I'm sure that you must have a long list of identities that I can use, Cid explained. Gamma nodded her head, finding it reasonable. It shall be down. Is there anything in particular you are looking for? To narrow down the search. He has to be blind. Gamma looked slightly confused as she tilted her head and asked, why my lord? Cid just continued smiling as he said, don't worry about it, I'm bored and thought it would be fun, but she doesn't need to know that, especially with everyone still here. Gamma, scared that she might have offended Cid with her constant questioning, apologize, forgive me for prying, my lord. Cid simply sighed and rolled his eyes, you're my wife, you can pry all you want. Gamma blushed and held her cheek as she swayed side to side while giggling to herself, he called me his wife. She blushed even further when she realized that Cid was looking at her with a hint of amusement. She cleared her throat, quickly changed the subject, she reached out her hand as she demanded, the documents. One of the girls stood up and handed Gamma a stack of papers. She went through the stacks of paper with a thoughtful expression. She proceeded to take out a sheet from the pile and read out the name. This one seems all right, Julius Blindman. Cid looked at her expecting her to say she was joking or something, but seeing her serious expression, the corner of his lip and eyebrow started twitching. You're serious? Gamma looked at Cid in confusion before handing him the sheet of paper with the information. Cid looked at the sheet of paper in front and sighed inwardly, what is seriously wrong with this world? Cid then started reading the information. Julius Blindman, 16 years old, deceased from the same illness that left him blind. He's pretty short, standing at 5 feet 10 inches, but he'll do, he thought to himself. Gamma then snapped her fingers which summoned Nu with a makeup kit in her hands. If you don't mind, I'm sure Nu would be a great help, she's a great makeup artist. Nu looked at Cid expectantly, hoping to be able to use her expertise and help her master. Cid seeing her eager expression, he nodded his head as he can feel that they want to be of use to him even if it's something as simple as applying a disguise to him. Nu happily skipped her way towards Cid and started applying everything, creating a large cloud of makeup over him. When the cloud vanished, it was as if there was a different person standing there. Cid now looked shorter, his black hair was shorter, he was wearing a white cloth over his eyes giving him the appearance of someone that couldn't see. Image. Nu then pulled out a mirror from simply out of nowhere and held it up towards Cid. Nu started to blush when she realized that Cid couldn't see his appearance due to the cloth and reached over, lifted the side slightly to give him a view. Cid nodded and patted Nu's head which caused her blush to intensify and smile from ear to ear. Good job, Nu. Cid then smirked to himself as he conjured a cane. Well, it's time I registered myself, I'll see you guys later. With a puff of black smoke, Cid disappeared from their view. Julius Blind Man was seen walking through the streets making his way towards the registry with a black walking stick leading him the way. Seeing the direction he was going, the bystanders couldn't help themselves and gossip. Is he seriously going where I think he's going? He must have a death wish or something. Maybe he can't take being blind anymore and wants to off himself using the festival. Poor bastard, I almost pity him. One of them is going to be lucky. It looks like whoever is going to fight him is going straight towards the next round. Julius smirked himself hearing all of their comments. I can now understand why the other Cid did most of the things he did, this is quite fun. As Julius walked inside the Colosseum, a hand reached out and tried to grab his shoulder, but he simply sidestepped out of way, shocking her. Anaros, who reached out towards Julius, was at first surprised but decided to call out to him instead. You're in the wrong place, I can help you find your way if you're lost. But Julius didn't pay her any mind and just continued walking. Hey, I'm talking to you, Anaros called out once again, reaching out her hand, but as she did she missed as Julius sidestepped once again. Stop moving around, I'm only trying to help you due to your disability. My name is Anaros and I don't think you're supposed to be here. I'm exactly where I need to be, don't worry about it, Julius said as he held his walking stick in front of him. A bald, broly, and tanned-looking man wearing an eye patch approached them, causing Julius' walking stick to hit his foot. Hey twerp, you should listen to what she's telling you, this place isn't for someone like you. I'm Quentin, a regular at these festivals. I always see people like you, trying to prove to the world that they could still fight even with their disabilities, but all it ends up doing is getting them killed. You mean to say he's intentionally here to register? Anaros asked. Quentin scoffed, of course he is, this isn't the first this has happened, though this is the first where someone so weak-looking has done it, all the others were professionals that have gotten into accidents later in life leaving them disabled. He still looks like he need his mother's help to cross the street. So why don't you save her some pain and leave while you still can, little kid? If you're a regular here, that means you've kept losing, causing you to come back, so your advice is unwarranted. I may be blind but I'm not deaf, and the last thing I want to hear is your useless yapping. Julius snapped back and continued walking. Some of the onlookers that were present waiting to sign up started laughing. Ha 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 ha. Hear that, Quentin, even though he's blind he's still looking down on you. Hearing that caused the others to laugh even louder. Tick marks appeared all over Quentin's bald head as he cocked his fist back and threw a punch towards the back of Julius' head. Julius turned his head to the side, causing the punch to miss. He grabbed Quentin's fist and pulled him forward. Julius then used the walking stick, causing him to trip and land face first into the ground. Seeing this, the others laughed and pointed towards Quentin while Anaros narrowed her eyes towards Julius. Is he truly blind? She thought to herself as she saw Julius walk away and make his way towards the registry. Julius stood in front of the lady with a list of papers in front of her and played his part as being blind. Can you tap the line where I need to sign? The lady looked at him weirdly, but it wasn't her job to care, so grabbed the pen and started tapping. Julius grabbed the pen and signed his name and walked away. While Anaros looked at Julius as confusing, so he is blind. She went towards the registry and before the lady put away the sheet that Julius signed, she saw the name that was written down, Julius Blind Man, so that's his name, I better remember that. Chapter 95, Chapter 94. Third person's POV. Cid getting out of his Julius disguise, walking around aimlessly. He smelled some of the kebabs that were being sold and decided to buy a couple to taste. As he walked around savoring the taste of his food, he detected Rose close by. He disappeared from where he was standing and reappeared behind Rose, who was looking lost and thought sitting on a bench. Boo, he said close to her ear, causing her to jump in fright. She held her chest as she turned towards Cid in surprise. My goodness, you sure have frightened me. Cid just smiled as he went around and sat next to her while handing her a kebab. Here, you look like need one. Rose smiled as she instinctively took one. Thank you, she softly said. She took a bite and pulled the meat right from the stick. It's quite delectable. So what has you so deep in thought? Cid asked as he continued eating. Rose smiled softly to herself, once more happy to see Cid worry about her. She sighed as she said, after this I'm going to go and meet my fiancé. She looked towards Cid hoping to see him devastated at the news of her being engaged, but all she saw was him happily enjoying his food. Sigh, it looks like he's in denial and chose not to react at the news, Rose thought, lying to herself. It's true, no matter how much you want to deny it. I have already betrayed many people's expectations for me due to my selfish behavior. And I might end up causing disappointment again. But this time I'm not doing it for myself. Whatever happens, I hope that you'll believe in me. That's all I wish for. I hope we can meet like this again. She then stood up and started walking away. Here, Cid called out, handing her another kebab, and don't worry about it, just do what you need to do, I wouldn't judge you. Rose gave Cid a large grin as she took the stick of meat and said, thank you, and started walking away with a spring in her step. Well, I guess that means I'll be seeing her in the newspaper tomorrow, Cid thought, burning away the empty sticks as he stood and walked away as well. Cid laid in bed with his eyes closed and with Alpha nestling in his arms, with cum dripping down her thigh and a content expression. From the side of the bed his shadow moved slightly as a newspaper shot up from it. Cid's hand snapped to the side, grabbing it. He opened one eye to look at it before closing it and throwing back towards his shadow. While cuddling with Cid, Alpha looked up at Cid as she asked, what was that about? Oh, nothing important, just that Rose is now on the run for stabbing her fiancé, Cid responded nonchalantly, hugging Alpha tighter in his arms, causing her to giggle and sink more into his embrace. Only you could find something as a runaway princess as nothing important. Of course it isn't important, I have some of my shadow soldiers with her secretly protecting her, so there's nothing to worry about, thus making it unimportant. Alpha didn't say anything else and nodded as she laid on Cid's chest, since that was expected of him. And liked that they spent their evening in each other's embrace. Alexia presented the newspaper of Rose's attempted murder in front of Natsum, Beta's disguise. What on earth is going on? Rose attempted murder? What made Rose do this? Alexia asked Natsum, worried about Rose. Ever since their encounter with Shadow Garden, Alexia has decided that it would be for the best if they formed an alliance between herself, Rose, and Natsum and keep each other informed and in the loop with anything related to the Diabolos cult. So hearing about Rose's being wanted came as a great surprise to Alexia, since it hasn't been long since their alliance came to be. After stabbing her fiancé, it seems she's headed north during her escape. The security at the borders has been strengthened, so I would say she's still in the capital, Natsum explained as she sipped her tea, giving Alexia a better image of the situation at hand. The Oriana Kingdom is refusing any interference, stating that the matter will be handled as an internal affair. Natsum further explained. Alexia put a hand on her chin as she put on a pondering expression, quite suspicious. It's like there's something they don't want someone to find out. I never heard or been told of her having a fiancé before in the first place. Her fiancé is the second son of a duke in Oriana Kingdom, his name is Perv Asshat. Perv Asshat. Alexia reiterated the name. Fortunately, Perv Asshat got off without any fatal injuries. Even with Rose's swordsmanship. I guess Perv Asshat must be quite skilled himself. Alexia suddenly stood up. Even so, if she stabbed a noble, then she can't avoid a severe punishment. We must find her and talk things out before it comes to that. Natsum quickly intervened. No, I believe we should refrain from jumping to action so rashly. If you two were to stir things up, it could affect the relationship between the two kingdoms. You are a princess, you have to think about the consequences of your actions. What, so you think I should just abandon her? I just can't do that. We swore towards each other that we would look out for one another, and then this happened, and now you want me to just simply forget about it. No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying to think before you act. Are you trying to say I'm not thinking at all? No, I'm saying that it is necessary to be careful at times. Are you trying to say I'm a rash blockhead? No, I'm trying to tell you to calm down. Alexia, hearing this, stopped herself and took a deep breath before exhaling and repeated the same action over and over again. What are you doing? Natsum asked, tightening her head in confusion. A breathing exercise Cid, a friend of mine, taught me. He always told me that for my case it's best to treat everything as a sword match, to take deep breaths, calm down, and think of my next move and its consequences. If I make a mistake because of me being rash or do something without thinking ahead, the next time the opponent strikes it could be the decisive blow that could end up killing me, Alexia explained, calming herself down as she was still agitated and worried about Rose. Natsum's eyes widened slightly before smiling. Your friend sounds really wise. Alexia nodded her head. One of the smartest people I know. Oh. If so, why don't you go and ask him for help? Natsum asked, curious about what reason Alexia will give. It's his son of a baron status. If he gets entangled in the messes of royalty, he and his family may end up facing the consequences, as he has done once before, Alexia once again explained. Narsum nodded her head. Due to her explanation, Alexia didn't know she had earned a bit of respect from one of Cid's wives. Alexia then started walking away, which caused Natsum to raise a brow. Where are you going? Sigh. It's time I stop being so childish and make up with my sister. We may need her help if we want to help Rose. In the meantime, try to gather more intel on the situation. Alexia started walking towards the door but stopped before saying, also, while I find your personality vexing, it goes without saying that I think of you as a comrade and friend as well. I underestimate writers' information networks, you grasped info on this case before anybody else. And most importantly you're quite informed about the Diabolos cult, you're a great help, thank you. And with that Alexia left the room and went to have a talk with her sister. Meanwhile Natsum looked at the door with a small smile, you, yourself aren't as bad as I thought princess, she muttered to herself. Chapter 96, Chapter 95. Third person's POV. Iris was seen getting ready to go towards the God of War festival, but before she left she heard the sound of the door knocking. She was at first confused as she wasn't expecting any visitor. Who is it? It's me, Alexia. Iris' expression was that of surprise as the last person she expected was her sister after their last debacle. She quickly opened the door and saw Alexia standing there with an awkward expression. I came here to tell, but before she could finish Iris pulled her into a hug. We sure do, Iris mutters, before breaking off the hug and inviting Alexia inside her room. Come in, we still have time. Alexia nodded as they both sat on Iris' bed. They both sat in an awkward silence before Alexia was the first to break it. Before anything I want to apologize for slapping you, Alexia said while bowing to her, which took Iris by surprise. I know this is no excuse for my actions, but my emotions were all over the place when I confronted you and I shouldn't have taken it out on you, and for that I apologize once again. Iris let out a sigh. Please raise your head, there's no need to bow your head, and I accept your apology, but can you help me understand what occurred to let me grasp the full picture? Alexia let out a sigh of her own as she then began to explain what occurred to Cid and how he was mistreated. I see. Iris muttered, it looks like I am somewhat to blame for this. Alexia shook her head. I have done some thinking after our fight and realized, you didn't know, they were following Xenon's order. The only ones to blame are the Diabolos cult. It was then Iris turned to shake her head. I take some of the blame as well, those men were under me, so any wrongdoings they have done I must take partial responsibility. Even if they were spies or undercover working for someone else, they were still part of the night order that I commanded. And it looks like I someone to apologize to. Alexia smiled at that, glad to have finally made up with her sister. Iris, seeing her smiling, gained a teasing smirk. It looks like you must really love Cid, huh? You were even willing to fight me for him. Alexia started blushing and nodded her head. She didn't deny Iris' words, which caused her to raise an eyebrow as she expected Alexia to get flustered and refuse her statement, not agreeing with her. Wait a minute. Iris thought, looking at Alexia closely, you two are actually dating, aren't you? Alexia covered her face, feeling shy, and nodded her head at her. Iris looked at her with slight shock before sighing, well that's good then, I'm happy for you. Just don't take it too far. Alexia just turned her head away as she couldn't look Iris in the eyes, causing Iris' eyes to widen in surprise. Are you serious? Cid was seen looking at the ongoing God of War festivals from the audience seat, waiting for his turn to be called. As he watched he kept thinking on how he wanted to end it, and what a good grand finale for the arc would be. As he started forming an idea on how it would go, Cid realized that his turn was next. Without anyone realizing, he disappeared from where he was standing and reappeared inside the corridor leading to the arena in his Julius disguise. We will now begin the 12th match of the third round. Julius Blind Man versus Gonzalez. The announcer shouted. Cid walked with his black walking stick in front of him, leading the way, while Gonzalez, a broad, muscular man with a buzz cut carrying a large sword over his shoulder, walked towards the center of the arena. As they stood in the middle facing each, Julius heard the mocking and disbelieving talk between the crowd. You think he's finally met his match? How is he still here? All of his previous opponents were too weak, I think this is as far as he goes. Is he truly blind? He doesn't even have a sword in his hand or side, how did he make it this far? All he has is that walking stick. Gonzalez started to enhance his body with magic, a hint of his magical energy oozing from his body as he took a fighting stance. I don't like to bully the weak, so I'll finish this quickly, you can thank me later, Gonzalez said. Julius didn't say anything as Gonzalez ran towards Julius with his sword ready to strike. As soon as Gonzalez's foot stepped within Julius' range, he suddenly collapsed to his knees, dropping his sword and holding his stomach in pain, coughing up blood before fainting. As he fainted, Julius was already seen walking away from the area, while everyone stared in shock, unable to believe what they were seeing. The winner of the 12th match is Julius Blind Man. The next day, Anaros was seen sitting down with her legs crossed and her chin resting on her palm. Hey there, Missy, talk about a coincidence. You're here to see the match as well, I presume. And if I recall, you're Quentin, Anaros responded as Quentin sat next to her. You watched the third round yesterday, right? His opponent, Gonzalez, is someone I know, so I was there. So about the match, what do you think? Anaros of Belgada's 7 Swords. I already discarded that title, now I'm just Anaros. I see, sorry about that then. The results of the previous round just don't sit right with me. Gonzalez isn't someone to just toppled over and cough up blood for no reason. That brat did something, I know it, I just don't know if it's an artifact or poison or whatever, I just know he did something. Well, I can't deny the possibility. I also have my reservations about how it ended. His opponent didn't just decide to cough up blood for no reason, Minoru said in a serious manner. A moment before the fight ended, all I managed to catch was his hand holding his walking stick twitch before this Gonzalez guy held stomach in pain. Minoru explained what she saw. What does his hand twitching have anything to do about it? And are you sure that's all you saw? It has everything to do with it, and yes, I'm sure. I enhanced my vision to watch his every move. Do you have any idea what that means? Quentin looked at Minoru in shock, understanding what she was implying. Are you saying that even with your enhanced vision he was too fast for you to follow his moments? Minoru nodded her head. That's exactly what I'm saying. So his next opponent? Goldo doesn't stand a chance. I have been in many tournaments in several countries, throughout which I was up against Goldo 3 times. But not once was I able to defeat him. What? Even someone as strong as you lost to him? Of course not, Minoru scoffed. He just calls it quits if his opponent is too strong. He only fights if he's sure he can beat his opponents. So then he's sure he can beat the Julius kid. He's walking towards the arena confidently as we speak. I believe he thinks Julius is weak and only won due to luck, and I believe that's Julius' strategy. His strategy? Minoru nodded her head. Appear so weak the point they underestimate you and pull a quick victory over their heads before they can go all out, or so I believe. But that's cowardice. That's no way a knight should behave. Especially if he's as strong as you're making him out to be. Minoru shook her head. It may cowardly for you, but it's actually a smart tactic, though I'm only guessing, so my inferences could be wrong. Quentin wanted to retort but shut his mouth once he realized the match between Julius and Goldo was underway. Chapter 97, Chapter 96. Third person's POV. Julius Blind Man and Goldo Kanmiki stood face to face in the center of the arena, Goldo appearing smug and overconfident. He put a hand over his sword and slowly withdrew it. Julius, as if I recall correctly. There are many fans of mine here today, also a friend has bet a fortune on me. Goldo's sword then brimmed with golden magical energy as he swung it towards Julius, shouting, sorry but I'll be finishing you off in a moment. Just as Goldo's sword was about to strike Julius, he lowered himself on one knee, causing Goldo to miss, leaving him wide open for Julius to strike right from underneath him. Sweat started dripping from Goldo as he realized this. He quickly grew confused when the counterattack didn't occur. He looked down and saw Julius tying his shoelaces. The crowd looked in shock, but the one most in shock was Goldo as he could hear Julius whispering to himself. I don't want to trip during my fight. Julius dusted off his hands when he was done. They're much better, he muttered as he stood up while picking up his walking stick. No, where was I? Oh right, the fight. Are you making fun of me? Goldo shouted angrily. Julius didn't answer as he took a hold of his walking stick with both his hands. His next action surprised everyone who was watching. He very slowly started pulling out a sword. His walking stick was actually a sword in disguise. What? What's crazy? So all his time he's been carrying a weapon but never used it. So he has been hiding his strength the entire time. Has he deemed the undefeated legend a worthy opponent to use it on him or something? Goldo moved back slightly as he started powering up with a large grin. Since you're going all out, I guess I'll do the same. He shouted. His body started glowing a bright golden color. The image of a dragon started manifesting due to his magical energy. But just as he was about to unleash it, Julius started closing his sword before he had even taken it out fully. Meanwhile, Goldo didn't move. Nothing changed as he just had his mouth open in shock. Before anyone can guess what has occurred, Julius started walking with his now walking stick leading the way. He went past Goldo, who did nothing to stop him, and walked off the arena, surprising everyone. What happened? Did he forfeit? Quentin couldn't help but ask Minoru. Meanwhile, Minoru took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and sighed. No, he didn't forfeit, he has already won. Before everyone's eyes, multiple sword marks started appearing on Goldo's body before blood sprayed from each mark. His golden glow quickly went away as his face planted on the ground with blood flowing underneath him, the fight ending in Julius' victory. Nobody said a word as they couldn't believe what they were watching, until the announcer finally said, and the victory goes to Julius Blind Man. This caused an explosion of multiple sounds and voices as multiple people talked and screamed at one another, trying to see if they were seeing the same thing. What happened? He didn't even fully take out his sword. He did. Minoru sighed. We were just too slowly to see him do it. After a while it was Julius' turn with Quentin. Each stood a little distance away from each other. Quentin held onto his great sword in front of him. Don't think I'm going to fall for your cowardly tactics. I'm going all out from the beginning against you. He shouted before powering himself up with all of his mana. Julius just tilted his head in confusion, unsure what he was talking about before shrugging his shoulders. Couldn't care less actually. Quentin shot towards Julius at a fast speed while letting out a war cry, trying to intimidate Julius. He swung his sword forward but Julius easily sidestepped out of the way and held his walking stick to the side. Quentin ended up tripping on the walking stick, and as he was falling past Julius, he twirled the walking stick on his hand before pushing it back, hitting Quentin on the back of the head with one swift motion, knocking him out completely. And the victory goes to the dark horse of this tournament, Julius Blind Man. Again. I'm going bankrupt. I won. I can't believe I actually bet with the blind kid and won. Hearing their shouting, Julius smirked as he walked back through the corridor that led out of the arena. As he walked through there, Anaros was seen leaning against the wall with her arms folded. She looked at Julius with a serious expression. You're not blind, are you? Everything about you just screams precision and perfect vision. So if you don't mind me asking, why are you playing the image of a blind man? Next week I'm your opponent and don't think I'm going to underestimate you. Julius sighed. You're very nosy, I hope you know that. Fine, you want to find out why I'm playing blind, then see for yourself. Here, hold this for a bit, Julius said as he casually handed her his walking stick. Anaros was at first confused before reaching out and grabbing the walking stick. As she took a hold, her knees buckled due to the weight, causing her to almost fall. She quickly used her magic, but even with that she was having difficulty holding it. She looked up at Julius in shock as she was still struggling. Julius then reached behind his head as he slowly started to unravel the white cloths covering his eyes. There is a reason I keep them covered, but since you want to see so bad. As Anaros looked into his eyes, lost all feelings to her legs as they gave out, causing her to drop the walking stick and avoid looking at Julius in the eyes. She started hyperventilating and gasping for air as she kept her head down, refusing to look up. She started shaking in fear. If it wasn't for what little willpower she had, she would have wet herself. Julius just sighed once again as she wrapped the bandages back up. This is why I keep them covered. They're too dangerous for mortals to bear upon them. You're lucky to even catch a glimpse and not have your mind break, he said as he bent down and picked up his walking stick before walking away. All Anaros managed to hear was Julius' last words. This is why we mind our own business. Even though she tried to not think about it and tried to get her bearings together, it was like the image was ingrained deep within her now, the image of two bright purple dragon slits looking down on her, which just radiated power and death, pure, unbridled death. Chapter 98, Chapter 97 R18. Third person's POV. Cid was walking around after his confrontation with Anaros. Well, that was fun. I'm sure I am generous. All I did was scare her slightly. She should be perfectly fine tomorrow morning. As he walked around, he heard a voice suddenly appear in his head. Hey brother, do you have a moment? But before he could answer, he heard the sound of the Moonlight Sonata being played, but that wasn't what stopped his tracks, it was the magic imbued with song. Each sound was infused with sound magic, giving everyone that listened to it an image of staring into the beauty of the moon and being entranced by it. Hold up sis, I'll visit you in a few. Something came up, Cid replied. Cid could hear Claire pouting at the other side of the connection, causing Cid to chuckle. It'll take a while, so just relax while waiting. Cid could already imagine Claire's face as she pouted due to the sound she was making. Okay. Was all he heard before he didn't feel the connection anymore. Cid just smiled and shook his head before following the origin of the music and magic. Cid found Epsilon sitting down in a hotel, wearing a black beautiful dress by a window, while skillfully playing the piano with her eyes closed, listening to her own music and sound she was making. Cid smirked and hid his presence. He walked behind Epsilon and got close to her ear as he whispered, "What are you doing?" Epsilon's eyes snapped wide open before summoning a dagger in hand made out slime and swinging backwards with the intent to kill. Cid, still smirking, grabbed her wrist and bit her most sensitive part, her elven ear, which caused Epsilon to let out a moan. When she looked at who it was, she let out a sigh of relief before jumping into his arms. "Master," she said happily. She then realized that she was in a public place and released him and covered her mouth. When she looked around to see if anyone spotted her, she noticed everyone acting the same as if she was still playing her music. Cid just held her in his arms as he smirked and buried his face on her neck. "I'm sure you can hear the music still playing even when you're not playing. I put everyone in a sound base illusion. Anyone that hears the music will not be able to register what we're doing." "I see, so it's similar to what I was doing," Epsilon moaned as Cid held her tighter. Cid nodded. "Yes, this is an advanced form of what you're doing. I noticed that you are practicing it and getting better at it." Cid kissed her neck, which caused her to moan once again. "Good job," he whispered. Epsilon bit her lips to stop herself from moaning, embarrassed at the possibility of having been heard. Cid, seeing this, got more turned on and decided to take it to the next level. He picked up Epsilon and took her seat before sitting her on his lap. He then began to whisper in her ear some suggestions. "Just imagine, us intertwined into one another, in the middle of this hotel in front of everyone." A look of shock came across her but before she had a chance to say anything, Cid continued, "Nobody would have any idea of what occurred due to the illusion. It'll be our little naughty secret." Cid could feel Epsilon's body heating up. He could practically smell her excitement. Epsilon started breathing heavily just imagining it. As Cid held Epsilon, his hand slither up her thigh and brushed it against her private area, feeling the moisture and warmth of her thong. He withdrew his finger and held it in front of Epsilon. "It looks like someone is liking what they're hearing." Chapter 99, Chapter 98. Third person's POV. Now then, it looks like everything is going according to how it should. Rose is running through the sewers making her way towards the abandoned church. Cid thought as he slowly made his way towards the same place. Rose breathed heavily as she leaned on the wall of the underground sewage. Good, I think I made it far enough. Nobody should be chasing me now. I should be fine for a while. I don't even know if I did the right thing. She thought as she slowly walked against the walls. Did I do the right thing? She pondered as she tried to walk. Before meeting Father Natsum did say that Perv Asshat is most likely connected to the church and he's controlling Father from the shadows using his influence to proclaim himself as my betrothed. I wasn't strong enough to sway my father. Tears started pooling in Rose's eyes as she held her chest, more specifically her beating heart, thinking about Cid. I'm sure that he must have heard of the news already. I wonder what he thinks of me. Even though he said he wouldn't judge me, I can't help but think otherwise. Is he worried about me? Does he believe me? Or maybe he's out here looking for me, she thought hopefully. The upper part of her chest suddenly grew in pain. Causing her to grunt in pain, she moved her shirt slightly and saw part of her skin turning black. The mark is spreading, the sign of being possessed, she thought in horror. I'm so stupid. How are we supposed to have our happily ever after like this? Tears unwillingly started to shed from her eyes. I'm so sorry, Cid, she mumbled while quietly sobbing. As she cried, she heard the sound of a piano being played. She stopped crying and wiped her tears as she muttered, is that the Symphony of Fate being played? Shadow's fingers rapidly pressed on the piano keys as they played Beethoven's Fifth Symphony, also known as the Symphony of Fate. As his fingers moved, he sent a message towards Beta. Beta, bring her along towards us. As you wish, Master, Beta replied. Due to their years connected with one another thanks to Cid's blood, they have found a way to telepathically speak to one another using such connection, no matter the distance between each other. Shadow continued to play as he detected movement in his vicinity. These movements belonged to Rose as she followed the sound of the piano. She found Shadow sitting underneath the moonlight as his fingers danced on each key. She could practically see and feel each music note come to life. Azrael. Rose muttered. As Shadow played his last key, Rose started clapping her hands. That was beautifully done. That's the most well-done piece I have ever heard. Shadow bowed towards her, like a performer bowing towards their audience. So tell me, Rose Oriana, what will you do now? He said slowly, looking directly into her eyes. Although she couldn't see his face, she saw two purple dragon slits boring into her, frightening her. She tried to look away but couldn't. Her own body was betraying her. His eyes are telling me he's already aware of what I've done, she thought as her body started shaking, responding to her frightened emotions. She brought her hands together closely to her chest as she said, I just wanted to protect Oriana. I wanted to bring about a better future. Why are you speaking like that? Shadow's voice was filled with disdain. What? She stuttered out, unconsciously taking a step back. Shadow stepped closer to her, staring down on her deep in her soul. The way you're talking right now, that's the talk of someone that has given up. You keep saying wanted as if it's a thing of the past and have no hope of achieving it. Tell me, is that truly how much will you possess, that you give up at such a small inconvenience? Tears started gathering in her eyes. For you it might be a small inconvenience, but not to me. A mass of Shadow's power soon gathered in his hands. That's true, so I shall give you that power. Shadow continued, starting into her eyes, but that's only if you have the will to keep struggling, to keep fighting. Power in the hands of someone with no will to keep fighting is meaningless and worthless for both parties involved. Power. Rose stared into a ball of energy. Would I be able to change the future with that power? Shadow answered her questions with one of his own. Will you have the will to fight for a better future? Soon from the shadows Beta appeared with the shocked Alexia falling to the ground as the scenery changed too fast for her to keep up. What? Natsum, what's going on? Where are we? Alexia asked in surprise before jumping back and getting into a fighting stance. She then saw Rose and her face lit before her eyes fell on Shadow, but before she could say anything else, Natsum knelt down before Shadow and put a hand over her heart. Master, I have brought her here as you requested. Both Rose's and Alexia's eyes widened in disbelief with their mouths hanging open. Alexia's expression turned serious and looked at Natsum as she asked, just who are you? Natsum's entire body was then covered in black slime as it wrapped around her body, turning into a Shadow Garden uniform. She looked up at Shadow, who nodded his head and turned towards both Alexia and Rose. My real name is Beta. I'm the official second member of Shadow Garden, one of the 7 deadly sins, the sin of lust. But then what about Natsum? Rose asked in disbelief, as Natsum was still her favorite novel artist. That is only an alias I use. With the books I publish I'm able to enter places of high society where I'm able to gather information. Alexia brows scrunched. Why are you telling us this? That doesn't sound like something you just casually just tell someone, and why am I here in the first place? What did you mean you brought me here as he requested? Alexia had so many questions but no answers. Beta started to get annoyed with the constant questioning. Her eyes turned into dragon slits as well and said, shut up and don't interrupt, Master, when he's about to speak. That's all right, Beta, those are valid questions she's asking, and we talked about you kneeling. You're my wife, you don't have to kneel before me. Beta just pouted and stayed kneeling. I'm just showing you the respect you deserve. As your wife, I'm yours to command. Shadow just sighed and shook his head, before turning his attention towards Rose and Alexia. There is a reason as to why I'm appearing before you two. You both are in the middle of demon possession, or in other words magical overload. I am. Alexia asked in shock before Rose had a look of defeat. The signs of it will appear on you in a few hours if it's not treated, Shadow casually said as he leaned against the piano. How could that be possible and how could you possibly know? Alexia asked, looking at Shadow suspiciously. Well, when we were intimate together, I was exploring your body and felt your magic going out of control slightly. Which occurred due to training I put you through. That's usually the starting phase of your magic going out of control. Alexia's turned completely red. While Rose and Beta looked at Alexia in surprise. Stop spreading nonsense, you rogue. I thought that maybe you were someone respectable, but it seems that was just a lie. The only person I have ever been intimate is. Alexia stopped yelling and froze, her eyes widened in shock. Cid. She softly called out in confusion. Shadow smirked before his slime suit started coming undone and transforming into his every clothes, showing his true identity, the one and only Cid Kagenou. As soon as Cid's name came out of Alexia's mouth, Rose's head immediately snapped towards Shadow as he turned into Cid, leaving Rose in a daze which almost caused her eyes to roll to the back of her head and faint. Chapter 100, Chapter 99. Third person's POV. Rose and Alexia sat on the floor of the abandoned church with a hand over their eyes, unable to believe what they were hearing. So let me get this straight, Alexia started off, you're the leader of Shadow Garden, the hidden organization which is known to so mysterious and unknown that even people don't even believe they're real. Cid, who was leaning by the piano with his arms crossed, nodded his head. You're the leader of Shadow Garden. She repeated slowly, still trying to wrap her head around it. So you're Shadow, the one who saved me from the cult during my kidnapping, the same one who destroyed a part of the capital with just a swing of his sword during his fight with Xenon, she muttered to herself. The one and only, Cid smirks. It was then Rose's turn to look at Cid with wonder. It was you. She said with tears in her eyes. You were the one that saved me that night when I was just a little girl. And then once again during the terrorist attack in the school. Rose then started to blush. The men I respect and the men I fell in love with are the same person. Kia, he's perfect. Wait, Alexia interrupted, was Natsu, Beta, as you called her, with us just because you ordered her to keep an eye on us or something? Huh? No, I never did tell her to do any of that. I think those were Alpha's orders. There was no need to give her those orders. After all, you already had protection from me. How do you think Rose was able to escape and I was able to quickly find her? Cid's eyes glowed a purple color. Their eyes widened in shock before Cid kept motioning them to look downwards. When they did, they saw their shadows extend outwards before purple eyes appeared watching them before they retreated back. Rose's face grew red. So he has been protecting me and watching over me to make sure I was safe all this time. Alexia was at first confused but then remembered Igris and how the Black Knight followed Cid before, like a loyal servant, during the time she was kidnapped and during after his fight with Aurora. Are they like him? I also strictly remember the mention of shadowy beings appearing all over the capital while I was kidnapped. That's where I remembered her face from. Wait, you're married? Both Alexia and Rose shouted at the same time. Cid was even taken by surprise by their sudden outburst as he really wasn't expecting that. Wait. One at the time. Cid said while looking at them weirdly, which caused them to blush. Alexia was the first one to start talking. I was thinking about the goddess trail and meeting the one they called Alpha, who seems to be the one in charge at the time. At first I thought I recognized her, but I wasn't sure from where. Then after learning that your shadow, it clicked. Your wife, Calandra, and Alpha look very similar and are thus the same person. Great detective work, Beta sarcastically remarked. Shut it, Alexia scoffed, looking at Beta with disdain for lying to her. Rose, who was to the side, looked very depressed. I was so shocked to learn that you were Cid that my brain immediately skipped the part where you called Natsu, Beta, your wife earlier. Her eyes started growing wet, so she lowered her head for them not to see, but they were still able to hear the shakiness in her voice. Then you mentioned being intimate with Alexia, and now she mentions you having another wife. Alexia, seeing this side, already having an idea what Rose is going through, so she leaned over and whispered in her. After a few seconds, she backs away and Rose looks at Alexia in surprise. Really? She asked in shock before Alexia nodded her head. Alexia then went and whispered something else before backing away once again, which caused Rose to nod her head with determination burning in her eyes. I shouldn't feel sad about it. Cid is amazing and incredibly strong. It's no wonder he has so many wives. That just means I have to get him to notice my womanly charm. It shouldn't be too hard. After all, I'm sure his feelings for me burn just as strong as mine does for him, she thought before looking over at Cid shyly. Anyways. Cid stated to change the subject. He changed back to wearing his shadow outfit and looked at them with a serious expression, his eyes turning into dragon slits. I normally don't invite people to join unless I'm sure of them. This is normally Alpha's job as my second in command. So feel honored. I, the Monarch of Shadows and King of the Dead, personality, recruit you to become members of Shadow Garden. Cid lowered his hands and put it underneath their chin, he lifted it up and made them stand. He looked at each of them directly before continuing, you want power to be able to do as you please. Then it shall be yours. But it comes at a price, you must offer your servitude and loyalty towards I and in extension Shadow Garden. Rose was the first to answer, she knelt down with a hand on her heart while looking up directly into his dragon eyes. After finding out Shadow's identity, all her nervousness disappeared, all that remained was a great determination to fight and prove herself towards the men she loves. I want power, I want to be able to protect my people from the clutches of the Diabolos cult. If having the type of power means serving under you, I would do it gladly. So yes, for the betterment of my people and having the ability to change the future of my kingdom, I would more than joyful at the opportunity of joining Shadow Garden and fighting alongside them. Alexia, seeing this, didn't want to be upstaged, so she followed Rose's actions in kneeling down with a hand over her heart. Soon her expression turned serious as she started to express her feelings and thoughts. I am a princess, the fact that I'm kneeling before you should be something unimaginable. But I saw your power, I saw the power of your subordinates during the goddess trail. If I had powers like that, I would be able to fight against the Diabolos cult that have been secretly manipulating my kingdom and our citizens. If having the power to fight back against them means I have to kneel down and bow my head, then I would willingly do it towards the end of time. You have helped me out tremendously ever since I've met you, I would gladly give you my loyalty and join Shadow Garden to take down the Diabolos cult from further spreading their influence. Beta, who was kneeling beside them, smirked towards them and nodded her head. They are become good seedlings, I see why Master is interested in them, they possess a lot of potential, with the help from Master and Shadow Garden they will blossom beautifully. What is up with these girls and kneeling down? He thought, but he was overall pleased with their words. Shadow put a hand over their heads and let their power flow through them as he fixed their magic overload, or as the Diabolos cult calls it, demonic possession. Both Alexia and Rose closed their eyes as they felt themselves become empowered. This power! They both inwardly exclaimed. It's so intoxicating and chaotic, it's both warm and cold, I feel fully but empty, wanting more. They both thought, not knowing their thoughts aligned. When he was done, they both looked at their hands and bowed their heads towards Cid. Thank you, they sincerely said, expressing their gratitude. Shadow just nodded his head before looking at Beta. Take Alexia towards the base and show her around, I'm sure you know what to do already. What but Alexia was caught off by Beta, who covered her move. Beta bowed her head. It shall be down, Master. Wait before you go here, he said, throwing 2 vials of red droplets, you know what to do and at what time to use them, no. Beta just looked at the vials before nodding her head with a serious expression before she started sinking into her shadow, dragging Alexia along with her. Shadow looked at Rose and said, remember this, strength isn't just about the power you hold. It's about how you wield it and what you fight for. I lured some of the men that were chasing you over here, they will burst through that door any second now. So show me, Rose Oriana, show me you have the will to charge forward and take your future with your own hands. Shadow expressed before summoning Igris, who had his cape out and ready, which Shadow easily walked through, disappearing from her view, leaving Rose kneeling before a piano. I think I saw her run from over here. She must be hiding inside. Don't let her escape. Rose heard while still kneeling. Slowly she took out her sword, her blade shining from the blade's reflection. She looked at her own image in the blade before closing her eyes as the people outside burst through the door. Please watch over me. Cid-sama, she muttered before opening her eyes once again, showing a resolute expression. As they entered the church, they saw Rose kneeling and smirked, going for a quick prayer before giving yourself up, princess, the men leading them mock. Rose's expression didn't change as she stood up. No, I was praying that in your next life you people wouldn't be so foolish, she coldly said before she disappeared from where she was standing. Their eyes widened as they saw her disappear. The next thing they knew, blood was flying everywhere as Rose moved from body to body, using her new strength to cut them apart, killing anyone that stood in her way.